World of Immortals Chapter 589 to Chapter 622. Xianxia's eyes emitted two sharp glints as he fixed his gaze on that glittering deathly halberd. He thought of the stuttering crisis with a peach blossom smile on his face. That gambler, a natural optimist, a stutterer who hid his true thoughts with a wretched appearance. If he lost the doomsday heavenly halberd, it also meant that he lost his life. The originally carefree and unfettered Father Ku's voice was getting colder and colder. He had made up his mind to start a massacre. Blood splattered everywhere. An ordinary ancestor god turned into ashes in an instant. As for the other super ancestor god, he reminisced about 3 lifetimes. After the separation of yin and yang, his body and soul were separated. At the same time, he also died an unnatural death. The peach blossom eyes slowly closed. The difficult smile slowly froze. The bloodstains on his face gradually turned cold. Everything seemed to be a reflection. Xianxia felt that it was so real. Was this the message that the doomsday heavenly halberd transmitted to him? Why did this voice that was a little annoying in the past make him feel sour in his heart today? All the deities were shocked. At the same time, an incomparably powerful self-confidence welled up in everyone's heart. Everyone was incomparably delighted. When they were close to the eternal unknown, a muffled sound was transmitted. A different ancestor god launched a thunderbolt at Xianxia to kill him. A supreme ancestor god laughed loudly. His voice was indescribably cold as he said, "It seems like you still don't truly understand the secret of these 99 layered stone steps. Shaking the stone steps will be the time of your death." In Xianxia's ice-cold and calm voice, his big hand clenched tighter and tighter. That ancestor god's expression was extremely painful. It was completely distorted. Both his eyes were completely protruding out. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Bang! The divine origin laws of the myriad worlds converged and rushed towards Xianxia. They wanted to destroy his soul and shatter his body. However, that ancient scroll suddenly emitted a hazy radiance and firmly protected him. Hearing this, all the deities made a move. They all made a move to stop him. And the 2 supreme ancestor gods revealed a serious expression. While on guard, they walked towards the 99 layered stone steps. Xianxia's expression was wooden. His eyes were empty, but he waved the doomsday heavenly halberd as fast as lightning. The ancient scroll was hazy and blocked all the divine origin laws. At the same time, the divine law imprinted on the jet-black halberd. Resplendent light blossomed. This was the response of the 2 supreme ancestral gods. The flesh shell of a peak ancestor god contained an endless amount of divine power. Xianxia snatched the doomsday heavenly spear with one hand. Holding the spear that was 1,000 times bigger than his body with one hand, his empty eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. He calmly asked the super ancestor god in front of him, "Which hand did you use to kill?" These were the sins of the other universe ancestral gods, and at this moment, all of them were on full display. Boundless resentment gathered around him, and killing intent supported his killing intent, solidifying his desire to kill. The boundless lightning stopped in front of the supreme ancient devil city, like 10,000 streams returning to the sea. They were all sucked into the ancient city between Xianxia's fingers. He flew up into the sky, and the ancient city enlarged. It was as if the 3 mountains and 5 peaks had gathered together, and it was as if the 9 continents had appeared. Bang! Pu. Under the shocked gazes of the gods, Ku's father kept moving forward in that still space. He was like a flower in a dream, flickering between life and death. He shouted, 3 lives, 3 lifetimes, 3 lifetimes, yin and yang farewell. Endless light illuminated the eternal unknown. At this moment, there was only light left between heaven and earth. Nothing else could be seen. Pooh, no one died? If I want to kill someone, even the heavens can't interfere. Retreat. The 2 supreme ancestor gods in front of the 99 heavy stone steps revealed an inconceivable expression as they gazed at Ku's father. "This is all the more reason why we can't let you go. We must kill you, you sinner of chaos." His palms and fingers were like blades as he tore off the legs of the other universe ancestral god. Blood splattered everywhere as they danced in the sky. Looking at the head and the torso that wanted to reassemble, Xianxia revealed a cruel sneer. He took a step forward, and the supreme ancient devil city covered the sky, completely crushing that person. the figure of Ku's father became more and more hazy. With a trace of sadness, he said, "If my child can't return, I will tear the other universe ancestral god apart with my blood. Even if I have to risk my life, I will drag all of you and half of your ancestors' life with me." Bang, time stop. The two supreme ancestor gods were no longer as calm as before. At this moment, not only were they moved, but they were also filled with shock and anger. With a roar, the other universe ancestral god wanted to reassemble his body. However, at this moment, Xianxia was the embodiment of coldness and ruthlessness. He was like an emotionless, cold-blooded animal. His eyes were like two abysses that devoured all colors. He waved the doomsday heavenly spear again. Blood spurted out. Xianxia used the heavenly spear to cut off the other universe ancestral god's right arm. The huge arm was cut off like a mountain ridge, and the blood that spurted out was like a surging river. Bang, among the gods who rushed over, two of them couldn't retreat in time and were forever shattered in the long river of time. Xianxia held the Pangu stone token and finally arrived at the eternal unknown. His empty eyes had already regained some color. After venting just now, he had already calmed down. A supreme ancestor god was swept by his divine light and turned into meat paste. His soul scattered. Pooh, as he laughed, he actually shed a few drops of tears. He shouted to the sky, "Blood fills the sky, but it can't erase my eternal hatred. Who can make life start over again? Who can make the heroic spirits come back to life? Who can make the people of the past come back to the world? There is no one, only hatred. Even hatred can't change the result." Invincible methods, divine abilities, and curses of the heaven-defying clans, unparalleled in the world, Xianxia raised one arm high and spread out his 5 fingers. He grabbed at the 3-kilometer-long jet-black heavenly spear. The toughness of his flesh was comparable to that of ancestral god Jubei. Not many people could compare to him. He was wrapped in an ancient scroll. Even if the divine origin laws of 10,000 worlds worked together, it would be difficult to get close to him. When Xianxia thought about the destruction of the 9 prefectures and his friends being turned into meat paste, he felt hot blood surging in his chest like a surging river. He wanted to roar. He wanted to kill his enemy. He wanted to bathe himself in the blood of his enemy and let the flesh of his enemy bloom before his eyes. His repressed emotions erupted. For the first time since Xianxia returned to the 9 prefectures, he roared out the sorrow and anger in his heart. His large hand mercilessly grabbed forward. The shattered corpse flew through the air. The white bone fragments and scarlet blood were like sauce, smearing the sky in a mess. However, Xianxia did not show any fluctuations in his expression. He was like a cold-blooded butcher. He threw a punch and crushed the remnant soul that was trying to flee in the sky. "Primogenitor? Haha. You don't put on such an attitude in front of this ancestor." Xianxia's heart was filled with sorrow, but his words were cold and calm. He mercilessly made his move again and captured the spiritual consciousness that wanted to fly away. He took out the ancient scroll and completely melted all the flesh and shattered bones into it. The various deities launched countless divine incantations, but they were all powerless. The dazzling radiance rushed up to the 99 stone steps and collided with the 2 supreme ancestral gods there. In the end, a rain of blood swirled in the air. The boundless divine blood dyed the blue dome of heaven red. A rain of blood of the supreme ancestral gods fell from the eternal unknown. Xianxia grabbed that 3-kilometer-long doomsday heavenly spear. Although his body was not proportionate to that huge heavenly spear, his grip was so firm. The supreme ancestral god that was as huge as a mountain shook violently, but he didn't move an inch. One of the supreme ancestral gods fell down from the 99 stone steps. His flesh was shattered into pieces. Although his corpse was preserved, his spiritual consciousness was completely destroyed. With a ferocious strike, Xianxia stomped on the chest of the otherworld ancestor deity, shattering it into pieces. PFFF, with the defense of the heaven-defying treasure, Xianxia wanted to use the most primitive method to get rid of this enemy whose hands were stained with blood. He needed to vent his anger and find an outlet for his berserk state of mind. "Oxman, Lu Mu, Crisis, Chen Feng, Wu Ming, can you all rest in peace? I will use the blood of the supreme ancestral god as a sacrifice for you all." At a distant place, the 2 supreme ancestral gods didn't make their move. They only reminded him. the supreme ancestral god made his final struggle. The boundless purple lightning pierced through heaven and earth and shattered the world barrier. It disrupted the continuity of space and destroyed the change of time. It was as if a myriad of silver streams fell from the ninth heaven. It was boundless and vast. I am free and unfettered in this world. Who can stop me? Who can resist me? Clang, Xiaoqian's expression was a little absent-minded. It was as if he really heard that vulgar man's signature words. However, at this instant, he seemed to have seen a badly mutilated face. A pair of peach blossom eyes blinked with difficulty and forced a smile at him. Third brother can't take it anymore. I won't have the chance to see a beauty come out of the bath anymore. Help me take care of Bing Lan and Shui Meng. The prerequisite is, if they are still alive, summon your ancestor. I am already not afraid since I came here. Far away, someone sensed the situation here and transmitted a warning to the supreme ancestral god. At a distant place, an ice-cold corpse was floating in the void. It was split into two halves by a matchless divine technique. It was precisely the supreme ancestral god who possessed the immortal heavenly shield. The commotion here naturally alarmed the supreme ancestral god in the distance. A figure as tall as a mountain covered 10,000 li in the sky and arrived in a flash. He was holding a jet-black heavenly spear in his hand. It flickered with cold radiance. Until more and more people bombarded the area with divine light from afar, the place gradually quieted down. A supreme ancestral god was obliterated and melted into the ancient scroll. A terrifying unknown divine technique. While splitting the supreme ancestral god's flesh shell, it also obliterated his soul. What kind of divine ability was this? It was horrifying. Even if you know everything, so what? The rise and fall of an ant civilization is just a snap of the fingers. My race is in a hasty dream, and millions of years have passed in this world. The ancient scroll trembled and covered this part of the world, blocking the view of the outside world. What was happening inside was even more cruel. Xiaoqian wiped away the blood that splashed on his face. At this moment, he was cold-blooded. He ruthlessly stabbed the broken Great Destruction spear into the chest of the supreme ancestral god in front of him. Under the supreme ancestral god's distorted and malevolent gaze, he forcefully turned the spear shaft. With a violent shake, the spear tip blossomed with the radiance of death in the supreme ancestral god's chest. The Great Destruction true meaning burst out. Amidst the supreme ancestral god's desperate roar, the broken Great Destruction spear shattered his internal organs, tore his chest, crushed his body, and annihilated his divine soul. You are walking on the supreme ancestral god's path. Have you already taken the final step? PFFF, there is no such thing as death when climbing the 99 stone steps. Speaking until here, he shouted, time collapses, time obliterates. In the process of rushing to the eternal unknown, he used the Panga stone token to hide his whereabouts. He cold-bloodedly and resolutely attacked the supreme ancestral gods who were acting alone and successfully killed one of them. Doomsday Heavenly Spear. Doomsday Heavenly Spear. Xiaoqian was like a wild beast, ruthlessly venting his anger. The various deities shouted in unison. At this moment, his blood had already dried up. Although his physical body was preserved, his spiritual sense had already been killed by Kuka's father. However, Xiaoqian had already taken action. With the ancient scroll wrapped around his body, he was like an unparalleled malicious spirit that rushed out from the extremity of hell, pouncing towards the giant in front of him. Boom! Doomsday Heavenly Spear? Lamentable race, you still don't understand. Your destruction is already destined. If I were you, I would have hidden long ago. I wouldn't have come out to throw away my life. To me, time is like a river. I can swim freely in the river. Who can make me drown? He spat out these few words with difficulty. His expression was incomparably ferocious, as if he wanted to swallow Xiaoqian alive. He was full of unwillingness. Speaking until here, the two supreme ancestral gods rushed towards the various deities and shouted, "Protect your ancestor's body." To me, time is just fine sand between my fingers. Whether it flows down or not, it is only up to me. At a distance, the various deities who sensed everything had a change of expression. However, no one rushed over again. It was not because they were afraid of Xiaochen, but because the member of the heaven-defying family was too terrifying. No one could afford to be distracted. Right now, the most important thing was not to kill Xiaochen, but to surround and kill this unparalleled powerhouse who rushed here. Xiaochen clenched his fist tightly. That originally sharp pair of eyes gradually became hollow at this moment. There was no luster to speak of. It was like two abysses that lost the color of life. The words were very simple, but the murderous intent shook the heavens. It made the temperature of the eternal unknown drop rapidly. Boom, the various deities were so shocked that they were almost trembling. And that last supreme ancestral god had already disappeared gradually as he rushed up the 99th flight of stairs. Great Annihilation Spear, is this really everything you recorded? Chrysoberyl. This is the divine law of the eternal world. With one step, he can travel between the eternal world and the myriad of worlds. He is unfathomable and difficult to stop. Everyone, guard your spiritual sense and wait for an opportunity to make your move. Don't let him take advantage of you. The ancestral god's mountain-like body emitted an unimaginable energy fluctuation. This was a super-ancestral god of the 7th celestial layer. The doomsday heavenly spear blossomed with a demonic radiance in his hand. The black light destroyed the world barrier and connected to the myriad of worlds to slash at Xiaochen. Xiaochen let out a beast-like roar. He abandoned the doomsday heavenly spear and rushed up madly. He began to vent the grief and indignation in his heart with the most primitive method. Xiaochen did not retreat. He held the immemorial devil city in his hand and flew up against the heavens. The murderous aura around him pervaded the surroundings. It seemed like a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood appeared behind him. It was a ghastly sight. Brother, his name is Chrysoberyl. Such an elegant person like Brother, it is hard to find a soulmate in this world. Brother's greatest hobby in life is to see beauties coming out of the bath. Xiaochen's pair of eyes turned red. After returning to the 9 continents, everything ceased to exist. Everything was destroyed. However, he had always been subdued. Only today did he completely erupt. The various deities responded. They all struck out with the spatial laws and sealed off the eternal unknown. This was the ultimate method of Ku's father, the unparalleled divine ability, myriad of worlds. The terrifying result was caused by this, however, it was still useless. It couldn't change anything at all. The ancient scroll was hazy, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Everything was absorbed into it. This time, the doomsday heavenly spear directly chopped the ancestral god's body at the waist. The huge physique was cut into 2 pieces. Blood spurted out in the void and shook the heavens. Xianxia, 7 realms reincarnation, 8 paths transition, 9 return to 1, absolute kill, myriad of worlds. This ancestral god was like a huge mountain. His body was incomparably huge as he stood in the void. His whole body was enveloped by a dense blood qi. That was condensed from the resentment of countless creatures. It would not disperse for life. Xiaochen watched everything calmly. It was as if he heard the little thing's tender voice again. It was as if he saw Ku's delicate figure. No one cried, no one was shocked. The 9 provinces were deathly still. Life had long been extinguished. Bright blood beads rolled down from the blue dome of heaven. They were like plum blossoms, dyeing the sky into a curtain of blood. Ku's father shouted loudly. Myriad of worlds' great divine ability, not only was it a footwork, it was also world-shaking. It was an unparalleled divine ability. Yan Qingqing, a beauty capable of causing the downfall of a country. Buried under the withered cliff, her beauty turned to yellow earth. I use the blood of the ancestral god as a guide to light up the withered cliff for you. Can you rest in peace? Ku's father, who didn't care about anything in the first place, was furious today. He appeared domineering and overbearing as he said, "You 2 supreme ancestral gods, let one more fall." The various deities shouted loudly. They all activated their divine power and struck out with this taboo law. Not only did they want to beat Ku's father back to his childhood state, they also wanted to make even more people rush over to kill him. Xiaochen said in a low voice. After that, he snorted. His empty eyes stared at this mountain-like ancestral god and said, "I want you dead." A punch was launched towards the sky. That huge head was immediately smashed into thousands of peach blossoms. The red blood stained the white brain matter. It was a ghastly sight. The old ancestor's body they were talking about was naturally the supreme ancestral god who was killed by Ku's father-in-law. The various deities were shaken. Could it be that the earthless ancestral god could still be revived? Ku's father's figure was hazy. He had a slender figure. Because of the pain of losing Ku, he didn't care about anything in the past. His carefree personality was completely different. His words were sharp and his voice shook the heavens. Once the killing starts, blood will flow like a river. Bang, at this moment, at an unknown place, the battle cries shook the heavens. The various deities were surrounding Ku's father. However, his figure was hazy like smoke. He was as faintly discernible as the clouds. He was simply unfathomable as he actually passed through the various deities. The ancient scroll was misty. Part of the great Tao imprint flowed out, making the heavenly halberd mysterious and hazy. However, it enveloped the entire heaven and earth. There wasn't an inch that wasn't covered. It was impossible to dodge. The super ancestral gods had already rushed to the 99 stone steps to fight Ku's father. At this moment, the scattered ancestral gods in the outer regions weren't that shocking. Although it's not over yet, it's already close. He felt very pressured. He held the Panga stone token and concealed his figure. The ancient scroll swept across the sky and sucked in the bodies of the two supreme ancestral gods. He didn't give them half a chance to revive. Using space imprisonment and time to obliterate him, seal him off. Time reversal. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly and broke his neck in an instant. After that, he flung his neck with all his might. Immediately, his hideous head was completely separated from his torso. Divine blood spurted out and splattered all over Xianxia's body. However, it was as if he didn't feel anything at all. He laughed crazily, ha ha ha, the mountain-like foreign ancestral god's body shone with thousands of rays of light. He condensed thousands of laws and divine abilities and swept towards Xianxia. After killing another ancestral god, Xianxia became colder and colder. He glanced around, and a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared behind him. Lowly, ant. Bang, those familiar words seemed to still reverberate in his ears. The voice that he hated in the past sounded precious and warm at this moment. Then, together, they walked towards the 99 stone steps. They crossed 3 mountain-like stone steps in succession. The foreign ancestral god who was suppressed by the immemorial devil city couldn't move at all. Although his eyes shone with killing intent, he couldn't effectively resist. Xianxia stretched out a big hand and grabbed the foreign ancestral god's neck, holding him firmly in his hand. The disappearance of the corpses of the two supreme ancestor gods triggered the sensitive nerves of the deities. Dozens of killing intents shook the eternal unknown. Without any warning, the 2 flesh shells were taken away by someone using a secret technique. They had already seen this kind of technique before. The deities knew that Xianxia had arrived. He could hide his whereabouts. Even as powerful as they were, it was still difficult for them to pinpoint his figure. Xianxia was like a ferocious beast, waiting for an opportunity in the darkness to devour the experts in front of him. The shadow of death was reflected in his hollow eyes. He was ready to succeed in one strike and dye the sky red with blood. All kinds of divine source laws swept in all directions. Everyone made a move. Although they couldn't track Xianxia's whereabouts in a short time, their instincts could guide them. This kind of killing intent and attack power was incomparably powerful. Even Ku's father had to use the immemorial world footwork to dodge in the void, let alone Xianxia. At this moment, Ku's father did something that shocked everyone. He soared into the sky and rushed up the 99 weighty stone steps. All the divine lights that were shooting toward Xianxia were withdrawn. The deities attacked Ku's father at the same time without any hesitation. It could be said that they were working as one. This member of the heaven-defying family was too powerful. He killed 2 supreme ancestor gods with one hand. This was shocking and shocking. Every movement of his affected everyone's emotions. Every casual movement of his made everyone's heartstrings taut. They were afraid that he would do something shocking. 5 elements heaven sealing. Ku's father casually waved his hand and used a forbidden great divine ability to block all the divine lights that were hitting him. He continued to rush up the 99 weighty stone steps. "No, stop him!" the deities shouted in unison. The eternal unknown was boiling. All kinds of resplendent lights flickered at the same time, illuminating the past and shaking the future. This was the combined power of the deities. Their divine might was immeasurable, however, Ku's father had already disappeared on the first 10 steps. When he reached the 18th step, all the destructive power only hid a shadow. The 99 weighty stone steps rumbled and shook violently as if they were about to collapse. Everyone's expression changed. This place was a forbidden area for the deities of the otherworldly realm. No one was allowed to set foot here. If they were careless and accidentally damaged the 99 weighty stone steps, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out, and a bloody mist appeared behind the deities. Xiaochen was like a comet streaking across the sky, like a divine eagle crashing into the earth, finding an opportunity to assassinate an ancestral god. The path of the assassin was a king in the dark, a cold-blooded ferocious beast, waiting for an opportunity to strike at any moment, catching others off guard. When a super-ancestral god rushed over, Xiaochen's figure disappeared once again. Everyone only saw that the assassin's arm fell off, and a large amount of blood dyed the sky red. They couldn't see anything else. Xiaochen refined that ancestral god's body and soul into the ancient scroll. Then, he hid himself again. Of course, he hid himself very far away this time. He was not within the attack range of the gods. Demon subduing Samsara array, activate. One of the super-ancestral gods shouted. He was truly enraged. They knew that Xiaochen's true cultivation was not enough to threaten them, but he had repeatedly attacked and injured the experts on their side. Even a clay figurine would be enraged. A world-shaking giant formation floated in the eternal unknown, blocking the back of the gods. They had no choice but to face the 99 layered stone steps again because the pressure brought by Ku's father was too great. Thump, 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 Ku's father charged through the 27 layered stone steps in a row. Immediately, a terrifying pressure descended from above. The mountain-like stone steps seemed to be burning red, emitting an unimaginable heat. It was as if divine iron was being melted, and it emitted a terrifying killing light. For symbols returned to silence, 5 elements heaven sealing. Ku's father struck out 2 divine laws in a row. The violent energy shook the stone steps, causing the expressions of everyone below to change. All the gods revealed worried expressions. The strength of this expert from the heaven-defying family was unfathomable. They didn't know if he was going to make another thunderous move. Currently, the last supreme ancestral god had already disappeared above the 99 layered stone steps. As long as they waited for a few more moments, they believed that everything would change. Even the powerful members of the heaven-defying family would be annihilated. During this short period of time, they couldn't allow any accidents to happen. They had to defend against this killer that descended from the sky. 3 worlds yin and yang. 4 symbols returned to silence. 5 elements heaven sealing. 6 paths of reincarnation. After a short period of peace, Ku's father consecutively released 4 great divine abilities. They shook the eternity, the past and the present, destroyed space, and messed up time. The 4 terrifying light beams didn't hit the stone steps below, but directly rushed to the end of the 99 layered stone steps. This was simply a heaven-defying act. He had done something that many people didn't even dare to think about. If there were heaven realm giants here, their expressions would change. The end of the 99 layered stone steps contained too many secrets. Even the Golem King didn't dare to act blindly without thinking about it. All the gods' expressions changed. The first 3 great divine abilities might be a little unfamiliar to them, but the 6 paths of reincarnation was a peerless divine ability. Naturally, the other great divine abilities were also extraordinary. With the 4 great divine abilities stacked together, the destructive power was unparalleled. The 4 great divine abilities shook the heavens and the eternity. They directly pierced through time and space and appeared at the end of the 99 layered stone steps. Resplendent light illuminated the entire sky. The 99 layered stone steps, which were originally high up and couldn't be seen, shook violently. All the gods raised their divine senses to the limit and watched nervously. Boom, an earth-shattering sound resounded. The high and mighty stone steps shook, and a blurry scene was transmitted from afar. The last supreme ancestor god was prostrating and kowtowing piously on the 99-layered stone steps. However, at this moment, the stone steps shook, and he was ruthlessly blown away. If it wasn't for the last stone step emitting waves of demonic light, he would have been covered by the 4 great divine abilities. Even if he didn't die, he would be gravely injured. The highest step of the mysterious 99-layered stone steps seemed to be an altar. Just now, the supreme ancestor god's kowtow had revealed all of this. At the end of the stone steps was a boundless fog. Even though the 4 peerless divine abilities had pierced through time and space and appeared there, they were unable to illuminate the unknown and mysterious fog. At the end of the 99-layered stone steps, there was a demonic power. That endless fog seemed to be able to devour one's mind. All the gods couldn't help but tremble. It was so terrifying that it was almost demonic. However, the 4 great divine abilities only shook the last stone step. The endless fog at the end didn't disperse at all, and the 4 beams of light completely dimmed. As the light dimmed, everyone couldn't see anything. Even if their powerful divine senses were raised to the limit, they still couldn't sense anything. Just like before, all the steps above couldn't be detected anymore. The terrifying end, the mysterious and unfathomable power, made people unable to predict and fear it. All the gods in the other world didn't know what kind of secrets were hidden in this forbidden land. At this moment, Ku's father's peerless divine ability attack and the explosion of the resplendent light allowed them to see the tip of the iceberg. Boom, at the bottom of the 99-layered stone steps, the fog was hazy. The demon subduing samsara formation was forcefully opened. After the 5 great Tao imprints entered the ancient scroll, they overlapped with the 5 majestic figures. This was equivalent to injecting a soul into the ancient scroll, allowing this supreme treasure to advance into a heaven-defying battle treasure. Xianxia used it to absorb the divine energy of the demon subduing samsara formation. In the end, he actually blasted the huge formation open, shattering the eternal unknown. You, as an ancestor god, cried out in shock and anger. The divine diagram split him apart and pulled him into the ancient scroll. This time, the gods reacted very quickly. However, they still only managed to snatch back half a leg that was spurting blood. Another life was taken away. This person needs to be killed. At this moment, everyone realized that they had underestimated Xiaochen. He had several powerful killing weapons. In addition to the concealment of his whereabouts, his destructive power was also very terrifying. This was a sovereign of the night. When he attacked in the dark, it was impossible to defend against. Kill him, we must kill him. An 8th celestial layer super ancestor god looked around. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. He was using divine ability to search for Xiaochen. He said, "We can't let him reassemble the divine diagram. We have to destroy the heavenly steel imprint on him." You are still kowtowing, but you still can't summon the damn thing at the end of the stone steps. Since no one can protect you, then I will kill you. Ku's father climbed up the 36th stone step. His voice was very calm, but it was filled with great confidence. Every step of the mountain-like flight of stairs was shaking like red-hot divine iron. Moreover, it was emitting a terrifying killing intent. He used his world-shaking divine technique to block all kinds of destructive forces as he continued to ascend step by step. 8 Tao alternation. Ku's father casually shot out a beam of divine light towards the end of the 99 stone steps. He actually wanted to kill a supreme ancestor god in this forbidden land of the other world. Legend had it that no one dared to stain this place with blood. He was touching the bottom line time and time again. Dong, the highest step of the 99 stone steps shone brightly again. The dazzling divine light spread for millions of miles, allowing the gods to perceive a part of the blurry scene with their spiritual sense again. The stone steps at the very top that looked like a sacrificial altar were actually shaking. The supreme ancestor god who was prostrating in worship was sent flying by an unparalleled force, crashing into the boundless fog in front of him. Bang, he was heavily knocked back again. The stone steps that looked like an altar protected him, preventing him from dying. The supreme ancestor god stopped worshipping and turned around, looking down at Ku's father emotionlessly. Someone as heaven-defying as you, unfortunately, you will fall in the end. This was the voice of the supreme ancestor god. He no longer kowtowed and quietly stood at the side of the stone steps. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, causing the gods to tremble. The 99 stone steps sank into boundless darkness, and nothing could be seen. At this moment, the divine light shot out by Ka's father had already dimmed. Everything above could not be sensed. However, all of a sudden, everyone saw two faint lights penetrating the endless darkness and descending upon them. Although it was very weak, like the light of a firefly, everyone could see it. Without deliberately using their spiritual sense, they could easily sense it. Tap, 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 it was as if an old man was slowly walking in an empty tunnel or a deathly silent tomb chamber. When the soles of his feet came in contact with the hard stone, a sound that made people's scalps go numb. Everyone felt as if they were suffocating. All of the deities felt a chill run down their backs. They never thought that their own forbidden land would be so sinister. It made all of their blood run cold. That was a formless pressure and deterrence. It was a pressure filled with fear. Many people felt as if their necks were being strangled by the ancestor of death. It was an indescribable feeling of discomfort and fear. Ka's father stopped on the 49th stone step and stopped moving like a fossil. His eyes shot out two beams of 9-colored divine light as he stared at the very top. Tap, 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 the terrifying footsteps continued very slowly. It was like an old man with one foot in the grave traveling between the mortal world of life and death. After a dozen consecutive sounds, the footsteps slowly stopped and stopped on the 81st stone step. Everyone could clearly see the two weak points of light there. Are you the one disturbing my rest? The aged voice was like two pieces of old bark rubbing against each other. It was old, ugly, and terrifying. It was hard to imagine how old he was. Moreover, he said that he was resting in peace. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded like an unparalleled evil spirit that was disturbed from its slumber. I actually hope that you will remain silent forever. Ka's father was expressionless. He calmly gazed at the 81st stone step. Is that so? It was just 2 words, but it shook the heavens. The eternal unknown became hazy, and the primal chaos shattered and reformed. At the same time, the darkness on the 99 stone steps gradually receded. The 81st stone steps were all revealed and could be vaguely seen. However, the steps above the 81st step were still pitch black and couldn't be seen. On the 81st stone step stood a stone man. His body was very withered. He was an old man with one foot in the grave. He stood there trembling, causing people to worry that he would fall at any time. Moreover, his body was densely covered in a few tens of terrifying cracks, and he was like a cracked porcelain that was forcefully glued together, causing him to seem as if a light strike would split him into pieces. He was an extremely old stone man. Moreover, he was densely covered with hidden injuries. He was as thin as firewood and his body was beyond recognition. The 2 weak points of light were emitted from his stone eyes. They could be seen through the endless darkness and gave off an unfathomable feeling. It was just this old stone man that was filled with a terrifying aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate. The supreme ancestral god stood at the side respectfully like a child that had made a mistake and was facing an extremely strict teacher. You are the descendant of the sinners in the chaotic lands. Honest man was extremely old. The wrinkles on his dress covered his cheeks. Because he was made of stone, it was as if he was carved by knives and axes. As he spoke up to hear, his eyes slightly opened and 2 beams of demonic light shot out. He muttered to himself, you are actually the direct descendant of one of the 5 fallen king golems. No wonder you are called the heaven-defying clan. You all indeed have the qualifications to be proud. Honest man's voice was incomparably old and weak. However, at this moment, it intimidated everyone. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to do anything. All the gods were shocked. They never knew what was at the end of the 99 stone steps. They never expected to see such an unfathomable old stone man today. This was definitely the king golem who had taken the last step. They felt that they were too ignorant in the past. Previously, because a stone man in their world was about to take the last step, they were extremely excited and thought that they could contend against the heaven realm. However, only today did they know that their side actually had such a primogenitor. Ask your descendant to return my child's soul to me. Otherwise, I will turn this place into a graveyard and drag half of your life with me. I will also bury all your descendants here. Ku's father was fearless as he stared at the old stone man who had deteriorated beyond recognition. This time, honest man did not speak. The supreme ancestral god at the side let out a cold voice and said, "If I were you, I would endure until I become an unparalleled king. Unfortunately, if you don't become a king, you will still be dirt. Even if you have the heart, you can't change anything. You finally lost your patience and jumped out. Everyone will die one day. If I can't succeed, there will naturally be someone who will shatter the 99 stone steps and bury everything you have." Ku's father's words were very calm as he faced everything calmly. "You are wrong. Shattering the 99 stone steps does not mean anything. If you know the truth, you will forever be filled with reverence for this place." At this moment, the skinny old stone man whose body was covered in cracks suddenly said slowly, "I have already guessed that at the end of the 99 stone steps, there will definitely be a mysterious and terrifying ghostly thing. However, there is nothing in this world that cannot be destroyed." Ku's father's slender figure stood up straight. "Hey, I can feel the familiar scent of an old friend." The old stone man's wrinkled face revealed a trace of astonishment. Then, his expression changed as he said sullenly, "It seems to be my brother." Speaking until here, he slowly raised his withered left hand and extended a withered finger, pointing at a certain area below the 99 stone steps. A misty radiance looked very ordinary, but it caused the deities to feel a chill down their spines. They felt their hearts sway and tremble. Xianxia was immediately startled. The misty radiance was shooting towards him. The old stone man's brother. Clearly, it was the aura of that otherworldly supreme great Tao imprint that made this horrifying old stone man feel a trace of divine charm. 6 paths of reincarnation. Ku's father decisively made his move. 6 worlds appeared and shattered the eternity. He intercepted the misty radiance and entangled with it intensely. The two submerged together. Everyone was horrified. A casual finger from the old stone man required an unparalleled ability like the 6 paths of reincarnation to intercept it. This was truly shocking. Then, the deities became very excited. "You have endured for countless years and your goal is great. However, you are unable to give up on your family. Your ending is already decided." The old stone man shook his head and sighed. "Since the ancient times, there are very few true geniuses. There are only a few that can catch my eye. You cannot avoid turning into dust." The old stone man spoke very calmly. His aged voice was like a curse, causing people's scalps to go numb. Dong, 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 the sound of the heavenly drum resounded, shaking the eternal unknown. The supreme ancestor god standing beside the old stone man immediately frowned and said, "Someone actually barged into our world to cause trouble. Is that so? Someone killed their way to your home." The old stone man's voice was very gloomy, but the pressure was unbearable for the deities. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the deities and disappointed in them. Everyone shivered in fear and didn't dare to show any expression. "Let me see who it is." The old stone man used his palm to tear open the space. Instantly, a dark and deep tunnel appeared and connected to the other world. A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and came from the depths of the dark tunnel. A girl shouted from the other world, "You killed my child." The old stone man slowly closed the black hole and said, "Just a mutated little dragon, it can't do anything." Boom. Just at this time, a huge tremor came from the 9 continents. It actually shook the eternal unknown and the ripple spread all the way here. "So you were trying to buy time for him? You should know that my world is paying attention to him and that his Tao fruit will be taken at the crucial moment." The old stone man's eyes shot out 2 terrifying rays of murderous light. "However, even if you come to stop me, you won't be able to change anything." He raised a withered palm, pierced through the world barrier, and slammed towards the 9 continents. Reincarnation of the 7 worlds, change of the 8 Tao, 9 by 9 return to 1, eternity and myriad worlds. Ku's father shouted. Endless divine light traversed the past and the present, shaking the past, the future, and the myriad worlds. This place couldn't be seen or detected anymore. It was completely drowned by the world-shattering divine power. The 99 stone steps no longer existed. Other than light, there was nothing else here. The mysterious and terrifying natural laws connected all the worlds. The original laws of myriad worlds came suppressing down at the same time. After a very long time, the 99 stone steps finally appeared. Cosfather's clothes were stained with blood. He had fallen from the 49th stone step to the 42nd step, but he was still standing straight with his clothes fluttering in the wind. As for the old stoneman, he stood on the 81st stone step without moving. He slowly retracted his withered hand. It was clear that Cosfather was at an absolute disadvantage, but everyone was still shocked. He actually stopped the stone man's terrifying attack and a palm filled with endless murderous intent. I will not allow anyone to take the last step in the 9 continents. The old stone man's tone was very calm, but it was filled with supreme might. Someone was actually trying to take the last step and reach the stone man king realm in the 9 continents. Everyone was shocked. Cosfather didn't just come for coup, he also wanted to stall for time. I also said that I will take away half of your life and bury all the gods here with you. Cosfather stood proudly. He was originally carefree and didn't care about anything, but now, he was exceptionally domineering. Are you bullying me because I'm sick and weak? The old golem king shook his head and said, there's a reason why I'm still alive, that is, in the distance, the gods were shocked. On the old golem king's head, there were dozens of gray strands growing out of the stone hair. Although they were very sparse, it was inconceivable. How could the hair of a flesh and blood body grow out of his head? I think, it will be very hard for me to die. Flip the hand to turn the heaven, flip the hand to turn the earth. Overturn the heaven and earth, master of heaven and earth. Don't disgrace his blood. Bury him with a grand ceremony. Cosfather had actually prepared for this. He had used a drop of divine blood that he had given to Ku in advance as a guide to get through this death crisis. The old golem king said calmly. Then, he sealed off the eternal unknown with only one goal, to prevent the great Tao mark he sensed from escaping. Bang, the brother he referred to was naturally the supreme great Tao mark that Xianxia had sealed in his heart. On the 72nd stone step, the old golem king's skinny body swayed like a wild grass in the wind. It looked like it would snap at any moment. The deities were stunned. Could this member of the heaven-defying clan have gone mad? He actually used a martial technique and abandoned his unparalleled ability. This was beyond common sense. Although the old golem king had a hidden injury and his stone body was not as sturdy as it was millions of years ago, he had already stood at the peak of the world of experts countless years ago. When everything dissipated and the senses of the gods came back to their senses, they saw that from the 54th to the 63rd stone steps, the stone powder had been shaved off, and the steps were now much shorter. The golem king had already lost his flesh and blood. How could he grow hair that only ordinary people could have? Could it be that his body had too many cracks and his injuries were so severe that he could no longer maintain his stone body after falling from the king realm? But how was this possible? Based on the old golem king's words, this was clearly his trump card. Congratulations, old ancestor. With the golem king body, you are starting to advance on the path of the supreme ancestor god. You are advancing on 2 paths at the same time. The old golem king looked fine as he stood there with his hunched back. However, the crowd could see some blood on the 63rd stone step. They could guess that his hidden injury had ruptured again. Flip the hand to turn the heaven, flip the hand to turn the earth, flip the heaven and earth. The old golem king let out a bone-chilling sound. It was deep and creepy, and the dozens of sparse gray hairs on his head danced crazily like demons that had turned into spirits. Naturally, these words were directed at Xiaoqian. With the Panga stone medallion, the old golem king would have a hard time tracking him. How terrifying would the unparalleled ancestral god be when he takes that final step? The deities were all shocked. They never expected that this terrifying enemy would actually revive, not truly dying. Cosfather waved his hand, sending out a beam of scarlet light that vibrated violently. It was actually a blood-colored ancestral dragon, whose roars shook the 9 heavens as they shot into the air. The 5 majestic figures in the middle seemed to have come to life. Amidst the magnificent rivers and mountains, they were full of charm, as if they were about to step out. Cough, a light breeze blew past. This place was desolate and silent. The deities did not say anything. Even though this terrifying enemy had fallen, it was difficult for them to feel the joy of victory. It was not their contribution. If the primogenitor did not appear, almost no one could suppress Keek's father. Ku's father was very calm. He calmly faced this terrifying old golem, as if he didn't see the dozens of bewitching gray hair dancing in the wind. 9 by 9 returned to 1, through the ages. The old golem was as thin as firewood. His body was crooked and covered in cracks. Dozens of gray hair grew out of his stone hair. That gloomy gray color moved with the wind. At this moment, it was somewhat dazzling. It was not the radiance that blinded the deities, but the bewitching hair itself. It was shocking. Swish, the old golem king's crooked body coughed out a mouthful of blood. The internal injuries on his body, those cracks, were slowly healing. He looked down at Ku's father, who was vomiting blood, and said in an incomparably gloomy voice, "I really underestimated you. Worthy of being the descendant of my strongest enemy. You actually managed to slightly shake off my internal injuries." Not simple. Ku's father-in-law, who was not a king, had beaten the old golem king until his internal injuries ruptured. If this news spread out, it would shake the entire world. The intense collision sent all the deities below the 99 stone steps flying. They had no choice but to retreat. At the same time, they were on guard against Xianxia's sneak attack. A cool breeze brushed past, and the divine flowers drifted down. The flower rain fell down on the 54th stone step and gradually buried the pool of blood. An earth-shattering collision occurred. The immemorial king's divine city pressed down and cracked unceasingly. Meanwhile, the cracks on the old golem king's withered palm were also torn apart, and the golem blood was dripping down. "You are an amazing person, but do you really think you can contend against me?" The old golem's words became more and more severe. Being mocked by a descendant of a Heaven's Pride expert who said he would take half of his life, the old golem king's killing intent was aroused. His firefly-like eyes were like two balls of ghostly fire, flowing with a gloomy green light. Ku's father, in a short period of time, had surpassed his original realm and displayed a strength that made the old golem king's expression change. The immemorial king's divine city descended and suppressed the old golem king with an unstoppable force, above the 99 stone steps, noiselessly annihilated. This kind of formless, and boundless confrontation surpassed everything. This was the most terrifying battle. The terrifying demonic voice almost caused the divine consciousness of the gods below the 99 layered stone steps to collapse. This wasn't a curse targeted at them, it was a curse targeted at Ku's father. However, it still made them feel horrified and the fear of destruction. The old golem king was trembling, but his words clearly expressed his unsurpassable power. Right at this moment, a calm voice abruptly arose. Thousands of miles away from the 99 stone steps, a drop of blood condensed into a slender silhouette, blooming with splendid splendor. The old golem king's eyes gradually became empty. He looked around and murmured to himself, "I can feel your aura, my brother. You can't rest in peace. Have you come into being again?" The old golem king's empty eyes emitted a green light once again. He pierced through the barrier of the great world and gazed at the 9 prefectures. This was the most urgent matter at the moment, and he needed to pay attention to it personally. At this moment, Ku's father let out a loud shout and unleashed this world-shaking divine ability. He used the immemorial king's divine treasure to suppress and then used this peerless divine ability to kill. It could be said that his divine might had shaken the past and present, and he was unrivaled in this world. The deities were deeply shaken. If it wasn't for the primogenitor coming into being, perhaps even those golems who had yet to take the final step would have been turned into ghosts by this member of the heaven-defying clan. However, they finally heard the primogenitor say that it was only a slight internal injury. This made them heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, the heaven-defying ancient scroll in Xianxia's hand moved with the wind and flew towards Ku's father on its own. "What a pity, I won't give you any more chances. Follow your primogenitor." However, there was nothing wrong with the old golem king. It would be difficult to injure his foundation. Boom, Ku's father put away the immemorial king's divine city and ascended to the sky step by step. "Although the primogenitor has passed away, I'm still here. I'll still make you bleed for 5 steps. From the void to the real, it materialized. Just at this moment, the deities were shocked. The 99 stone steps trembled, and at the same time, the heaven and earth emitted a frightening divine light. At this moment, Ku's father was comparable to the golem king, and it could be said that he was unparalleled in this world. He carried a huge divine city and moved towards the old golem king, suppressing him below. This was simply a matchless divine technique aimed at the old golem king, completely opposing him with equal harshness. However, this was not done intentionally by Keek's father. It had to be said that his talents were exceptional, unmatched throughout the ages. He was completely forced to comprehend this type of matchless divine technique that was destined to shake the world. The immemorial king's divine city was dazzling and illuminated everything. It suppressed the old golem king's demon-like claw, and the surging mist retreated like the tide. The scroll flew across the sky and descended in an instant. Ku's father caught it and gazed at the 5 imposing figures inside. In a single glance, millions of years passed. It was as if he had passed through the river of time, as if he had experienced 100 reincarnations. The old golem took a step forward and directly descended from the 81st step to the 72nd step. He stretched out a withered palm and slapped downwards. Although it looked like a casual slap, a black palm imprint descended like lightning. The 72nd step shook violently, and this power was enough to crush the primogenitor gods, especially the last few words. It was like a demonic voice piercing into the brain. There was no way to dodge or defend against it. If it was targeted at a single person, it would be unimaginable. Wouldn't it be heaven-defying to not be killed? Rumble, the rain of petals scattered down, wrapping around the bloody mud and bringing it back. The old golem king didn't stop it. The bloody mud and Ku's father merged together, and his true body appeared once again. He was like a flowing cloud, like the fluttering wind, elegant and otherworldly as he stood in the void. Only now did the deities understand why the old golem had hair. He had cultivated into a golem, but he had also walked the path of a supreme primogenitor god. It seemed like his cultivation had improved a lot, which was why his appearance had changed so much. At this moment, the supreme primogenitor god standing at the side respectfully congratulated him. And now, he had broken the curse and returned to his human form, descending as the direct descendant of the 5 great golem kings. His spirit was extraordinary, and he even dared to compete with the primogenitor. Such a heroic spirit, such a hero, had disappeared just like that. It was truly regretful and indignant. The deities thought to themselves. Ku's father was about to take the final step, but in the end, he wasn't a true king. Yet, he was able to fight against the old golem king. This kind of strength and divine might was too shocking. Was he really dead? This was what the deities were thinking. They didn't dare believe this. This member of the heaven-defying family was too terrifying. He dared to compete with the primogenitor. If he didn't die today, he would become an unimaginable disaster. The deities were shocked. This member of the heaven-defying family was too terrifying. He actually did what he said and injured their primogenitor. What kind of power was this? Ku's father avoided the attack and used the ancient and 10,000 worlds footwork to walk in the void. All kinds of divine abilities were released at the same time. Dazzling radiance swept towards the enormous withered claw in the sky. This was definitely not an ordinary enormous archaic city. This was an enormous king city that was completely undamaged. It was an important treasure of a golem king, and no one knew how it ended up in his hands. The old golem king's words were slow and gentle, but there was an unimaginably powerful pressure within. Throughout the ages, the divine light illuminated the past and present, shaking the past and future. It was even more incomparably fierce, shaking the old golem king until his withered body continuously swayed. All the deities cheered for the invincible primogenitor. They were all incomparably excited. Even a member as powerful as the heaven-defying family was suppressed by a single palm from the old golem king. This kind of method was incomparably terrifying and made people tremble in fear. As for Ku's father, he was lying on the 54th stone step. There were bloodstains all around him, dyeing a large area red. His body was bent irregularly, and it was clear that his flesh and bone marrow were almost rotting. Unless your primogenitor comes back to life, it will be very difficult to find an opponent in this world. Even so, he was still sent flying. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes that were fluttering in the wind were stained with blood. The great sound is silent, the great elephant is formless, the great thought has no heart, the great technique has no curse, there is no self, there is no world, there is no source, there is no law, there is no heaven, there is no law, there is no nothing. A 9-colored divine rainbow rushed into the sky with Ku's father as the center. A dazzling radiance erupted. His divine ability was attached to his body, and his figure became illusory and almost illusory as he used his incorporeal body to withstand this attack. Then, his body was gradually obliterated. His slender figure slowly dimmed, leaving a human-shaped bloody puddle on the 54th stone step. Bang, that supreme ancestor god saw some clues. In the past, when the old golem fought against the 5 golem kings, his body had suffered unimaginable damage. His body was covered in cracks, and it was already a fluke that he could survive. He had been recovering for countless years, so he naturally wasn't willing to fight with his body. Technique. A terrifying pressure covered heaven and earth, shaking the stone steps that were as tall as mountains, shattering the eternal unknown. At this moment, the old golem almost went berserk. The dozens of gray hairs on his head danced wildly in the wind. His deep voice was like the wailing of ghosts and gods, rumbling and reverberating for a long time. The power of will, formless and formless, slay the human kings, slaughter the god kings, annihilate the demon kings, kill 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 kill. The divine flowers were like a rain of tears, completely submerging the 54th stone step, dragon roaming the world. Ku's father stood upright and didn't say anything. His body emitted a 9-colored divine light as he faced the old golem who had silently become a peerless king millions of years ago. 5 majestic figures were faintly discernible around him, slowly revolving. After all, this was a golem king. His stooped body shook violently, and divine light pierced through the heaven and earth, sending the divine city of ancient kings flying. At the same time, the ancient divine laws of the myriad worlds were destroyed, and Ku's father was sent flying. Black clouds surged and fog rolled, covering the sky. Endless baleful energy shook the myriad worlds, breaking the continuity of time. 2 kinds of divine laws and demonic curses silently collided. At this moment, nothing could be seen, heard, or felt. All the senses of the gods were stripped away. Boom, the old golem king's divine might was unparalleled and unstoppable. With a flip of his hand, heaven and earth were overturned. His ghost-like claws immediately came crashing down, breaking through all divine abilities and pressing down on Ku's father-in-law's body. Walala, both sides seemed to have swapped places, completely abandoning their strengths to display their weaknesses. The dazzling radiance shook all the worlds. This was the first probing attack, yet it had already shaken the heavens. Everyone's expression changed. The old golem king was forced back 3 steps. In the end, he used his stone body to welcome the attack. His withered hands were like iron rods. His 10 fingers spread out and aimed at the divine city of the king and the ancient divine laws of the myriad worlds. The old golem king's eyes shone with a green light. He walked down step by step and stopped on the 63 stone steps. Boom, in the past, in the most evil place, there was a snow-white figure wearing a pair of black crystal glasses, holding a straw stick in his mouth, and standing with his hands behind his back. He didn't seem to care about anything. He was free and unfettered between the heaven and earth. Wang, the old golem king seemed to have thought of many things and muttered to himself. Then, his empty eyes shot out 2 specks of starlight that reinforced the eternal unknown and sealed this place. He said, "I'll seal the sky first. After I'm done with my business, I'll drag you out." Boom, then let's continue. Then, the old golem looked at Keek's father. At this moment, his eyes blossomed with a terrifying radiance as he stared at the slender figure in front of him. But in the end, Keek's father used the ancient scroll to collect the 5 figures. His eyes became even brighter. Keek's father was very calm as he said, "I'm looking forward to it." These words were filled with indescribable confidence. The deity's expressions changed. The members of the heaven-defying clan were too powerful. They couldn't help but be vigilant. If Keek's father really unleashed a peerless divine technique and heavily injured the golem ancestor, it would be an unbearable blow for the otherworld. Keek's father-in-law couldn't hold back at all. He went all out. At this moment, he had advanced to a wondrous state. His voice was gentle, but it was clearly transmitted to the heaven and earth. Even that terrifying murderous voice couldn't completely suppress it. "You have guts and confidence, but reality is cruel. Why don't you give it a try?" In the endless distance, Xiaochen wanted to face the sky and howl in grief. Even someone as heaven-defying as Keek's father was killed. This was a shocking piece of news. At the same time, it made everyone incomparably excited. After that, Keek's father draped the ancient scroll over his body. He didn't climb the 99-layered stone steps again, but he stood between the stone steps and the 9 provinces. He calmly faced the old golem king, blocking his line of sight. A gentle breeze blew past, and the slender figure could not move at all. The clothes on his body fluttered in the wind, and then disappeared with the wind, turning into ashes. The old golem king was also very strange. He still used a divine ability and gave up on his unparalleled battle prowess. There was no longer any aura of life, not even the slightest fluctuation of divine sense. There weren't any soul fragments floating around either. Flesh and blood regenerated. In an instant, the deities all had this thought, but it was too outrageous. How could flesh and blood grow after walking on the path of the golem? They had never heard of it before. He used a divine ability. It wasn't the golem's most powerful battle skill, heaven and earth overturning, but it was all covered by that withered palm. It was like the claw of a malicious spirit, completely enveloping the area below the 72nd stone step. But at the same time, his withered body also issued a kacha-kacha sound. All the cracks on his body burst open and the golem's blood seeped out. Millions of years ago, someone as powerful and talented as you entered the chaotic land alone and never returned. Speaking up to this point, Keek's father didn't retreat. He used the dragon counter steps and ascended to the sky, heading straight for the 72nd stone step. Keek's father's corpse lay on the 54th stone step. His blood gradually dried up and congealed. The stone step that had been flattened was now dark red. The pungent smell of blood was wafting through the air. In the past, I had a peak confrontation with one of the 5 golem kings, your ancestor, not to mention you. Make your move. So what? I said I'll take half of your life with me, so I'll take half of it. Ku's father dared to fight against the otherworldly primogenitor. He displayed an extraordinary strength that made others sigh in admiration and revere. The ancient scroll became his robe and he wore it on his body. He cut off the connection between the 9 provinces and the eternal unknown. He faced the old golem king without any fear. The withered old golem king's hollow eyes revealed a bit of splendor. He gazed at the ancient scroll and saw the 5 hazy and imposing figures. His trembling stone body was clearly shaken. Yes, it's them. Although millions and millions of years have passed, I still remember their appearances clearly. They are the few kings with matchless battle prowess. The old golem king's expression was absent-minded. He thought of many people and matters and said to himself, peerless enemies, eternal kings. Although they have already passed away, they are still engraved in my heart. They will forever be my enemies. It was clear that he was spurring himself on. Even though the kings had fallen, he would never forget the terrifying enemies of the past. The old golem king was originally old and decrepit, but now, he straightened his crooked body and his eyes gradually became fierce. Recalling the past, he seemed to have returned to the cruel battlefield filled with blood. His battle intent continued to rise, causing the 99 stone steps to shake. The dozens of gray hairs on his head were like weeds in the wind. His stone body was filled with a demonic power. Just now, I beat you into a bloody pulp, but you still revived. However, you won't be so lucky next. What a pity for a person like you, the old golem. King's words were cold, completely different from his previous gentle appearance. Thump, 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 the old golem king continued to step forward and actually descended to the 18th stone step. Then, black mist surged around him like dozens of black rivers. They surged upwards and rushed into the sky. The endless black mist condensed into a wolf-tooth club and smashed towards Ku's father. It was not an incorporeal body. Within the black mist, there was a real wolf-tooth club. It was a flawless stone soldier, the ultimate killing weapon. Ku's father was like a sharp flower or the moon in the water, ethereal and otherworldly. He continuously flickered in and out of the sky to avoid the wolf-tooth club. Thump, the might of the wolf-fang mace was too great. It shattered the sky in an instant. No matter where one hid, one would be enveloped by its murderous aura. This was the ultimate killing weapon that had been tainted with the Stoneman King's blood. Its cold aura made even the gods tremble. It had completely locked onto Ku's father. As the black fog surged, the Stoneman King's blood dyed the eternal unknown red. Do you see it? Your ancestors' royal blood is on it. Old Stoneman King's cold voice came from the 18th stone step, like thunder rumbling. You are already old. You are no longer the unparalleled Golem King of the past. Ku's father blocked the mace with the 6 paths reincarnation and said, the stone body isn't strong enough, and you haven't reached the end of the path of the supreme ancestor god. You are not competent enough to use my ancestors' royal blood as an excuse. You can't do it anymore. Ku's father didn't say much, but each of his words was as heavy as a mountain, shaking the old Golem King's ears and echoing on the 99 stone steps. The deity's expressions changed. These words were too disgraceful. Even if they were enemies, they still couldn't insult their ancestors like this. Everyone's eyes released cold light. Woo, heaven overflowing black winds engulfed the eternal unknown. The Stoneman King's blood was like a setting sun as it surged out from the black fog and scattered towards Ku's father. At the same time, the mace smashed down, shaking 10,000 worlds. The berserk power was unimaginably powerful. This was the pinnacle of power, nothing could stop it. Even if Ku's father used the divine laws of 10,000 worlds, he still couldn't stop it. Time and space were completely destroyed as the mace smashed down. This was the terror of the Stoneman King. Pure power was enough to kill any enemy. There was no need for techniques or complicated moves. If they wanted to kill someone, it would only take a single strike. It was impossible to dodge. Walala, the ancient scroll draped over Ku's father's body soared into the sky. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers all appeared. This was no longer a painting, but the true source of the world. The divine laws of 10,000 worlds were condensed in every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every leaf. 5 majestic cudgel figures supported the heaven and earth with their palms, plucking the stars and moon. They actually stepped out and 5 waves of powerful battle energy soared into the heavens. Boom, the mace in the sky was wrapped in a boundless black mist and flew away. The Stoneman King's blood quickly dimmed and disappeared. Bang, the old Stoneman King grabbed the mace and flew out from the 18th stone step like a ghost. His speed was so fast that it caused time to become chaotic. He was like a silent specter as he approached Ku's father with the mace in hand. He was going to kill him. Ku's father let out a clear roar. At this moment, he actually did something shocking. The ancient scroll soared into the sky and shook violently, shaking the 5 majestic figures out. He took a step forward. His eyes were like the sea, a deep expanse. He quickly moved about, merging with the 5 great stone Golem King's figures. The 5 imposing figures merged with him, and then he rushed towards the old stone Golem King with the ancient scroll in hand. Borrowing the 5 sources of the great Tao, you want to raise yourself to the king realm? Unfortunately, you still haven't taken the last step. Even though you have merged the 5 great Tao seals, you still can't display the true power of a king. As the old Stoneman King said these words, the mace had already arrived. Dong, however, the power Ku's father displayed was beyond the imagination of the deities. The ancient scroll was hazy and shook the heaven and earth to block the mace. The two were like lightning. Their figures completely disappeared as they fought fiercely. The eternal unknown was no longer eternal. It was beaten until it was deformed. The 99 stone steps rumbled and swayed violently as if they were about to collapse. The great battle between peerless experts shook the heavens. This was a collision of the source of the great Tao, and even more so a clash of supreme power and matchless divine techniques. The deities' expressions all changed. Ku's father could actually fight against the old Stoneman King. This kind of method made people feel a chill run down their spines. He didn't take the last step, yet he was already comparable to a Stoneman King. Walala, the ancient scroll unfolded. It became 10,000 li long and directly suppressed the old Stoneman King, wanting to refine him inside. At the same time, all kinds of divine abilities and incantations blossomed continuously like divine flowers. Ku's father condensed 5 types of great Tao imprints on his body. His battle prowess was as vast as the ocean and had risen to a new realm. He was almost comparable to a Stoneman King. Adding on his heaven-defying methods, he was able to contend against the old Stoneman King. On the 99 stone steps, the unmatched ancestral god's expression was wooden. He had walked the path of the unmatched ancestral god. He had been silent for several civilizations and endured the torment of time. However, he was left far behind on this path. He felt a trace of regret and felt that he should have walked the path of the Stoneman King. His eyes were full of disappointment. Then, a fierce expression flashed past as he shouted, "Help the ancestor subdue the devil! Quickly kill him!" The deities were about to take action, but the old Stoneman King's cold voice transmitted over, "With me here, it's not your turn to give orders." Yes, the unmatched ancestral god immediately woke up with a start. Cold sweat immediately poured down. In the surroundings, the deities kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to say anything. "It's over." The old Stoneman King's emotionless voice shook the eternal unknown. The wolf Fang Mei swept through the sky. Pfff. Blood rushed to the sky. Ku's father's chest was smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. Nothing was left. Only his chest, which was covered in soil, sprayed out a large amount of blood as it flew out. However, he didn't seem to be in pain. His expression was calm and composed. While his blood was flying out, he opened his mouth and said, "With my heart, through the past and present, connect myriad worlds, shake the origin, and kill the Stoneman King." His broken body merged with the ancient scroll and instantly turned back to connect with the endless mysterious power to open the door to the world. Millions of laws flooded towards the old Stoneman King at the same time. Boom, after an intense collision, the old Stoneman King's wolf Fang Mei swept through the sky, shaking the heavens and the present. Roar, but at this moment, the old Stoneman King let out a roar as if he was extremely angry. This was something that had never happened since the start of the war. The upper half of Ku's father's body was shaking violently, but he was holding 10-odd strands of gray hair in his hand. He tore off a piece of the flesh that the old Stoneman King was so proud of. At the same time, he used the divine laws that had been refined in that instant to shatter the old Stoneman King's left arm. A pile of rocks fell down. Everyone's expression changed. This member of the heaven-defying clan was too strong. He directly injured the Stoneman primogenitor. The deities felt that this was unreal and somewhat unbelievable. Bang, the upper half of Ku's father's body was broken into pieces, turning into a mist of blood that was about to dissipate. At this moment, the old Stoneman King's eyes shot out 2 beams of green light. He held the wolf Fang mace in his right hand and stepped forward, wanting to destroy the bloody mist. But just at this moment, the 5 majestic figures standing at the side spun at the same time and protected the bloody mist. Walala. The ancient scroll trembled and sucked in the 5 majestic figures and the bloody mist. Then, it turned into a beam of light and charged at Xiaochen. Xiaochen grabbed the scroll and concealed himself with the Panga stone medallion. Then, he quickly fled into the distance. "You want to leave? It's not that easy." The old Stoneman King was enraged. 2 beams of green light shot out from his eyes. When his primordial spirit was attached to the light, it could see through all the secrets of the world. At this moment, even with the Panga stone medallion, it was difficult to truly conceal himself. In just a moment, the old Stoneman King saw through him. Crack! Crack! The skinny old Stoneman King's severed arm rushed out of the boundless black mist. It swept up all the shattered rocks in the surroundings and reformed his left arm. He took a step forward and instantly cut off Xiaochen's path, blocking Xiaochen's way. "Let's go." Just at this moment, Ku's father reformed in the ancient scroll and charged out with a pale face. The ancient deities carried Xiaochen and changed their direction, fleeing for millions of kilometers in an instant. Although the old Stoneman King sealed the sky in the eternal unknown, Ku's father could fight against him. Naturally, he could open it and escape from this space. The old Stoneman King was about to give chase, but he stopped. His stone eyes shot out 2 beams of light. He tore through space and took a step towards the 9 provinces. "I will not allow anyone in the 9 provinces to take the final step." The old Stoneman King's strength was horrifying. He went from the eternal unknown to the 9 provinces with 1 step and faced Luoyang City, which had a surging life force. He was like a ghost, disappearing from where he was and entering the depths of Luoyang City with a gust of black wind. He smashed the stone gate that could block the path of an ancestor god into dust with one slap, showing his might. He walked into a mysterious and strange space. There were lush green mountains and beautiful valleys. Zither music lingered in front. A dispirited man with a trace of melancholy was sitting on the ground in front of him, using his slender and white fingers to play the zither. "Guqian, why are you here? Why aren't you snatching the Dao fruit?" The old stoneman king stopped and stared at Guqian. "How can I snatch?" Guqian saw the foreign world's primogenitor and did not show any respect. I sat there calmly and did not even raise my head, continuing to play the zither. "You actually killed him." The old stoneman king's eyes shot out two beams of cold light as he stared at the lush vegetation behind Guqian. Blood actually flowed out of the forest with towering ancient trees. The forest turned to dust under the old stoneman king's gaze, revealing the corpse of a giant god. Back when Xianxia wanted to enter the heavenly realm with the medallion of the heavenly realm's emissary, this giant god had stopped him. At that time, this person and Gagan had been guarding that huge waterfall. This person was a supreme ancestor god. Although I entered the foreign world, I don't want others to humiliate my past. Guqian stopped the zither music and raised his melancholy head to stare at the stone primogenitor. "He ordered me around, so I don't want to see him again." It was rare that the old stoneman king did not flare up. He stared at Guqian and said, "Very well, there are already 2 stone golems who did not take the final step to snatch the Dao fruit. If you don't want to go, I won't force you." Speaking up to here, the old stoneman king moved like a ghost, silently leaving behind black mist. Clang, the strings of the zither trembled. A cold light shot out from the zither and cut off the path, blocking the old stoneman king's path. "Guqian, you want to attack me and block my way?" The old stoneman king's eyes immediately shot out 2 beams of cold light. The one who took the final step was the only one who did not look at me coldly back then. You all know that. The expression of this man who was abandoned by the world suddenly disappeared. He raised his head in shock and stared straight at the old stoneman king. "I don't care about others, but if you want to kill him, I have no choice but to act." "That's true. If you don't act, it will make me suspect." At this point, the old stoneman king's eyes flickered with a cold light. "But if you attack me, have you considered the consequences? My world is a sea of darkness, without the colors of the spotted waves. Any outcome is the same to me." At this point, this complicated man appeared very depressed. There seemed to be no hope or light in his heart. "Fine, if you insist on attacking, then don't blame me for being merciless." The old stoneman king's tone was very calm, but the temperature immediately dropped to the extreme. He glanced at the depths of this space and then strode forward. Bang, Guqian slammed the ground and slashed forward with a spatial crack. At the same time, the zither hummed and each string shot out a terrifying divine light that instantly drowned the old stoneman king. The old stoneman king's withered body shook violently and all of the divine lights were destroyed. At this time, Guqian's stone arm expanded to a length of 3,000 meters. It swept across the entire world and directly destroyed the black mist in front of the old stoneman king. The terrifying shockwave shook the 9 continents. Boom, the old stoneman king met it with his stone claw. The 2 clashed and a shattering sound echoed. Guqian's stone arm shattered into pieces and fell down with a crash. But at this time a new flesh arm appeared and replaced the stone arm. It drew out thousands of divine laws and forced the old stoneman king back half a step. "You really didn't disappoint me. No wonder you're someone I hold in high regard. Everyone saw you build the demon city, but they didn't know that you've already cut off the golem path and walked the true path of the supreme ancestor god." The old stoneman king stared at Guqian with a complicated gaze. Only now did Guqian slowly stand up and block the path ahead. "You really want to fight me?" The old stoneman king glared at Guqian. "I have no choice." Guqian stood there calmly. His tone was firm and unquestionable. "Fine," the old golem king stepped forward, displaying his invincible aura. His sharp battle aura caused the surrounding mountains and rivers to crumble and turn into dust in the blink of an eye. "If the heavens abandon me, the heavens can also be deceived. If the world forgoes me, it shall be destroyed. If the heavens abandon the world, the heavens will vanish. Only I stand alone. This body will never die, the heavens will be destroyed. At this time, the human devil Guqian was neither fast nor slow as he uttered these words. Once this divine law appeared, the heavens would tremble. This type of law was too terrifying. Once it succeeded in the future, it would destroy the myriad worlds in the heavens. One could see Guqian's desire and his determination, as well as his terrifying potential. There was no light in the world. The sky was covered in a gloomy gray color. The decadent life showed Guqian's state of mind. The terrifying divine law stripped away the senses of all beings. At this moment, there was only destruction and nothing else. Although it couldn't instantly destroy the myriad worlds, it still had the power to shake the eons. This divine law could be said to be world-shattering. The old stoneman king's stone eyes shot out two strange beams of light. One could see his emotions fluctuating. Black mist surged in his right hand and a giant stone wolf fang club appeared. He actually used the stone weapon to attack. One could see how much he valued Guqian. Boom, the stone wolf fang club slashed in all directions to resist the destructive power of the myriad worlds. A peerless battle force surged like a surging river, shaking the past and present. In the midst of the destructive aura, he withstood the ocean-like murderous light and destroyed the divine law. Step by step, he approached Guqian while raising the stone wolf fang club high. However, Guqian instantly hid his traces as if he had escaped into the heavens. The old stoneman king was like a terrifying specter. He was silent and unwavering as he moved forward in a certain direction. If the heavens abandon me, the heavens can also be deceived. If the world forgoes me, it shall be destroyed. If the heavens abandon the world, the heavens will vanish. Only I stand alone. This body will never die, the heavens will be destroyed. At this moment, Guqian's voice rang out once again. The destructive power became even stronger. Then, a second time, a third time. It continued to rise and fall, each time more terrifying than the last. In the end, it connected into one. It was like a chant or a curse. It was as if the myriad worlds were really going to collapse. Guqian was a complicated man with a gloomy and melancholy life and a dispirited state of mind. At this moment, his voice was like an ancient curse that resounded through the heavens. Myriad worlds trembled as it pierced through the past and present. Boom, the old golem resolutely advanced in one direction and finally swung the mace in his hand. Mist surged as his battle prowess soared to the heavens. Nothing could stop him. Guqian swept out a divine law. His body was like an ethereal phantom that gently drifted backward as if he couldn't withstand the force. Like smoke or mist, he disappeared from this world. The mace that could shatter a great world seemed to have smashed into a pile of cotton. It had the power but couldn't be exerted. It was like a powerful punch hitting thin air. The deities had also arrived at this place. Everyone was quite shocked. The demonic human Guqian gave off an unfathomable feeling, yet he could calmly face the golem primogenitor. Guqian, I didn't attack with the intention to kill you. It seems that it will be very difficult to suppress you in an instant. Whether you can live or not will depend on your fortune. Although the old golem's words were calm, everyone could hear his murderous intent. The aura of an unparalleled monarch suddenly erupted. Boom, more than half of this strange world that wasn't in the 9 prefectures collapsed. Many places directly turned into primal chaos and returned to their original state. A majestic king's aura spread out for millions of miles. The old golem king's remaining hair fluttered wildly in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. That kind of if I can't do it, who else can't? That soaring battle intent caused others to suffocate. Guqian was unmoved. His voice became louder and louder until it reached every corner of the world. Even the descending thunder from the 9 heavens was suppressed. Heaven and earth were dark and gloomy. Broken heavenly towers floated silently in the air, along with many broken weapons and countless corpses. This was a corner of Guqian's gray mental state, which had manifested into corporeal form. The old golem was like a black specter that ascended to the heavens in one step. With the mace in his hand, he swept towards the endless ruins. Boom, at this moment, this world completely collapsed. A single strike from the wolf fang mace had destroyed a real world. Nothing existed in this space that was created by a human. The terrifying old golem king had unparalleled battle prowess and matchless divine might. The primal chaos surged. In the depths of the primal chaos, there was a dispirited figure. Although he was swaying, he did not collapse. If the heavens forsake me, the heavens can also deceive me. If the world forsakes me, the world shall be annihilated. If the heavens forsake the world shall be destroyed. If the heavens forsake the world, the heavens shall be destroyed. Since the past and the present, I am the only one who stands alone. This body is immortal, the heavens shall be destroyed for all eternity. This demonic sound became the only sound in the world. It was like an invisible hand grabbing at the old stone golem king. At this moment, the skinny old golem king holding the mace seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body shook violently as if he would collapse at any moment. At the edge of the primal chaos, the deities were all shocked. They never thought that Guqian would actually be powerful to such a degree. The might of a human demon was immeasurable. In the distance, human devil Guqian coughed out a mouthful of blood amidst the surging primordial chaos. The vast voice in the world suddenly stopped. The gods were overjoyed, but their smiles instantly froze. At the same time, the old golem king's right arm that was holding the stone club shattered into pieces in the sky and fell down to the ground. Guqian, you've surprised me. The old golem king's voice was gloomy without any joy or worry. With a swoosh, his right arm reformed and the falling stone club returned to his hand. Because you're really old. Your stone body is no longer firm and perfect. You're no longer the peerless king of the past. The deities' expressions changed. Their murderous intent soared to the sky. After hibernating for countless years, I not only want to return in perfect condition, but I also want to surpass. The old golem king's withered body straightened and became even more terrifying. He pressed forward step by step and suddenly accelerated. He swung the great weapon in his hand at the primal chaos ahead. Boom, a world-shaking battle erupted. The primal chaos collapsed and reappeared. The deities could no longer sense what was happening inside. As time passed, the expressions of the people who had followed them constantly changed. Time was too precious at this moment. The old golem king was blocked here and could not break through for a while. Guqian, if you don't retreat, you'll die. The old golem king's stern voice resounded. My world has long since lost its luster and hope. To me, life is the same whether it exists or doesn't exist. It's better to end it in darkness. A dazzling light erupted from the primal chaos. Thunder rumbled in the sky, but it couldn't suppress the voices of the two. Then rest in peace. Old Golem King's killing intent was completely revealed. Even though the deities couldn't see it, at this moment, they all felt waves of fear and a chill ran down their spines. Bang, the endless primal chaos was shattered by the stone club. The primal chaos mist churned and revealed the scene inside. Guqian was sent flying. His body was shattering, but the melancholy on his face disappeared, replaced by calmness. The power of will is formless and formless. Slay the human king, slaughter the deities, annihilate the devil king. Kill, 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 kill. The old golem king didn't seem to be at ease. He immediately unleashed this peerless divine law at the human devil Guqian, wanting to destroy him. Boom, boundless demonic light drowned that place. Guqian's shattered body turned to dust in an instant. It was like a cloud floating in the primal chaos. The deities didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The old golem king's power was too domineering. His stone club could destroy everything in its path. This kind of battle prowess was something they couldn't even look up to in this lifetime. It deeply shook their hearts. Even someone as powerful as the human devil Guqian couldn't stop it, let alone them. Each of them felt a shiver. At this time, the old golem king's hollow eyes shot out two sharp rays of light. He looked at the drifting cloud and said, "You, still haven't died? Abandoned by the heavens, abandoned by the world. You once appreciated me, so I've returned what I owed you." Guqian's melancholic expression appeared in the cloud, carrying a trace of sadness, dispiritedness, and despair. He looked at the old golem king and said, "If you want to kill me, why must you be so resolute? I'm only afraid that others will be kind to me, not evil. If you had left me a chance to live, I would have already died. However, your decisiveness has produced the opposite of the desired result. If the heavens abandon me, they can also bully me. If the world forsakes me, then the world shall annihilate me." Guqian reappeared in the primal chaos. Other than being even more dispirited and melancholic, there was nothing wrong with him. Guqian, your growth has surprised me. A person who has walked the path of the peerless ancestor god has almost taken the last step. Killing you would be too much of a pity. The old golem king wielded his stone club and moved forward. I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me in your current state. At this moment, Guqian suddenly became incomparably domineering. His temperament was completely different from before. He was like a sharp blade as he walked towards the old golem king. The primal chaos trembled under his footsteps. In the distance, the deities felt their hearts beating along with his footsteps, as if they were synchronizing with his rhythm. Boom! Old Golem King raised his stone cudgel and swung it towards Guqian. Boom! This was an unimaginable collision. Guqian faced the old Golem King head-on. His gloomy life, his decadent world, and his hopeless radiance merged with the surroundings, drowning the old Golem King inside. One could see the old Golem King's hazy and skinny figure struggling, but it was difficult for him to break free from the gloomy mist. Roar! A scalp-numbing roar resounded, shaking the myriad worlds and breaking through the barriers of the great worlds. The earth of the 9 prefectures and the 4 corners of the world cracked. The old Golem King was like an unrivaled malicious spirit as he let out such a furious roar. Bang! Blood splattered as he swung his wolf-toothed club and smashed Guqian's chest, shattering half of his body. However, half of his skull had been ripped off by human devil Guqian, and he had crushed it in his hand. Guqian followed Ku's father's example and completely destroyed the old Golem King's flesh. The last dozen strands of hair and bits of flesh were turned into ashes. The deities were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. This was too shocking and beyond their imagination. A bone-chilling roar came from the old stone Golem King's mouth. He was like a wounded beast. His empty eyes were filled with boundless killing intent and emitted an ominous light that made people's hearts palpitate. He turned into a black shadow and pounced forward. He didn't use his wolf-toothed club and used his bare hands to tear Guqian's broken body to pieces. Then, he used his supreme divine abilities to completely refine and obliterate Guqian. A thick black mist completely covered Guqian's broken body. The old Golem King wanted to sacrifice Guqian alive, causing the deities to shiver in fear. However, the blood mist was hard to refine and couldn't be erased. Guqian's voice came out clearly, if the heavens abandon me, the heavens can still bully me. If the world forgoes me, it shall be annihilated. If the heavens abandon the world, the heavens shall vanish. From the past to the present, only I stand alone. This body shall be immortal, and the heavens shall be annihilated. Boom. The mist collapsed and a terrifying light beam shot out, piercing through the old Golem King's chest. Half of his stone body was almost shattered. Guqian, the old Golem King roared as if he hadn't expected such a result. Guqian's battle prowess was much stronger than he had imagined. He shouted, "Borrow the power of the heavens to refine the immortal demon's soul." He was completely enraged. No matter what, he had to kill Guqian. The endless mist once again shrouded Guqian. The gates to the heavens opened, and an endless mighty power surged forth. The human demon Gagan was like a trapped chrysalis, sealed in the weave of the mighty power of the heavens. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably powerful aura burst out from the depths of the primal chaos. The old Golem King's expression changed as he reformed his stone body. He shook the stone cudgel 9 times inside the cage before charging into the depths of the primal chaos without looking back. The deities were also shocked. They knew that the expert who was trying to take the last step had reached a critical moment. If they didn't stop him now, he would be born soon. With the old Golem King gone, the blacking mist slowly dispersed. What shocked the deities was that the blood mist didn't disperse. Instead, it slowly condensed into the gloomy Guqian. In the end, the old Golem King had used the power of the heavens and a cudgel, but he still hadn't died. He had stubbornly survived. This kind of vitality was too monstrous. Seeing him, everyone's hearts trembled. Guqian didn't even spare them a glance. He slowly walked forward and disappeared into the primal chaos. Not long after, a sorrowful zither melody resounded. This was not only a gloomy and decadent man, but also a man full of demonic nature. The deities didn't want to stay here any longer. They quickly rushed into the depths of the primal chaos to follow the old Golem King. At this time, Xiaochen and Ku's father arrived. Ku's father didn't stop and directly rushed into the depths of the primal chaos. Xiaochen stopped for a moment and asked in the direction of the zither melody, "Since you have such strength, why are you still hiding?" "The more I know, the more despair I will feel," Guqian actually answered him. After a long silence, Guqian let out a deep roar and said, "You leave quickly. I can't help but want to kill. I have already betrayed the 9 prefectures. I am a sinner for all eternity." Clang, 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 the zither melody resounded and the sound of slaughter shook the heavens. Guqian was like a demon king with disheveled hair. His empty eyes gazed at the sky, filled with despair. Xiaochen took one last look in that direction and rushed into the depths of the primal chaos. In the depths of the primal chaos, there was an enormous primeval god city that stood towering. The city walls that were continuous like mountain ridges were coiled with numerous thick vines that were like ancestral dragons, and they were dotted with divine flowers. Waves of fragrance drifted out from them, and they were filled with powerful fluctuations of life. At this moment, the old golem king had already arrived in front of the huge city. His eyes shot out 2 beams of cold light as he scanned everything in front of him. In front of the huge city gates, there were 2 piles of broken rocks. Upon a closer look, they were actually 2 golems. Of course, they were the kind of golems that didn't manage to take the final step and were smashed to pieces. A sluggish old stone tortoise was pacing between 2 piles of rubble. It swayed and staggered, as if it would fall over at any moment. The moment it saw the old golem king, the stone turtle swayed and said gently, "Chai Hua, long time no see. Did you miss your elder brother?" The gods behind immediately recognized it. It was the hateful old turtle that had smashed the foreign golem with 3 punches in the curse realm, and the Chai Hua he was referring to was naturally the foreign primogenitor. Although the old golem king's withered body really did look like a piece of firewood, the gods still felt like they were about to go crazy when they heard this. "You old tortoise, tell me yourself. Is there anything that I miss?" The old golem king's tone was cold as he stared at the old turtle. How despicable. Speaking of this old man like this, you should know that every part of this turtle's body is worthy of respect. Let me give you an example. Is it a turtle shell or a turtle tail? Can it be boiled into soup or stewed into porridge? You old piece of firewood, you're really not a good thing. The old turtle shrank back as if it felt very cold. The 2 golems of my world have been silent for 3 civilizations. Now, they're killed by you as soon as they come out. The old golem king's tone was very cold as he stared at the old turtle. Stop, it wasn't this turtle's doing. Although my surname is Wang, I've never reached the golem king realm. I'm just an ordinary turtle. The 2 of them accidentally crashed into the wall and died. The old turtle swore and pointed at the wall. Look, there are still traces of them crashing into the wall. Sigh, you can't be like this even if you can't think things through. In the back, the gods were so angry that their noses almost became crooked. The powerful golems might not have taken the final step, but they were still peak experts of this world with peak combat power. Yet, this old turtle said they were useless and that they had crashed into the wall and died. It made them want to ruthlessly cut this old turtle. Don't play the fool, I know your background. The old golem king's gaze was as sharp as a blade. What do you know? This old man has long since died. Right now, I'm just a wisp of remnant while talking to you. Then I'll completely destroy you. The old golem king pressed forward with his wolf fang club. Unless you first shatter all the heavenly steels, save your energy. This old man was born great and died honorably. This wisp of remnant will never be forgotten. The old turtle's dizzy appearance made him look like a person as he laid down between 2 piles of rubble. He crossed his legs and leisurely swayed back and forth. Facing the unparalleled king in this state, the primogenitor of this world who had reached the peak billions of years ago, was truly unbelievable. The gods all gritted their teeth with ominous glints in their eyes. Old thing, you dare look down on me. The old golem king waved his wolf fang club and was about to sweep forward. That person I raised, if you don't come out, this old man will be torn apart. Old tortoise suddenly yelled. The old stone golem king was startled after hearing the old turtle's exaggerated cry. He froze the mace in his hand in the air and looked around with his deep stone eyes. He felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the dark, like a ferocious beast staring at its prey. However, when he tried to sense it himself, he could not sense anything. This was a terrifying phenomenon. Even though the old stone golem king's heart was petrified, he was still shocked at this moment. "Old turtle, what are you screaming about?" The old stone golem king did not make a sound and continued to press forward. He pointed the mace in front of him with a surging black mist and an oppressive baleful aura. He was simply like a malicious spirit. The old turtle looked at him from the corner of his eye. He was lying on his back between two piles of rubble like a human. He crossed his legs and leisurely swayed back and forth. "Scared silly, right? When you see the real person later, don't piss yourself in fear. I advise you to run away as soon as possible." The deities behind were tongue-tied. Then, they gritted their teeth. Where did this old turtle come from? Unexpectedly, he did not show any reverence when facing the unparalleled stone golem primogenitor. He looked like he was asking for a beating. It was hard to see through him. "Where is that person?" The old stone golem king's stone eyes released cold electricity as he looked around. The evil aura around the mace let out mournful wails. "You believe this old man's casual words? Then I'll say it again. The other world is going to be destroyed, and you're going to die too." The old turtle had a gloating expression. A ferocious glint appeared in the old stone golem king's eyes. He was an aloof stone golem king and had always been looked up to by others. He had never met such a crafty old turtle who dared to tease him like this. "Don't be so angry. You're a dying man. Just like me, you don't belong to this world anymore." The old turtle glanced at the old stone golem king and said, "Let's set up a time to go to hell and drink tea together." Xianxia, who had just arrived, was speechless. This old thing dared to tease an unparalleled king like this. Setting up a time to drink tea in hell? Wasn't it just making an appointment after death? Did he really think that the old stone golem king was already dead? The old stone golem king's eyes shot out two green lights like two ghostly flames. His voice was very cold as he said, "You crafty old turtle. What's wrong? You're not even willing to go to hell to drink tea? Look at your ghostly appearance. Asking you to go to heaven to drink tea, aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of tens of thousands of people? Aren't your disciples and grand disciples plotting against the world of death? They've already dug a grave for you. When the time comes, we'll have a joyous reunion in hell." The gods were even more indignant. Old Turtle's attitude towards the peerless progenitor was the same as looking down on the entire otherworld. Buzz, the old golem king brandished his mace and swept it forward mercilessly. Whoosh, the old tortoise immediately leaped high into the air and leaped a dozen miles away. It was comparable to a lively rabbit, which was a far cry from its previous doddering appearance. "You're not very particular with your firewood stick," he said. "How can you hit me just like that? You don't have the demeanor of a peerless expert at all. Come. Let Grandpa Turtle tell you, if you want to be a virtuous and skilled expert." In the distance, the old tortoise was nagging nonstop. Towards this, the old stone-being king was like an ancient well without any ripples. The wolf-tooth club in his hand swept out and smashed forward. The primal chaos collapsed, and the archaic divine city in front of him trembled, releasing loud rumbling sounds. "There's someone behind you," the old stone tortoise shouted. "Cut the crap. It's useless to stall for time like this." The old stone-being king was unmoved and locked onto the stone tortoise. "Grandpa Turtle says that those who don't listen to the old will suffer." The old stone tortoise disappeared in front of him. However, the old stone-being king didn't even bother to chase after him. The wolf-tooth club grew infinitely larger, shattering the primal chaos like a mountain range. It pressed down on the archaic divine city ahead. That was his main target. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, divine splendor blossomed as green vines soared into the sky. 9 sparkling and translucent green vines that were like 9 dark green ancestral dragons soared into the sky from the primordial god city. Each vine was dozens of miles long and fiercely pierced through the primal chaos like a mountain range to meet the falling wolf fawn club. Boom, within. Earth-shattering explosion, the power of the entire world seemed to have been sucked dry. The primal chaos scattered in all directions, exposing the vast area around the archaic divine city. The 9 divine vines and the wolf-tooth club clashed fiercely. Endless divine light shrouded the area, making it impossible to see what was going on. Crack, the 9 divine vines almost snapped as they retreated back into the archaic divine city. However, they quickly recovered and were as good as new. Just as the old stone being king was about to take action again, the old stone tortoise's voice came from behind. It seems like this old man has no choice but to go all out. He stood up like a man with a turtle shell on his back and slowly approached the old stone being king. The old stone being king suddenly turned around and swung his wolf-tooth club at the old stone being king. He didn't want to waste any more time. Whoosh, even though the old stone being king was courageous, he still cowered at the last moment. Boom, the old stone being king changed the direction of the club and smashed it at the archaic divine city. Grandpa Turtle says, unparalleled overlord fist. At this moment, the old stone being king made his move. His voice shook the heaven and earth as his huge fist smashed down like a mountain. The powerful divine power shook the world. The deities behind all paled. They didn't expect the old stone being king's power to rise to such a terrifying level. Only Xianxia cursed silently. What unparalleled overlord fist! It was clearly a tortoise fist. Buzz, the old stone being king was like a black specter as he disappeared in the surging black mist. The wolf-tooth club pierced through the sky. Dang, the deafening sound was like thunder striking iron. The deity's ears were ringing. The old stone being king's huge fist knocked the club high into the air. Then, he sent out a second palm saber while shouting, Grandpa Turtle says, unparalleled heaven's favorite palm. The tortoise claw was like a rainbow, yet also like a saber. It reached for the old stone being king's chest, accurate and ruthless. No one expected that the old stone being king, who claimed to only have a strand of his imprint left, had such horrifying combat prowess. It was comparable to the unparalleled stone being king and was able to put the other world's primogenitor at a disadvantage. Whoosh, the wind from the palm shook the earth. The fierce astral wind scattered the surrounding primal chaos. The unparalleled tortoise claw instantly stuck to the old stone being king's chest. With the old stone being king's cultivation, he could destroy a great world with a wave of his hand. Naturally, he had reached the stage of being able to see through the past and present. There were thousands of divine laws and incantations in front of his chest. Bang, fine lines appeared on the old stone being king's chest as he staggered backwards. Ayaya, it hurts so much, the old stone tortoise cried out again and again as he swung his tortoise claw. The deities felt a bit dizzy. Such a powerful expert was actually acting like this. He was crying out in pain. There was no justice in this world. Where was the demeanor of a king? The old stone being king jumped around in place for a while before calming down. So painful, my gums hurt so much. Everyone was completely speechless. This old thing was too arrogant. They were already petrified, yet he was actually pulling out the roots of his teeth. It was truly hateful. Dong, the old stone being king brandished the club and hacked forward. He did not say anything, but his murderous intent was so cold that it penetrated into everyone's bones. This time, the old tortoise did not meet the attack head-on. He rushed towards the sky with a solemn expression as he continuously uttered ancient syllables. The call of the ancient and present, the person I raised, descend. Only the last phrase that did not form a sentence could be understood by everyone. His tortoise claw tore through space and stirred up endless mist. Bang, a stone arm clenched into a fist and rushed out of the black hole. It fiercely bombarded the club and immediately pushed the old stone being king back more than 10 steps. A headless stone being stepped out. His powerful battle prowess immediately caused the primal chaos in the surroundings to roll to both sides. It was very strange. Not only was he headless, but he was also missing his left arm. However, no one dared to look down on him. The old stone being king revealed a grave expression and said, "You were the king who shook the 99 stone platforms back then. In the end, you were split into 9 parts and escaped a calamity." The deities in the back were shocked. How could they not remember this great enemy? Back then, he was the one who made the gods of the other world tremble in fear. No one could contend against him. If he did not shake the 99 stone platforms in the end and inexplicably split up, the other world might have been in danger. "Brat, you still want the head," the old tortoise shouted at Xiaochen. Xiaochen raised his hand and threw out the half-stone bone. He was extremely shocked. The person raised by the old stone being was actually a king of a generation. In the past, he once swept through the world and was split into 9 parts. In the end, he became a treasure that all the experts of the past worked hard to collect. Bang, the half-stone bone landed on the broken stone body, emitting a terrifying sound. Although it was only a broken body, it emitted an indescribably terrifying aura. The deities all felt that something was wrong. Power of thought, formless and formless. Kill the king of men, slaughter the king of gods, annihilate the king of demons. Kill, 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 kill. The old stone being king shouted loudly. At the same time, he brandished the mace and hacked forward. He attacked with both hands. It could be seen that he attached great importance to this broken stone being. The broken stone being with only half a head did not seem to be clear-headed. However, its battle instincts were very strong. Its single arm soared through the sky, resisting the divine laws and the stone mace at the same time. The primal chaos fluctuated and disappeared. Roar, it was like the demonic sound of death, shaking the deities until their vision turned black and they lost all perception. No one knew what happened. When their vision became clear again, the old stone being king's body was mostly broken. Of course, these were all internal injuries. The broken golem in front of him was the same. It split into a few parts, and they all separated along the original cracks. Swish, the old stone being king reassembled his body and coldly looked at the broken stone being. He then glanced at the old tortoise and said, although we're at the same level, it's just a broken body. How can it contend against me? If this is all, no one can stop me from killing today. Old firewood dares to look down on us? We'll tear you apart today. The old tortoise shouted. The broken stone being didn't say anything. It silently appeared in front of the old stone being king. Its single arm shone with divine light as it unleashed millions of divine laws. At the same time, its huge fist smashed down. A terrifying shockwave spread out once again. The next moment, the deities lost their perception again. This was a battle between kings. The power was so strong that ordinary people couldn't even look at it. When they could sense again, they found that the 2 stone bodies had split apart and had just finished reassembling. If his body was intact, even 2 more of you would be crippled. The old tortoise said. At this time, the immemorial divine city shook and erupted with divine light. Ku's mysterious ancestor was finally taking the last step. Behind him, everyone's expression changed. What a pity. Since I'm here, how can I let this happen? The old stone being king wasn't anxious at all. He was unfathomable. The old tortoise revealed a surprised expression. He strode forward and stood in front of the divine city. At the same time, Ku's father stood in front of him. At the same time, the sound of zither rang out. The murderous sound shook the heavens. The human demon Guqian appeared in front of the divine city and sat there. What a pity, what a pity. Even if you join hands, it's still not enough. There's only one stone being king, and it's a broken body. The others haven't reached this level yet, so they can't change anything. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stood quietly in front and looked at the few strong cultivators as well as the dazzling divine city. The more he acted like this, the more uneasy the old tortoise felt. He said, "You're just a has-been king. Your stone body is broken and no longer strong. What qualifications do you have to talk big? Hundreds of millions of years ago, I was invincible in the world. Even the great leaders of the heaven realm had to retreat when facing me. We fought against the great kings of the origin of the 9 states, and even after I fell, I was able to come back to life. Although my vitality has not recovered, I am not someone you can underestimate." The old stone being king indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. In the past, he had dominated the world and was a peak character among the stone being kings. It was difficult to find an opponent. I damaged part of my vitality to recreate the divine laws of the past. I'll let you know what it means to be unrivaled in the world. The skinny old stone being king's words were filled with a demonic nature. No matter how many people come, it's useless. Grandpa Turtle, stop being so noisy. My teeth hurt. The old stone being king sensed danger, but he still stood at the front. Ku's father and Guqian raised their combat prowess to the limit, ready to unleash their strongest divine laws. Xiaochen, on the other hand, used the Pangu stone medallion to conceal himself and was ready to take out the divine diagram at any time. No matter how many divine laws you have, how many magical abilities you have, or how immortal combat prowess you have, you will all be annihilated. The world is a great tomb. Open the sky, split the earth, bury the human. The old stone being king's voice was very gloomy. Terrifying divine laws surged out and instantly shattered the primal chaos. The world was reopened. He was splitting the sky and earth in the sea of primal chaos to bury everyone. The old stone being king instantly reopened a world and buried all the experts. This kind of heaven-defying method was too horrifying. Open the sky, split the earth, bury the human. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens, rumbling and reverberating, shaking the gradually opened killing realm. The immemorial demon city in front was also shaking until it was about to crack. He wanted to solve all the problems in one go. At this moment, the old stone being, Ku's father, Guqian, and the broken stone being were doing their best to resist, but their bodies were becoming blurry. Xiaochen was the same. Even with the divine diagram and ancient scroll, he couldn't hold on. Dong, at this moment, in the distant eternal unknown, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the distant eternal unknown. It clearly passed through the great world barrier and reached this world. You dare, the old stone being king's expression changed. 2 beams of green light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the barrier and seeing what was happening on the 99 stone steps. An imposing figure holding a stone saber was chopping at the 99 stone steps. Apart from that, there was a huge source of light that was like a sun, shaking the heavens. Moreover, there was a lone stone arm that shook the heavens and the earth, bombarding the mountain-like stone steps. When the gods saw this, they immediately recognized that the figure was the martial progenitor, and the arm seemed to be the other half of the stone man. Xiaochen also recognized that the source of light was the source of eternity. Yan Huang seemed to be within it. The old stone being king was furious. He shouted, "I'll destroy all of you first, then kill them. Open the sky, split the earth, bury the human." These 6 words shook the heavens and the experts in front couldn't hold on any longer. They were about to be destroyed, and the divine city was also about to crack. Grandpa Turtle, prepare well, don't hold back anymore. We can't hold on any longer. The old stone being turtle shouted. Suddenly, a beam of divine light shot out from the divine city and condensed into an imposing figure holding a huge stone axe, hacking down. Boom, that aura was unparalleled and unstoppable. The axe split the sky and split the earth, shattering this heaven and earth tomb, turning the tomb back into the great world. King Pangu, it's you. The old stone being king was furious. He never thought he would meet his archenemy from billions of years ago here. Buzz, the gigantic axe that could split heaven and earth emitted a terrifying sound as it chopped towards the old golem king. That imposing figure swooped down as well. Clang, the axe and the stone staff clashed, creating a deafening sound. Crack, the old stone being king's arms were completely shattered. He was extremely furious. His eyes shot out 2 terrifying rays of light as he shouted, "Something's wrong." All of a sudden, King Pangu was invincible. He broke the old stone golem king's arms on the spot. No. The old stone golem king's eyes shone with a frightening light. However, this was not the time to be distracted. King Pangu swooped down from the sky and swung the giant axe as fast as lightning. It had the power to split the world. The old stone golem king's arms were broken. His chest and skull were under a tremendous pressure, creaking noises. He flew away like a shooting star. Like a shooting star, King Pangu turned into a beam of light and followed the old stone golem king like a shadow. The giant axe was about to land on the old stone golem king's skull. Battles between kings had happened since the ancient times. To them, time and space were no longer continuous. It could be said to be an eternal moment. The old stone golem king was flying backward. He didn't have the time to turn around and run. He clearly saw the axe falling, less than 3 inches away from his skull. Buzz, right at this moment, a dreadful buzzing noise could be heard, as if the most ferocious flying insect in the world was flapping its wings. The old stone golem king's eyes were as deep as the abyss, immeasurably deep. Gazing into them, one could even sink one's soul into them. However, in the next moment, his pupils turned green, almost evil. Two beams of dazzling light shot out. Clang, the two beams of evil green light, which could shatter the entire world, clashed against the giant axe and generated a terrifying metal clanging noise. The great world's barrier was broken, and the sound spread to all worlds. Many powerful warrior souls were shaken. Under the impact of the two beams of green light, the axe was blown up high and lost its sharpness. The old stone giant king had finally reversed the dangerous situation. Cracking sounds came from his arms, and the shattered stones were like illusory flowers that reappeared where his arms had been cut off. In the blink of an eye, the mace had returned to his hand. But obviously, he was weakened. The two beams of green light had taken away a part of his life force. To a weakened stone golem king like him, this was a dreadful consequence. "You're not the real King Pengu," the old stone golem king said as he wielded the cudgel. Now that he had finally turned the situation around, he had to take the initiative. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Boom, the Wolf Fang mace contained 10,000 divine laws. It wasn't just a powerful and misty battle chi, there were also all kinds of profound laws and divine incantations. It swept through the universe, causing this newly opened world to collapse in an instant. Chaotic light surged, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed down. He personally created a world, and then he personally destroyed it. This kind of power was shocking, but to the old golem king, it only took a single thought. But King Pengu was even more powerful. He was like a fierce tiger, roaring across the mountains and the earth. He was like a flood dragon soaring in the clouds, soaring for tens of thousands of miles with a mighty divine power. A large axe swept through the battle energy that reached into the heavens, shattering all types of divine laws. It was unstoppable. Clang, the wolf-fanged cudgel was sent flying, flipped over, and fell into the primal chaos. Crack, the sharp stone axe chopped down at a slanted angle, and a terrifying kacha sound rang out. The gods in the distance could not help but close their eyes, they could not bear to watch. King Pengu was way too powerful. The old stone golem king couldn't stop him at all. Bang, the huge axe blade cut into the old stone golem king's shoulder, producing a loud noise. Without stopping, the stone axe cut down diagonally. First, a stone arm fell to the ground, then the upper half of the body was separated from the waist. The gods were shocked. This scene was too terrifying. Golem blood sprayed everywhere, and the old stone golem king's upper body was cut in half from the shoulder. Even though the stone golem kings were made of stone, they still had blood. Even though it was a small amount, it was even more precious, as it was condensed from their essence. Of course, the old stone golem king couldn't be destroyed just like that. This was only the separation of his torso, it didn't mean anything. However, King Pengu's battle prowess was heaven-defying, so he obviously wouldn't let go of this advantage so easily. The stone axe shook, hacking towards the stone head. At the same time, the golden divine light illuminated the primal chaos, splitting it into the endless distance. The primal chaos rose and sank, splitting the world in two. Endless divine laws flickered. This was a supplementary killing law, the true killing intent of the old stone golem king. It enveloped the broken body on the ground, emitting waves of kacha-kacha sounds. Other than the head, all the hidden injuries on the old stone golem king's body burst forth at the same time. The two halves of the old stone golem king's body cracked, turning into two piles of rubble. Bang, the giant axe flashed with a cold lightning bolt, creating waves of vibrating noises as it chopped down. Even though the old stone golem king tried to block it, he still failed. Bang, the stone axe landed on his head, and the hard stone body immediately fell off. Following the hidden injuries, the head was split in half, and the stone golem king's blood splashed everywhere. Ancestor! No, ancestor! Behind him, the gods shouted. Tens of thousands of divine laws swept out at the same time, attacking King Pengu. Swish, the stone axe swept across the sky, the huge axe head was like a heavenly gate, blocking everyone's divine incantation laws outside. Dong, dong, at the same time, King Pengu's tall body strode forward, his feet landing on the two piles of rubble that the old stone golem king's body had turned into. A tremendous divine power poured out like a bottomless ocean, dazzling with a dazzling divine light. Over there, King Pengu stood proudly, like an eternal god of war, without moving an inch. He was refining the old stone golem king with his immeasurably great power, wanting to completely destroy the stone golem king of this generation. The deities had never imagined that this would be the result. The primogenitor king was an invincible existence in their hearts. But today, he was killed in such a manner. He would disappear forever, completely erased from the long river of history. This was unacceptable to them, but King Pengu's stone axe was like the gate of all worlds. It was impossible to break through it in a short time. Moreover, the old stone turtle and the terrifying 9-part stone golem also made their moves. Their battle prowess was comparable to that of kings, and the gods couldn't break through it. The two geniuses, Kuku's father and human demon Guqian, also unleashed their peerless divine abilities. They sealed the sky and blocked the magical laws and curses, like two heavenly shields that couldn't be broken through. As for Xianxia, although he did not have unparalleled combat prowess, nor did he have the unparalleled divine incantation, when the deity diagram was displayed, the misty sky was sealed, and the ancient scroll was spread out, traversing the sky. They were like two impenetrable natural moats, blocking the path of the deities. King Pengu stood tall with an indomitable spirit. He had no worries. The old stone golem king kept drawing essence energy from the two piles of rocks, slowly destroying them with his world-shaking power. The gods were going crazy. To them, this was a very terrifying scene. Essence energy kept rushing out from the two piles of rocks, which gradually dimmed. The old stone golem king was immortal, but at this moment, his soul was about to be destroyed. The old stone golem king's soul remained in the rocks, letting out a roar that made everyone's hair stand on end. Then, he roared, after billions of years of meditation, after thousands of generations of calling, I am immortal. Cross the barrier of time and return from the vanished battlefield. With the moment of eternity of my fighting soul, I, the invincible me, the soul of the past, descend once again. A demonic and mysterious power shook the entire world, broke the barrier of time, connected with the ancient river of time, crossed layers of barriers of great worlds, and even reached the lost time and space. Through the past and present, it turned the impossible into the possible. With the great power of the past, it passed on the undying fighting soul. The sky-devouring dark mist rolled, the dark clouds rolled, and the chaos retreated. This reopened great world was even vaster than before. All the dark clouds and mist surged towards the two piles of rocks on the ground. This was a strange and evil scene, full of unknown variables. The mysterious and evil power surged. Nourished by the dark mist, the two piles of rocks stopped losing their spirit power, as if they had been revived. Instead, they grew stronger and stronger. The old stone golem king was undergoing a terrifying change. The rocks quivered and slowly healed, struggling against King Pengu, who was standing above him, trying to free himself from King Pengu's giant feet. Damn it, this old bastard is coming back to life. Unparalleled overlord fist. The old stone turtle screamed. His pair of giant fists smashed over like two giant hammers, shaking the two piles of rocks. However, the dark mist surged, and the two piles of rocks were indestructible. Gradually, they shone, and many parts of his body had already healed. As time went by, King Pengu's magnificent body was fading. You're just a hollow body, not the real one. You only have a short life, yet you want to kill me? The moment I return to my peak state, no one in the world can suppress me. The old stone golem king's voice was especially cold. Obviously, he was infuriated by being smashed here. Along with a rumble, the two piles of rocks on the ground merged back together and formed a withered stone body. The group of gods was cheered up. They stopped attacking and drew back. King Pengu's body turned fainter and fainter. Eventually, the giant axe in his hand disappeared, and his body became blurry as well. Clang, a soul-shaking bang could be heard as King Pengu's silhouette disappeared. The old stone golem king's body was reconstructed, and he stood up again. He stood proudly, his stone hair fluttering in the wind. His two stone eyes were as deep as black holes, making one's heart palpitate. He had actually turned the tables from the brink of death and risen again. Such a move was truly chilling. The moment he stood up, he did not say anything. He merely swept his cold gaze forward, sending chills down the backs of the experts. Boom, he took a step forward and charged towards the immemorial divine city. At this point, there was no time to linger. Bang, the old stone turtle and the others attacked. At this moment, they would not let their efforts go to waste. Boom, but at this moment, the old stone golem king was incomparably terrifying. As if he had truly recovered to his peak state, he sent everyone flying with a single punch. Dong, 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 suddenly, terrifying sounds came from the eternal unknown. A mysterious force cut through the barrier of the small great world and shook this place. Die. The old stone golem king's voice was so cold that it made one's scalp go numb. The great world barrier was shattered by the light from his eyes, and the scene of the eternal unknown appeared clearly. The martial ancestor with the stone knife, Yan Huang in the spring of eternity, and the one-armed man had all shattered the first 3 steps. This put the old stone golem king in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Although some ancestral gods had already returned to the eternal unknown, they could not change anything. Half of a huge stone skull floated there, devouring the heaven and earth to resist the returning deities. Apart from that, there was also the 9-colored ancestral dragon. Its entire body shone with sacred light, and it was as beautiful as a mountain ridge. It circled there and shot out boundless divine laws to obstruct the deities. This was Keek's mother, and her might was not inferior to Keek's father. Kill. The old stone golem king's figure turned illusory as he broke through the obstructions and charged towards the divine city. The experts could not stop him at all. I am connected to the past and present, possessing a battle soul in the past. You guys are just sending yourselves to your deaths in vain. Connected to your head. Connected to your buttocks. This is just a self-hypnosis to forcefully burn your remaining potential. Do you really think you can defy the heavens with your tattered appearance? Do you think you're this turtle? You're far from being able to do anything. The old stone turtle threw 3 punches in succession. Although he managed to stop the old stone golem king for a short while, his strength seemed to have been sucked dry, and he no longer had the strength to attack. He sent a strange sound to the 90% broken stone golem, and then sent a voice transmission to Xiaochen. The two of them quickly rushed over. The old turtle waved his hand and turned into an eternal seal, forcefully merging Xiaochen and the broken stone golem into one. Damn this grandpa turtle. If I don't get rid of this old firewood today, I'll change my name to Toad. Xiaochen merged with the stone golem, and his combat prowess instantly soared. There seemed to be an inexhaustible divine power around him. An ancient scroll covered his body, and the 5 great Tao seals spun around him. Connected to the past and present. Just at this moment, the old stone golem king shouted. Dong. Xiaochen was separated from the stone golem in an instant. His divine power dissipated, and he was forcefully opened. You have no chance in front of me. The old stone golem king's strength made everyone tremble. Perhaps he had really turned that instant into eternity, summoning back the battle soul of the past, and recovering it to its peak state. Retreat. The old stone turtle shouted and retreated together with Xiaochen and the 90% unconscious stone golem. Grandpa Turtle, I'm the overlord. I can't become a toad without a tail. The old stone golem king gazed into the eternal unknown and revealed a merciless expression. It's useless even if you break the stone steps. If you continue to cause trouble, you'll all die. As he spoke, he had already swung his cudgel and smashed it at the divine city. Woo, the wolf fang cudgel let out a terrifying, ear-piercing whistle. Crack, crack, the walls of the immemorial divine city actually cracked before it even touched the cudgel. At this moment, he was much stronger than before. Perhaps he was forced by King Panga not long ago, and he really summoned back his true self. His combat prowess was unparalleled. The current me is not much different from how I was billions of years ago. I'm invincible in the world. You all have to die. Bang, Guqian and Ku's father, who were blocking the divine city, were blasted away. Their bodies were almost tattered, and they both suffered unimaginable injuries. The old tortoise was anxious. He couldn't work together with Xiaochen and the stone golem, and it seemed that he couldn't stop the attack. But at this time, a heart-palpitating aura suddenly erupted in front of them. The human devil, Guqian, stood up from the ground, his hair disheveled. He walked over step by step. Although he was depressed and dispirited, his invisible aura was enough to shake the heavens. Those who exist, forget. The world of mortals is boundless, vanish into the eyes. As his voice fell, the old stone golem king's figure faded and was blasted away. This was a peerless demonic human who had comprehended the divine law at this moment. His talent was outstanding and rarely seen. He had actually knocked away the stone golem king, who had almost recovered to his peak. Roar! The old stone golem king roared and stood up, rushing back. His stone hair had all fallen to the ground. He was truly angry now. Those who have passed away, remember. The moment is eternal, stay in the heart. At this moment, another terrifying aura that shook the world burst out. Kuka's father stood up from the pool of blood and yelled out a god law. Boom, the old stone golem king's faint body became clear again under this divine law, but his essence was stripped away. The terrifying divine law shocked all the deities. Ku's father was indeed a genius. Just like the demonic human Guqian, he had comprehended an even more powerful law at this critical moment. Roar! The old golem king was enraged. His stone hair actually started fluttering as if it had become flexible. The wolf-toothed club and the tens of thousands of godly laws swept towards A's father, Guqian, and the divine city in front of them. Those who exist, forget. The world of mortals is boundless, vanish into the eyes. Those who have passed away, remember. The moment is eternal, stay in the heart. At this time, the demonic human Guqian and Ku's father shouted one after another. The two's divine laws were perfectly connected as if they were one. Positive and negative, yin and yang complementing each other in perfect harmony. Bang, the old stone golem king was sent flying. His internal injuries ruptured and many stones fell. These two are very good. Behind him, the old stone tortoise's eyes lit up as he shouted, I say, well-prepared guy, you should have succeeded long ago. Thank you, everyone. I've succeeded. At this time, the immemorial celestial city shook violently as a male figure soared into the sky. At the same time, in the eternal unknown, Yan Huang and the martial ancestors group were retreating. However, as they retreated, they collected the 3 shattered stone steps. This was their ultimate goal. Who would have thought that I would let you succeed in front of me? But that's not important. The old golem king gazed at the elegant golem above the city, then at Guqian and Ku's father. You too. Very good. As expected, you two are extraordinarily talented. However, your lives will end today. There is no future for you. Then, he looked at the eternal unknown and said coldly, do you think you can learn anything by taking away a portion of the stone steps? That's impossible. Today, everyone will die. So what if someone takes the last step? It won't change anything. The 99 stone steps, he uttered an ancient syllable that no one could understand. Thump, 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 in the eternal unknown, the 3rd level 99 stone steps shook violently. Black mist filled the sky, emitting a mysterious and demonic aura. At this moment, even the heavenly realm was shaken. The big shots rushed to the sealed world passages at the same time, trying to investigate. Stop him, this was the reaction of everyone acting in unison. At the same time, the old tortoise tried to team up with Xiaochen and the stone golem again. He shouted, the situation is not good. We have to merge. The skinny old golem king stood alone in the center of the platform. His stone hair stood on end as he uttered a series of ancient and indescribable syllables that made people's hair stand on end. In the eternal unknown, the 99 stone steps shook violently. Black mist filled the sky, emitting a mysterious and demonic aura that shook the entire world. Even the heaven realm's giants were alarmed. All the experts gathered their divine senses to probe beyond the sky. Woo! In the sky, that heroic figure swooped down, splitting time and space, causing this half-chaotic world to emit a shrill sound. All the gods' expressions changed. The golem king of the heaven-defying clan was too powerful. His aura shook the world and posed a serious threat to the old golem king. Boom, that huge stone palm swooped down like a huge millstone. Its monstrous power directly shattered the barrier of the macro world. Just the aftermath alone destroyed everything here in an instant. The world that had been opened up completely collapsed, turning back into chaos. The old golem king's stone cudgel was like the fangs of a ferocious beast. It ferociously faced the sky, and the indestructible stone palm pierced through the primal chaos and smashed down with an unstoppable momentum. Bang! The Golem King of the Heaven-defying clan resisted the stone cudgel with his bare hands. With a loud bang, thousands of divine lights shot out like silver falling from the 9 heavens, sweeping through everything. Not long ago, when facing the powerful King Pangu, the old Golem King used a secret art to increase his power infinitely close to his peak. But now, it seemed to be losing its effectiveness. His cultivation could no longer be maintained at peak completion. Rumble, the stone cudgel shook continuously. Endless divine laws descended from the sky like a volcanic eruption, drowning the entire place. Clang, the stone cudgel was sent flying high into the sky, flipping over and falling into the primal chaos. With a loud bang, the primal chaos mist became hazy. Bang, the powerful Golem King of the Heaven-defying clan, Ku's mysterious ancestor, slammed down with another palm, causing the old Golem King to shake violently. At this moment, the time was up. He had fallen from the peak completion realm and was no longer the peerless king under the invincible sky. Moreover, the strange syllables coming from the old Golem King's mouth were clearly no longer smooth, to the extent where it even stopped. The powerful external pressure prevented him from summoning the mysterious power from beyond the heavens. Crash! All of the hidden injuries on the old Stone Man King's right fist shattered. Fragments of stone fell to the ground, and his entire stone arm cracked and fell to the ground. Ku's mysterious ancestor was too fast. She wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to kill the old Golem King. It was because even someone as powerful as him who took the final step and became a stone Golem King felt waves of fear. Everything originated from the eternal unknown 99 layered stone steps. He definitely couldn't let the old stone Golem King successfully summon the sinister power. Although Ku's ancestor Xian had just taken the final step, his strength was unparalleled. He went against the flow of spacetime and punched out with his huge fist. Tens of thousands of terrifying killing lights surged like waves, yet also like sound waves. Layer upon layer, 10,000 rays of light pressed forward. They were as thick and solid as layers of great world barriers. Boom, the terrifying sound caused the deity's ears to ring. It was like the beating of a heavenly drum. Ku's ancestor Xian and the old Stone Man King exchanged another blow. The terrifying collision caused a dazzling radiance to rise against the river of time and illuminate the ages. The diving ancestor Xian was sent flying into the sky. The surrounding primal chaos was completely destroyed and rolled to the sides. Meanwhile, the old Stone Man King's left arm also cracked and fell to the ground. He was sent flying like a scarecrow. I already said that he was only forcefully burning his potential. How could he summon back his past peak spirit power? The old stone tortoise seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. However, when another tremor came from the eternal unknown, he felt a terrifying pressure again. What exists, forget it. Endless worldly affairs vanish into the eyes. What has passed, remember it. An eternal moment, remain in the heart. The peerless devil Gagan and Ku's father took action at the same time. The old Stone Man King's body was sent flying. Before he could stop, he was struck by 2 divine laws. It was as if thousands of plants were sprouting and flowers were blooming in the sky. Millions of lights tore through the primal chaos and engulfed the entire area. The terrifying aura made even the deities feel reverence. Their souls were trembling. The world-shaking combination divine ability had been performed perfectly. The old Stone Man King's body instantly vanished and became blurry as if he was about to disappear. This was the deprivation of his life, the decay of his body, and the melting of his soul. The divine laws controlled by the peerless devil Gagan were working. Afterward, the old Stone Man King shook again. His illusory body reformed, but thousands of strands of essence were forcefully extracted. This was the obliteration of his spirit and the death of his divine soul. This was the most terrifying aspect of Ku's father's supreme divine laws. The devil Gagan and Ku's father were both gifted geniuses. On the battlefield of life and death, he had gained a moment of enlightenment and refined his divine laws, displaying extraordinary power. The 2 geniuses working together were enough to shake the Stone Man King. The withered body of the foreign world's primogenitor became clear again. It was blurry and indistinct. Under the attack of the 2 peerless divine laws, it constantly shook. Boom, the old Stone Man King's body emitted a thunderous sound. He was like a leather drum that was being violently beaten. His body shook violently, under the attack of the two extreme divine laws, the old stone man king was gravely injured. His body was truly decaying and not just an illusion. Bang, with a final tremor, he was sent flying in another direction before crashing heavily on the ground. Crack, crack, the sound of shattering rang out incessantly. His body was cracked and almost turned into a pile of rubble. However, after the terrifying syllables were temporarily suppressed, the ancient voice rang out once more and spread to the eternal unknown. In the eternal unknown, the 99 stone steps shook. An aura that could intimidate the deities spread out. Rumble, the primal chaos surged. Kuka's mysterious ancestor had successfully taken the last step, and the cracked city was uprooted. The Stone Man King of the heaven-defying clan held the immemorial divine city in his hand. Like a god of war, he descended and slammed the city down. Boom, the earth-shattering sound scattered the chaotic waves. This place was completely destroyed, and the primal chaos spread far away like a vast sea. Thousands of divine lights flashed. This independent space no longer existed. Everyone appeared on the land of the 9 prefectures. The earth-shattering attack just now had broken the final barrier. Everyone fell into Luoyang Divine City. The entire city immediately collapsed. Divine flame soared into the sky, and the earth trembled. This real world seemed to be on the verge of destruction. However, at this time, 9 ancient lamps soared into the sky, illuminating the entire land and stabilizing this ancient source of life. The old Stone Man King was crushed by the immemorial divine city. His body was shattered, and his divine soul was gravely injured. Finally, he could no longer struggle out, and the ancient syllables also stopped. At this moment, an intense battle broke out. The sky was filled with light. The deities took action. They couldn't just watch as the old Stone Man King was destroyed. Even someone as powerful as the Stone Man King couldn't withstand the joint attack of the deities. Fortunately, Guqian, Ku's father, and the others helped. The immemorial divine city shone brilliantly. It shook unceasingly and obliterated the unparalleled old Stone Man King. Cha-cha-cha, amidst waves of ear-piercing sounds, the sound of crushed stones could be heard. Drops of stone man blood seeped out from the foundation of the divine city and dyed the ground red. When the immemorial divine city was put away by Kuzu and held in the center of his palm, a human-shaped stone powder was left on the ground. The old Stone Man King had been obliterated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The ancestor can't die. The ancestor has experienced thousands of dangers and has existed since ancient times. How could he be obliterated? The deities were stirred up and attacked with all their might. However, a gust of wind blew past and the stone powder was blown away. It drifted in all directions and blurred the space. All of this clearly indicated that the old Stone Man King had been obliterated. His body no longer existed, and the king's stone body could not reappear. The fall of a Stone Man King was extremely terrifying. Even the Heaven Realm's giants were shocked. Someone had used a secret method to find out what had happened in the lower realm. A gust of chilly wind blew out and instantly caused the entire 9 prefectures to flicker. Guqian, Father Ku, and the Stone Man King of the heaven-defying clan all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The deities also retreated and stopped attacking. Everyone could feel the abnormality with their sharp senses and felt their hearts palpitate. The chilly wind came from the firmament. The Great World Barrier had been shattered, and the scene of the eternal unknown could be seen clearly. The 99 stone steps were approaching slowly, as if a huge monster had awakened. It emitted an aura that made even the mortal spirit realm tremble in fear. Although it was very slow, it carried a strong sense of oppression. Black mist rolled down and covered the land of the 9 prefectures. The 99 stone steps were like an unscalable demonic platform. It approached the world barrier and blocked the firmament of the 9 prefectures. Although it was no longer moving forward and was quietly hovering there, it gave off an even more oppressive feeling. Sigh. A long sigh reverberated in the firmament of the 9 prefectures like a ghost's voice. At this moment, no matter if it was Xiaochen or Ku's father, they all felt a chill down their spines. Mo Quan's danger was approaching. This was their first instinct. It surpassed the perception of the divine sense. This was an instinctive prediction of the future. As for the deities of the otherworldly realm, although they were shocked, their fear gradually subsided. They felt a familiar aura. Although I was woken up prematurely and nearly failed at the last moment, I am still alive and well, an aged voice reverberated around the deities. It was like a lethargic old man speaking while leaning on a coffin. The chilly aura was exceptionally heavy, causing people to feel a chill down their spines. The chilly aura circulated, and the deities felt a chill down their spines. Ku's father and the others had grave expressions. A gust of wind blew past, and the stone powder that the old stone man king had turned into flew away, disappearing without a trace. Unbeknownst to Ku, another stone figure appeared where he was. It was as if he had been there since the beginning of time, and no one knew when he had appeared. His stone body was very plump, unlike the old stone man king who was as thin as firewood. He was tall and powerful. Although he looked very old, and his stone skin was wrinkled like the ground had just been plowed, his body was perfectly straight. His stone hair hung down naturally, making him look very bewitching. His biological mother, another undying old man. The old stone turtle had the urge to curse. He couldn't help but stomp his feet and point at the old stone man king in front. You, which one are you? I am Lu Zhan, the ancestor of the otherworldly realm. I have been silent for millions of years, and today, I have come back to life. This old stone man king's stone body was in perfect condition without a single crack. Moreover, it was full of energy and spirit, frightening people's souls. His eyes emitted a mysterious aura. I don't care if you are Zhan Lu or Lu Zhan. How many people do you have? Who was that guy who died just now? The old turtle shouted. At this moment, he had finally fused Xiaochen and the broken stone man king after several failures. However, Lu Zhan didn't stop this at all. A chilly wind blew. Unknowingly, another figure appeared on the ruins of Luoyang City. It was as if he had always been standing there. It was actually another unparalleled stone man king. His body was in perfect condition without a single wound, his expression was calm. Although he looked old, the light in his eyes was flickering. He was full of confidence, giving others an unfathomable feeling. One died, and there are actually two more stone man kings. The old turtle sucked in a breath of cold air. Not far away, Ku's mysterious ancestor was also on high alert. Even though he had transformed into a stone man king, he still had no confidence in facing these old kings. It could even be said that he was at an absolute disadvantage. This was because these two people's bodies were in perfect condition, and their wounds had already healed. They were completely different from the old stone man king from before. This would be very difficult to deal with. You're wrong. You forgot about me. In the ruins of Luoyang, black fog surged. Behind everyone, a stoneman monarch stood there silently. Although the stoneman looked old, he appeared very cold. It was as though an ice-cold steel blade had stabbed into him. There was no need to doubt his strength. No one had sensed his arrival in advance. 3 stone man kings appeared at the same time. This was simply unacceptable and unimaginable. This kind of scene exceeded everyone's expectations. It was simply too terrifying. It was enough to sweep through the world, and no one could match Renku's power. The Heaven Realm's giants were shaken. Some people were watching all of this from some ancient passage. They also didn't expect that in that battle billions of years ago, 4 stone man kings from the other side had survived. It was double what they had expected. The fog surged, and no one could see clearly. The 3 stone man kings were already standing side by side, as if they had descended at the same time. The deities were excited, and they all wanted to cheer loudly. They never thought that there would be 3 ancestors, and their wounded bodies had also recovered. The stone man king Lu Zhan was bewitching and mysterious. On his 2 sides, there were 2 stone man kings. One was confident and powerful, and the other was cold and cruel. Both of them disdained to say their names. All these years, in order to be on guard against the sudden appearance of King Pangu's chaotic palace, Wolf Fang has always been half asleep and alert to the outside world. Because of this, he has not been able to recover his wounded body. This time, his body has been destroyed, so we must help him reconstruct his divine soul. Lu Zhan's voice was very slow, but it was not angry. The old voice shook the 9 provinces and the 4 corners of the world. The deities couldn't help but tremble. Only now did the deities know that the dead old stone man king's name was Wolf Fang. The 3 stone man kings all cut off their stone wrists. Drops of blood dripped down, mixing with the dried stone man blood on the ground. Boom, a vast aura of life erupted. The stone man blood on the ground, which had been destroyed by Ancestor Ku, suddenly glowed again. The 3 stone man kings all raised their right hands high. The heaven and earth shook, and a black fog rushed down from the 99 stone steps, covering the blood on the ground. Now that the Wolf Fang stone body is gone, it's equivalent to completely destroying your path of retreat and cutting off all means of retreat. In the future, there'll definitely be someone from my race that takes the final step on the path of the Supreme Universe Enlightened Ancestral God, and that person will definitely be you. As the 3 stone man kings finished speaking, the 99 stone steps shook. The endless black fog rolled back, and the stone man blood on the ground completely disappeared. The 3 stone man kings stood side by side, coldly looking around. This scene made people feel despair. Moreover, the 99 stone steps high up in the sky gave people a suffocating pressure. They seemed to be even more terrifying than the 3 ancestors. Even the heaven realm's giants paled at this moment. This was a scene of despair. 1 stoneman king was enough to shake the world. Now, 3 of them reappeared. One had to know that they were the unparalleled kings who fought against the origin of the 9 prefectures. They were old and had rich combat experience. They were truly unrivaled in the world. Even the giants of the heaven realm were shaken by that battle. Now, the kings of the heaven realm were even more startled when they saw these 3. Everything you've done is futile. It's useless. The bewitching stoneman King Lu Zhan was expressionless as if he was announcing the end of the world. You are too conceited. You should know that there is no such thing as absolute invincibility in this world. Ku's father stepped forward and stared at the 3 kings. The sun shifts when it's in the middle, the moon wanes when it's full. Things decline when they flourish. These are the laws of the world. Everything in the world has its imperfections, not to mention humans. You have gone too far. What is the world? If I want to, I can create the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I can destroy all realms. The emotionless stoneman king beside Lu Zhan stepped forward. Young man, you are not bad. But to us, you are still too immature. Today, I will kill a genius. Guqian stepped forward. He was a man of few words, but he stood together with Ku's father. Just now, the 2 of them comprehended the laws and merged them perfectly to fight against the stoneman king. 2 geniuses fought against this emotionless stoneman king. Now, Xiaochen finally understood what Guqian had said in the past. The more he understood, the more despair he felt. He also understood why someone as strong as him had fallen into depravity and could not truly resist. After so many years, the 9 prefectures could not only have so many ancestor gods on the surface. Even the otherworldly realms knew that the 9 prefectures had hidden powers, but they were not afraid. Fearless, with 3 primogenitors, no, for primogenitors, what was there to be afraid of? Regular ancestor gods did not know that the stoneman kings were still alive, but the supreme ancestor god and the other ancestors definitely knew. And this wasn't even the ultimate power. The 19-layered stone steps high up in the sky was most likely the most terrifying. It was the 4 great ancestors that didn't die and were brought back to life. Bang, Ku's ancestor descended and walked forward with large strides. There was no way to escape now. The 99 steps hung high up like an indestructible butcher's knife, blocking all paths of retreat. Boom, beside Lu Zhan, the stone golem king, whose eyes were flickering with a mysterious aura, stepped forward and blocked Kuzu. Xiaochen merged with the 90% broken stone statue. His combat prowess surged and soared. It felt like he had an inexhaustible divine energy around him. An ancient scroll appeared around him, and the 5 great Tao imprints spun around him. Then, he strode forward. At the same time, the old tortoise turned into a mark and circulated around like a hazy mist. It entered Xiaochen's body and firmly merged with the stone body, becoming inseparable. The bewitching and powerful Lu Zhan, with a face full of stony skin, stepped forward and said, "You want to stop me with this combination? If you're not a true king, it's useless no matter how many people gather together. No matter how many sheep there are, they can't stop a lion." This was Xiaochen's reply, filled with strong confidence. He gently swiped his palm, and the 9 provinces trembled as he grabbed at Xiaochen. At this moment, the only way out was to fight. Xiaochen used his stone body to summon the broken Great Destruction War Spear. The huge spear was like an ancestral dragon piercing forward. The true meaning of the Great Destruction War Spear was pushed to the limit. The spear pierced through heaven and earth, blocking that sharp claw. However, there was a crisp crack in an instant, and the remaining half of the spear shattered. The strong divine weapon turned into powder and vanished. All this was because of Lu Zhan's palm. This strong stone golem king's combat prowess had reached a horrifying level. Just a casual swipe was already so powerful. On the other side, Guqian and Ku's father worked together to deal with the stone golem king. Kuzu faced a stone golem king alone. The 9 provinces no longer had any life. Now, it was desolate. Although the battle was intense, it did not create any terrifying scenes. In this lifeless land, they would not accidentally injure anyone. The 9 lamps stabilized the world, protecting it for eternity. Xiaochen merged with the stone body and reached the immortal level. The ancient scroll covered him, and the 5 great Tao imprints spun around him, giving him the strength of a heaven-defying fighter. However, he was absolutely suppressed. After fighting for thousands of miles, it looked like he could not hold on any longer. The strong ancestors of this world were definitely at the peak. They were unrivaled in this realm. The imprints of those 5 people were actually passed down. Seeing the 5 great Tao imprints spinning around Xiaochen, Lu Zhan seemed to recall many things of the past. His voice was a little scary. But they are destined to perish forever. Wang, Xiaochen took out the divine painting and instantly attacked, suppressing the stone golem king. The resplendent divine painting condensed more than 30 swords. Dense killing qi burst out with dazzling light as they swept towards the sky. Bang, the strong stone golem king punched and retreated decisively. Even he was not willing to face it head-on. This was because Xiaochen was currently in his stone body state. The divine painting he took out was peerless, displaying part of its power. It was unstoppable. Lu Zhan's gaze turned cold. He had already received the report and knew that the divine painting had reappeared. He also knew that it was with Xiaochen. However, he was still very shocked. Very good. The divine painting has appeared again. Although it is still incomplete, it is already very impressive. This time, let's completely shatter it. After Lu Zhan spoke, he dodged another attack. Like an illusory flower, he disappeared from where he was. The divine painting swept through the air. Lu Zhan's hands moved, and the space collapsed. The 99 stone steps hanging high in the sky actually penetrated the Great World Barrier and sent down a beam of dark light with a rumble. This beam of dark light streaked across half of the 9 prefectures. Rivers and mountains collapsed, and streams changed directions. Everything was covered by the dark light. At the same time, the divine painting soared into the sky and met the attack. The 30 swords clanged, and sword chi pierced through the sky. There was a silent collision. The swords fell, and the divine painting dimmed significantly. It spun and returned. The dark light that streaked across the 9 prefectures also collapsed and disappeared. This kind of terrifying fluctuation shocked the giants of the heavenly realm. Just now, they felt danger. That was a strong force that could threaten them. The 9 ancient lamps flickered and healed the damage on the ground. Everything slowly recovered. The formation's growth surprised me. It seems like I have to destroy it. Lu Zhan stood in the sky. He was not afraid of the divine painting at all because the 99 stone steps were hanging above him. Whoosh, Xiao Lai pulled out the ancient scroll. 5 kinds of great Tao imprints entered it, and he attacked Lu Zhan. No, you are not a ruler after all. You cannot truly control other people's power. Lu Zhan dodged easily and appeared in another part of the sky. Then, he said in an extremely cold voice, "You also have the imprint of my world's great Tao." Good, good, good. I am lacking that inheritance. Is that so? What about me? Just then, the old stone turtle's voice came from his body. He felt an imprint that perfectly combined him with the stone man. In the next 15 minutes, he seemed to have ascended to a higher realm. The divine painting, the ancient scroll, and the imprint of the heavenly steel attacked at the same time. The sky turned hazy. This time, Lu Zhan could not dodge. In the sky, the 99 stone steps sent down dark light again. However, Lu Zhan still had to face the three great weapons. With a silent annihilation, Lu Zhan's figure disappeared inside. When everything calmed down, Xiaochen looked around. However, he sadly found that Lu Zhan was unharmed. He was standing in the distance, coldly looking at this place. I told you, if you are not a true ruler, even if you have a peerless treasure, you will not be able to bring out its power. Even the 5 great rulers could not kill me. How are you going to fight me? Lu Zhan's words were cold and merciless, but it was the truth. This was the true power of the peerless Stoneman King. Now, it is my turn to kill you. He pressed forward step by step. It is time for the 99 stone men to completely reassemble. The old turtle's voice came from Xiaochen's body. Wu, in the distant sky, an arm and half a stone bone rushed over. They went against the flow of time and arrived in front of Xiaochen in an instant, merging with him. Boom, the monstrous battle prowess soared to the sky. At this moment, the stone body could be considered complete. You want to kill me? When Xiaochen raised his hands and feet, he felt boundless energy fill him. He shouted, "Come and try killing me." Holding the divine diagram and the ancient scroll, he also rushed forward. Several thousand miles away, Guqian and Keek's father's bodies were shattered, suffering unimaginable injuries. Even though they were talented, they could not even protect themselves when facing the unharmed Stoneman King. These 3 primogenitors were incomparably strong. Not to mention Guqian and the others, even the giants of the heavenly realm felt a chill. On the other side, Keek's mysterious ancestor was also blasted away. The Stoneman King caught up to him and punched him into the sky. Blood splattered all over his body, he was severely injured. PFFF, after fighting for a long time, Xiaochen sadly discovered that he was still not Lu Zhan's match. The otherworldly primogenitors had reached the peak of the Tao and could not be defeated. Why does the 99 stone man not have a heart? He spat out a mouthful of blood and asked the old turtle in his body. Now, a powerful Stoneman King was urgently needed, not this combination. He lost himself and only has a body left. The old stone tortoise seemed to be very sad and helpless. Boring. You can't compare to the primogenitors of the 9 provinces. Killing you today does not give me any sense of accomplishment. Lu Zhan and the other 2 Stoneman Kings decided to kill and end everything. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too huge. The battle was one-sided. They could not feel the passion of fighting. An ant with a divine weapon. Do you really think you can kill a giant? I'm afraid you can't even wield a divine weapon. Lu Zhan's voice was cold but mercilessly realistic. Xiaochen looked at the divine diagram and the ancient scroll and felt very uncomfortable. Before absolute strength, even if he had a heaven-defying killing weapon, he could not change the result because he could not hit the other party's body. The 3 otherworldly primogenitors stood side by side. At this moment, they all raised their palms mercilessly, preparing to press down and end everything. Suddenly, an extremely oppressive aura burst forth. The 99 stone steps in the sky shook violently. Everyone looked up in shock. They saw a huge divine palace break through the barrier of the great world, streaking across the sky like a resplendent comet. At this moment, the 3 primogenitors and the giants of the heavenly realm were all stunned. He's here after all. Lu Zhan shouted. Ignoring Xiaochen and the others, he rushed to the 99 stone steps with the other 2 primogenitors. A loud sound shook the sky. A huge stone axe appeared in the sky and slashed at the 3 primogenitors. Boom, the divine palace crashed into the 99 stone steps. Rumble, the world was vast. The horrifying energy rippled through all the worlds. The heavens shook and the heavenly realm seemed to have an earthquake. The giants of the heavenly realm all used their strongest techniques to look at the 99 stone steps. They wanted to discover the ultimate secret. King Pangu. The 3 primogenitors shouted. The divine palace and the stone steps crashed into each other. Boom, the divine palace broke into pieces. The 99 stone steps also collapsed. The eternal unknown was no more, countless broken stones fell down to the 9 prefectures. At this moment, all the giants of the heavenly realm were shocked because they saw the end of the 99 stone steps. This was a terrifying scene. The eternal land no longer existed. It was completely destroyed. The giants of the heaven realm looked at each other in shock. They gazed at the end of the 99 stone steps. Through the thick black fog, they saw withered celestial trees and endless ruins. And this was just a corner of the strange world revealed by an open door. At the end of the 99 stone steps was a huge altar. On it was an open stone door. One door connected to another world. After the palace collapsed, a mysterious altar was revealed. There was also a stone door on it, but it was tightly shut. King Pengu carried the divine palace and streaked across the sky. Like a comet shaking the earth, he crashed into the 99 stone steps, causing the palace and the steps to shatter into pieces. Mountain-sized rocks fell to the 9 prefectures continuously, rumbling and shaking the earth. Endless black clouds surged and spread everywhere, mysterious and demonic. King Pengu, you are seeking your own death. Lu Zhan and the other 2 stone golem kings were enraged. They lost the calmness of their ancestors. The 3 kings went against the heavens. Buzz, the huge stone axe trembled. The axe blade vibrated at a high frequency. Blades of light swept across the surroundings like lightning. Finally, the blades of light connected and sealed the sky of the 9 prefectures. The 3 stone golem kings either attacked with godly rules or swept out with unparalleled battle strength, shaking the sealed sky. The 9 prefectures were in chaos. If it weren't for the 9 ancient lamps burning and freezing this world, this space would have been destroyed many times over. The terrible consequences caused by the fight between kings were incalculable. The giants of the heaven realm were all shocked. What kind of world was behind the 2 stone doors? What was the relationship between the 9 prefectures and the otherworldly world? There were 2 similar stone doors at the origin of these 2 races. One was tightly shut, and the other was open. Anyone who saw it would have strange associations. Billions of years ago, when the otherworldly world fought the 9 prefectures, was it also related to this origin? At this moment, the sky of the 9 prefectures was torn apart. The 3 kings soared into the sky and broke the seal of heaven and earth. King Pengu, back then, your 6 ancestors fought against my 8 ancestors. 5 died and 1 was injured. You have been gone for so many years. Today, you have finally appeared. It is time to end everything. Lu Zhan stood in the middle, his stone body tall and straight. A mysterious and demonic aura spread around him. As for the other 2 kings, one of them had a dreamy glow in his eyes, making him seem confident and powerful. The other was cold and cruel, like a sharp knife stabbing into the air. I've been waiting for you guys in the heaven realm. It's a pity that you guys never ascended to the heaven realm. Otherwise, everything would have been settled long ago. King Pengu was tall and strong, standing in the sky like a giant. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he looked righteous and heroic at the moment. Holding a stone axe in his hand, he intimidated the world, and even the gods in the distance couldn't help but tremble. That's because we've always been looking for a sharp change, and have yet to prepare to ascend to the heaven realm. Lu Zhan's words alerted the heaven realm leaders. These 3 primogenitors were probably powerful enough to dominate the heaven realm. If they were to fight alone, almost no one would be able to compete with them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the sacred battle ancestors. They had a wealth of battle experience and had personally experienced that unparalleled battle. There were many stories about that battle in the heaven realm, and they all thought highly of it. The 3 of them were powerful enough to ascend to the heaven realm and intimidate everyone. However, they never ascended to the heaven realm. They must be plotting something big. The 99 steps are broken again. The 3 primogenitors were obviously enraged. Lu Zhan stared at King Pengu and said, "But, you can't change anything. Seeing a corner of the world behind the stone door has satisfied your desire to explore, right? I think you can die now." Lu Zhan pointed at the high door, his eyes shining with a bright light. The black mist was surging, and the murderous aura spread across the 9 prefectures. Xianxia and the others had already soared into the sky, joining hands with King Pengu to fight against the 3 primogenitors. However, Lu Zhan didn't care at all. He uttered a series of strange syllables, and at the same time, the other 2 stone golem kings moved their hands and locked their fingers together, as if they were performing some kind of summoning and praying ritual. Nothing can be changed, and the tragedy will repeat itself. This was Lu Zhan's cold declaration after uttering the ancient syllables. Let's end it completely. Bang, at the end of the broken 99 steps, a tremor was generated. On the tall altar, behind the strange stone door, the black mist had been surging. At this moment, even the Heaven Realm great leaders who were watching felt a great pressure. In a trance, it was as if they could see through the black fog and see a demonic figure condensing behind the fan. The expressions of the gods changed. What kind of creature was that? Or, what kind of power was that? Dong, the 99 steps quaked, as an invisible pressure descended from the top. King Pengu's expression finally changed. Back then, when he was fighting in another battlefield, he never understood why none of the 5 primogenitors survived. But now, he realized something. There was a mysterious power behind that door. There was a door like this in the enormous palace, but it couldn't be opened. He wielded the stone axe and shook his body. All of a sudden, the divine pattern inside Xiaochen's body quivered and flew out by itself. It floated above King Pengu's head and spun mistily, as if it had seen its family. Seeing this, the 3 primogenitors hurriedly stopped it. The pattern was completely different in King Pengu's hands than in Xiaochen's. They kept making strange noises, as if they were summoning something. The high and mighty stone door suddenly shook, as if a great flood or ferocious beast was about to rush out. King Pengu dodged the attacks of the 3 primogenitors. With a loud shout, he took out the divine pattern and turned into a beam of light, darting towards the open stone door. Damn it, the eyes of the 3 primogenitors were cold. It was impossible to stop him. In King Pengu's hands, the divine pattern was truly resurrected. It had a life of its own. It shone with a brilliance that even the powerful beings in the heaven realm changed their expressions. It grew larger and larger, covering the entire sky. Then, it tore towards the stone door. At the same time, the demonic silhouette inside the door stepped out, bringing with it billowing smoke and falling down like a black curtain. After a soundless collision, the 9 continents shook, the heaven realm shook, the death realm shook, and all the worlds shook. The ancient times were connected in an instant. At this moment, everything became blurry. Nothing existed anymore. It was as if all the ancient times and worlds had been completely destroyed. No one could see clearly. They even thought that they didn't exist anymore. At this moment, everyone's thoughts stopped, not to mention their senses. They didn't feel anything, just like dead trees. Boom, after an unknown period of time, the collision finally ended with such an earth-shattering noise. The gods woke up and looked up at the sky. The divine pattern dimmed and fell down. The stone door closed as well, leaving only a crack, from which thick black smoke gushed out. No, it can't close. The 3 ancestors rose into the sky, but at this very moment, King Pengu activated the divine formation with his spirit power once again. The dim formation buzzed thunderously and shone with a dazzling light, covering the stone gate. Once again. Bang, this time, it wasn't a soundless collision. Instead, it was a violent tremor that shook all the worlds. The divine pattern, which had taken so much effort to gather together, shattered and fell in all directions, sinking into the ground in an instant. At the same time, the demonic silhouette inside the stone door faded, and the stone door closed with a rumble, locking it inside. How could this be? The 3 primogenitors were furious. At this moment, a giant from the heaven realm suddenly descended. Thousands of divine rules and tens of thousands of beams of divine light swept towards the stone door. It was an endless sealing power. No one expected that the giant from the heaven realm would suddenly make a move. It was the voice of the stone corpse. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? If you don't seal this door now, when will you?" No one expected that this ruthless old corpse would be the first to make a move. After all, he had always been the kind of person who hid in the back and rarely took the lead. Do you still not understand? Once this door is opened, there will be endless chaos. The stone corpse roared, "You've always been curious about my origin. I exist with the world, but I cultivate it as a corpse. You've always wondered where I came from, but even I don't know where I came from. Today, when I saw this stone door, I finally understood that I was a corpse that fell out of that door. Later on, I gained intelligence and cultivated to my current realm. The stone corpse that existed with the world had always been a mystery. Even he himself didn't know. Now, he finally had a vague impression. Hearing this, the deities of the heaven realm were shaken. The giants descended one after another and used all kinds of divine techniques to seal the stone door. The three primogenitors were furious. Their roars shook the sky. Lu Zhan was the first to rush up. He swept away the giants with one punch. His tyrannical power was fully displayed. Woo, a strange howl resounded. The energy of the death world surged forward like a great river and rushed towards the stone door. A mysterious expert had made a move. Not long ago, the terrifying aura of the stone door had alarmed the continent of the dead. In fact, the moment the stone door was closed, it was already very difficult to open it. The giants of the heaven realm didn't know that they were frantically sealing it. This naturally made the three primogenitors even more furious. The mysterious expert of the death world also appeared. A chaotic battle immediately broke out. The kings were fighting. Dong, King Pangu trapped the broken divine palace in the sky, and also tightly guarded the stone gate of the altar, in case it was accidentally damaged. At this moment, Xiaochen held the stone key in his hand. He was excited. Perhaps this stone key had something to do with the two doors. Go! King Pangu shouted to Xiaochen and the others, follow the giant palace and enter the heaven realm. He used the giant stone axe to split the space and directly cut through the barrier of the big world that separated the heaven realm. What kind of power was this? Bang, he first sent the shattered palace into the heaven realm. Then, he sent Xiaochen, Kuzu, and the others in. King Pangu, don't worry about me. It's very easy for me to retreat. Don't get involved in this whirlpool. This place is out of control. King Pangu's response represented a chaotic battle between the strongest experts. If Xiaochen and the others stayed, they might really be in danger. Even though Kuzu had successfully taken the last step, he might not be a match for them. After all, he had only been the Golem King for a short period of time. The three primogenitors could be said to be unrivaled. They directly rushed up the broken 99 stone steps and stood in front of the stone door, scanning the surroundings. They kept chanting, and finally, a pair of eyes appeared on the stone door. They had no pupils, but they emitted a bright light. The black fog around them surged, and only that pair of eyes shot out an unusually dazzling light. It looked extremely strange and mysterious. That was a pair of eyes that reflected through the stone wall. The three primogenitors became more confident. The broken stone steps shook, and the 99 stone steps reappeared. It was as if a mysterious force was making it grow again. The three kings stood on it, crushing the other kings. This was an earth-shattering battle. No one knew the exact result of this battle. They only knew that one of the heaven realm's giants fell in the 9 prefectures, and the 99 stone steps fell into the heaven realm. After the giants who participated in that battle returned to the heaven realm, they did not talk about that day's battle. However, they were all searching for something in the dark. Until 800 years later, the gods in the heaven realm gradually heard that some giants were secretly searching for all kinds of secrets and past events in the heaven realm. Many of the legends that were thought to be absurd were also secretly investigated by the giants. They seemed to be searching for the truth of history, and also seemed to be collecting many clues to find something. Later on, almost all the giants in the heaven realm were on the move. The gods felt that something was wrong. Did you guys know that the heaven realm has an even more glorious past? The current kings are searching for that secret to find something. That's right, I also heard that 800 years ago, they seemed to have discovered something after descending to the heaven realm. Rumor has it that the heaven realm has a few great historical remains with precious treasures hidden inside. They are searching for the historical legends. Could it be that they are searching for the precious treasures in those historical remains? Wrong, they are searching for a vaster world. A dusty period of time, a world shrouded in a mysterious veil. That is the reason why they are searching. The gods of the heaven realm discussed spiritedly. They all wanted to know what the kings were searching for. Many of them had their own opinions. Time flew, and in a flash, another 2,000 years had passed. It had already been 2,800 years since that battle. Too many things had happened during this time. However, all of this had nothing to do with Xiaochen. 2,800 years ago, after he, Kuzu, and the others were sent to the heaven realm by King Pengu, they tried to open the stone door with the stone key. However, they failed. There was no keyhole, so there was no way to open it. After that, everyone parted ways in the heaven realm. He had been in closed-door training until now and had just woken up. For many years, there had been rumors of the king searching for the historical legends in the heaven realm. There were many speculations among the gods. The heaven realm that we know is just the tip of the iceberg. 2,800 years later, as one of the people involved, the heaven realm's giant stone corpse finally loosened his mouth and said such a thing. Digging up history, searching for the remaining hidden clues of the past, what were they trying to do? Xianxia had been in closed-door training for 2,800 years. When he woke up again, he found a few fluctuations left behind by his father and the others. After looking through them, Xianxia decided to return to the 9 prefectures and leave the heaven realm temporarily. 2,800 years later, Xianxia returned to the 9 prefectures again. He was in a daze. What he saw before him was full of vitality. The mountains were verdant, apes cried, and tigers roared. It was completely different from when he left. This was a pure land filled with the aura of life. However, he did not know what kind of creature was the master of this land now. That is, a dragon. Just at this moment, Xianxia suddenly discovered a dragon. He quickly chased after it, but he soon stopped because he saw a human figure moving on the horizon. A city was faintly discernible. That dragon disappeared into the forest. At this time, Xianxia saw the silhouettes of people on the horizon, as well as the huge city. In the blink of an eye, 2,800 years had passed. Too many things had happened in this world. The human race had been completely wiped out, and new races had appeared, becoming the new masters of this land. However, this was not the result of natural evolution. Instead, it was intentional by the otherworld. The new races had all appeared in history before. Their origins had not completely disappeared. There were still living bodies in the otherworld. Now, the otherworld was like hurting them, allowing them to reappear in the 9 provinces. Xianxia walked forward and saw beastmen. They could be said to be half human, half beast. They had the bodies of humans and the characteristics of wild beasts. For example, the werewolf race had wolf ears. When necessary, their fingernails could grow into sharp wolf claws. A huge wind blade swept over. Xianxia gently blocked it, and the wind blade immediately shattered. However, the shattered energy instantly condensed into a huge wolf that pounced at Xianxia. This surprised Xianxia somewhat. The hostile werewolf in front seemed to have extraordinary talent in controlling divine energy. Who are you? Could it be that you are from the celestial race? That strong werewolf was on guard, ready to attack at any time. Xianxia stared at this werewolf and said, thousands of years later, no, 10,000 years, or even 20,000 years later, if you are still alive, you will know who I am. He could already tell that this werewolf was the strongest wolf king in this territory. Furthermore, his talent was extraordinary. If he could survive, he might be able to break through to half a martial ancestor. He might even become an ancestor god. Of course, this was just a possibility. Even if there was a 10% chance, it would be several tens of thousands of years later. Who exactly are you? Be a good wolf king. Strive to become the greatest king of your race, or even the entire beast race. That way, you might be able to participate in a battle that is destined to happen one day. Xianxia said this with some sadness. When this race rose up, did they know that their demise had already been arranged by others? The cycle would repeat itself again and again. Did the ancestors of the human race also experience something like this? Did a race that was about to be destroyed suddenly appear in front of them and give them a sorrowful warning? What are you saying? This somewhat extraordinary wolf king looked at Xianxia warily. He revealed a pensive expression and said, please speak more clearly. There are some things that I can't change even if I tell you the ending. Develop your race well. Although Xianxia felt sad, he laughed at himself in the end. Facing this little wolf king, what was the point of saying so much? Would it be possible for him to see it again? Perhaps, after hundreds of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, he would have already turned into rotting soil. Within the territory of the wolf tribe, there were a few cities that were very simple and crude, indicating that their current living conditions were still very primitive. Xiaochen drifted through the city like a cloud. He was like a ghost, quietly watching all this. He was just a passerby, he did not want to change anything, nor could he change anything. Before the wolf race could react, he had already left this place. Soon, Xiaochen passed through the vast land where the beastmen lived. Along the way, he saved a fox girl and personally met with the kings of the other beastmen races. He felt very disappointed. Only that fox girl and the wolf king had extraordinary talent. Although the others could be considered outstanding, even if they were given 10 million years, they would not be able to advance to half-step martial ancestor, much less ancestor god. Xiaochen left in disappointment. His next stop was the celestial race's territory. He had high hopes for this legendary ancient race that had reappeared in the world. The celestial race resided in the central plains. They were indeed a strong race. While waiting for the right time, they occupied the most fertile land. When Xiaochen arrived at the celestial race's territory, he could see a majestic city from afar. They had developed very quickly, much faster than the beastmen. I wonder if the celestial race's old antiques survived. If they knew that their race had reappeared in this land, would they be sad or happy? Xiaochen muttered to himself. The celestial race looked very similar to humans. However, all of them had a third eye. That was the crucial part that gave birth to innate magic skills. Naturally, it varied from person to person. As their strength increased, their third eye would give birth to all sorts of different magic skills. Xiaochen walked into this city and looked at the flourishing race. His heart filled with hope because he could sense the strength of this race. If they developed, how strong would they be? In the celestial race's capital, Xiaochen discovered a half-step martial ancestor from another world. Although it was a seventh heaven, it was nothing to the current Xiaochen. If he wanted to, he could easily kill it. However, he did not do so. Killing a half-step martial ancestor would not change anything. If an ancestor god with limitless potential were here, perhaps he would have the impulse to attack. That half-step martial ancestor was actually teaching the celestial race all sorts of divine law curses and combat techniques to promote their development. Xiaochen was like a spectator, quietly watching all this. He could sense that the other world seemed to be in a hurry this time. This cycle might not last long and would end very soon. It was like he could already see the end of the celestial race. This time, Xiaochen did not do anything. He only observed silently for 10 years. During this process, he went to every region of the celestial race and selected several hundred outstanding talents. If possible, he wanted to take root in this race and silently teach them. However, he was disappointed in the end. The starting point of this strong race far surpassed the other races. Even the dragon race could not compare. However, he discovered a fatal problem. The starting point of the celestial race was very high. However, after developing to a certain stage, their advantage was no longer that obvious. The outstanding talents could quickly reach the immortality realm. However, after that, they lacked creativity. The starting point was very high and they were very strong. However, they lacked creativity. This was fatal to a race. Perhaps it would not be that difficult to break through to the half-step martial ancestor realm. However, if they wanted to advance further after that, it would be extremely difficult. Perhaps the heavens were fair, giving them a very high starting point. However, they created flaws later on. Overall, they were not perfect. In the end, Xiaochen only managed to place a seal in the minds of the 100-odd outstanding talents. There were all sorts of secret techniques they cultivated and everything that happened in this world since ancient times. If they could break through to the half-step martial ancestor realm or above, the seal would naturally open. They would learn all sorts of secrets and past events. It was not a perfect seed, but he still had to sow some. After that, Xiaochen arrived at another region. He entered the territory of another mysterious and nearly perfect race. The fairy race was a race with slender figures and nearly perfect appearances. They were exceptionally beautiful. They lived in the forest and had a peaceful temperament. They liked peace, like hermits. Xiaochen found this race within a picturesque mountain forest. He savored the divine liquid that flowed out from the tree of life and calmly observed this race. Disappointment was written all over his face once again. This race's starting point was still very high, comparable to the celestial race. They were natural-born magicians and had a long lifespan, so they had enough time to cultivate. However, their creativity was not as good as the celestial races. The mysterious and powerful race of the past has reappeared in this world. I have the opportunity to observe them up close. However, none of them are perfect. After Xiaoqian's disappointment, he regained his calm. Everything in this world was traceable. It was impossible for everything to be perfect. However, he still left behind a seed of hope, placing a seal in the hearts of the 100-odd fairy race. Finally, after visiting a few more races, Xiaoqian arrived at the gathering place of the dragon race. This was a strong race. However, there were not many of them, only about 10,000 of them. Xiaoqian had a special feeling for the dragon race. Even though they were not the strongest race, he had left behind thousands of spiritual marks and sealed them within this race. After doing all this, Xiaoqian sighed. Once upon a time, he had also lived in this world. However, after 2,800 years, everything had changed. This was already his era. More accurately, it was not the era of the human race. The strong races of the past had reappeared. However, the human race was missing. 3,000 years ago, this world still had his friends, as well as his enemies. However, 3,000 years later, with the passage of time and the vicissitudes of life, everything had changed. The people who fought with him in the past had already turned into soil. The people who drank and chatted with him in the past had already turned into skeletons. The human race had perished. Now, he was the only one left in this world. This was a kind of speechless loneliness. The world was huge, but there was no home for him. Xiaoqian stood on top of a tall mountain and looked into the distance. A gentle breeze blew past, messing up his black hair and even his unmoving heart. Everyone was gone. Even if they were his enemies in the past, it was fine to resurrect one of them. As long as they were humans, even if he had an irreconcilable hatred, if he could resurrect a few of them and reappear in front of him, he would be able to forget all grudges with a smile. Gone, they no longer existed. Everyone had turned into skeletons. There was no way for them to revive again. Lawrence, Chenfeng, Crisis, Oxman. One by one, their lively faces appeared before Xiaoqian's eyes. However, only his lonely self remained. There was also Ku, that pitiful little thing. As Xiaoqian recalled the past, his eyes felt somewhat blurry. However, in the end, there were no tears to shed. Only some mist drifted away from his eyes. Finally, Xiaoqian walked from the east of the continent to the Yong province of the past. He walked from west to east, as if he was reminiscing the past for the last time. The people of the past were buried on the ground under his feet. After hundreds of thousands of years, who was who? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Who could say where the people of the past were? The grass was so green. Perhaps there was the flesh and blood of his old friends under its roots. The pool was so deep. Perhaps there were bones of heroic spirits at the bottom. The ancestral dragon village had vanished without a trace. Xiaoqian already knew this would happen. He remained silent. He had no clue whether his parents were alive or dead. He did not know where the ancient village went. Xiaoqian stood there quietly for 3 days. Then, he left. However, when he passed by the original dead city, he thought of Ku. The scene of her holding a bamboo basket and burning joss paper for him in the past, worshipping him. This made his heart, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, sour. Xiaoqian suppressed his sadness and soared into the sky, leaving the 9 provinces that made him feel uneasy. As Xiaoqian traveled through the 4 realms, he discovered that these 4 realms had not changed much. There were still no living creatures. Xiaoqian heaved a long sigh and bade farewell to the 9 provinces and the 4 realms. Then, he entered the world of death. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Back then, did the otherworldly ancestor god really exterminate all the cultivators near the divine village? Could it be that no one managed to escape that calamity? Xiaoqian wanted to search the continent of death. Perhaps there might be a final surprise. Xiaoqian entered the world of death. When he passed the divine village, his expression turned sluggish. In the past, he had already stripped off that piece of land and buried it in the 9 provinces. However, from the looks of it now, this place seemed to have been submerged by someone, forming a huge burial mound that looked like a mountain. Who came to bury this place? Did someone really survive? Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to check but did not discover anything. Then, he headed for the depths of the continent of death. He passed by the young female sovereign city. That place was already destroyed long ago. The old skeleton emperor and Lord Ji were nowhere to be found. It was unknown whether they were still alive or not. Did Beyond Sky, Outsider, Yingxiong, and the others pass away? According to the prophecy, they were going to merge with the great might underworld king and offer sacrifices in the heavenly palace of death. Xiaochen muttered to himself as he headed inside. However, he did not encounter that deathly fog again. This also meant that he could not find the heavenly palace of death and could not find the great might underworld king. Su Tian, I'm looking for you. In the depths of the continent of death, Xiaochen shouted loudly, shaking the surroundings. However, no one replied to him. The depths of the world of death were quiet. Further in, there were many obstacles. Even for the ancestor god, it was extremely dangerous. Is the young female sovereign Qing? She and the 3 skeletons entered the depths of the world of death. It has been so many years and they have not returned. Is she all right? You're here? Just at this moment, in the depths of the continent of death, in a snow-white sea of bones, Taoist Su Tian's figure appeared. He looked at Xiaochen and said, "Unfortunately, you lost the formation diagram." After colliding with the stone door at the end of the 99 stone steps, the divine formation shattered and sank into the land of the 9 prefectures. Su Tian, I'm not here to find you to fight against your strong enemies. I want to ask you, did anyone in the Sun God village survive? I don't know. The continent of death is so big. How can I know everything? Perhaps someone survived. When the ancestor gods of the other world entered this world, they encountered many strong creatures in the depths of the continent of death. They suffered significant losses and retreated helplessly in the end. Did you see a young female sovereign enter the depths of the continent of death with the 3 skeletons? Xiaochen kept asking questions. He wanted to know too many things. I did. However, that young female is not simple. She is no longer a sovereign. She has already advanced to the ancestor god realm. Xiaochen was startled. He asked, "Can you bring me to that place?" That's impossible. The deepest part of the continent is the forbidden zone of death. You will never be able to return from there. Over there, you will see many dilapidated immemorial devil cities. If you want to go there, I won't stop you. But right now, I can't be distracted and go there. In that case, I'll go by myself. Su Tian shook his head and said, I advise you to stop. There are people eagerly waiting for you to deliver yourself to them. You should know that in the final battle 2,800 years ago, there were sovereigns of the world of death who attacked the end of the stone steps. Someone noticed you. They are very interested in the divine formation. The mysterious and powerful Su Tian was very cautious today. He didn't want to enter the forbidden zone of death at all. He seemed to have all kinds of apprehensions. Even someone as powerful as him was so cautious. It was easy to imagine how mysterious and terrifying that place was. I advise you to go back the way you came and collect the divine diagram again as soon as possible. That is the most important thing. Hearing this, Xiaochen became silent. He really wanted to go to the depths of the world of death, but he understood that what Su Tian said made sense. The divine diagram was very important. Ku's father and the old tortoise had warned him in the heaven realm to endure after returning to the 9 prefectures and find a way to collect the formation diagram again. Humans can't always do whatever they want. It seems like I have no choice but to return to the 9 prefectures. What he needed to do now was to increase and consolidate his strength. He needed to be strong enough to fight against the Stoneman King. Do you know how to condense the formation diagram? Su Tian asked. I need to figure it out slowly. Xiaochen naturally couldn't tell him. I know a little. The formation diagram was once the might of the world of death. Later on, it was condensed on the sword, speaking until here. He paused and didn't say anything more. Oh, you know the details. Please tell me. Xiaochen's expression changed. This was a huge secret of the world of death. If it was spread out, it would probably shock the world. Su Tian seemed to be deeply moved. He put his hands behind his back and sighed. Hearing what he said, Xiaochen became even more curious. The extremely powerful formation was condensed with unparalleled might, as well as the complicated and profound Taoist seal. Until now, he was still unable to truly understand it. If someone could provide him with some clues, it would naturally be of great help to him. Do you know about the 9 lanterns? Do you know about the heavenly steel? Su Tian's eyes looked dreamy. He seemed to be thinking of something very important. His expression was very solemn. Of course I do. Hearing what he said, Xiaochen felt that Su Tian knew something. The 9 lanterns carried too many secrets, and the heavenly steel was even more mysterious. Moreover, all the signs indicated that it was related to the divine diagram. Then the 9 lanterns and the heavenly steel are, speaking until here. Su Tian paused. His eyes were like 2 blades as he scanned the depths of the world of death. Bang, the void was instantly pierced by 2 golden beams of light. The beams of light cut through the sky and actually bloomed with a dazzling brilliance at the end of the earth, illuminating that place. A towering city of the dead appeared clearly before their eyes, and it seemed as if it was very close. However, they could obviously infer that the enormous city of the dead was at least 10,000 kilometers away from here, and this was merely something that Void Sky had manifested with his great divine ability. A stone man undergoing nirvana transformation. Xiaochen's eyes shone brightly. As you can see, there is no such thing as a pure land in the world of death. Thousands of miles away, there is a powerful changeling. He can clearly hear everything we say. Even if it is a powerful divine sense, it can still be intercepted. Su Tian streaked across the sky with his hand, and the huge city instantly disappeared from their sight. He said, "Walk forward 50 miles and we'll talk in my newly refined ghost town. Otherwise, there won't be any secrets to speak of." About 50 kilometers in front, there was a huge hazy city hidden in the fog. Xiaochen could not help but sigh. This void sky was extraordinarily strong. He managed to obtain another ancient city with a strand of his spiritual sense. Clang, the huge gate of the city opened, and Xiaochen walked in. Creak, the gate slowly closed. The fog in the city surged, and waves of life essence surged. Just at this time, Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. The sky was dark, and the clouds and mist covered the sky. They sealed the sky above the ancient city, completely covering this place. The ancient city was like a cage, and it locked Xiaochen inside. All the exits were sealed. Void sky, what is the meaning of this? There are many experts in the world of death. The existences in the deepest region can clearly see through everything. If we don't do this thoroughly, we will be discovered by them. Void Sky answered indifferently. Even so, you don't need to make such a big fuss, right? You completely sealed me in the city. There are some things I want to discuss with you. Void Sky was unruffled, and his figure appeared in the hazy fog in front of him. Speaking of which, you have already lost your divine map. I'm afraid we can't continue our cooperation. I hope you can return the immemorial demon city to me. You really changed your attitude quickly. Previously, you schemed to keep me calm, and kept giving me useful suggestions, but it was just to lure me into the ancient city. Now, you want to make a move? Your growth has shocked me. You have already reached the 5th heavenly layer of Battle Ancestor Realm, and you are about to enter the ranks of super experts. However, in the end, you have lost your divine map. To me, you are a very powerful tonic. Until now, Void Sky's voice was still very calm, but there was no doubt that he revealed a malevolent expression. He wanted to refine Xiaochen's life essence. You are just a strand of divine sense. Do you really think you can eat me? Xiaochen stared at Void Sky in front of him. He already knew that this collaborator was not good, but he did not expect him to be so confident. He even dared to make a move against him, who was a 5th heavenly layer battle ancestor. Your divine map is already gone. What else do you have to rely on? I have waited for you for more than 2,800 years. You are a pretty good sacrifice. I really need your flesh and blood essence. Bang, speaking up to here, a stone spear appeared in Void Sky's hand. It was simple and unadorned, but it possessed a strong deterrent aura. It was a perfect stone weapon, a weapon left behind by a Golem King-level expert. He pointed it at Xiaoqian's chest. I forgot to tell you. In order to deal with you, I split off a very strong portion of my divine sense. It is only to completely destroy you. After refining you, I will naturally find the method to condense the divine map in your sea of memories. Rather than relying on others, it is better to grasp and refine that one. Void Sky's voice was very cold and emotionless. It became incomparably cold, completely different from his previous appearance. That's right, I can tell you that some of the people you asked me about are indeed not dead. I once met a group of experts, several hundred dragon race cultivators. The leader is the dragon race's divine king. He is a person with a lot of potential. He has reached the 9th heavenly layer of half-martial ancestor realm and has already touched upon the realm of ancestor god. Where are they? Xiaoqian's eyes shot out 2 pressuring rays of light. Several hundred dragon race cultivators. That is really a strong life essence. When they gathered together, it is very tempting. I devoured all of them. Xiaoqian was enraged. He would never forget the tall figure of the dragon race's divine king. He once protected Ke and cared a lot for the little beast. He was the guardian of the dragon race, the strong divine king. The dragon race's divine king avoided the pursuit of the otherworldly realm. Unexpectedly, he died at the hands of this Void Sky. The lives of several hundred dragon race cultivators all ended up here. Bang, Void Sky trembled slightly, and the entire ancient demon city trembled intensely. Snow-white skeletons immediately tumbled out of the tall buildings in the surroundings. They were all the remains of the dragon race. The pale white bones were somewhat piercing to the eyes, piercing Xiaoqian's heart. He saw the huge white skeleton of a monarch lion dragon piled up in front of him like a small mountain. This was the dragon race's divine king. Several hundred white skeletons and several hundred dragon race experts lay miserably in the city. Void Sky, I always knew that you were not a kind person. However, I never expected you to make me so angry. If I do not destroy your divine sense, I will not rest. Unfortunately, you can't even protect yourself. Continue to rage. Let it burn you to ashes. Void Sky's voice was like a demonic curse. The black flame in the ancient demon city burned. It actually connected with Xiaoqian's surging aura and surged towards him frantically. This was a sinister demonic curse. At the same time, Void Sky held the stone spear in his hand and thrust it at Xiaoqian. The tip of the spear shook the Death Continent. A strong energy wave passed through the ancient demon city and tore the surrounding tens of thousands of li apart. Only one's own strength is the most fundamental strength. For the past 2,800 years, for the sake of cultivation, I rarely used a powerful killing weapon. I only used it to temper myself. However, today, I am going to break that rule. Xiaoqian pulled out the ancient scroll with a huala sound and threw it forward. An incomparably magnificent rivers and mountains painting appeared on the misty scroll. It was like a real world had appeared. The 5 monarchs seemed like they were going to step out and press down on the Void Sky together. What? Void Sky was immediately shocked. You did not see the entire battle 2,800 years ago. Aside from the formation diagram, I still have the ancient scroll. Huala la, the ancient scroll fluttered in the wind. The 5 monarchs stepped towards Void Sky. Ah, Void Sky roared. The immemorial divine city shook like a heavenly prison. The gloomy aura was dense, and then it started to shrink. Endless black light flickered, wanting to obliterate Xiaoqian and the ancient scroll. At the same time, the stone spear stabbed towards the 5 imposing figures. Bang, all the black light within the range of the ancient scroll was absorbed. The stone spear was actually flying towards the ancient scroll. Impossible. Void Sky shouted because he found that he could not control the stone spear. The monarch stone weapon seemed to have a life of its own. It rushed towards one of the 5 imposing figures on its own. Could it be his stone weapon? Void Sky's eyes revealed a shocked expression. Bang, in the end, the stone spear broke free from his control. It entered the ancient scroll and appeared in the hands of one of the monarchs. In this way, the ancient scroll shook the sky. The stone spear fused with it, making the power of the entire scroll even stronger. La, the ancient scroll trembled as if the sky was trembling. Its might was much stronger than before. The stone spear even shot out a dazzling golden light. The entire immemorial demon city shook as if it was going to collapse. Even the black light scattered a lot. Xianxia was astonished. This ancient scroll actually still had room for improvement. The addition of a stone spear made its power a lot stronger. If the 5 monarch stone weapons all returned, what would happen? Seeing that the situation was not good, Void Sky decisively retreated. He turned into a phantom and rushed out of the immemorial demon city. Moreover, he was not willing to leave this huge city to Xianxia. He waved his hand, and the huge city shook Xianxia away. It quickly shrank and followed Void Sky. Want to leave? It's not that easy. The ancient scroll flew across the sky. The stone spear in it turned into a dazzling golden light, illuminating the Death Continent. Bang, the dazzling light was more than 50 kilometers long. It chased after the immemorial demon city 500 kilometers away and directly pierced through it. At the same time, it stabbed towards Void Sky. La, Void Sky steeled his heart and activated the power accumulated in the immemorial demon city, causing the city to collapse to block the stone spear. He abandoned the huge city and left. However, Xianxia did not want to let him go. He directly threw the ancient scroll out and covered the sky of the Death Continent. No matter how strong your main body is, a strand of your divine sense can't defy the heavens. Today, I will not let you go no matter what. Xianxia put away the broken huge city. He prepared to strengthen the divine city he controlled. Seeing the hundreds of dragon skeletons, Xianxia was already furious. He could not let him go. His killing intent soared. Bang, Void Sky was swept away by the ancient scroll and was sent flying. It was impossible for him to pass through space to escape. The ancient scroll sealed the sky and completely sealed this place. I underestimated you. Void Sky was very calm and did not panic. Dong, just at this time an immemorial demon city flew over from 10,000 kilometers away. Void Sky's main body had arrived. It was clearly different from an ordinary ancient city. This city emitted a vast amount of life essence. The divine energy was so boundless that it made people tremble. It was abnormally terrifying. Even if you have a heaven-defying treasure, you can't subdue me. My main body can take the final step at any time. I just want to be more complete. Void Sky's clone was very confident. Xianxia's expression changed as he shouted, 5 monarchs into one. Light flowed in the ancient scroll as the 5 monarchs merged into one. Then, a huge palm stretched out of the ancient scroll. No matter how Void Sky tried to escape, he could not break free. Impossible! Void Sky roared. Bang, Void Sky was grabbed and pulled into the ancient scroll with a rumble. A stone spear pierced through him, and he could no longer struggle. It is useless even if your main body is here. I will definitely destroy this strand of your divine sense. This was Xianxia's final words. Then, his body was pulled into the ancient scroll and turned into a beam of light, disappearing. This was Xianxia's understanding and grasp of the ancient scroll after his cultivation improved greatly. Not only did his offensive power become stronger, but he also comprehended this kind of escape technique. In the next 15 minutes, he returned to the 9 prefectures and sank into the ground. Just like that, Xianxia quieted down and started to cultivate in silence, secretly searching for that lost battle sword. He used the 9 ancient lamps as the source. Every 500 years, he would change his location. Every time, he would cultivate in front of the ancient lamps underground, comprehending the origin of heaven and earth, condensing the mysterious technique, and searching for the formation diagram. The formation diagram was incomplete. He used this kind of understanding to summon the divine diagram. In the past, he had memorized all kinds of imprints in the divine diagram. Thus, he could imitate the various kinds of power of the divine diagram. Just like that, Xianxia found 19 battle swords one after another. Time slipped by, and the years flew by silently. Xianxia stayed in the 9 prefectures for more than 4,500 years. And it had already been more than 6,300 years since that final battle. When he woke up again, he felt a terrifying abnormality. The earth seemed to be filled with endless sorrow, and he heard the angry roars of all living beings. The heaven and earth mourned together. When Xianxia appeared on the earth, this world was plunged into misery and suffering. The short cycle of reincarnation was over. It was very obvious that something unexpected happened this time. The gods of the otherworldly realm lost their patience and directly wiped out all the living beings on the earth. They didn't continue a perfect civilization like in the past and ended everything prematurely. Cities were destroyed one after another, and the living beings were withering. Xianxia saw the otherworldly realm that he was familiar with in the past. He could even call out the names of some people. He wanted to make a move, but in the end, he endured it because he was powerless to change anything. Could he really become numb? Indescribable sorrow and anger surged in his heart several times. He couldn't help but make a move, but in the end, he clenched his fists tightly and endured it. He was like a passerby, watching this moment in history with the cold eyes of a bystander. He was almost numb as he witnessed the end of an era. Tragedies played out one after another. The cities of the powerful celestial race turned into millions of corpses. The blood of the perfect fairy race dyed the tranquil forest red. The wild beastman tribe flowed with blood like a river, and the corpses of the powerful dragon race filled the Dragon Valley. Blood flowed everywhere, and the corpses piled up like mountains. The earth was dyed red with blood. In the end, Xianxia didn't move at all. He hid his aura and sat quietly in the depths of the 9 prefectures. The joys and sorrows, life and death, honor and disgrace, after experiencing so much, he already had a heart of stone, but he was definitely not numb. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them, but that he couldn't. He experienced everything calmly, silently witnessing another short cycle of reincarnation. He shared the feelings of all living beings and silently endured all the pain. He wasn't running away, but for the final battle. There was no meaning in throwing away his life now. He had to die eventually, and he had to die for something. At this moment, Xianxia experienced great pain. Even after the earth became deathly still and completely calmed down for dozens of years, he still remained motionless like a fossil. After several hundred years, he was like a piece of withered wood, on the verge of death. Only after 1,000 years did a strong aura come from the 9 prefectures. Xianxia experienced all sorts of drastic changes and completed a mental journey. He let go of many things and thought through many things. He went from a combat ancestor to an ancestral god. The divine laws of the 10,000 realms finally imprinted themselves in his sea of consciousness, allowing him to control an even more powerful source of energy. Although the human race looks weak, they have boundless creativity. We need them to reappear in this world. Only then will this land of experimentation have value. The other races are exiled to the 4 corners of the world, leaving this wondrous 9 prefectures to the humans. 1,000 years ago, when the short cycle of reincarnation ended, the voices of the otherworldly deities still seemed to echo. Xianxia felt neither joy nor worry, appearing extremely calm. He had already become a 6th heaven super ancestral god. His strength improved steadily. Furthermore, it had already been 7,300 years since that final battle. There was still a long way to go before the 30,000-year promise. Xianxia still had time to strengthen himself. This was especially so after he turned from a combat ancestor to an ancestral god. His cultivation horizons had broadened significantly. Should I continue to search for the war sword or search for the heavenly steel's mark? In the end, Xianxia did not move at all. He sat quietly in the depths of the 9 prefectures like a dead tree. What he needed now was to improve his true strength, not to rely on external objects. What he needed now was a period of time to settle down and then sublimate, not to blindly look for other methods. Unexpectedly, the world surrounded Xianxia. The 8 origin sounds vibrated in the 8 worlds as if it had traveled through the ages. All of this centered around Xianxia. He was as still as a boulder. Time passed quickly, and the river of time flowed silently. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia slept for another 6,000 years. More than 13,000 years had passed since that final battle. Time passed silently, and the world changed. Humans had already reappeared, but they did not evolve naturally. They were still the seeds of life left in the otherworldly world, and they were once again scattered in the 9 prefectures. After 6,000 years, humans had already developed to a new height, and the land had already changed greatly. The Yendu at night was filled with boundless vitality. Neon lights flickered, and row upon row of skyscrapers could be seen. For those who liked to hide during the day and come out at night, the decadent nightlife had just begun. In the Yongla Palace in the Yendu, a smart and capable young man walked into a private room. A middle-aged man was already sitting there. He waved his hand at the women surrounding him and said, "You guys go out first. We have something to discuss." As if they understood the severity of the situation, a few beautiful women quietly left the private room. "Take a seat. Is there any progress?" the middle-aged man asked Qing Yin, who had just entered. "This time, we dug up some iron armor fragments. It's hard to imagine that they are so hard. With the current technology, it's very difficult to break those iron armors." Also, speaking up to this point, the young man seemed very excited. He said, "Our detectors actually found signs of life under the ground. This is unbelievable." In a dazzling private room of the Euphoria Palace clubhouse, a middle-aged man spoke after a moment of silence. "Are you sure that there are signs of life in the depths?" "I'm sure. I personally observed it before, so there's no way I'm wrong." The shrewd and capable young man was extremely certain. He sat on the sofa not far away with a fanatical look in his eyes. The middle-aged man stood up and paced back and forth. Then, his eyes shot out 2 fiery rays of light as he said, "We must seal the news. We must not let it leak out. Don't worry, Director Wu. We've already bribed the archaeological team. We've also provided all kinds of the most advanced detectors. They can't leave us." "Alright, I'm assured with you in charge." The middle-aged man walked over and gently patted the young man's shoulder. Then, he sat down and revealed a contemplative expression. After a long time, he spoke again, "It's just some relics. I didn't expect to find such a mysterious ruin. We must make the relevant preparations and take precautions. This matter is unusual. If others find out about it, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to interfere. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to get as many benefits as we can. It's really unimaginable. Now that I think about it, it still feels like a dream. This ruin is too strange." The seemingly shrewd young man sighed with emotion. "There will always be things that we can't think of in this world. It's impossible for us to understand everything. Do your best. I've been watching your hard work. Thank you for your appreciation, Director Wu. I won't let you down." Speaking up to here, he seemed to have thought of something. He opened a suitcase and said, "Director Wu, I brought the newly excavated iron armor fragments. Please take a look." There were more than a dozen pieces of ancient and unadorned metal fragments. They were dark red in color. Although they had been buried underground for many years and looked old, there wasn't the slightest bit of rust on them. Furthermore, they were extremely hard, and it was difficult to make a small hole in them. "These are the iron armor fragments you mentioned?" The middle-aged man, who was called Director Wu, carefully examined them. He grabbed 2 pieces and compared them with each other. He weighed them a few times and said, "They're actually so heavy. They're only the size of a tangerine petal, and each piece weighs at least half a kilogram." At this moment, the young man turned on his laptop and said, "This is the reconstruction map provided by the relevant experts. It should be an iron suit or ancient metal armor." The iron suit displayed on the screen was simple and unadorned. It looked very ordinary, but the more one looked at it, the more deeply attracted one's eyes became. There seemed to be some kind of indescribable mystery contained on it, especially those restored metal patterns. After being pieced together, they were even more mysterious. Right at this moment, his phone rang. The young man's expression immediately changed when he picked up the call. Not long after, he hung up the phone and said, "Director Wu, there's been an accident." There was an explosion at the scene where the metal was being identified. All the people and facilities involved have been destroyed, but the iron jacket fragment is still intact. "Oh, so mysterious?" 2 rays of light shot out from Director Wu's dantian and said, "Let's go take a look at the scene." In a villa on the outskirts, a clear breeze was rising in spirals. More than half of this villa had been destroyed, and the surrounding vegetation had collapsed. One could see just how powerful the explosion was. What's going on? There were several burly bodyguards guarding the scene. One of them replied, "There's a survivor, but his life is in danger. I'm afraid he can't be saved." "Did you find out what happened?" the smart and capable young man asked. He said that when he was analyzing the metal fragment, the metal suddenly emitted a blazing light. Following that, there was an explosion at the scene. He was quite far away, so he didn't die yet. After understanding everything in detail, the middle-aged director Wu revealed a look of contemplation and said, "Is there really a supernatural power? Make the arrangements. We'll go to the site of the excavation immediately. At the same time, make the necessary preparations. I think this matter will eventually go out of our control." Director Wu, you mean, in this kind of environment, the power of an individual is really insignificant. Make the necessary preparations to report to the relevant departments of the country. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat the lamb. A day later, they arrived at Dunhuang. The sandstorm here was very strong, especially in the uninhabited area. The sandstorm was like a torrent falling from the sky, and it could even completely block the sun. However, in a certain relic, everything was very quiet. The sandstorm seemed to be unwilling to visit this place, as if it was filled with an evil power. Director Wu, there's a major discovery. We've dug out some iron jacket fragments from the ruins, and they actually what? Director Wu had long lost his composure. In the pit of the relic, he grabbed the investigator with a beard and a brick. Blood is flowing out of the coffin. The investigator seemed to be very excited. He kept explaining, "It's bright red blood. Our people are currently extracting it. It's unbelievable. I don't know why the blood in the ancient tomb didn't solidify." When Director Wu heard this, he was first shocked, then excited. In the end, his expression changed drastically, and he frowned. Things have gotten out of hand. It's no longer something that we can control. At this moment, a scream came from under the relic. Everyone's expression changed, and they couldn't help but retreat. In this uninhabited area, in this mysterious relic, everyone couldn't help but think of the worst. Oh no, someone died. It's very tragic. He turned into white bones, and the blood all over his body is festering. Horrified screams came from under the relic. That's corpse poison. Be careful, don't touch it. Someone shouted. It's not like that. The blood is shining. Without touching it, the person's blood melted and turned into white bones. The people above sucked in a cold breath. This place was too evil, and it made them feel a chill down their spines. In the surroundings, sand and dust filled the sky, and the wind whistled. Only the relic was calm and quiet, which made the place even more sinister. Continue to dig. The smart and capable young man beside Director Wu gave orders on behalf of him, forcing the people below to continue. But once we get close to that area, the blood will shine. If this continues, everyone will die. The people below resisted, unwilling to continue. Think about it. Use other methods to dig. If you can't really uncover the secret of this place, don't come up. Just bury all of you here. The young man reprimanded loudly. His voice was cold and emotionless. The digging continued. Not long after, exciting news came from below. We found an ancient weapon. Although it's broken, there's no rust on it. It's very sharp and can easily cut through our various instruments. Alright, continue to dig. The young man clenched his fists. However, Director Wu frowned even more. Director Wu, what's wrong? The young man asked carefully. I'm afraid that things have completely gone out of our control. There are many mysteries here. Maybe we should report to the relevant departments of the country. Otherwise, if things get out of hand, we won't be able to deal with it. With our financial resources, we can't. The young man was unwilling. You don't know about supernatural forces. Someone once warned me that if I encounter such a thing, I'll be in danger. We're not a multinational giant, and we don't have that much power. If we don't report it, it won't be good if others find out. Supernatural forces? That's right. Although our technology is advancing with each passing day, there are still many mysterious things happening. It's just that the public doesn't know about it. I also learned some secrets in that field. At that time, I didn't pay much attention and thought that it was just a rumor. Now, it seems like, at this point, Director Wu didn't continue. Bang, at this moment, a loud sound came from the depths of the relic. Then, a blood-colored light shot up from the ground like a huge sharp blade. In the sky, the blood-colored light was blazing. This beam of light was hundreds of meters long. After breaking through the sky, it caused the surrounding sandstorm to fly away. A few screams could be heard. The people below seemed to be extremely terrified as they screamed. This is bad. Those who were in the blood-colored light have all been crushed and turned into a blood mist. This is the place where the devil lives. We can't dig anymore. It was obvious that the people below were all scared out of their wits. There was nothing more impactful than seeing several of their companions being torn to shreds by the blood-colored light with their own eyes. Above the relic, Director Wu's face was pale as he clenched his fists. Director Wu, are you all right? The young man supported him from the side. It's over. Indeed, it's completely out of our control. Supernatural forces, quickly report to the relevant departments. We can't get involved. After saying this, he seemed to collapse. There was unwillingness and lingering fear in his heart. But Director Wu, don't say any more. Do as I say. Director Wu waved his hand. All right. The young man turned around and began to make a few calls. Then, his eyes lit up. He walked to the side and made another mysterious call. He said softly, Mr. John, you have always been dedicated to the study of ancient metaphysics. I want to sell you a piece of information. I know that the financial group behind you is very powerful. Bang, there was a tremor under the relic, and someone screamed in horror. An object emitting blood-colored light has been detected. This is too terrifying. This is the hell where the devil lives. What's going on? Director Wu asked. At this point, he gradually calmed down. Without any worries, his curiosity was piqued. Below, there seemed to be many corpses in the depths of the earth. And the object emitting the blood-colored light, which is also an object with life fluctuations, is actually a ball of tattered blood. It's especially eye-catching among the corpses. The people under the relic seemed to be scared out of their wits. Their speech was incoherent and they were stammering. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. At this moment, another scream came from below the relic. What did you find? A peerless treasure. The person below seemed to be incomparably amazed. He temporarily forgot his fear and said, a treasured tree has been detected. It is emitting a 9-colored radiance. There is a hazy mist lingering around it, but it can't cover up the 9 leaves. The 9 divine rainbows it emits are too fascinating. Treasured tree? Is it in the corpses? Director Wu's eyes lit up as he asked hurriedly. No, it is rooted far away, next to an underground river. It is extraordinary. I'm not dreaming, right? It must be a holy object that fell from heaven to hell. Director Wu and the young man wanted to send people to dig it up, but there was no way to reach that area. The 9-colored divine rainbow circulated and blocked all the tools outside. If Xiaochen was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the rainbow-colored sacred tree of the past. However, it already had 9 leaves. It had already grown from the size of a palm to a meter tall. In the past, after Xiaochen returned the sacred tree to Kiki, he no longer controlled the sapling. He would never have thought that the sapling would reappear in the world. Not long after, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Large aircrafts landed continuously. The personnel from the National Paleontology Research Institute, Ancient Metaphysics Research Institute, and Supernatural Research Institute arrived here under heavy protection. Soon, this relic was sealed off. However, the news was not completely sealed off. Some foreign groups were plotting to get a share of the spoils. Of course, ordinary citizens would not know all this. Where was Xiaochen? In the outskirts of a small city called Dongying in Shandong, a newly dug oil well had some problems. Many people gathered around. What's going on? Strange, the drill pipe and the drill bit are broken. It's not that there have never been broken drill pipes and drill bits in the past. However, this time, there is something strange. Look, there are a few strands of hair hanging on the broken drill bit. What the hell? A few workers pointed at the broken drill bit. Are you guys trying to tell me that these strands of hair were brought up from thousands of meters underground? A high-ranking person wearing a safety helmet looked at the workers and technicians at the drilling site with a gloomy face and said, "Don't try to fool me with such a ridiculous reason. Don't make me doubt whether there is something wrong with your brains, Director Zhang, this is true." A technician at the side confirmed. Yes, Engineer Li is right. It is indeed true. We saw it with our own eyes. A few other workers said. Ridiculous. Director Zhang glared at the few people at the scene. Director Zhang, you're back. Just at this moment, a worker shouted. What's wrong with my back? Look at you guys. Something happened to the well, and it's all because of your rash character. Director Zhang was very dissatisfied. The surrounding people all retreated as if they had seen something unbelievable. That Master Li, who was called Shang Li, cried out in surprise, Boss Zhang, behind you, there's a lot of hair on the drilling hole. CEO Zhang glared angrily, then turned around to take a look. Instantly, his face turned deathly pale, and he scrambled to escape. He tumbled a few times, and only stopped when he was far enough away. He asked the crowd with a trembling voice, just now, what I saw, was it real? At this moment, they were more than 50 meters away from the oil well. Everyone turned back to look in shock. Yes, yes, yes. It's real. Someone stammered and replied, quick, quick, look at the well. Right at the mouth of the oil well, a lot of long hair appeared, followed by a head with disheveled hair and a dirty face. Everyone immediately felt a chill down their spine. Director Zhang gathered his courage and reprimanded the crowd, saying, What are you doing? Why did you let someone enter the well? No, no, no. No, who dared to take the risk? Director Zhang, look for yourself. At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale from fright as they ran into the distance again. A strange man with disheveled hair slowly climbed out from the mouth of the well. He was dressed in strange ancient clothing, and his eyes were like two cold bolts of lightning. It was terrifying and nearly made everyone collapse to the ground. Director Zhang followed the crowd and ran far away before he stopped. Trembling in fear, he gathered his courage and shouted, Who? Who are you? Why, did you run under our drilling platform? Why, did you go down into the oil well? He was panicking and stammered. I was sleeping. Did you disturb me and wake me up? The disheveled young man's face was mostly covered by his messy hair, and his voice was very cold. Coupled with the ragged and strange clothes on his body, even under the midday sun, it made people feel a chill run down their spines. You. What nonsense are you talking about? When Director Zhang heard the man's words, he was both afraid and shocked. You. How could you be underground? How could you sleep under our drilling platform? You. Who are you? The young man with disheveled hair was very calm. His tone was steady, but it was also very cold. He said, I was sleeping 2,500 meters underground. Why did you use an iron drill to drill into my head and wake me up? You are ridiculous. What nonsense are you spouting? Director Zhang was very angry. He seriously suspected that someone was playing a prank on him. He said, the drill woke you up 2,500 meters underground? To think that you could think of that. Who do you think you are? Do you really think your head is made of diamond? We drilled your head, but you remained unscathed? And it even broke our drill bit? What a joke. Call the police. We must arrest this fellow who messed up our plan. Are you done? The young man with disheveled hair quietly looked at the people in front of him and said, You think you are in the right after waking me up? It was clearly you who drilled my head and disturbed my slumber. How preposterous. Where did you come from? Why are you spreading rumors here? Who are you? How dare you come here to destroy our oil well? The strange man with disheveled hair thought for a moment and said, In a sense, I'm your ancestor. F***ck. Upon hearing that, everyone was dumbfounded. This strange man was really despicable. He actually dared to take advantage of them. Even director Zhang could not help but curse. F*ck, who the hell is this? He's too despicable. He's messing with us. Like this. F*ck, even if it's a prank, you can't do this. You came to our oil well to cause trouble. Quickly call the police. At the same time, see if anyone from the television station is secretly recording this. F*ck, if I find out which boring channel came here to obtain material, I'll make them go bankrupt. Television stations nowadays are too outrageous. They dare to do anything for the sake of programming. How dare they come to our oil well and cause trouble? I'm not finished with them. That's right. Even though the oil price keeps rising, they can't mess with us like this. It's too outrageous. We should continue to suggest to the head office to continue raising the oil price. At the side, some people also came to their senses. They thought that this was definitely a prank. They were no longer afraid and said so. At this moment, the young man with disheveled hair in front of the oil well did not explain anything. He directly picked up the drill bit and drilled a few times on his head. Gotcha! The drill bit instantly broke into pieces and fell to the ground. That kind of sound was exceptionally ear-piercing. And under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, the young man easily picked up 7 or 8 drill pipes weighing in units of tons and hammered them on his body. The result scared half of their souls out of their bodies. All the drill pipes broke and fell to the ground with a thud. Oh my god! It's a ghost. It's really an old ghoul underground. Everyone's faces were pale. They rolled and crawled, wanting to escape. However, their legs were trembling, and their calves were cramping. It was difficult for them to run, and almost all of them had turned to jelly. Moreover, at this moment, what caused their scalps to go numb was that the young man with disheveled hair actually floated over without touching the ground, like a feather. Like a specter, he arrived before the crowd. Don't be afraid. I'm not a ghost. In a sense, I'm really your ancestor. The young man with disheveled hair floated closer and squatted down. His long hair covered most of his face as he stared at them. On the spot, a few people directly rolled their eyes and fainted from fright. Such a strange person was really scary. These people were very straightforward. In the end, they all fainted with their eyes rolling back. None of them could stay awake. Sigh, I really am your ancestor. Why don't you believe me? The strange person with disheveled hair shook his head and woke everyone up one by one. When everyone regained consciousness, they saw that the strange person calmly took off his own head and carefully wiped it with his tattered sleeves. Finally, he held it in his palm and weighed it back and forth, as if it was not a head but a worthless watermelon. This kind of inhuman stimulation was really unbearable. Even the most thick-skinned person would collapse. Everyone had a tacit understanding. At the same time, they stretched their necks, kicked their legs, rolled their eyes, and fainted again. Wake up, wake up. The strange person pulled them one by one to wake them up. However, the moment they opened their eyes, they received another great stimulation. The strange person actually removed one of his thighs. He held the head in one hand and swung the thighs with the other. God, don't let me wake up. Facing this kind of inhuman stimulation, everyone felt their legs cramp and their hearts beat wildly, as if they were about to jump out of their throats. I haven't seen any living people for so many years. I wanted to have fun with you, but you guys are so boring. The strange person's head was held in his hand, but his speech was not affected at all. Have fun? It was more like frightening people to death. After a few stimulations, everyone was almost numb. It was difficult to even faint now. You, what are you? You don't recognize killing Vanquisher. You have wasted your time in this world. At this point, the strange man pressed his thigh back into place with a cracking sound. Then, he slowly straightened his head and placed it on his neck. At this moment, there was a flash of light. There was another shadow. Everyone screamed at the same time. It was a 9-headed snake. It looked like it was cast from silver, and it was shining with a cold metallic luster. Snake! Snake demon! Demon! Everyone screamed in fear. What they saw today had reached the limit of their psychological endurance. If they were to be stimulated again, they would probably be scared to death. The nine-headed snake flickered and turned into a white-robed man. He said to Kill Broken Wolf, "You have come out of seclusion. Don't do pointless things. Follow me to the Dragon Palace. I've also become a saint and an ancestor. It's been so many years since I've seen anyone. Today, I finally found someone to talk to, but it turns out to be so boring. These people are really too weak." A brilliant light flashed, and everyone was enveloped by the divine light. Their memories from not long ago were instantly erased. When they woke up in a daze, the two shadows had already disappeared. The estuary of the Yellow River was in the East Camp, which was very close to this area. The surging river flowed into the immensity sea from here. Swish swish, the two figures instantly sank into the Yellow River. The space at the bottom of the river twisted, and in the blink of an eye, they entered a mysterious dragon palace, a small world of its own. Just like in the legends, the dragon palace was built with crystals and divine stones piled together. It was sparkling and translucent, and all kinds of treasures were displayed in the magnificent palace, shining brightly. The dragon palace stretched on endlessly, and the magnificent buildings stretched as far as the eye could see. It was as if the palaces from the heavens had fallen here. However, in this vast and boundless underwater world, it was so deathly still, and there was no corresponding human presence. It was as quiet as a graveyard, as if no one had lived here for many years. The two figures went straight to the central dragon palace, where a young man with black hair like a waterfall was meditating. He was motionless, like a statue of a god. He was clearly in front of them, but he gave people a feeling that he was infinitely ethereal, as if he was sitting far away on the horizon. The most eye-catching thing was that there were actually two ancestor dragon horns in his hair, which were very eye-catching. The moment he opened his eyes, the whole dragon palace seemed to have suddenly lit up. It was as if the light in his eyes had been flowing for thousands of years, and had crossed the 9 heavens and 10 earths in an instant. He was the dragon rebel king of the past, also known as Tough Little Dragon. Back then, he resolutely jumped into the Yellow River in front of Xianxia, and since then, he had been silent for more than 13,000 years. He was originally an extraordinary talent, and after cultivating bitterly in the Yellow River transformed by the ancestor dragon, his strength had already reached a shocking level, and he became a powerful war ancestor. The ancestor dragon had left behind too many things, and he still hadn't truly inherited them. There was still endless room for improvement. One of the two was naturally the slaughter wolf. Although he was a creature from the world of death, this guy was fond of the mortal world, and always liked to wander around in the mortal world. Back then, the 9 regions was facing the threat of another world. Xiaoqian and Kiki had taken away a large number of cultivators, but under such circumstances, this guy still didn't retreat. As a result, he was very unfortunate. During the battle between the experts, someone summoned a meteorite from beyond the heavens, and he was implicated. He fell into the Yellow River, and was saved by Tough Little Dragon later on. The other person was the 9-headed snake. He once supported Empress Zhao Lin heir in the past, and one of his heirs was conferred as the crown prince. When the doomsday arrived, he suffered heavy injuries and fell into the Yellow River, and was also saved by Tough Little Dragon. The 9-headed snake once had a fierce battle with the dragon rebel king. After he was defeated, he swore to become a 9-headed dragon, but in the end, he was saved by his great enemy. In these 13,000 years, he saw the other party slowly becoming an ancestor dragon with his own eyes. The grudges of the past had already disappeared with the wind. Now, they were already one of the few ascetic practitioners in the 9 regions, and their prejudices were no longer there. That rock, has it woken up yet? The slaughter wolf peeked at the depths of the huge palace and said, "No matter what, I am still a sage ancestor, yet they actually sealed me in the underground cavern for so many years, and called it training. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit blood." Just at this time, a figure appeared out of thin air in the huge palace without any sound. He was meditating cross-legged like a dead wood, and also like a fossil. There was no fluctuation of life at all. In such a state, he really looked like a stone man, but his body wasn't made of stone. He still had a body of flesh and blood. He was somewhat similar to the 3 supreme ancestor gods in the eternal unknown. He was precisely Xiaoqian. He had been hiding in the 9 regions all along. After training for many years, he thought of all his old friends and felt that only the tough little dragon had the highest chance of surviving. As a result, he came to the Yellow River. After searching for many years, he finally met up with the tough little dragon and decided to train in seclusion here. Since we have already come out of seclusion, let's take a trip to the mortal world. The tough little dragon stood up. Xiaochen nodded. After so many years, he had become more and more quiet. The moment he stood up, the four of them instantly disappeared from the dragon palace and arrived on the ground. They saw those people from not long ago again. The slaughter wolf with disheveled hair was waving at the oil well. "Which film crew are you guys from? Don't act here, go somewhere else to shoot." It was still that director Zhang. He was glaring at them in a very imposing manner. F***ck, I was just chatting with you guys just now, the slaughter wolf muttered. Psycho. That part of Director Zhang's memory had already been erased a long time ago, how could he believe it? Crack, the slaughter wolf immediately plucked off the head and weighed it in his hand a few times. Ghost, Director Zhang fell on his back. The four of them disappeared from this place. The tough little dragon knitted its brows and said, "Don't casually reveal your divine ability in front of mortals." "I won't act recklessly. I passed the boundless secular world, not even a drop of it will stain my body. I guarantee there won't be any trace left behind." After this guy's flesh was regenerated, he became even more greedy for the secular world. Seeing the shadow of the distant city, he was already unable to hold back and wanted to act alone. However, he was forcefully suppressed by the tough little dragon. With this guy's temperament, if it ran out alone, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in this world. At a distant place, there were tall buildings in great numbers and motorcycles speeding by. All kinds of structures were as different as the 9 prefectures in the past. The blue sea has turned into mulberry fields, the present world has already changed greatly. Xiaochen sighed with emotion, but he was not surprised. He had already seen the technological civilization in the past. In that distant past, mankind had already experienced this kind of era. However, just like the demonic god civilization, they couldn't escape destruction in the end. Very soon, Xiaochen and the other 3 discovered a fact. Many regions had retained their ancient names, such as Yandu, Luoyang, Jinling, and so on. There were a lot of similarities with the technological civilization of the Yanhuang era. Xiaochen and the others stood in the sky and looked down at the earth. Things remained the same, but the people had changed. This was a new cycle. The long river of history couldn't be stopped, but how long could it last? Perhaps it would only be a fleeting dream in the end. Perhaps it would be as short as fireworks, only a momentary beauty. Xiaochen stood in the clouds and spread open his right hand. Suddenly, a flowing light flashed and an item appeared in his hand. "What is this?" Kill Vanquisher asked. "This is the strongest nuclear weapon of this civilization at present." Xiaochen was as calm as still water. After that, he detonated it in his hand. The so-called strongest nuclear weapon was extinguished in his hand like a ball of flame. Even the strand of hair he plucked was not damaged. "This kind of weapon is too weak, it's basically useless." Kill Vanquisher shook his head. 10x also spread open its palm and placed the strongest nuclear weapon on the Vanquisher wolf's head. After that, with a loud bang, a small mushroom cloud that was half a meter tall appeared. The Vanquisher wolf's long hair was burnt black from the explosion. "Brother, you can't just do experiments like this, right?" Kill Vanquisher felt indignant. His strength was naturally far from Xiaochen's. He still hadn't reached the stage where his body was like a world and could bear the weight of millions of stars. Everything on the earth was like a kind of scenery to them. It was very difficult to interact with them. A familiar aura, the rainbow-colored sacred tree, could it be Kiki? Xiaochen had always been calm and collected, but he suddenly became excited at this moment. He directly tore open the space. The 4 of them appeared in the sky above Dunhuang in an instant. Their powerful divine sense immediately probed into the ground and immediately found out everything. Xiaochen waved his hand. The divine tree that made them feel helpless disappeared and arrived in his palm. The sacred tree evolved again, but Kiki's aura was not left behind. Xiaochen became silent again. There was an ancient battlefield below. That piece of flesh that hadn't decayed yet was left behind by an otherworldly ancestor god. He didn't know why the treasured tree was buried here. Let's go. Xiaochen shouted in a low voice and disappeared into thin air along with the four of them. 10x also sensed a powerful ancestor god's divine sense sweeping towards this direction. There is an ancestor god walking in this mundane world. Perhaps it will be very interesting later. However, I want to go to the other four worlds now and look for the other heavenly marks. Xiaochen's strength had already reached a bottleneck. All kinds of mystical techniques and divine abilities in the past had already reached their limits. Now, he needed a new opportunity. However, after saying this, Xiaochen had an idea. The formation in his body became hazy. He felt that there was something in that city not far away that was attracting him. Another battle sword. In an instant, he understood what it was. Looks like we can't leave yet. The four of them descended outside Yandu. After they changed their clothes and changed into the clothes of this era, they gave off a very unconventional feeling. Especially when the four of them had waist-length black hair. The language of this era was naturally different from that of Xiaochen's era. However, at their level, they could understand it after a sweep of their powerful divine sense. Yandu was really flourishing. There were row upon row of high-rise buildings and well-developed roads. The four of them were indeed a little surprised in a short period of time. Walking on the main street of Yandu. Killer Wolf's eyes seemed to be insufficient. It was not because he was dazzled by the technological civilization, but because he was drooling when he saw those scantily clad pretty girls. This guy's natural disposition was hard to change. It's hard to find a bosom friend. What a pity, Crisis Chrysalis. Why do elegant people always die young? If they were still around, they would definitely have a lot of unique insights. Speaking until here, he grumbled, if we find the battle sword, we can just take it away directly. Why do we need to go through all this trouble? How about we split up and take a look? There seems to be something wrong with this battle sword, Xiaochen frowned slightly. After that, they entered an antique street and stopped in front of an old antique shop. Xiaochen frowned again. The battle sword was inside, but he had an indescribable feeling. Seems like this is a bait. Just at this time, the battle sword in this shop trembled slightly. It seemed to have sensed something. With a flash of light, the shop wrapped around Xiaochen and the others and disappeared. Humph, Xiaochen let out a cold snort and brought the other three to the sky above the boundless sea thousands of miles away. He forcefully broke the shackles and rushed out from the teleportation circle. 10x knitted its brows and said, "This is a formation specially set up for ancestral gods. It can be forcefully brought to other places. This is the region where hundreds of races stood in great numbers in the past." The Hydra frowned. The destination of the teleportation circle is in front. Xiaochen's eyes emitted two divine lights. Xiaochen used his great magic power to conceal the four's aura and rushed forward at high speed. This was a bizarre sea region. If one had not reached the ancestral god realm, it was impossible to enter. This place was separated from the boundless sea to another space. The Hydra pointed to the front and said, "Immemorial Demon City." In the middle of this independent sea region, the immemorial demon city stood majestically. It emitted a majestic aura. Xiaochen circled around and observed from afar. He discovered there was actually a battle sword hanging on each of the four city gates. Too arrogant. Killer Wolf was extremely angry as he said, "They condensed an ancient city above the boundless sea and even hung four battle swords outside. How arrogant. Look at the city." 10x pointed at the churning black fog in the ancient city. They could vaguely see corpses floating up and down. Xiaochen had already noticed that those were some ancestral god corpses. Among them were the old farmer and Emo Xiaowang. There were also a few corpses of experts from the heavenly realm. He had seen those people when he ascended to the heavenly realm in the past. The hanging corpses are provoking me without any fear. They are clearly telling me that this is a killing ground. Xiaochen's eyes turned cold. That is, there are also stone statues. One of them is Kiki? 10x's eyes emitted two frightening rays of light. The black fog in the immemorial demon city churned and the corpses were floating up and down. There were actually stone statues. One of them was exceptionally similar to Kiki. What's going on? Xiaoqian's eyes emitted two sharp glints. He felt a little puzzled. Keek stone statue. Xiaoqian frowned. It was hard for him to determine what kind of secret these stone statues had. Other than the little beasts, the rest of the floating stone statues were very unfamiliar. He had never seen them before. However, they were all vivid and lifelike, as if they were made of flesh and blood that were suddenly petrified. Especially Kiki, even those long eyelashes were meticulously sculpted. Even though it was made of stone, its big eyes seemed to be flickering with light. It was very lifelike. Its figure and charm were both excellent. Can we destroy this demon city? The nine-headed divine snake gazed at 10x and Xiaoqian. He knew that these two had cultivated for 10,000 years. Their current strength was enough to run amok in the world. Killing a few ancestor gods was definitely not a problem. No matter what, we are still a sage ancestor. We must not cower in the first battle. Let's open an immemorial demon city and snatch away this arrogant and despotic stone man. Smash his skull and let him understand how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. These words are suitable for you. 10x frowned and shook its head. It gazed at the huge city in front and said, "This demon city is unfathomable. It is very unusual. We cannot act blindly without thinking." The truth was as such. The demon city master hung his corpse in public and sealed his sword on the city gate. He was insufferably arrogant. He must be someone with a great background. Xiaoqian didn't say anything. He continued to circle around the ancient city and carefully sized it up. That huge demon city was situated in the middle of the vast sea. Black fog surged and demonic clouds covered the sun. Flames overflowed into the sky. A sword was hung on each of the 4 city gates. Its imposing manner was unbridled. The corpses of the old farmer and Emo Xiaowang were ice-cold and stiff. There was no color of blood as they floated up and down in the black fog. Even after death, the two experts could not rest in peace. Their corpses were actually hung here. This made people furious. Vaguely, they seemed to see the old farmer charging forward with the great destruction spear in his hand. That solemn and stirring figure when he broke the great righteousness. Vaguely, they saw Emo Xiaowang's unyielding attitude when he fought against the deities. The carefree old farmer shed his blood and sacrificed his life for everything he did. He did not even leave behind his real name. He passed away just like that. It made people sigh and grieve. There was also that Emo Fuang. She only saw the light of day after suffering all sorts of hardships. In the end, she also shed her blood in battle. Her blood dyed the vast earth red. It was truly lamentable. Interesting. To be able to escape from the teleportation formation, that's pretty good. Right at this moment, the voice of a woman that carried a magnetic tone sounded out from within the primeval devil city, and it was calm and emotionless. A woman? The legendary stone lady? Killing Destruction Wolf's eyes emitted a green light as he gazed at the huge city like a wolf. He then rubbed his hands together and sighed, "Stone girl, that is truly a rare beauty that has never been seen since ancient times." This guy didn't even watch his mouth. His mouth was full of nonsense. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward. Now that he had the divine diagram, the ancient scroll, and the heavenly mark on him, and he had cultivated a few unparalleled magic skills, he could hide his whereabouts. Even if he faced the stone golems, he could still blur the positions of the 4 of them. If he did not want to expose killing vanquishing wolf, he could completely hide from the heavens, making it impossible to track down the source of the message. "You little ant, how rude. Aren't you afraid that I won't kill you after I catch you, but rather torture you for millions and millions of years?" The magnetic voice of a woman was faintly discernible like the sound of heaven. Although it was beautiful and pleasant to listen to, it was enough to kill a wolf and make him shiver. "Stone lady, you are too unreasonable. What a perverted woman. I curse you to be a virgin forever." Killing Destruction Wolf cursed in a very sinister manner. This huge city was very different from the demonic cities he had seen before. Although the stone lady's words were calm, her actions showed her strong confidence. "You little ant, you are reckless. Get the person behind you to come out and speak." The woman remained calm and collected. At her level, no words could cause her emotions to fluctuate. "I am also." Someone who has become a martial sage. Although I cannot compare to you, Stone Lady, there is no need to swallow this ancestor. What goes around comes around. After 100,000 years, who knows who will be above us? Killing Destruction Wolf made a lot of noise, not wanting to be at a disadvantage with his words. Xiaochen pushed Killing Destruction Wolf to the side and took a few steps forward. Then, he sent a voice projection to the huge city. Killing people is just a simple matter. The dead are already dead. Why are you humiliating them by hanging their corpses? They are already dead. Everything is for naught. To them, there is no such thing as humiliation. I am just making use of their remaining value. The woman seemed to have a transcendent status. Her strength was extremely strong. She had nothing to fear. She was very confident and calm when she spoke. What's going on with those stone statues? Xiaochen urgently wanted to know what kind of secret Keek's stone body had. Naturally, they are also corpses. You are saying that those stone statues are the corpses of the stone men? Xiaochen immediately fixed his eyes on her. To be more precise, they are the stone dregs left behind after the stone men's essence was extracted. The woman's voice was very calm, but the information revealed in that magnetic voice was undoubtedly like heavenly thunder. It shook Xiaochen's body. 10x's black hair stood on end. Its eyes were incomparably sharp as it shouted, "You killed Kiki? I swear I will not rest until I die." You guys are very agitated. Are you talking about this stone statue? The mist in the immemorial Devil City surged, and the stone statue of the little beast that looked innocent and adorable slowly rose into the air. Why? Xiaochen clenched his fist tightly. It was very hard for him to imagine that Kiki had really fallen. When he recalled that pair of pure big eyes, his state of mind that was as calm as an ancient well for so many years suddenly shook violently. He was simply unable to accept this reality. I will kill you. 10x was on the verge of going berserk. Kiki and Xiaochen could be considered as the people closest to it. The proud and stubborn Kiki valued friendship more than ordinary people. Xiaochen stopped it and didn't let 10x rush out. Just at this time, two golden rays shot out from his eyes. It was like a divine rainbow from beyond the heavens. It broke through the demonic city in a split second and swept through the endless black fog. Bang! That little stone statue shook violently and soared into the sky. It was about to fly out of the ancient city. Until now, no one has been able to snatch anything away from my demon city. His voice was magnetic and full of arrogance. The black fog overflowed. That little beast that soared into the sky quickly sank down and returned to the demon city again. 10x took a step forward and was about to make a move to help Xiaochen. But just at this moment, Xiaochen withdrew the golden radiance in his eyes in a split second. He disappeared into thin air along with a few of them. They formed a world in another direction and concealed themselves. At the same time, the place where they were standing just now was annihilated soundlessly. That kind of terrifying power made people's heart palpitate. It was as if an invisible big hand had crushed everything. Even if we join hands, are we still not her match? 10x revealed an angry expression. Don't worry, that is not Kiki. Xiaochen transmitted his voice to the three of them and told them everything he saw. Thousands of years in one glance, this was Xiaochen's perception. The golden light shot out from his eyes contained an exceptional divine ability that traced back the river of time. What he couldn't see was Kiki. That stone statue was Keek's ancestor. It was the stone statue of the heaven-defying family that failed to take the final step. After its essence was extracted, it turned into a stone statue. The four of them calmed down. They were no longer angry, but they didn't reveal it. Since you are already here, let's enter the city and have a chat. A magnetic voice transmitted from the immemorial demon city. At the same time, that little stone statue slowly rose up and was clearly visible above the black mist. If that was really Kiki, it could be said that it was really heart-wrenching. However, Xiaochen and the others already knew, so they didn't feel that sad anymore. You want us to enter that slaughterhouse? Damn it, why don't you come out? If you have the ability, then step out of the city. Big Brother will beat you to death. Vanquisher Wolf chattered. He knew that the stone statue that formed the demon city couldn't leave the huge city. As a result, he started to provoke Undisguised. Little ant, you really talk too much. You will regret this one day, regret your grandpa. Vanquisher Wolf had a scoundrel look on his face. However, this kind of attitude was indeed the most effective when dealing with the supreme stone statue. It directly made that girl who was as calm as an ancient well stop talking. Only after a long time did she say, "Fine, I'll remember you. There are too many little sisters who are thinking about us. Big brother doesn't care about one more." The nine-headed snake's 18 eyes all popped wide open. It felt that Vanquisher Wolf was too awesome. To dare to treat a stone statue girl like that, he really had a bold character. There was no sound from the immemorial demon city for a long time. However, Xiaochen knew that the other party was using her strong spiritual sense to search for them. If she found them, Vanquisher Wolf would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack, suffering the most terrifying attack. Could it be that you are all here just to watch and do not dare to make a move against me? If you don't even have this bit of courage, why not hide forever? Why bother coming out? The girl's voice was very cold. The swords hanging on the city gates clanged loudly, and killing chi soared into the sky. Then, an overwhelming demonic chi surged out of the city, heading for Xiaochen and the others. Given Xiaochen's current means, he didn't dare to say that he could hide from the heavens. However, they were very effective. Even if the primogenitor of a foreign realm came personally, he might not be able to discover his whereabouts immediately. This girl's reaction was very fast, which proved that she was very strong. In just a few dozen breaths, she managed to discover their whereabouts. Xiaochen used his hand to tear through space, and the 8 worlds rotated. Then, they instantly vanished, changing their position and forming a new world. "Tell me your identity." Xiaochen felt that this girl should have a great background. She was definitely not an ordinary expert. Unrivaled in the 3,000 worlds, the primogenitor's reincarnation saintess, Truewood Saintess. The stone girl replied like this. When she said these words, the heaven and earth shook, the wind and thunder were deafening, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. All of this was because of the birth of this name. What an arrogant tone, truly insufferably arrogant. Even the quiet 10x couldn't help but speak. Unrivaled in the 3,000 worlds, the primogenitor's reincarnation saintess. If that was true, it was unimaginable. Truewood Saintess said, "You guys naturally don't know. When I was unrivaled in the world, you guys were not born yet." "I've heard of it." Xiaochen recalled the information he obtained in the heavenly realm. Truewood Saintess was indeed an incredible girl. She was one of the strongest people below the primogenitor. She was not the true primogenitor's reincarnation saintess, but it was not an exaggeration to describe her as the primogenitor's reincarnation saintess. Other than the primogenitor's reincarnation saintess, she gave up on the unparalleled ancestral god's path and condensed the immemorial demon city. Since you are conferred the title of the primogenitor's reincarnation saintess, you should have the corresponding bearing. Why did you detain so many ancestral god corpses and not let them go? 10x shouted. Although the little beast statue was not Kiki, the old farmer and Mo Xiaowang were the real deal. This made it hard for the 4 of them to get over it. "Because I need them." Just at this time, a resplendent beam of light rose from the immemorial demon city and became the only eternal thing between heaven and earth. It was actually the eternal light. It was as thick as a water bucket. It stood perfectly straight in the middle of the city, dazzling like the sun. According to legend, only the divine souls of more than 10 ancestral gods could condense the eternal light. And the old farmer, Mo Xiaowang, the ancestral gods of the heavenly realm, and those stone statues were obviously enough. "Do you still need the eternal light when you have reached this realm?" Xiaochen gazed at that resplendent beam of light. "The eternal light is useful to me, but it is not necessary. What I really need is the origin of eternity. Only then can I become unrivaled in the 3,000 worlds." Xiaochen naturally knew about the so-called origin of eternity. Moreover, he had seen it in the most sinister place. It was a light source that required at least 3 or more eternal lights. After becoming the origin of eternity, more eternal lights could be derived, and the original light source would not be consumed much. Now, the origin of eternity had already fused with the yellow flame. From what the Truewood Saintess said, it seemed like the origin of eternity was very important to a powerhouse of her level. "I have already collected a lot of materials, But if they are not willing to offer their divine souls, it would be difficult to form the eternal light by force. Not to mention sublimate them into the origin of eternity. Without a doubt, the true Wood Saintess was very powerful. It was hard to find a match below the primogenitor. Even if Keek's father and the human demon Guqian were to descend, they would not necessarily be at an advantage. Facing such a female stoneman from another world, Xiaochen frowned. The more he observed the demon city, the more he felt it was unfathomable. If he acted rashly, he might suffer a great loss. If this female saintess did not have absolute confidence, she would not act like this. She would set up the demon city and wait for the enemy to come knocking. Come, let's leave this place. In the end, Xiaochen chose to retreat. He did not want to act rashly and risk his life in a moment of hot-bloodedness. Just like this is already very sullen. This stoneman is too arrogant. She hung the corpse of my ancestor god to humiliate me. If I don't get rid of her, I won't be able to feel at ease. At this moment, killing Vanquishing Wolf was a little hot-blooded, which was very different from his usual behavior. It's not that I don't want to get rid of her, but this woman is too powerful. Unrivaled in the 3,000 worlds, the reborn female saintess of the primogenitor is not a lie. She indeed has that kind of strength. Xiaochen was very calm as he said, now, there are not many people left in the 9 regions. There are only a few of them. We cannot act rashly. If we make a move, it will be like an eagle soaring into the sky or a comet crashing into the earth. We must succeed in one swift and fierce attack. We cannot fail or sacrifice ourselves. Then how long do we have to wait? The Hydra asked. Not too long. If everything goes smoothly, it might not even take a few days. So fast, even 10x was a little surprised. We only need to obtain 2 more heavenly marks. Even if we can't kill her, we can break her foundation. Xiaochen gazed at the immemorial demon city and said, at present, we can only fight battles that we are confident of winning. Everything must be at least 70% certain before we take action. Just at this time, that eternal light from the immemorial demon city suddenly soared into the sky like a rainbow and pierced towards them. The powerful aura shook their souls. It contained the divine sense of the true Wood Saintess. It was very obvious that she had found their traces again. Swish, Xiaochen unleashed the eightfold world. Immediately, his figure became indistinct as he brought the other 3 away. The eightfold world had already reached the great success stage. It was the #1 escaping art in the world. He traversed the blue dome of heaven and appeared in the sky above the 9 regions. Looking down at the skyscrapers below, he said to the 3, let's go to the demon's plane in the world of Immortals. Soon after, they tore through the space and arrived at the world of Immortals. The vast land was lush with lush vegetation. The cries of apes and roars of tigers could be heard. This world was full of vitality. It was very obvious that there was a demonic civilization here. However, they didn't seem to be humans. Xiao Chen and the others didn't observe too much and quickly rushed towards the demon's plane. In the past, there used to be a heavenly steel suppressing this place. It was full of secrets. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang disappeared from this place. Keek's lost paradise also appeared in this sealed hell. The martial imprint was also trapped here. In addition, Buddha and Laozi had also fallen on this plane in their previous incarnations. Xiaochen knew that the place suppressed by the heavenly steel was definitely not simple. There were definitely more demonic caves than those he saw on that day. He suddenly knitted his brows and said, although we can't kill the true Wood Saintess, I'm afraid we will have to tear down 1 or 2 immemorial demon city today. I can vaguely feel a bad aura. The devil plane was very quiet now. Who would know that millions of soldiers were buried here and that there was a few ancient caves suppressed by the heavenly steel? Even more so, no one would know that the Buddha was nailed to death here in his previous life. No one would know that Laozi was smashed into mincemeat here in his previous life. Although a new fiend god civilization was born, no one would know that a person called Xiaochen once slaughtered everyone here and splashed the paradise with his blood. In the end, this place was full of secrets, and it was all because of that heavenly steel. It suppressed all directions and gathered the winds and clouds from all directions. The Cyprius furnace was no longer here. It was originally a world that Swirenchi left behind, but it was taken away by Hongjun. but in the end it was killed by Yan Huang and taken back. Xiaochen's group of 4 went deep underground. Naturally, they couldn't see the hell of the past anymore. However, there was a bizarre space here that flickered indefinitely. This was an independent space that formed a world of its own. There were 3 bottomless black holes in the center, as if they were connected to the edge of the universe. There was a bizarre magical power that seemed to be able to swallow everyone's mind. However, the heavenly steel was no longer here. There were only a few deep holes left. It was pitch black and unfathomable. I don't know where it led to in the past, but it's clear where it leads to today. Xiaochen stood in front of a black hole inside. A world of death? Hydra asked. There is an immemorial demon city in front of every deep hole. However, the people inside should have been suppressed by the heavenly steel until they were almost destroyed. Let's go and open an ancient city now. Mangchen was very calm when he said these words. After his strength reached a certain level, he finally dared to make a move against the immemorial demon city alone. He took the lead and calmly stepped into a black hole. 10x, Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf, and Hydra followed closely behind. After passing through the barrier of the big world, they arrived at the world of the dead. It was dusky in front of the black hole. A strange mist shrouded the earth, making it hazy. A huge city was faintly discernible in front. There really is an immemorial demon city. Can we make a move against it? Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf felt that it was unreal. Xiaochen nodded and said, we can give it a try. Perhaps he could achieve what he couldn't before now. However, he was regretful that the heaven steel was gone. He originally came here to search for Tianhen, but now he could only start from the ancient demon city. Today, I'm going to detain that almost dead stone man and interrogate him. When Xiaochen said all this, he was filled with strong confidence. After 10,000 years of bitter cultivation, today was the day to show off the results. As the 4 of them walked forward, they could vaguely see a vast expanse of whiteness on the ground that was covered in gray mist, as if pure white snow had piled up on the ground. However, when he took a step forward, there was a surge of white dust, like a surging mist. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was bone powder. It was a scene that made people's expressions change. The area around the supreme ancient devil city was vast, but it was completely covered in bone powder. It was unknown how deep it was. The 9-headed snake sucked in a breath of cold air and said, in the past, there must have been a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones here. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to create this boundless snow-white world. The white bones have been eroded by the passage of time and turned into powder, yet it is still so vast. One can imagine just how terrifying the scene back then was. As of now, Xiaochen already knew all kinds of secrets about the fire seed creatures. A sovereign king needed a large amount of white bones to advance to the next rank. If one wanted to become an ancestral monarch, they would need the sacrifice of an endless number of fire seed creatures. And some ancestral monarchs liked to use forbidden techniques to refine millions of skeletons to reinforce the area around the giant city. In the past, there were sovereign kings continuously summoning white bone creatures in the depths of the world of death because of this. However, under the tempering of time and the suppression of the heavenly steel, everything here was no longer as flourishing as it was in the past. In this place, the stoneman in the supreme ancient devil city was obviously a failure. Now, it was almost completely destroyed. The arrival of Xiaochen's group had already posed a serious threat to it. However, the stoneman still hadn't sensed it and hadn't woken up from its slumber yet. Xiaochen soared into the sky with one step and hovered above the supreme ancient devil city. He didn't use any treasures and just grabbed at the ancient city with his bare hands. Kacha, the hard ground at the center of the supreme ancient devil city, was instantly crushed. Xiaochen broke through the cornerstone. Roar, a furious roar resounded. The sleeping stoneman was startled awake and rushed out from the depths of the demon city. This was an extremely tattered stoneman. It was half stone and half bone. Many parts of it had already decayed. It seemed like it would collapse on the ground with just a gentle blow. However, Xiaochen didn't dare to underestimate it. After all, this was a stoneman. If it really went all out, it might erupt with an unimaginable power. Xiaochen still didn't take out any treasures. He wanted to fight it with his bare hands to test his combat prowess. Why did you disturb my slumber? The tattered stoneman seemed to have sensed danger. It stopped roaring and shot out 2 beams of golden light from its eyes. You refined millions of white bone creatures. I can tell that you are not a kind person. Even if I kill you, I will not feel guilty. However, I will give you a chance. Tell me where the heavenly steel flew to, and I can turn around and leave. If the heavenly steel did not block my path, I would have already arrived in the 9 provinces and borrowed the essence of the billions of lives there to take the final step. This tattered stoneman was filled with boundless regret and unwillingness. You want to borrow the essence of billions of lives to take the final step? If you don't even have confidence in yourself, it is impossible for you to succeed. Xianxia's murderous intent soared. This stoneman was unscrupulous. He actually had such thoughts. He deserved to die. He shouted, "Where did the heavenly steel fly to?" I don't know. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. The tattered stoneman revealed a sinister smile. His flame of life was about to extinguish. He had already given up and would not compromise. He was like an old bull among the wild bulls. He was the most dangerous. How unfortunate. If I could go back 1,000 years, I would just turn around and leave when I see you. However, your flame of life is about to extinguish. Your actual combat prowess is only at the 7th heaven ancestor god realm. You can no longer be called a stoneman expert. 2 beams of golden light shot out from Xianxia's eyes. They traveled up the river of time and broke through the source of time, understanding everything. The 9th heaven's delusion breaker eyes? The tattered stoneman immediately froze. 2 beams of golden light shot out from its eyes at Xianxia as well. Ding, Xianxia gently flicked his finger, and the 2 beams of light struck the 2 beams of light. Instantly, there was a string of resplendent sparks. It was like a meteor shower falling from the sky. Immediately, gray fog surged, and cracks appeared in the land of death. White bone dust filled the air. Are you going to tell me or not? Xianxia shouted. The half-stone, half-bone stoneman answered Xianxia with his actions. A half-petrified bone saber pointed at the sky and shot out a resplendent beam of light. Bang, Xianxia stretched out a finger and sent out a resplendent beam of light, which shattered the light beam. Then, he descended into the ancient city. You dare to look down on me? The stoneman's tone was cold. Xianxia directly entered the immemorial demon city as if he was not afraid of the stoneman controlling the city. Sealing the heavens and surrounding the earth. The tattered stoneman's figure vanished like a swan. The immemorial demon city completely sealed itself off. Surging demonic clouds covered the sky. He wanted to refine Xianxia in the city. Very well. Let's see if you refine me or if I refine you. Xianxia sat down cross-legged in the city and started to resist the demon city, testing his combat prowess. Even though the stoneman had regressed and his combat prowess had fallen to the 7th heaven ancestor god realm, he could use the huge city to raise his potential, igniting the flame of life in the immemorial demon city. The immemorial demon city shook violently. Flickering light completely encased the entire region. Wang, Jie, Ah, Ho, Mu, Duo. Just at this time, Xianxia suddenly used the 8 origin sounds. The vast heavenly sound was earth-shattering. The death continent trembled, and the immemorial demon city shook even more violently. The 2 of them carried out their peak confrontation. The heavenly sound and the demon city clashed, creating a rumbling sound. 10x, Crisis, and the others retreated very far away and watched the battle from the sky. 15 minutes later, the 8 origin sounds were like the sound of creation. They became even more resounding, as if they came from thousands of years ago, when the world was first created. Crack! Crack! The immemorial demon city slowly cracked. The overflowing black mist gradually dispersed, and the black light that filled the sky slowly dispersed. Thousands upon thousands of cracks appeared on the huge city. It would collapse at any time. Bang, just at this time, the tattered stoneman soared into the sky. He wanted to abandon the immemorial demon city and flee into the distance. However, an illusory figure appeared in the sky silently. Xianxia was sitting cross-legged, blocking the stoneman's path. Swish! The tattered stoneman shifted its position and traversed through space. It wanted to escape in another direction. However, Xiaochen controlled the eightfold worlds. In terms of movement techniques, he could be said to be the best in the world. Noiselessly, he shattered the space and appeared out of thin air. He once again blocked the stoneman's path. He sat cross-legged quietly like a stone statue. After several attacks, the stoneman found it hard to escape. Under the swift and fierce attacks of the 8 origin sounds, its body cracked unceasingly. In the end, Xiaochen stretched out his big hand and slapped it into the demon city with a bang. At a distant place, the Vanquisher Wolf and the Hydra were envious. This kind of combat power really made them envious. Just at this time, Xiaochen called 10x to enter the immemorial demon city. Although the stoneman's flame of life is about to extinguish and his divine power has declined to the lowest point, he still contains boundless potential. I will offer him as a living sacrifice to help you build your foundation. Hearing Xiaochen's voice transmission, the Vanquisher Wolf and the Hydra were even more envious. 10x hesitated for a moment, then it flew into the city. Its strength had already reached a bottleneck. Perhaps it needed some external help. Boom, just at the next moment, the entire immemorial demon city suddenly lit up. It was like a huge light source. Xiaochen offered that dilapidated stoneman as a living sacrifice. Boundless life essence was condensed towards 10x. The originally pitch-black huge city was now resplendent with gold and jade. It was dazzling and illuminated this piece of land. After that, it almost became transparent. One could clearly see one divine splendor after another converging towards 10x. That dilapidated stoneman was melting like ice and snow. It gradually dimmed and finally crumbled. While crossing the city, Xiaochen used his great magic power to forcefully extract its memories. You want to obtain my origin? That's impossible. Boom, the stoneman destroyed its own divine source and destroyed its own sea of consciousness. Immediately, boundless soul power surged out and shook in all directions. The entire immemorial demon city was about to collapse. Wang, Gu, Ah, Ho, Mu, Duo. Xiaochen quickly vibrated the 8 origin sounds to suppress the storm in the stoneman's shattered sea of consciousness. He extracted the fragments of the stoneman's soul unceasingly, and at the same time, the sacrificial process became even faster. All the divine power did not disperse. It was just that he could not completely read the stoneman's memories. However, Xiaochen was very fortunate to grasp the stoneman technique. He grasped another great technique that could lead him to the highest realm. In the future, if he were to tread on the path of a stoneman, he would have one more reference. At the same time, he extracted a portion of the stoneman's memories. The heavenly monument had flown away, and the stoneman had no idea where it went. This lasted for no less than 6 hours. 10x let out a dragon roar and transformed into an ancestral dragon as it soared into the sky. Its majestic dragon body was as long as several dozen miles. This was its real body. The pressure was even heavier, it was like an endless ancient mountain range. 10x rushed to the 7th celestial layer of War Ancestor. Its strength had increased by 1 level. The most important thing was that its physical body had become even sturdier. It was almost as if it was immortal. That was because most of the power of this demon city was also refined by Xiaochen into its body. As for the remaining half of the divine city, it collapsed to the ground with a loud rumble. The surging dust and smoke covered the sky. Naturally, Xiaochen would not waste it. He sat cross-legged in the sky. A radiance flickered between his palm and fingers. An ancient city the size of a palm appeared and descended in an instant. A bird's radiance soared into the sky. The remnants of the immemorial demon city were completely absorbed by the palm-sized ancient city. That small city seemed to weigh millions of tons. It possessed an unfathomable power. It refined the remaining half of the city in an instant and reinforced its own city. This palm-sized ancient city had already absorbed the essence of several immemorial demon cities. It even swallowed a portion of the Stoneman King city in the heavenly realm. It had already reached a horrifying level a long time ago. It was already not far from the king's divine city. This was Xiaochen's backup plan for when he tread on the path of the stoneman in the future. Not long after, Xiaochen and the others retreated from this black hole and arrived in front of another cave. They walked into another vast space. It was still connected to the world of death, but it was already in a different region. Black mist pervaded the air. the aura of death was very dense. Black clouds lingered outside the huge demon city. The stoneman in this demon city has most likely already extinguished his life force. 10x came to such a conclusion. That's right. The aura of death lingering around the huge city, but there is only a little bit of life force fluctuation inside the city. He is about to turn into dust. Xiaochen also came to the same conclusion. This time, are we going to sacrifice a stoneman for us? Killing vanquishing wolf's eyes emitted green light. He really wanted to make a breakthrough. Sure. Xiaochen agreed without any hesitation. In fact, it was just as he expected. This stoneman was in a deep slumber. It was already hard for him to wake up. When he read its memories, the stoneman flew into a rage and shattered its origin. Everything went smoothly. Without using the war chariot, Xiaochen already performed the sacred sacrifice on this stoneman. Killing vanquishing wolf and the nine-headed snake both obtained great benefits. Sob. I reached the 7th celestial layer of the sovereign king realm, but I'm still far away from the ancestor realm. Killing vanquishing wolf was happy and regretful at the same time. In the end, he didn't advance to the next realm. The nine-headed snake was a little stronger than him. It had already stepped into the 8th celestial layer of the half-ancestor realm. You useless trash. You only advanced to the 7th celestial layer of the sovereign king realm after refining so much essence. Xiaochen was very speechless. Soon after, this immemorial demon city was also refined and absorbed by Xiaochen, who was in his palm. The palm-sized divine city was like a black jade. It became more and more sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved out of a rare treasure. It made people unable to part with it. This would be a great support for Xiaochen in the future. Right now, he needed to do his utmost to refine it. Don't you need the stoneman's essence? 10x asked. It saw Xiaochen perform the sacred sacrifice on the two stone men for them, but he didn't help it. That's why it reminded Xiaochen like this. It wanted Xiaochen to increase his strength as soon as possible. On the path of cultivation, I have already reached a heavenly moat. In a short period of time, the sacred sacrifice is already useless to me. What I need is an opportunity, not just the stoneman's essence. Hearing what Xiaochen said, killing vanquishing wolf asked in astonishment, just what realm have you reached? Xiaochen smiled and didn't answer. He said, there is still the last demonic cave. If I still can't get any information about where the heavenly monument flew to, I can only think of another way. Walking into the last demonic cave, a majestic huge city stood on the horizon in front of them. That place was deathly still, there wasn't any fluctuation of life. This is a completely deserted ghost city. I'm afraid it's useless. Killing vanquishing wolf and the Hydra both made this judgment. However, 10x was a little bewildered. It had advanced to the war ancestor realm, and its ancestral dragon bloodline was completely awakened. It possessed a spiritual sense that far surpassed the other races. At this moment, it felt like its spiritual sense was blinded. It faintly felt that something was wrong. This demon city is indeed deserted, but why do I keep feeling a little uneasy? You also have the same feeling? Xiaochen knitted his brows. His spiritual sense was innate. Now that he had reached this realm, it was even more powerful than he imagined. As soon as he entered this place, he had an indescribable feeling. The demon city in front seemed to be deserted. All kinds of signs indicated that there was nothing wrong with him, but his intuition told him that something was not right. In that instant, Xiaochen unleashed the eightfold world, wore the ancient scroll, and took out the divine diagram to conceal the four's aura. Then, they disappeared from their original place. Boom, the immemorial demon city in front of them shook. Suddenly, bird light soared into the sky. The vast energy ocean shook the ancient times and pierced through the myriad worlds. The place they were standing on just now was annihilated in a flash. This kind of terrifying scene made the four's expression change. If they acted rashly just now, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. This demon city was not simple at all. After the boundless aura of life burst out at this moment, it made people feel an oppressive might. The heaven and earth seemed to be pulsating because of it. The person in the city seemed to be no weaker than the true Wood Saintess. Who are you? Xiaochen shouted. The Eternal King, Meng Di Gang. Such a dignified voice came from the immemorial demon city. At the same time, a dazzling light beam swept towards Xiaochen's group again. It was very obvious that it had captured the traces of a few people. Unrivaled in the 3,000 worlds, the reborn saintess of the primogenitor. This kind of person was already abnormal enough. How could another similar person appear before their eyes? Xiaochen unleashed the eightfold world and dodged quickly. He knitted his brows as he recalled who this person was. He was indeed a character on par with the true wood saintess. He had heard of this person's name before in the heavenly realm. He was also one of the strongest people under the primogenitor. I knew you would come after the heavenly monument. I have been waiting for you for many years. The boundless pressure shook all directions and quickly blocked the black hole, cutting off Xiaochen's group's path of return. Let's go. Xiaochen didn't delay. He didn't want to fight with this kind of person at the moment. He rushed into the depths of the world of death. After that, he reversed the space and passed through the barrier of the big world to return to the 9 provinces. He had the remnant of the ancestral worship on him, so he could enter and leave the world of death freely. Is there really no way to deal with this kind of person? 10x asked. I need to collect 2 more heavenly marks to deal with them. Xiaochen replied, use the 4 heavenly marks to seal off the 4 directions, use the divine diagram to cut off the earth, use the ancient scroll to seal off the vault of heaven, confine the 6 directions, and destroy their demonic city. Destroy their divine origin to inflict heavy damage on them. Currently, what he lacked were the 2 heavenly marks. For this, Xiaochen purposely made a trip to the Cultivation world's heavenly burial valley. In the end, the heavenly monument there also flew away. After returning to the 9 provinces, Xiaochen frowned incessantly. He couldn't think of any method for several days in a row. At night, neon lights flickered. Standing on top of a skyscraper, Xiaochen and 10x surveyed the brightly lit city. The night breeze blew over. The two speculated for half the night, but they still couldn't figure out where the heavenly monument flew to. The vanquishing wolf had already left by himself. However, his cultivation was already sealed by Xiaochen to prevent him from stirring up trouble among the mortals. In the following few days, Xiaochen and 10x stayed in Swallow City. On this day, the 9-headed snake suddenly appeared and said, I saw a stone monument today. It felt very special. There was no divine power fluctuation. When I wanted to probe it with my divine sense, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. You saw a special stone monument? Xiaochen felt very strange. That's right, but it's definitely not the sky that shattered. That stone monument was only 1 meter long. I saw it in an auction house. The 9-headed snake answered like this. After Xiaochen heard this news, he was moved and said, let's go and take a look. Just at this time, the vanquishing wolf appeared. He cried out with a sullen face, quickly recover my divine power and undo my seal. As a mortal, I simply can't live. First, I was ruthlessly crushed by someone at 70 yards per hour. Now, I'm plagued with all kinds of diseases. What the hell are you talking about? 10x knitted its brows. I was hit by the biker 7 times a day at 3 times the speed of 70 yards per hour. After a few days, I got gonorrhea, syphilis, AIDS, and all kinds of strange diseases. Xiaochen and the other 2 were immediately dumbstruck. After living in Swallow City for a few days, they naturally knew some of the expressions of the mortals. You bastard, where the hell did you go to fool around? Serves you right. Save me. As a mortal, I feel the pressure of life is very big. The vanquishing wolf had a sullen face. He was so scared that he was about to go crazy. You bastard, you really asked for it. Even the 9-headed snake didn't sympathize with him. Big brother, I didn't provoke anyone, I was only walking on the street. I was hit by someone at 3 times the speed of 70 yards per hour 7 times in a day. How can you blame me for this? The vanquishing wolf defended himself. Furthermore, the land of amorous flowers and snow is really too dedicated to their work. I merely couldn't control myself and went to live a befuddled life for a while. Then I got a strange disease all over my body. It really can't be compared to the Spellbind Castle and the Moonflower Castle in the past. Xiaochen and the other 2 were dumbstruck. You should reflect on yourself first. We'll talk about it when we get back. Xiaochen and the other 2 turned around and left the room. Big brothers, save me. I am just a mortal now. The pressure of life is really big. The vanquishing wolf was about to cry. Xiaochen and the others appeared at that auction house. When Xiaochen saw that stone tablet that was less than 1 meter tall, he was immediately shocked. That was actually the heavenly tablet. This was really too inconceivable. He was endlessly shocked. How could the heavenly tablet shrink and be obtained by a mortal? The simple and unadorned stone tablet was only 1 meter long. It was completely black and had some mysterious engravings on it. Under the influence of time, the engravings had already become very blurry. It was very difficult to make out the meaning of those engravings. The stone tablet was placed on the exhibition stand. It would be auctioned off in a few days. At this moment, there were many people surrounding it. The relevant appraisers were evaluating its value. It is only a stone tablet from the later Yuan dynasty. There are too many of such stone tablets unearthed. There is not much value at all. A white-haired old man wearing a pair of thick glasses made such an evaluation. In the air, Xiaochen suddenly staggered and almost fell down. There were so many of such stone tablets unearthed? Was he mistaken? Heavenly steels could also be unearthed in large quantities? This was too shocking. Nonsense, this is not a meaningless stone tablet unearthed in large quantities like those from the later Yuan dynasty. Just at this moment, another seemingly righteous old pedant put down the magnifying glass in his hand and said to the white-haired old man, "This is clearly a rare treasure. A conservative estimate is that it has been carved for several tens of thousands of years." Actually, he really wanted to say that this stone tablet was hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of years old. However, that would be too shocking. How long was the history of human civilization? The white-headed old man sneered and said, "How long have we had written records of our history? You actually said tens of thousands of years, what a joke." Just at this moment, the experts at the side also chimed in. How can it be tens of thousands of years old? No matter how you look at it, it looks like a stone tablet unearthed in large quantities from the later Yuan dynasty. That's right. The seller even admitted that it is a stone tablet from the later Yuan dynasty. It's just that the engravings are a little special. That's why they brought it out for auction. Not bad. It can barely be considered a treasure. However, it is indeed a stone tablet from the later Yuan dynasty. These people agreed unanimously. Their words were almost the same. You guys are really the scum of our profession. That righteous old pedant was extremely angry. He pointed at a few people and said, "There must be a big client who asked you guys to lower the evaluation and prepare to buy it at a low price. It is really a disgrace to be associated with experts like you." He flicked his sleeves and left. In the air, Xiaochen watched all this quietly. While living among mortals, he had used his strong spiritual sense to understand many things. The titles of Brick Master and Beast Master were truly ironic, but this was the reality. It was far too common to have a scrivener and a scrivener. What he was seeing now was just a trivial matter. Even a great demon like the Hydra had learned a lot of things after blending in with the mortals. The cheap sale of the country's state-owned assets was truly outrageous. When the foreign investment bank evaluated the asset grades, many experts and beasts who had been conquered by money cheered for them, and many high-quality assets were sold at a low price. Of course, it was undeniable that there were still experts and professors who had integrity. Is it really Tianfeng? 10x asked. Absolutely. Xiaochen nodded. Then, he created something out of thin air. An identical stone tablet appeared in his palm. With a flash of light, it replaced the real Heaven's tablet that was placed in the hall. Without a sound, Xiaochen, 10x, and the Hydra left this place and returned to their residence. Seeing they returned, the slaughter wolf immediately pounced over and cried out with a sullen face, "Big brother, you guys are finally back. Quickly undo my seal, the life of a mortal is really not something a normal person can endure. I am about to transcend soon, my life force is depleting at a very fast speed, go and reflect on yourself first." Xiaochen pointed with his finger and this guy was immediately sealed in his own room. After that, Xiaochen placed the Heaven's tablet on the table and carefully observed it. Even someone as powerful as him wouldn't be able to discover this heaven's tablet if he didn't observe it from a close distance. No wonder the otherworldly experts didn't appear after the mortals obtained it. Xiaochen rubbed it with his hand. The pattern on the surface was very dim, it was almost completely obliterated. This is not the heaven's tablet in the demon plane, nor is it the one suppressing the heaven burial valley. It is also not the ancient tablet in the Yellow River, and it is also not the one suppressing the ghost town on the Dragon Island. If the old stone turtle didn't count the seventh huge tablet, Xiaochen had obtained 6 heavens tablet profound technique before. However, he had only seen 4 of them. Among them, he had only seen 2 of the heavens tablet's projection, they were not the real thing. He had only seen the projection of 2 of the heavens tablet. This should be the 5th heavens tablet. I really don't know how it fell into the hands of mortals. Where exactly was it suppressed in the past? It seems like I need to investigate it carefully. Could this heaven's tablet have been destroyed by someone? Does it still have the mighty power of the past? 10x asked. The heaven's tablet is not destroyed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide it from us. We have been in Yendu these past few days, but we didn't sense its aura at all. Speaking until here, Xiaochen knitted his brows. That was because he couldn't find anything when he used his divine sense to probe the heaven's tablet. Moreover, the power of his divine sense disappeared into the heaven's tablet like a clay ox entering the sea. I can't feel its terrifying pressure anymore. On the surface, it looks just like an ordinary stone. Xiaochen tried to probe it a few times. The divine power he used was all absorbed soundlessly like a drop of dew falling into a desert. Let's go to the world of death to test it out. Xiaochen made this decision. It was not good to activate the heavens tablet in the 9 regions and the 4 cardinal worlds. It would be troublesome if it was detected by another world. He had the ancestral warship's remnant, so he could easily pass through the big world's barrier. As a result, it didn't take much effort to bring 10x and the 9-headed snake along. When they appeared in the desolate world of death, Xiaochen began to operate the heavens tablet profound technique. That originally calm heavens tablet immediately moved. Boom, in the next moment, a tyrannical aura shook the heaven and earth. The tiny heavens tablet burst out with a fluctuation as vast as the ocean. It was extremely intimidating and made people tremble in fear. It began to grow at a rapid speed. It became bigger and bigger, like a huge mountain. It was so oppressive that it made people unable to breathe. The mountains in this region immediately cracked open, magma gushed out, the demonic clouds dispersed, and the stars swayed. This aura was no different from the heavens tablet from back then. It could suppress the world and destroy the golems. It was really the strongest sealing treasure in the world. Stop it quickly. If you activate it again, it will pierce through the sky. The 9-headed snake shouted in shock. At this moment, the heavens tablet was growing rapidly. It surpassed the mountain range and towered into the vault of heaven. It was getting taller and more majestic. The peak couldn't be seen with a single glance. The aura it emitted made the few people present feel a heavy pressure. Xiaochen stopped operating the Xianxia. He felt all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He was exhausted and hastily sat cross-legged in the void. He only completely recovered after a long time. And at this moment, the heavens tablet had already shrunk to 1 meter tall. It became simple and unadorned again. It was very ordinary. Why? Xiaochen was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. He couldn't understand why the heavens tablet shrunk by itself. It was already very difficult to approach it in the past, not to mention being collected by mortals. Could it be because it completed its mission, so it went into hibernation and no longer showed its miraculous power? The 3 of them couldn't really understand. Now we have obtained a heaven's mark, right? The 9-headed snake asked. We can obtain it now. Xiaochen sat cross-legged and no longer said anything. He operated the heavenly tablet mysterious technique. Not long after, the ancient patterns engraved on the 1-meter-tall monument seemed to have come to life. The rays of light became more and more intense. The powerful aura immediately forced 10x and the 9-headed snake to retreat to a distant place. They looked on in shock. Swish, it was as if a picture scroll flew down from the heavens tablet. It enveloped Xiaochen like a veil and quickly entered his body. Immediately, a very small mark of the Heavens tablet appeared on his body. Everything went smoothly. Xiaochen obtained the third Heavens mark. His entire body had reached the peak. When he stood up, there was nothing left on the Heavens tablet. All the patterns had disappeared. This time, it was really unexpected. The Heavens tablet became Xiaochen's collection. He smoothly stored it in the acupoint space. This is too, 10x felt a little speechless. Back then, the Heavens tablet sealed the Dragon Island. It had personally experienced the terror of that huge monument. But now, it had become a private collection. That berserk aura was no longer leaking out. If I walk the path of the golems, this Heavens tablet will also come in handy. The divine radiance in Xiaochen's twin suns was clear. You want to use the Heavens tablet to construct the divine city? The nine-headed snake was quite shocked. If that was the case, it was impossible for the divine city to be destroyed. They could sit back and relax. Xiaochen didn't say anything. He gazed at the depths of the continent of death and said, "Let's go. There is an expert coming, there is no need for us to fight with him." The three of them returned to the 9 provinces again. They were going to participate in the auction 3 days later. They wanted to find out all kinds of information about the seller. They wanted to know how he obtained it. 3 days passed by in a flash. This time, Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf also accompanied them. However, the seal was still not broken. Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf looked around the street and muttered unceasingly, "Don't let me see those bikers again. Don't let me see that woman again. She dared to crash into me 7 times in a day. She dared to give me a strange disease. If I find out, I will not let them off." A few days ago, I met an idiot. He was actually jealous of me. He even grabbed my collar and said that he was my ancestor. In the end, I found a biker to crash into him 7 times in a day. I didn't expect that guy to be so lucky. He didn't die. I really hope I can meet that guy again and crash into him 8 or 10 more times. Just outside the auction house, 3 delinquents were laughing as they followed behind a few middle-aged men, saying these words. "Nonsense." A middle-aged man turned his head around and glared at them fiercely. Clearly, he was not far away from them. Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf was almost petrified. Seeing those people enter the auction house, he shouted loudly, "Damn it, it was that brat who found someone to crash into me 7 times in a day." I had #yen #. Just at this time, 2 gorgeously dressed girls walked towards the auction house. A few days ago, I went to Perpetual Joy Palace to play. I met an idiot who called himself a wolf. At first, I had a feeling for him. However, I didn't expect that guy to be a pauper. How dare he strike up a conversation with me like that? I taught him a little lesson. In the end, before I left, I tossed a few notes to that guy who was sleeping like a dead pig. "Haha, you gave him money, and turned it around. You can't hit people in the face like this. Forget it, Director Lee is waiting for us. Let's go in." The 2 gorgeously dressed girls walked into the auction house while twisting their slender waists. At this time, Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf's eyes were about to spew fire. He clenched his fists so tightly that crackling sounds could be heard. Xiaochen, 10x, and the Hydra were all dumbstruck. This really made them speechless. After Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf was petrified, he was practically going crazy. He said while gnashing his teeth, "Motherf asterisk cur. What the hell is going on? Even if you want to beat someone up, you can't do this." I ran into him too. Xiaochen and 10x didn't pay attention to him. They took the lead and walked forward. The Hydra walked over and patted Xiaochen's shoulder wordlessly. Then, it also walked forward. The 4 of them hid in the void and paid close attention to the auction scene. The atmosphere was very lively. Many antiques were sold at sky-high prices. As for the heavenly monument that was stolen, it was sold in a calm manner. There was no commotion, not many people raised their bids. Xiaochen used his powerful divine sense to search the scene. As expected, the seller was also present. He quickly obtained the relevant information from his mind. "Let's go." Xiaochen planned to leave this place. "Wait a minute, if you don't help me remove the seal, I would rather die here." Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf was about to explode from anger. He was staring at that delinquent and channeling his chi. At the same time, he kept rolling his eyes at that girl who was snuggling up to an old man with a big belly. How could Xiaochen not know what he was trying to do? He couldn't help but laugh when he thought about how miserable this guy was because of the mortals. After that, he removed the seal and said, "Enough is enough, don't act recklessly." Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf nodded while gnashing his teeth. He cast a spell. The people in the auction house didn't seem to notice that two people were missing. F***ck, so it's you, you idiot. I was just about to look for you. I haven't had enough fun yet. The delinquent clearly didn't understand the situation. When he saw Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf, he said this. Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf's face immediately turned green. He was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. He carried the delinquent and soared into the sky. "Don't you like to bump into me? I'll let you bump into me to your heart's content." Not long later, they arrived in outer space. The delinquent was already scared silly. He said while trembling, "Oh God, I was wrong, please let me go." Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf immediately shot out a halo of light and enveloped the delinquent. He threw him on top of an asteroid fragment. After that, he kicked him with all his might and sent him flying in the midst of a group of asteroids. Fly freely. If you are still alive after 10 years, I will come and pick you up. F***ck, save me. After a quarter of an hour, Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf woke up that gorgeously dressed girl and directly threw her on a desolate planet. He left behind a mountain of diamonds and said, "Just guard this pile of money like this. Look at it for 8 to 10 years. If you haven't turned into a skeleton, I will come and pick you up." In the sky above the 9 provinces, Xiaochen and the other two were speechless. Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf was a little too harsh. "Don't kill them. Don't worry, I have injected spiritual energy into their bodies. They won't die in a short period of time." Speaking until here, Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf had a bitter and hateful expression as he said, "What a mystical nation. All of this is really the tragedy of society, the tragedy of mankind." Scram. The three of them sent him flying together. Not long after, Xiaochen and the others traveled through space and arrived at a mountain village in the western part of the 9 provinces. Xiaochen wanted to find the true owner of the heavenly monolith. That was because it was the antique dealer who bought the heavenly monolith from this mountain village. Compared to the high-rise buildings in the city, the brick and stone houses here were undoubtedly very backward. However, it lacked a bit of materialistic clamor and had a bit more of the fragrance of flowers and plants. It made people's heart feel a little more tranquil. They arrived in front of a courtyard that couldn't be considered very orderly. It was built by piling up mountain rocks. Xiaochen extended out his divine sense and prepared to search through the memories of the owner of the courtyard to find out everything about the heavenly monolith. Creak, just at this time, the courtyard door was pushed open. A simple and honest-looking middle-aged man walked out and said, "I really don't have any more heavenly monolith here. I only have one. I used it as a whetstone in the past. Now I have to go look for another one." Whetstone? After hearing these words, Xiaochen was a little dumbstruck. Delusion breaker I. Xiaochen shouted in a low voice and placed the heavenly monolith in the courtyard. After that, 2 golden rays immediately shot out from his eyes and enveloped this place. He wanted to trace the long river of history and go against the source. He wanted to see how the heavenly monolith was lost in this place. He wanted to restore everything of the past. Xiaochen's body trembled violently. The history that he was tracing seemed to have exceeded the scope of his ability. It was very difficult to continue. However, he clenched his teeth and persevered in the end. One after another, broken scenes appeared in front of his eyes. A rain of blood swirled in the sky. A huge heavenly monolith fell from the sky. At the same time, there were all kinds of broken walls and ruins. They smashed onto this piece of land at the same time. Xiaochen felt his body tremble. He held the divine diagram and the ancient scroll in his hand. He continued to trace the long river of history. The scene retreated. An ancient castle was cracked open, leaving behind an endless amount of blood. Bang, it broke into pieces and fell down. At the same time, an ancient wall fell from the castle. There is a heavenly monolith in the ancient castle? Xiaochen was bewildered. Moreover, he felt that the ancient castle was very familiar. Suddenly, he revealed an astonished expression. He suddenly recalled, wasn't this the death castle that once appeared in the sky above the Dragon Island? In the past, it caused endless wind and clouds, stirred up monstrous waves. Delusion breaker, I go against the long river of time. Xiaoqian shouted in a low voice again. The divine diagram and the ancient scroll were radiating resplendently in his hand. At the same time, the sacred tree with 9 divine leaves also appeared above his head. It sprinkled down a myriad of divine radiance to lend him a helping hand. The scene appeared again and quickly went up the long river of time. The ancient castle really came from the sky above the Dragon Island. This time, he even saw a few skinny humanoid creatures pacing back and forth in front of the ancient castle. Delusion breaker void, restore the true past. Xiaoqian shouted loudly. At this time, 3 heavenly marks appeared. He started to borrow more power to go against the long river of time. Eh? Xiaoqian was shocked again. The ancient castle did not belong to the Dragon Island. It actually appeared above the Heaven Burial Valley in the next moment. Continue to go against the source. He clenched his teeth and another scene appeared. The ancient castle appeared in the sky above the demon plain. At this moment, Xiaoqian's whole body shone with a myriad of splendor. It was as if there was a raging divine flame. He encountered a great resistance to explore the secrets of the heavenly monolith and the ancient castle. He pushed his potential to the limit. The scene flashed, the ancient castle appeared in the sky above the yellow river. Black clouds rolled over and over, the yellow river water surged. At this moment, Xiaoqian really couldn't hold on any longer. The golden radiance in his eyes quickly dimmed. The ancient castle does not belong to the Dragon Island. As long as there is a heavenly monolith, it has appeared before. And there is also a monolith inside the castle. Xiaoqian felt very shocked. All of this was too mysterious. Just what kind of secret was the ancient castle hiding? Why did it appear in the sky above all the heavenly monolith? What's wrong? 10x asked. Dig a kilometer underground. Xiaoqian let out a gloomy voice and said, there is a fallen ancient castle under this land. It has a great connection with the heavenly monolith. They dug 1 kilometer underground to investigate the ancient castle's secrets. It was impossible for Xiaoqian and the others to dig on the surface. Instead, they went deep underground. The huge rocks were stained with blood, and the whole area was bright red. In the depths of the ground, there were quite a few square rocks scattered in the soil. The viscous red liquid looked like it could never dry up. Even now, it was still alive and filled with the pungent smell of blood. Xiaoqian frowned slightly. At his cultivation realm, he could clearly feel the remnant divine energy in the blood. This seemed to be the blood of an ancestor god. He did not say anything and sat down cross-legged on the ground to refine it. Strands of scarlet essence energy flew out continuously and gathered in that palm-sized demon city between his fingers. Is this a slaughterhouse? The killing vanquishing wolf was already a 7th heaven half-martial ancestor. However, it still felt somewhat cold in the depths of the ground. The Yin energy here was extremely dense. Gather all the rocks here. These are all excellent materials. 10x moved first as it spoke. It started to clean up the rubble underground. There wasn't much divine power contained in the scarlet blood. Not long after, it was completely refined by Xiaoqian. After that, he held the palm-sized ancient city in his hand and began to use the mystical technique to store all of those huge rocks into the demon city between his fingers. These rocks were all fragments of the ancient castle. A mysterious energy gathered on them. A conservative estimate was that they were no weaker than the rocks in the demon city. The huge rocks tumbled continuously and were collected into the demon city, turning into a part of the city. During this process, Xiaoqian used his magic energy to help solidify the city. This miniature ancient demon city was becoming more and more demonic. It flickered with a dark light and looked as translucent as black jade. It was simply like a perfect work of art, giving off a radiance in Xiaoqian's hand. As for Xiaoqian, who was sitting cross-legged, his consciousness was completely immersed in the demon city. After so many years of continuous refinement, this holy item that was close to becoming a king's divine city already belonged to him. Sometimes, Xiaoqian hesitated. Should he really take the golem path? This increasingly powerful demon city would allow him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, there were too many uncertainties in the golem path. It was very hard for Xiaochen to make a decision. One had to know that those golems needed to remain silent for 1 or 2 civilizations before there would be any results. Furthermore, those results were 99% tragedies. Should he walk the path of the Supreme Soul Wandering? Or the path of the Stone Man? This was the choice that Xiaochen had to face now. Because he'd already stepped into the 9th heavenly layer of the Ancestor God realm, it was time for him to make a decision. Bang, a loud sound rang out. When the killing wolf and the hydra were cleaning up the ruins, they moved away a pile of rubble that was like a small mountain, revealing a few dilapidated buildings that looked like dungeons. The heavenly prison. There are experts locked up here. Slaughter Vanquisher shouted. Xiaochen withdrew his technique and quickly walked over. There was a dilapidated building that looked like a heavenly prison. Most of it was buried underground. Only the tightly shut stone windows could be seen. After observing it, Xiaochen was sure that this was not the heavenly prison. The layout of the building was just like that. It looked very sealed, like a dungeon. Inside, there was a stone body sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, more or less emitting waves of divine power. This dilapidated ancient castle was too mysterious. If he discovered a living creature, it would be very significant. However, Xiaochen was soon disappointed. Because he knew that it was just a corpse. When he used the divine light to sweep up that stone body, specks of dust filled the air. That stone man that had almost lost all signs of life had turned into dust. Aside from one of its arms, the rest of its body had been destroyed. The specks of life came from that arm. And here I thought there was a living creature. The hydra murmured. They consecutively cleaned up a dozen stone houses and found 2 more withered corpses. One of them was a bone body, and the other was a flesh body. Just like the first corpse, it turned into dust with a light touch. Only a bone pill and a blood pill were left behind. They were similar to the Buddhist Saraira. They were part of the essence. Even time could not erase them. Xiaochen collected them all. The stone arm left behind by the first stone body would be the main material for him to construct the divine city. If he wanted to take the final step on the path of the stone man, there would be too many trials and tribulations. It was impossible for the other world to just watch him do nothing. Other than choosing a good hidden location, they also had to construct an unbreakable capital city. Just like that, the few of them cleaned up the ruins unceasingly. Meanwhile, Xiaochen concentrated on refining the demon city. That stone arm did not disappear even after the baptism of time. It could be said that it was equivalent to the arm of the Stone Man King. After it was refined into the demon city, it was very obvious that the aura of this ancient city had become a lot stronger. Bang, along with a loud sound, a large pile of boulders was cleared out from the ruins. A few majestic palaces were revealed in front of him. That was the remnant of the ancient castle. The palaces here were the sturdiest places in the ancient castle, the central palace. Although only this central palace was left, it still gave people a strong sense of oppression when they got closer. It was as if this was not a palace, but a majestic city. That's right, it was as if an intact divine city was standing in front of them. What was a little special was that they could only feel that boundless ocean-like pressure at a close distance. When they stepped within 10 meters, they immediately felt suffocated. It was as if someone was clutching their throat, making it hard for them to breathe. The pitch-black gate was tightly shut. It was unknown what kind of material was used to polish it. It seemed like a cold and hard metal, but also like a bewitching magic stone. It was emitting a gloomy and dangerous aura. The slaughter wolf and the hydra withstood the great pressure as they walked forward step by step. They left one clear footprint after another on the ground. They wanted to try opening the stone gate, but that huge gate didn't budge an inch. It was like the foundation of the world. Let me give it a try. 10x stepped forward and pushed the stone gate with all its might. Crack! The stone gate trembled a little, but it still didn't open. Open for me! 10x shouted lightly. It was the war dragon among the ancestral dragons. Its brute force was matchless, even the experts of the same rank were far inferior to it. Both of its hands turned into dragon melons as it shook that tightly shut stone gate. Clang, along with a loud sound, the two huge stone gates opened up all of a sudden. Boom, just at the same time, a huge aura rushed out from inside. The slaughter wolf and the hydra were swept away by the gale like withered leaves on the spot. They crashed heavily into the pile of rocks at the back. And 10X also staggered a dozen steps back before it could stabilize its footsteps. Even Xiaochen, who was at the back, was shocked. He was deeply aware of 10X's strength. With the strength of a sixth celestial layer war ancestor, there were very few who could rival it. The aura that rushed out after the stone gate opened actually forced him to take a dozen steps back. This was a little unimaginable. That is, when he saw everything inside the huge central palace clearly, Xiaochen immediately became nervous. He saw a tall and big golem standing quietly at the center of the palace. All the aura was emitted by him. Golem King, this was definitely the Golem King. Who would have thought that when they came to the small village in the western part of the 9 prefectures to search for the secret of the heavenly monument, they accidentally found out that the ancient castle had fallen here, and when they went deep into the ruins to explore, they actually encountered a Golem King. This was really too shocking. There was such a matchless expert hiding in the depths of the earth. This was really unexpected and shocking. There's no justice in this world. I've been knocked down 7 times in a day, but I'm not as depressed as I am now. Kill Vanquish Wolf's face had already turned green. Wasn't this the same as throwing away your life? The Hydra was also incomparably nervous, it was ready for battle. But just at this moment, Xiaochen and 10X suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. That was because they discovered that this Golem King was very abnormal. There was no spiritual fluctuation. After a careful examination, they discovered that there was a hole on the top of his skull. It seemed to have been pierced by a sharp weapon, a dead man. The stone body contained powerful combat power, but its soul had already been destroyed a long time ago. This was no different from a dead man. Crack, just at this time, the golem suddenly moved. Something's wrong, this seems to be a puppet body. Xiaochen revealed a startled expression. This was really a big move, using the Golem King as a puppet. People couldn't help but be shocked. Even the calm 10X's expression changed. Refining the Golem King as a puppet, this was simply unimaginable. Just what kind of origin did the ancient castle have? Just what kind of place was this central palace that it actually needed the Golem King puppet to protect it? Crack, the golem moved its feet, a lot of dust fell off its body. It seemed like it had not moved for many years. Xiaochen's twin sons blossomed with divine radiance as he said, "No one can enslave the Golem King. Someone must have collected the unrivaled golems that died in battle and used their bodies." That's right, that should be the case. 10X agreed. This was a reasonable explanation, because the Golem King already represented the limit of an individual's power. Although the Golem King was moving, it did not walk out of the palace. It seemed like it could only stay within that range. What is it guarding? An important place guarded by the Golem King puppet. There must be a gargantuan secret. This made Xiaochen and the others want to go in and investigate. After just a few steps, the Golem King puppet stopped moving again and stood quietly in the palace. Fortunately, it is only a puppet without any spiritual power. Otherwise, we might have all died here. Kill Vanquish Wolf had a lingering fear in his heart. He only walked forward after making sure there was no danger. However, he was bearing a huge pressure. Although that Golem King was as motionless as a fossil, the power contained within the powerful stone body was really terrifying. The aura it was emitting was incomparable. The ancient castle and the heavenly monument fell to the ground at the same time. The danger has already dropped to the lowest point. Fortunately, we have the opportunity to go in and investigate. Xiaochen had the divine diagram, the ancient scroll, the 3 heavenly marks, and the Panga stone token. With these items on his back, he could completely conceal his tracks when he unfolded the eightfold world. With a flash of brilliance, he brought the other 3 and entered the second layer of the palace silently. They directly avoided the Golem King puppet. However, the moment they entered, the huge door of the first layer of the palace silently closed. And that golem's hollow eyes became even more abstruse as it blocked the entrance. The inside of the second layer of the palace was very spacious. Xiao Chen and the others found a dragon skin map on the only desk. 10x immediately made the judgment that it was made from the ancestral dragon's skin. When he saw this dragon skin that seemed like a map, Xiao Chen was immediately gobsmacked. He saw the heavenly death bridge and the yellow clay platform on it. However, the 3 words ancestral dragon platform were marked on it. However, it was very obvious that the heavenly death bridge and the ancestral dragon platform were just small marks. They were incomparable to those eye-catching big marks. The divine diagram, there is the divine diagram's mark on it. Kill Vanquish Wolf pointed at the eye-catching mark on one of the corners. There is also the 99 heavenly palaces. 10x also pointed at a place on top. The 99 heavenly palaces there were very eye-catching. Look, there are also 9 ancient lamps. The 9-headed snake pointed at 9 very eye-catching places. And not far away from the 9 lamps, the marks on the heavenly monuments were also very clear. There were a total of 7 of them. Eh? That's not right, there seems to be an 8th one. It's faintly discernible like an invisible body. 10x was startled. That's not right, there seems to be a 9th one. Xiao Chen's eyes also revealed 2 brilliant rays of light. Xiao Chen had already seen 7 of the heavenly steels. He didn't expect there were still the 8th and 9th heavenly steels in the outside world. This made him feel very surprised. If every heavenly steel had a mystical technique, then it would be an unimaginable wealth. Because Xiao Chen had already grasped the ancient technique on 6 of the heavenly steels, and he even saw the concluding item on the 7th one. If there were still the 8th and 9th heavenly steels, what would be on them? He was really looking forward to it. The markings on the 8th and 9th heavenly steels gave Xiao Chen an intense anticipation. If he could really find them, he would definitely be able to grasp an even more powerful power. Why do I feel that there seems to be some kind of internal connection between these markings? 10x creased its brows. The map drawn on the ancestral dragon's skin was very crude, but there were so many artifacts listed on it. It was definitely not simple. Xiao Chen had already vaguely noticed that the heavenly steel, the ancient lamp, the chaotic palace, and the 99 stone steps seemed to have some kind of connection. The markings were very regular. However, he couldn't figure it out in a short period of time. It was very difficult to find out the rules and the essence. Now was not the time to observe in detail. The few of them searched around the second palace hall, but they didn't find anything else. So they headed towards the third palace hall. The last palace hall was very quiet. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground. Who knew how many years had it been since someone last came here? The huge palace hall was very spacious. Other than a stone platform at the very front, there was nothing else. Look, there is a broken jar on the stone platform. The Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf walked over casually and picked up that broken jar. He shook it with all his might, and a strange sound came from inside. He felt very curious, so he placed it next to his ear to listen. What the? Just when he placed it next to his ear, the Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf cried out in fear. He shook his hand and threw the broken jar away. Xiao Chen was very fast, he shot out a divine radiance and firmly caught the broken jar. And on the other side, the Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf had a disorientated appearance. It was as if he was trampled on by a rhinoceros, or as if he was trampled on by several elephants. He swayed and almost fell to the ground. What happened to you? The Hydra asked. Damn it, I was raped by it, the Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf shouted loudly. PFFF, the 9-headed snake couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva as he glared at him. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying that my ears have been raped by it. It's like a dragon has rushed into my ears and smashed my earbone. Hum, 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 hum. My head is filled with this sound. It hurts so much. The killing broken wolf swayed from side to side as it angrily shouted. It took a long time for it to calm down. Serves you right, who asked you to be so careless? The other 3 didn't have any sympathy. Xiao Chen was carefully observing this broken jar when he suddenly shouted, Delusion Breaker Eye. 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes and shrouded the palm-sized, worn-out stone jar in his hand. All of a sudden, a shocking change occurred to the battered jar. All the cracks on its surface disappeared, and the damaged parts were mended. The gray jar also turned into a heart-palpitating black-red color, as if it was cast from a mixture of blood and black soil. Moreover, a dense talisman paper covered in patterns appeared on the mouth of the jar, tightly sealing the mouth of the jar. How could this be? The killing broken wolf was incomparably astonished. This is its original appearance, it was merely an illusion just now. You almost made a huge mistake. If you were to break it, I'm afraid there would be big trouble. Xiaochen revealed a grave expression as he carefully sized up the stone jar in his hand. A seal? 10x also revealed a startled expression. It looked at this stone jar and said, "The thing inside seems to be very unusual." Just at this time, the stone jar suddenly shook. The atmosphere in the main hall became oppressive. The few of them felt as if they were ordinary people submerged in mercury. The heavy pressure made them feel suffocated. Extremely dangerous, this was what Xiaochen felt. At this moment, he knew that an incomparably powerful existence was sealed inside the stone jar in his hand. It was hard to estimate. The stone jar shook unceasingly. Even though it was being held in Xiaochen's hand, it seemed like it was going to break free. A dangerous aura pervaded the air. It made 10x, killing Broken Wolf, and the others felt their blood run cold. Under this kind of pressure, the few of them felt a chill run down their spine. Xiaochen let out a cold snort. He exerted more force on his hands and began to seal this stone jar. The talisman paper sealing the mouth of the jar immediately flourished with radiance. One after another bizarre patterns also appeared on the entire jar. It was as if an iron chain was winding around the jar and binding it. Those patterns could clearly be seen engraved deeply into the jar. It was as if a tangible iron chain was tied into the jar. The stone jar shone with resplendent radiance and boundless divine power. That was the powerful sealing power. The talisman paper and the stone jar possessed an unfathomable power. The power that Xiaochen poured into the stone jar was immediately activated. The stone jar that was shaking violently immediately calmed down. What a powerful sealing power! What is sealed inside this stone jar? 10x revealed a bewildered expression. It's very dangerous, it's hard to estimate its strength. Fortunately, it is sealed inside. Otherwise, we might be in big trouble. Xiaochen held the palm-sized stone jar in his hand and revealed a cautious expression. Just what is this thing? Kill Vanquish Wolf was in a bad mood. He kept pinching his ear. Even now, it was still ringing. Xiaochen and 10x studied it for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out the truth behind the stone jar. Before they figured it out, it was impossible to open that talisman paper. Xiaochen cautiously suppressed the stone jar in the immemorial demon city between his palms. He didn't dare to place this dangerous artifact in the acupoint space. If something went wrong, it would be too late for regrets. In the end, after searching the third palace hall carefully, the four of them didn't find anything else and returned along the original path. When they arrived at the first palace hall, they just happened to see that stone puppet thrown at the entrance. Its hollow eyes were staring at them. This guy, the Hydra's voice was somewhat trembling. The first palace hall was filled with murderous aura. Those hollow eyes of the Stoneman King were extremely terrifying. They were like two abysses that wanted to swallow the few of them. It took a step forward slowly and pressed forward step by step. Although the Stoneman King had been killed and there was a hole in its head, its stone body still contained unimaginable power. It was like a demon god of slaughter. Its might was overflowing. We can't clash head-on with it. Let's go. Xiaochen unleashed the eightfold world, wanting to escape this place. 8 illusory worlds enveloped the four of them and they disappeared in an instant. Bang, the Stoneman King's right hand shook violently. The first palace hall was immediately enveloped by a powerful domain. Nothing here could hide. Heaven and earth were sealed, this was the king's battle domain. It could suppress everything, even Xiaochen's unparalleled divine ability, the eightfold world, was revealed. He couldn't pass through the barrier of the big world and had no way to rush out from the stone door. This was the Stoneman King's peerless battle domain. It completely enveloped this place. There was no way to break through. It wasn't that the eightfold world was inferior to the opponent's battle domain. It was just that the Stoneman King's boundless battle prowess was too vast. Its absolute power suppressed everything. It was very difficult to break through. However, Xiaochen wasn't afraid. He had enough capital now. Furthermore, the person in front of him wasn't the real Stoneman King. He didn't have a divine sense. A black light flickered between Xiaochen's palms. The immemorial demon city appeared. 3 heavenly marks were in the city. They strengthened the city and provided an unending stream of divine power. The palm-sized ancient city instantly enlarged to the size of a house. It broke through the surrounding restrictions and instantly enveloped the Stoneman King. The Stoneman King seemed to have sensed something. It was momentarily distracted. It raised its head and didn't dodge at all. Boom, the immemorial demon city immediately sucked it in and sealed it inside. The peerless domain laid down by the Stoneman King immediately disappeared. The divine power no longer existed. Shua, shua, shua. Xiaochen and the others quickly rushed out of this place. With a quang-dang sound, the 2 stone doors closed. They looked at each other in dismay. The powerful Stoneman King was sucked in by the immemorial demon city without any resistance. This was a little too easy. Xiaochen held the demon city in his right hand and carefully examined it. He was shocked to find that the Stoneman King was not inside. There was no trace of it at all. How could this be? With a thought, he captured the stone jar. Eh? Xiaochen was shocked. There was a clear mark on the body of the jar. It was the stone golem king puppet. It was like a mural that was imprinted on the stone jar. It was bound by a chain pattern. We're rich. This stone jar seems to be the key treasure to control the Stoneman King. Killing Vanquishing Wolf had an excited expression. He rubbed his hands happily and said, "This is a very powerful combat power." It's not that simple. Xiaochen examined the stone jar and said, "Although this puppet seems to be controlled by the stone jar, we don't know how to use it. Moreover, if we accidentally release that terrifying existence sealed in the jar, the consequences will be unimaginable." Rumble, Xiaochen flicked his hand. The immemorial demon city descended and sucked in the undamaged central palace. After that, the demon city swept through the ruins. The crucial central palace had already been explored. There was no need to investigate in detail anymore. All the divine stones and rubble had been sucked into the demon city. They would all become the building materials for the construction of the majestic city. After the ancient castle was completely sucked into the grindstone, it flew back into Xiaochen's palm. He could clearly feel that it had undergone a transformation. It was becoming more and more unpredictable. Could it really have evolved into the king's divine city? 10x asked. In terms of divine power, it has indeed reached the required level. However, it still lacks a qualitative change. Because no one has taken the final step in the city, it is unable to complete the final transformation. The few of them returned to a hotel in Yendu. Xiaochen immediately opened that dragonhide map and wanted to analyze it carefully. After all, there were 9 heavenly fragments carved on it. If he could find some clues about their origin, he might be able to obtain the remaining heavens mark very quickly. The crystal chandelier emitted a gentle radiance. The dragonhide ancient scroll emitted a bewitching and mysterious aura. The yellow clay platform, the heavenly death bridge, the 99 stone steps, the chaotic huge palace, the 9 ancient lamps, the heavenly monument. All kinds of mysterious and powerful artifacts were marked on the ancestral dragon skin. What kind of map was this? 10x, Kill Vanquish Wolf, and the others were no longer as shocked as when they first saw it. However, they still felt that this map had an extraordinary origin. All 4 of them were staring at this mysterious leather scroll without blinking. The ancestral dragon skin was dark red. The traces of being soaked in blood were very obvious. All 7 of the heavenly monuments had clear markings, but the 8th and 9th were very vague. Especially the 9th one, it was almost impossible to see. Only by relying on their powerful divine sense could they see a shadow on it. It must be mentioned that this ancestral dragon skin was very mysterious. If they wanted to see the whole picture, they must have the power of divine sense as a foundation. After looking at it for a long time, Xiaochen was still unable to deduce the origin of the heavenly monument. He couldn't understand this map at all. This didn't seem to be a map, but rather a miniature world that was pieced together from various worlds. However, Xiaochen and 10x already noticed that the heavenly monument, The 99 stone steps and the heavenly death bridge seemed to have some kind of connection with each other. For example, the heavenly death bridge seemed to be nothing more than a bridge. It was connected to an extremely dangerous checkpoint. One could only pass through it. The divine map and some bone fragments were scattered on the road. It seemed like they were some kind of clue. And the 99 stone steps seemed to be a stone road that led to a mysterious area on this ancient scroll. There were also the 9 ancient lamps. They were even more peculiar. It seemed like there were only 9 lamps. They were only there to sprinkle their radiance on the mysterious road and illuminate the road ahead. As for the chaotic land's palace, it seemed like it was just a stop on the mysterious path, and it provided the necessary supplies. As for those 9 heavenly monuments, they were like 9 signposts that recorded everything on the road. They were also like 9 tombstones that buried the 9 fallen experts that led to the mysterious area. There was also a stone key that had a clear mark. However, it was longer than the one in Xiaochen's hand. Xiaochen had a feeling that the stone key on the ancestral dragon skin was the only one that was in perfect condition. The few of them stared at it for a long time. They all felt very shocked. These items clearly had some kind of connection with each other. It seemed like they were pointing to an extremely special place. The more they looked at it, the more obvious this feeling became. Gradually, these items seemed to be connected together, leading to an unknown place. Xiaochen felt his scalp go numb. Things had exceeded his expectations. This map had a great origin. It included many kinds of mysterious items. One must know that regardless of the chaotic huge palace or the 99 stone steps, they were all holy items of a certain world. And now, a map actually linked the holy items of every world together and pointed them to an unknown place. This was too shocking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an ancient secret. This kind of extravagance had a serious impact on the few of them. No one was able to keep their calm. Mother Vaster's cur, even the steady 10x felt its mouth was dry. It couldn't help but curse. Inconceivable, the feat of a lunatic, is this possible? Kill Vanquish Wolf stammered, the heavenly monument, the formation, the huge palace, the stone steps, the ancestral dragon platform, and so on, they are all the items on the map. They are necessary to lead to a mysterious path. This is really crazy, unimaginable. This is too senseless. Who made this kind of map so carelessly? The 9-headed snake braced himself and said. However, he knew that even he would have a hard time convincing himself with these words. Who would be so senseless as to use the ancestral dragon's skin to draw a meaningless map? Whatever you see today, you mustn't leak it out no matter what. Xiaochen warned the few of them. He knew they had unintentionally discovered the clue to a shocking secret. Perhaps they would be able to uncover some kind of unimaginable secret. This was indeed a big move. It connected all the worlds together. However, this was only his first impression. If he looked closely at the ancestral dragon's skin, he would see many rivers, mountains, and other mysterious objects. This was truly a blurry and mysterious ancient map. After looking at it, the 4 of them sucked in a breath of cold air. We seem to have discovered a piece of history that is only a myth in the eyes of the apex experts. Perhaps we might be able to unveil the mysterious veil of a bizarre and dazzling world that had been covered in dust for countless years. However, we might only be the witnesses. There were too many secrets in the universe. However, with the passage of time, people would gradually understand them. Perhaps Xiaochen could not understand the secrets contained in the Ancestor Dragon Skin Scroll now. However, in the future, the veil of mystery would gradually be lifted. He believed that day was not far away, as many of the items on the map had already manifested. Inside the Keifu International nightclub, killing Vanquishing Wolf was like a fish in the water. This guy was already familiar with the rules of the modern world. He let out a long howl in the dimly lit private room. His voice was dry and ear-piercing, but the enchanting girls beside him were clapping their hands and praising him unceasingly. Of course, killing Vanquishing Wolf still knew his place. All of this was related to his actions and had nothing to do with his singing. Xiaochen had once found a heavenly steel in the mortal world. This had greatly affected him, so he decided to pay more attention to it and see if he could get any more harvest. Naturally, he handed over this mission to killing Vanquishing Wolf. These days, he had been enjoying himself very much. He roamed around various cities, so of course, he would not mistreat himself. Every night, he would lead a befuddled life. The girl beside him had a pretty appearance. Her skin was fair and delicate. She very obediently picked up the sparkling wine cup and brought it to Killing Vanquishing Wolf's lips. This guy had sung to his heart's content, so his mouth was already parched. He immediately drained the cup in one go. Bang, the door was suddenly pushed open. A pale young man walked in. He had a sickly beauty, as if he had not been exposed to the sunlight for a long time. A powerful cultivator, Killing Vanquishing Wolf immediately felt the other party's aura. He was immediately stunned. In this era where the demonic god civilization had been destroyed, there was still such a person. "All of you, get out," Killing Vanquishing Wolf said to the girls beside him. At the same time, he had already tightly grasped the divine talisman that Xianxia had given him. If something unexpected happened, he would be able to let Xianxia know immediately. Because he felt a trace of danger, he was actually unable to see through the other party's strength. However, at this moment, a trace of contempt appeared in the other party's eyes. It was as if he had already seen through his little trick. "Who are you?" Killing Vanquishing Wolf became even more cautious. "Now is not the time for you to ask me, but the time for me to ask you." The pale-faced young man shook his head. He then stared at the deadly wolf like a poisonous snake and asked, "Speak, who are you?" A pair of pupils shone with a demonic light. In this misty private room, it was especially frightening. "Speaking of which, I might have some friendship with your ancestors." Kill Vanquish Wolf did not directly say that he was the other party's ancestor because he could sense how powerful the other party was. He might not be able to suppress this pale-faced young man. However, he felt quite displeased, so he spoke tactfully. "Courting death," the pale-faced young man shook his head and said, "If it was me in the past, you would definitely have turned into ashes after hearing what you said." Bang, the Killing Destroyer Wolf immediately attacked. The white bone domain appeared and an empty space enveloped that person. The white bone spear ruthlessly pierced forward. In the absolute void, the young man didn't move at all. He let all the white bone spears that could destroy mountains and mountains reach him. Pieces of bone powder fell, and all the spears turned into ashes. He is merely a half-martial ancestor. The difference is too great. The pale-faced young man lightly shook his head and pointed with his finger. Light shone everywhere and bound the Killing Destroyer Wolf. Who are you? Which ancestral god?" The young man sat down and poured himself a cup of wine. He looked at the Killing Destroyer Wolf lying on the carpet and said, "You only found out now? It's not too late. Speaking of which, your ancestors and I can be considered enemies." "Our ancestors, you are an ancestral god?" The Killing Destroyer Wolf was greatly shocked. "I was in the past, but I am no longer." While tasting the wine, the young man said, "Little guy, you can now tell me your origin, the force behind you, and how you managed to survive. I know you're a cultivator from the 9 regions. I can sense a familiar energy fluctuation. If you don't tell me, I will personally search your soul." Suddenly, 8 ancient spears appeared on the young man's sides. They looked like spider legs as they pierced towards the Killing Destroyer Wolf. "Don't. I'll tell you." "Slow down," the Killing Destroyer Wolf shouted. The 8 ancient spears stopped in front of him. The Killing Destroyer Wolf broke out in a cold sweat. He did not expect the other party to be so strong. He said, "I think we can have a good chat." The Killing Destroyer Wolf's heart pounded. The other party carried him to the sea, far away from that nightclub. Even if Xianxia dared to go there, he would not be able to find them. "Come, let's have a good chat." Xianxia frowned in the sky above the Keifu International nightclub. He felt familiar aura and said, "Who is this person?" An hour later, the Killing Destroyer Wolf returned to the city valiantly with the pale-faced man. Shwa, with a flash of light, Xianxia materialized out of nowhere and blocked their path. "Haha. Xianxia, you are here. Let me introduce you to a strong ally." At this moment, the Killing Destroyer Wolf was in a good mood. He seemed to have forgotten about being captured earlier. He said, "This is the ancestral god Babula of Chagalima. However, he is now on the same side as us. It's you. 2 bolts of cold lightning shot out from Xiaochen's eyes. 8 spears shot out from the sides of the young man in the western suit and straw shoes. A scorpion tail shot out from his back and pierced through his clothes. That's right, it's me. In the past, Xiaochen had fought a great battle with him in the Corpse River. They were evenly matched. Now, more than 100,000 years had passed. Babula had already regained the cultivation of an ancestral god. Furthermore, he had made a breakthrough. Let's find a place to talk. After Xiaochen said that, he took the lead and descended to the city below. After laying down layers of barriers in the private room, Xiaochen started to talk with Babula. I remember that you were taken away by the Yan Huang ancestral god in the Corpse Sea. That's right, I've been controlled by him. He left a mark in my sea of consciousness, and it's clear that he wants to control me so that he can use me to deal with the other world in the future. However, he hasn't appeared since that final battle. The following conversation did not exceed Xiaochen's expectations. Although Babula was cruel by nature, he also had a passionate side. Back then, when he saw his wife's corpse being used mercilessly by the other world, he was enraged and swore to take revenge. However, he endured silently for more than 100,000 years. That was because he knew that even if he regained the cultivation of an ancestral god, it was impossible for him to return to the other world for revenge. Only by allying with others would he have hope. 1,000 miles of dike could be destroyed by an ant's nest. Sometimes, a power that was underestimated would have an unimaginable consequence. It might even be a disaster. Babula decided to bring Xiaochen to the other world. They would directly enter the hinterland and assassinate the important experts. He listed a group of experts for Xiaochen. Some of them had condensed a ghost city and were currently in a state of deathly stillness. If he sneaked in and made his move now, it would be the best opportunity. Xiaochen was very tempted. Exterminating the core strength of the other world was something he had always wanted to do. However, he shook his head and said, I heard that the 99 stone steps have descended in the other world. There are a few primogenitors overseeing it. If I go there, it would be like a moth flying into a flame. Those people are in deep slumber. They won't wake up in a short period of time. A cold glint flashed in Babula's eyes. He urged Xiaochen to go to the other world to exterminate the experts. Naturally, the main reason was revenge. He wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of the ancestral god who used his wife's corpse. Why don't you tell me in detail about the ancient King Meng Luogang and the reappearance of the primogenitor, Saintess Shenmu? You want to deal with those two? Babula sucked in a cold breath and said, I advise you to save your strength. Those two are one of the most powerful people under the primogenitor. Even if your cultivation has improved greatly, I'm afraid you still won't be able to do anything to them. No harm. Tell me about them in detail. Under Xiaochen's insistence, Babula told him about the situation of those two in detail. He especially pointed out how powerful they were. All right, Xiaochen nodded as he listened. In the end, he said, I want to destroy Saintess Shenmu's foundation. Killing her is very difficult, but stopping her from taking the final step seems very likely. Babula felt that Xiaochen was very crazy. The dignified Saintess Shenmu was unrivaled under the primogenitor. She was known as the rebirth of the primogenitor. Xiaochen actually wanted to kill such a powerful expert. He was really a little crazy. That woman deserves to die. Slaughter Vanquisher also gnashed his teeth. He thought of the old farmer and Mo Xiaowang. The two primogenitor gods' corpses were hung above the immemorial demon city. This was really unbearable. Not long after, 10X and the Hydra also arrived here. After a few rounds of secret discussion, Xiaochen understood the things he wanted to know. On the night of the full moon, relatively speaking, her strength is the weakest. We have to make good use of this. If you guys really want to deal with her, I don't want to get involved. Babula didn't want to throw away his life. From his point of view, they had no hope of success. It's not that scary to deal with this Saintess Shenmu. What I'm worried about is that someone will come to the rescue midway. For example, someone like the ancient King Meng Digang. This was what Xiaochen was worried about. Babula shook his head and said, You guys really? Do you really think you can deal with Saintess Shenmu? If you guys really have that kind of strength, then you don't have to worry. As long as you guys dare to enter the space she created, she will definitely seal the space and kill you guys. That's because she wants to snatch your war swords. She doesn't want others to get a share of the spoils. Doing this is indeed very risky. If we enter the space she created and we are no match for her, it will be a little troublesome to break through the barrier of the big world. Xiaochen started to ponder again. If you don't have the confidence, then don't take the risk. This is my preparation. I will also give you guys a piece of advice. Babula admitted that it was not because he had a favorable impression of Xiaochen, but because he didn't want him to die now. That was because the two of them needed to make use of each other. Xiaochen seemed to be hesitating. After that, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Babula. I need your help. Humph, I will definitely not throw away my life. Don't even think about it. Babula immediately refused. After experiencing death once, he cherished his current life even more. To him, only by staying alive could he get his revenge. He definitely couldn't take the risk. I don't want you to do it yourself. I just want to borrow half of your divine soul. What? Babula immediately opened his eyes wide and flipped over a few tables. The sparkling and translucent wine bottle shattered and the wine spilled all over the floor. The wine was flickering with specks of luster and emitted a burst of sweet fragrance. He said angrily, "You want to make a move against me? Do you really think I am that easy to kill?" The 8 ancient spears on both sides of his body rushed out at once. The scorpion tail was even more erect. He was already prepared to fight and flee. Don't misunderstand. Xiaochen leaned on the sofa and waved his hand in a very relaxed manner. He said, "That's not what I mean." Then what do you mean? Babula's eyes emitted a cold glint as he stared at Xiaochen. If you have something to say, let's sit down and talk. Don't worry, I will not make a move against a powerful ally like you. You should understand that I still need to rely on you to lead the way when I enter the other world. While speaking, a sparkling and translucent demonic city appeared in Xiaochen's palm. It was flickering with black radiance, just like a magnificent work of art. I need half of your divine soul, or should I say, your origin power. You can pull out your soul as much as you want, I will return it to you after the matter is settled. And during this process, I will leave this divine city with you to set your mind at ease. At that time, you were only left with a little bit of divine soul, yet you were still able to cultivate back to the ancestral god realm. Now, I am only borrowing half of your origin power. I am leaving this treasure that is almost comparable to a king's divine city in your hands as a mortgage. Why are you worried? Speaking of which, you won't suffer a loss even if we exchange like this. Babula's eyes flickered as he said, "Why do you need my origin power?" I can't tell you that. Half an hour later, Xiaochen left with satisfaction. He left the demonic city behind and took away half of Babula's origin power. The moment he saw Babula, Xiaochen sensed the abnormal reaction of the otherworldly great Tao in his body. Even with his current realm, the imprint almost rushed out. Without a doubt, Babula was the direct descendant of that unparalleled great Tao. But Babula was a chess piece left behind by Yanhuang. Maybe he would be very useful in the future. Xiaochen didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality at the moment, so he didn't make a big fuss. In Jinling City's underground ancestral vein, Xiaochen began to refine the half of the origin power left behind by Babula. He wanted to fuse it with the imprint of the otherworldly great Tao in order to control that unparalleled great Tao. 10 days later, the moon was in the middle of the sky. The full moon was like a jade plate, bright and clean. The moonlight that sprinkled down left a misty white radiance on the sea. Xiaochen, 10x, the savage wolf, and the hydra arrived at the sea again. This time, they were going to make a big move. They came with ample preparation. Xiaochen didn't want to return empty-handed. The waves undulated up and down on the boundless sea. The moon plate shattered into pieces on the surface of the water. In this gentle night, there was a hidden danger. In front, there was a space that formed a world. It was connected to the boundless sea and bright moon. They were inseparable. Over there was an immemorial demon city. Black clouds rolled over and over, murderous aura soared to the sky. The huge city seemed to be standing on the surface of the sea. It was as majestic as a majestic mountain. The black fog soared to the sky and even covered the bright moon. On the 4 city gates, there was a sword hanging on each of them. The majestic demon city was overflowing with might. The primogenitor, the reborn female sacred king, was inside. Far away, Xiaoqian handed the ancestral lord's warship to the savage wolf and the hydra. He told them not to get close and to provide support from the outside. Xiaoqian left his imprint on the ancestral lord's warship. It was an important treasure to pass through the big world's barrier. In case they ran into danger in that sealed world, this would be the coordinates that would guide them back. After that, Xiaoqian left the Pangu stone token behind. It could help them conceal their aura. After all, the other party was known as the reborn female sacred king. Xiaoqian had no choice but to be cautious and make all the necessary preparations. This time, Xiaoqian and 10x did not conceal their aura. They directly walked towards the huge demon city on the surface of the sea. They stepped on the waves as if they were walking on the flat ground. Under the moonlight, the two of them appeared extraordinary. This time, you guys showed up. It seems like you are prepared. However, you are destined to die, the Truewood girl's cold voice transmitted from that demon city. Immediately, the monstrous demonic clouds soared up and completely submerged the bright moon in the sky. The boundless sea was exceptionally oppressive. In the demon city, some corpses were bobbing up and down. The old farmer died with his eyes wide open. Xiaoqian looked at him from afar. On that aged face, that pair of eyes were actually open. Mo Xiaowang and those stone statues were also vivid and lifelike. The corpses of these fallen experts were hung here. This triggered Xiaoqian's anger. However, he endured it in the end and said calmly, "You can only say that when you can really kill me." Boom, the world lost its color, the wind and clouds changed, the boundless sea disappeared. The primogenitor, the reborn female sacred king, used the world she created to completely envelop this place. Xiaoqian and 10x were sealed inside. Impulsiveness is the devil. Your momentary hot-bloodedness will only lead to eternal death. In the majestic immemorial demon city, a stone statue slowly grew out. It was several hundred meters tall, surpassing the height of the demon city walls. That was a stone woman. If she was made of flesh and blood, she would definitely be the most beautiful in the world. The corpses of the old farmer, Mo Xiaowang, and the others floated around her and slowly rotated. It was a stark contrast to her otherworldly and charming aura. It looked exceptionally strange. It's hard to say who will live and who will die tonight. 10x executed the dragon counter steps and shook the sky. Terrifying black cracks appeared under its feet. The cracks were as long as 5 kilometers and extended towards the demon city in front. Dragon battle technique, not bad, but you are still far from it, the Truewood girl Saintess, who was known as the primogenitor's reborn female sacred king, spoke with a voice as calm as an ancient well, but it was very intimidating. She said, "Let me teach you the true essence of the dragon race." Speaking until here, she pointed her finger lightly. Mo Xiaowang's corpse immediately soared into the sky and flew out of the demon city. It suddenly opened its eyes and shot out 2 glossy green rays. "Watch carefully, what is the dragon battle technique?" the Truewood girl Saintess said coldly. Mo Xiaowang executed the dragon counter steps and rushed over. The vault of heaven was immediately torn apart by his steps. The mountains and rivers trembled, the space was on the verge of collapsing. Rumble, the ancient scroll was hazy. Xiaoqian shook it and directly cut off the vault of heaven, blocking Mo Xiaowang's corpse. "There is no need for you to explain the essence of the dragon battle technique. You guys are just plagiarists. You are only stronger because you have practiced for a long time. Even if you guys have already stolen the dragon cultivation method, you are still far inferior to the dragon race." Xiaoqian naturally knew that Mo Xiaowang's corpse had already been taken over by the Truewood girl Saintess. This was equivalent to her incarnation. The dead are already dead. But you still can't rest in peace, 10x's eyes emitted a cold glint. It was clearly angry. Bang, just at this time, the old farmer's corpse also opened its eyes wide and rushed out to face Xiaoqian and 10x. "Are you very angry? They are just useless corpses. I am just making use of the trash." The Truewood girl Saintess's voice was cold, calm and unperturbed. "Very well, there is nothing more to say now. Today, I will uproot your foundation." Xiaoqian shouted loudly. Seeing the old farmer being manipulated like this, he was also very angry. Seal the 4 directions. 3 heavenly marks rushed out in an instant and turned into 3 huge heavenly monuments. They rushed forward together with the ancient scroll and sealed the 4 directions, trapping the immemorial demon city inside. At the same time, the divine diagram appeared above Xiaoqian's head. After that, his eyes emitted a fierce glint. He grabbed a palm-sized stone jar and rubbed it continuously. The stone jar in Xiaoqian's hand emitted a sinister radiance. The stone golem king imprint on it quickly rose up. Then, a stone body actually walked out and appeared in front of Xiaoqian. This was the result of his many days of studying the stone jar. The stone jar was the key item to control the stone golem king puppet. It was also one of the reasons why Xiaoqian dared to kill the true wood saintess. Rumble, the powerful stone golem king puppet soared into the sky like a war demon. It floated above the immemorial demon city like a supreme war king looking down on the world. Swish, swish. Swish. Shadow soared into the sky continuously. The old farmer and Mo Xiaowang's corpses were controlled by the true wood saintess as they charged forward. At the same time, the stone statues in the immemorial demon city also shook and floated in the sky. If these clones came out at the same time, Xiaoqian and 10x would have a hard time dealing with them. The battle would be rather troublesome. The powerful stone golem king puppet's might was simply unparalleled. It directly covered half the sky with its huge hand. Dong, the super powerful fluctuations of battle power immediately distorted this part of the world, almost collapsing. All the shadows that were rushing up were violently shaken down. It was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Nothing could stop it. Not a single corpse could soar into the sky. The stone golem king puppet sealed off the sky. Its powerful battle power immediately covered the entire sky above the demon city. At the same time, the 3 huge heavenly steels soared into the sky. That ancient scroll also made a rattling sound and sealed off the area. At this moment, the seal in all directions cut off the true wood saintess's connection with the outside world. Break, the immemorial demon city shook and rose from the ground, trying to break free from this place. The divine light circulated and the mist became hazy. The divine diagram above Xiaoqian's head instantly disappeared and appeared at the base of the majestic demon city. A vast pressure surged up and trapped the space below the huge city. All of this happened in an instant. It was extremely fast and did not give anyone time to think. Xiaoqian did not want to take the risk and fight with the true wood saintess. Hence, he sealed off the immemorial demon city at the first moment. Sweeping through the world, shattering the heavens and shattering the earth, shattering everything in all directions. Break for me. The true wood saintess voice clearly resounded in the sealed space. The majestic city shook violently, trying to break free. Rumble, the heavenly steel shook, the ancient scroll rumbled, the divine diagram rotated, and the stone golem king puppet trembled. One could well imagine how powerful true wood saintess was. The colossus that was the primordial demon city actually showed signs of breaking free. Bang, the first to be suppressed wasn't the heavenly steel or the ancient scroll, but the stoneman puppet. One had to admit that this was a powerful killing machine. Although it had lost its consciousness, it was born to fight. The king battle domain appeared, and with a punch, the devil city below rumbled as if it was about to collapse. This was the greatest threat to true wood saintess. The other holy items were only sealed here and could not unleash their true terrifying divine power. However, this stone golem puppet was different, and it posed a great threat to true wood saintess. Divine light rushed into the sky, and an eternal light rushed out from the body of the female stoneman in the city. She attached her spiritual consciousness to it, wanting to forcefully break through and deal with the stoneman Wang Kuei puppet that had long lost its spiritual consciousness. Boom, the stone golem king Kuei puppet's battle domain was unparalleled. At this moment, it covered the sky and broke through all techniques, completely suppressing the eternal light that rushed up. Then, with a punch, it collapsed. Below, true wood saintess's spiritual consciousness trembled and spiraled down with dazzling brilliance. She didn't expect this living corpse to be so terrifying. Originally, she thought that after her powerful spiritual consciousness attacked, even the stone golem king Kuei puppet could be destroyed, but she found that she had underestimated this puppet. This was simply a god of war that couldn't be faced head-on. The combat strength contained in the stone golem king's body shocked her. Who was it that refined such a king into a puppet? How terrifying, even someone as powerful as Truewood Sanctus couldn't help but whisper. The universe is chaotic, the heaven and earth are black and yellow, the myriad of techniques in the heavens, the eternal divine laws, kill for me. Great destruction. This time, Truewood Sanctus no longer focused on the stone golem king. Instead, she directly clashed with the heavenly steel and the ancient scroll, wanting to break out. Thousands of divine laws and tens of thousands of divine abilities swept through all directions. Truewood Sanctus was known as the primogenitor reincarnated as the Sanctus. Naturally, her strength was unparalleled. She was unrivaled under the primogenitor realm. At this moment, the vast divine power fluctuated like the Milky Way pouring down. The starry sky fell, surging and shaking the ancient heavens. The huge demonic city shook violently. Thousands of black light shot out. The three heavenly steel rumbled as if they were going to attack. That ancient scroll was trembling unceasingly like a torrential river. It seemed like it would never return. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, shook and almost fell from the sky. However, he quickly stabilized himself. 10x at the side stretched out its hand and poured an unending stream of divine power into Xiaoqian's body to help him stabilize his spiritual consciousness. Fortunately, Xiaoqian didn't fight Truewood Sanctus directly. This scene was enough to explain everything. The strength of this Sanctus had reached a horrifying level. One must know that the heavenly scar and the ancient scroll could be considered as heaven-defying treasures. Even if Xiaoqian couldn't bring out their full potential, they still possessed astonishing divine power. Even with so many ancient treasures suppressing Truewood Sanctus at the same time, they were still unable to suppress her completely. One could well imagine how terrifying this stoneman was. Just at this moment, with 10x's help, Xiaoqian finally stabilized his spiritual consciousness. His whole body emitted a bright radiance like a jade sculpture. The heavenly steel circulated rapidly and those three heavenly scars immediately stabilized, protecting three sides. At the same time, the 5 kinds of great Tao imprints in the ancient scroll seemed to have been awakened. They slowly emerged and pressed down on the city. Following that, the divine diagram at the base of the immemorial demonic city trembled unceasingly. The terrifying power wanted to tear the demonic city apart. It made the majestic city tremble unceasingly as if it was in the mouth of a volcano. What was even more terrifying was that the Stoneman King in the sky was slowly descending with his war god domain. While sealing off the sky, he wanted to descend into the demonic city and destroy everything. There was an unimaginable mighty force all around. If it was an ordinary stoneman, the demonic city would have already been torn apart by now. There was no way they could survive this kind of terrifying pressure. However, Truewood Sanctus was extraordinary among the stonemen. She was hard to find a match under the primogenitor. She withstood the enormous pressure. Although the demonic city was shaking, it was filled with a hazy brilliance. Without any reinforcement, it was very difficult to shatter. She displayed her world-shaking means and withstood so many divine artifacts and mighty forces, yet she still didn't show any signs of losing. She was even accumulating power and was about to launch a counterattack. Xiaoqian and 10x both took a deep breath. This woman was too terrifying. She lived up to her name. The rumors did not exaggerate her strength. This world was shaking unceasingly. Truewood Sanctus' immemorial demonic city was bearing a huge pressure, but it was becoming more and more solid and resplendent. She was bursting out with her boundless potential. This could be said to be a shocking scene. A stoneman who hadn't taken the final step was able to withstand the swift and fierce attacks from the Stoneman King. This kind of powerful means was shocking. However, only a limited number of people knew what was happening at this moment. There were indeed people who were shocked, but they weren't shocked by Truewood Sanctus' means. They were shocked by Xiaoqian's strength. Babula stood on the sea surface illuminated by the moonlight and gazed at the sealed space in front. At such a close distance, he could feel the terrifying energy fluctuation inside the world barrier. He can actually contend against Truewood Sanctus. This, Babula was certain of his origin. In an instant, he seemed to have experienced 10,000 years and recalled a lot of past events. In the world created by Truewood Sanctus, the battle had reached its climax. Even the Saintess didn't expect this kind of result. She was actually trapped. Everything was sealed in all directions. It was very difficult to break through. The heavenly monument, the ancient scroll, the divine diagram, and the Stoneman King. No matter which one it was, they all had the power to suppress the world. However, although the majestic demonic city was sealed, the battle was far from over. Truewood Saintess began her powerful counterattack. The 4 swords hanging on the 4 sides of the city gate trembled violently and shot out 4 startling rays of light. Slaughter, extinction, trap, execution. As the 4 cold words were spat out, the 4 swords turned into 4 ancestral dragons and shook the 4 directions. Xianxia sat cross-legged in meditation and remained motionless in the void. His spiritual sense was immersed in the heavenly monument, the ancient scroll, and the divine diagram. He was meticulously controlling the divine power to fight against Truewood Saintess. Dong, 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 the heavenly monument trembled, the ancient scroll trembled, and the divine diagram became hazy. This world was collapsing. The powerful divine power penetrated through the power of the seal and shattered the world barrier. Not good. 10x cried out in alarm. If this goes on, the gods of the otherworldly realm will find out very soon. They will rush over to rescue us. Just at this moment, the world created by Truewood Saintess completely collapsed. The sealed immemorial demon city and Xianxia were all revealed. A majestic aura instantly spread throughout the 9 prefectures. At this moment, the brightly lit and noisy city seemed to have lost its voice. Everyone felt a shiver from the depths of their souls. The world had completely quietened down. Everyone was like a clay statue or a wooden statue, experiencing a great fear. Babula stood in the distant sky and stared at the huge shadow that appeared. He was immediately shocked. Truewood Saintess Demon City was actually sealed inside. He felt that it was somewhat unreal. At the same time, all the otherworldly gods traveling in the 9 prefectures felt the aura here. There were even supreme ancestral gods who opened their eyes and rushed over in an instant. Open! At this moment, Xianxia used the holy artifact to suppress the demon city and appeared in front of the killing destruction wolf and the 9-headed snake. He left his spiritual imprint on the ancestral lord's warship. In an instant, he activated the barrier of the large world and brought them and the temporarily sealed demon city into the world of death. First, he went to the demon city that sealed Truewood Saintess. Then, he brought it to the world of death. This was Xiaoqian's plan because it was too dangerous to make a big move in the 9 prefectures. Boom, the land of death trembled. The immemorial demon city had descended. This kind of movement spread far and wide. Aside from Xiaoqian and the others, Babula also followed in. Just now, he felt that there were supreme ancestral gods from the otherworldly realms rushing towards the sea. If he did not follow, it would be difficult to escape. Truewood Saintess could not speak her mind. Without taking the final step, she could not leave the huge city. Her hands and feet were tied, and she could not display her ultimate strength. Truewood Saintess was truly angry. Xiaoqian's methods were beyond her expectations. The little war ancestor of the past had actually become an ancestral god of the 9th layer of heaven and had mastered such methods. Of course, what surprised her the most was the stone golem King Kuei puppet, which gave her a strong sense of threat. At this moment, the stone golem King Kuei puppet had completely descended into the demon city. It was on a killing spree, destroying the ancient city and trying to force Xiaoqian out. Clang, clang, the 4 swords controlled by Truewood Saintess vibrated at the same time and flew out of the city. The huge divine diagram was summoning them. Even though Truewood Saintess had left some imprints on the swords with a secret technique, she could not control them at this moment. Xiaoqian, I'm going to kill you. In the immemorial demon city, Truewood Saintess's eyes shot out 2 sharp rays of light. That was her spiritual sea. It was not charging at Xiaoqian, but quickly sweeping towards the stone golem King Kuei puppet. She wanted to use her powerful spiritual sea to seize the body of the stone golem King Kuei puppet and kill Xiaoqian. The stone golem King Kuei puppet was indeed powerful, but its only weakness was that it had no spiritual sea. It could be easily seized by others. Truewood Saintess exhausted her essence and forcefully broke through the overwhelming combat power. She tore open the battle god domain around the stone golem king and rushed in, wanting to seize control of the corpse. Xiaochen was still sitting cross-legged in the sky. He shouted, "Suppress!" A palm-sized stone jar with countless patterns carved on it appeared in his hand. Immediately, it shone brightly. The stone jar gave off a buzzing sound and shook violently. In the immemorial demon city, Truewood Saintess, who was fighting over the stone golem King Kuei puppet's body, was startled. She could feel how terrifying this stone body was. Although it had no spiritual sea, its body instinctively rejected her. Pure combat power circulated in the stone body. It was like a river of destruction surging unceasingly, knocking her spiritual sea away and almost scattering it. Bang! After the stone golem King Kuei puppet repelled Truewood Saintess's spiritual sea, it wreaked havoc in the city. Its combat power was overwhelming and unstoppable. No! Truewood Saintess shouted and tried to resist. However, she could not pull her feet out of the ground. She could only use all kinds of curse techniques to resist. However, the battle god domain of the stone golem King Kuei puppet was too powerful. None of the curse techniques could get close to it. Boom, the ancient scroll, the divine picture, and the heavenly mark all charged into the demon city. There was no need to seal it now, as the stone golem king had already charged in. The various holy artifacts had boundless might, shaking the city wildly. At this moment, the immemorial demon city could no longer endure. It started to give off cracking sounds, and intense cracks appeared. Truewood Saintess was unable to accept this result. Her eyes shot out two sharp beams of light that pierced through the world of death. However, she was a very decisive person. At this moment, she was very straightforward. She directly rose from the ground and abandoned the primordial devil city. I will not take the stone golem King Kuei puppet's path. I will continue to walk the supreme ancestor god path. I will still be unparalleled in the world. Truewood Saintess's voice was so cold that it made everyone tremble. Once she left the immemorial demon city, she would be like a trapped flood dragon returning to the sea. She could use all of her methods and divine abilities without any restraints. Without restraints, you can turn into ashes. Truewood Saintess turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky, charging at Xiaochen. The heavenly mark, the ancient scroll, and the divine picture all had a close connection to Xiaochen. With a thought, they all flew back to protect him. The stone golem king puppet also quickly flew back to block Truewood Saintess. I have returned to the sea. No one can stop me from killing you. The foundation of Saintess Shenmu's stone statue had been destroyed. Even though she was powerful, she could no longer maintain a tranquil state of mind. Boom, she descended and clashed head-on with the stone golem king puppet. Two sharp beams of light shot out from her eyes. That was her incomparably powerful divine sense, and it directly pierced towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes and soared up. At this moment, he fused the origin he obtained from Babula into the great Tao of the other world, merging it with his body. It represented the origin of the great Tao. He waved the divine picture and the ancient scroll, sweeping towards the ocean like divine sense. Rumble, the world of death shook violently. Truewood Saintess, known as the primogenitor reincarnated Saintess, was furious. She shook the stone golem king puppet and charged towards Xiaochen. Buzz, at this moment, the stone jar on Xiaochen's body flew up by itself. Light circulated around it. Truewood Saintess's powerful divine sense seemed to be absorbed by a black hole and quickly rushed towards the strange jar. Truewood Saintess's expression changed. She was fearless even when facing the stone golem king puppet, the heavenly scar, and the ancient scroll. However, at this moment, she was incomparably shocked. She felt as if her divine sense was about to be devoured. That strange stone jar actually wanted to absorb her divine sense. Break! She endured the pain and severed a small portion of her divine sense, allowing it to be absorbed by the stone jar. Then, she quickly retracted her divine sense. I'll spare your life today. I'll refine your divine sense another day. Truewood Saintess shouted angrily and soared into the sky without looking back. It's not certain who will refine who. Xiaochen shouted lightly, but he did not chase after her. He had already accomplished his goal by destroying the Truewood Saintess's foundation. In the distance, Babula was dumbstruck. He had never expected this kind of result. The powerful True Wood Saintess actually destroyed the foundation of the stone golem and abandoned her own demon city. This was truly unimaginable. Did you really succeed? Babula looked at Xiaochen, then looked at the demon city that was filled with huge cracks. He was speechless for a long time. Haha, the Slaughter Wrath Wolf laughed heartily and said, so what if the primogenitor is the reincarnated female saintess? Didn't she still lose the city and fly away? In the end, she still succeeded and got rid of a big problem. Otherwise, if she became the stone golem king, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. The Hydra was also incomparably excited. Babula came to his senses and knitted his brows as he said, I'm afraid it won't change anything. The primogenitor is the reincarnated female saintess. She obtained this title during the period when she had yet to condense the demon city. At that time, she was walking on the path of the supreme ancestor god. I'm afraid she will return to this path again today. Destroying her foundation today is equivalent to making the efforts of several civilizations go up in smoke. She is walking on the path of the supreme ancestor god, and we are also advancing forward. There is no need to fear her. 10x was full of confidence. Xiaochen also nodded. Destroying the foundation of the expert that could turn into the stone golem king at any time was enough. Return the origin to me, Babula stared at Xiaochen. He was deeply afraid that Xiaochen would turn hostile at this moment. Sure. Xiaochen generously returned the origin, but he also left a mark on it. He wanted to slowly nurture it. Babula naturally sensed it, but he only frowned. Xiaochen regained control of the immemorial demon city and began to refine this huge city that had almost become the foundation of the ruler. The black light flickered and the divine power filled the sky. That fragmented immemorial demon city was being refined unceasingly. The demon city in Xiaochen's palm became more and more resplendent. In the end, it actually burst out with a monstrous aura. After completely refining the immemorial demon city, the black jade-like treasure in Xiaochen's hand could already be considered as the divine city of the ruler in a certain sense. A divine city of the ruler that no stone golem had taken the final step. The few of them stared at that palm-sized city and felt incomparably shocked. Which path should I take? Perhaps it's time to make a choice, Xiaochen muttered to himself. Which path should I take? Xiaochen asked himself. They had already arrived at the crossroads. He needed to clarify a goal for the True Wood Sage. After collecting the corpses of the old farmer, Mo Xiaowang, and the others, they did not return to the 9 provinces immediately. Instead, they walked forward in the world of death. They destroyed the True Wood Sage's stone foundation just like that. Now that they thought about it, the battle just now did not seem too shocking. Perhaps, many things only lasted for an instant. After that, it was like a cool breeze blowing across the land, white clouds, and green mountains. Everything quickly returned to silence until there was no more feeling. You guys destroyed the True Wood Sage's foundation. This matter has definitely blown up. I'm afraid the deities will search for you even if they have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Babula was worried. If one comes, we'll kill one. If a pair comes, we'll kill a pair. Although killing Vanquishing Wolf was reluctant to admit defeat, he also felt that it made sense. Let's not return to the 9 provinces in the near future. Xiaochen thought for a while and said, let's cultivate quietly in this world of death. In front, there was a black river surging unceasingly. It flowed across the land of death like a black demonic dragon. It was unknown how long it was. Xiaochen was no stranger to the underworld river of death. It originated from the deepest part. Even if one traced it back for hundreds of thousands of miles, it would still be difficult to find the end. In the surging river, there would occasionally be snow-white bone jades leaping out of the water surface. They flickered with a strange radiance as they peeped at the few people who did not reveal their auras. Let's just take a stroll and think about our respective cultivation paths. Xiaochen had an urge to walk the Stoneman path in this world of death. With the sovereign divine city in hand, this was the best choice. However, there were still more than 10,000 years until the 30,000-year promise. If he condensed the demon city, he would have to remain silent for at least 2 civilizations. He would not be able to keep the promise. The few of them naturally knew that Xiaochen had already reached the crossroads. 10x said, now, without reaching the Stoneman King realm, there is no way to turn the situation around. I'm very worried about the war 30,000 years later. In fact, after understanding the strength of the other world, Xiaochen still had some worries. If they did not have a few kings, they would not be able to contend against them. Killing Vanquisher Wolf also became serious for once. He said, "Why don't you calm down and ignore everything else? Use the monarch's colossal city to cultivate bitterly and walk the true golem path?" They advanced along the black netherworld river. The river water was like ink, so black that it made one's heart palpitate. It flowed endlessly like thunder, but also like 10,000 horses galloping. The sound was deafening. At this moment, a strange ripple suddenly appeared in front of them. Countless skeletal creatures rushed over from the depths of the world of death like a tide. Huh? What happened? The few of them were very surprised and focused their gazes. A large number of pyro species were either flying or running. From afar, there was a vast expanse of whiteness. There were tens of thousands of them, and they stretched as far as the eye could see. Let's go and take a look. Now, Xiaochen had sufficient capital. Even in the world of death, he could do as he pleased. Aside from the mysterious place in the deepest depths, he could go anywhere. The Kill Wolf was very excited. He had awakened in this world. If there was a powerful flame creature in front of him, then it would undoubtedly be an effective nourishment for him. He believed that with Xiaochen and 10x here, even if they ran into 2 or 3 legendary ancestors, there was nothing to be afraid of. Roar. A gigantic skeletal elephant the size of a small hill let out a soul roar and was the first to rush over. The Kill Wolf flung his shoulder-length hair and had the appearance of a narcissistic expert. He rolled up his sleeves in a nondescript manner and lifted the gigantic elephant that was rushing over. Then he asked, "What happened in front?" The gigantic elephant immediately felt the strength of the few people in front of it. Its mountain-like body trembled as it let out a soul voice, "There is a deathly storm ahead. I don't know what it is, but all the pyro species are running for their lives." The Kill Wolf tossed the gigantic elephant away, then he grabbed a few more powerful pyro species and interrogated them. However, he still didn't get the answer he wanted to know. Just at this time, the army of tens of millions of skeletons arrived in front of them. They let out a rumbling sound, and the entire world of death was shaking. And that black netherworld river even surged up a huge wave that was several dozen meters tall. Xiaochen and the others soared into the sky and looked down at the torrent of skeletons as they flew forward. Rumble. It was as if muffled thunder was rumbling in front of them. The skeletons were boundless as far as the eye could see. Boom! At this moment, Xiaochen and the others clearly saw several tens of thousands of skeletons exploding in front of them. They turned into bone powder and drifted along with the wind. The bone essence formed into rays of white light and rushed forward. It was as if there was a huge monster absorbing the energy of these skeletons. I heard that a sovereign king needs a large amount of bone essence to advance to the ancestral monarch realm. It seems like there is a huge monster ahead that is going to become an ancestral monarch. The Kill Wolf said. The boundless sea of bones blocked the path ahead. The deathly storm engulfed them. Not only did the skeletons shatter into pieces, the bone essence also condensed in front of the deathly battlefield. There is indeed a big guy. Xiaochen could already feel a powerful fluctuation of divine power at this moment. After that, he suddenly smiled at Babula and said, "Speaking of which, you also turned into skeletons back then. I almost forgot about it. I still have something of yours with me. I will return it to you now." He took out a leg bone and threw it over. Black lines immediately appeared on Babula's forehead. In that battle back then, Xiaochen forcefully snatched a leg bone from Babula. After so many years, he didn't expect it to be thrown back to him again. This really drove him crazy. Babula panted heavily. The Kill Wolf shamelessly said, "If you don't want it, just give it to me. Stay at one side." At this moment, Xiaochen and the others advanced for more than 100 miles and finally saw the fist. Out of everyone's expectation, there was a huge ghost town erected there. It was not the sovereign king advancing to the ancestral monarch realm, but the stoneman summoning the essence of the skeletons. The scale of the stone town was not very big. It was a lot smaller than the demonic cities they saw in the past. It looked like a stone castle. The scale was really very small. Just above that little stone town, a stoneman with only 2 petrified arms was floating in the air. He was meditating cross-legged, and all the bone essence was condensing towards him. Such a small stone town, and it came into being before it even took the final step. 10x was in deep thought. I have seen this person before. Xiaochen was a little astonished. This was one of the experts of the otherworld in the past. Back then, when he was wreaking havoc on the otherworld with the yellow platform, he vaguely saw this person. He didn't expect that after more than 100,000 years, he had already become a stoneman. His growth speed was so fast that it made people tongue-tied. That's not right. Other than his arms, which can barely be considered a stoneman, the rest of his body is not even comparable to the ancestral monarch of the 9th celestial layer. It's a very strange feeling. Xiaochen knitted his brows and said, it's a very strange feeling. He doesn't look like a stoneman, but more like a 7th or 8th celestial layer ancestor god. Since he is an expert of the otherworld, then there is nothing else to say. Let's take him down first. 10x's battle intent was soaring. Babula had an indifferent expression. It was very obvious that he recognized the person in front. However, it seemed like there was no grudge between them, so he didn't want to get involved. It's very easy to deal with him. It seems like he just walked out of the stone town after the failure. His vitality is greatly injured, and he is extremely weak. Not to mention the stoneman, even a 5th celestial layer ancestor god can pose a threat to him. This was the result of Xiaochen's careful observation. He held the stone jar in his palm and gently rubbed the stoneman king's imprint on it. Immediately, the powerful stoneman body appeared in the void. Capture him! Xiaochen shouted lightly. The stoneman king puppet let out a roar. It immediately shook the entire continent of death. Tens of thousands of fire-type creatures crawled on the ground, they didn't dare to move an inch. And that stoneman floating above the stone town also opened his eyes in shock. The instant he saw Xiaochen's group, he revealed his murderous intent. But when he noticed the stoneman king, he revealed a startled expression. Without saying a word, he soared into the sky and was about to escape. Roar! The stoneman king puppet's battle prowess was overwhelming. The boundless pressure caused the entire continent of death to crack. The war god domain descended and covered the sky. It sealed off all directions in an instant. That stoneman couldn't escape at all. Boom! The stoneman king puppet blasted a punch. The stone town in front immediately crumbled on the ground. And that stoneman was even more so, as if he was struck by lightning. The arms he used to support his chest were broken on the spot. His chest even caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. This was the might of the stoneman body. Apart from a freak like the Truewood Saintess, no one below the primogenitor level could contend against it. Boom! The stoneman king puppet's aura soared to the sky as it blasted another punch. That stoneman who fell to the ground couldn't resist at all. Thousands of expressions shot out, but all of them collapsed in the void. At the same time, it couldn't stop the boundless fist power and collapsed on the spot. The slaughter wolf and the hydra were dumbstruck. Babula also revealed an astonished expression. Even Xiaochen himself felt very surprised. The stoneman king puppet was as easy as crushing dry weeds. This battle simply had no suspense at all. It was too fast. It ended in just 2 punches. With a flash of light, the stoneman king puppet imprinted itself on the stone jar again. Then, it disappeared in a flash. Xiaochen and the others descended and arrived beside that stoneman. They fixed that bloody head in place. I really didn't expect to meet you in this world. Speak, why did you appear in this world and condense the ghost town? The otherworldly expert's stone arms were shattered. Only his bloody head remained intact. His soul was preserved. Kill me if you want. At the same time, he gazed at Babula doubtfully. Then, he cried out in surprise, it's you. If you don't speak, I'll take it by force. No. The stoneman roared and wanted to detonate his soul. However, Xiaochen had absolute strength to suppress him. Even if he wanted to self-destruct, he couldn't. 2 golden lights shot out from Xiaochen's eyes and entered the stoneman's sea of consciousness. Soon, he understood why the other party was shattered so easily. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a powerful stoneman at all. This was an expert who advanced using some unconventional method. This otherworldly ancestral god named Spirit Fox Killer. Yes, there's no mistake. His current strength was indeed far from the Stoneman realm. It was just a trick. In the world of death, the Spirit Fox discovered the ruins of a collapsed ancient demon city. After excavating it, he found a stone corpse and used a secret technique to refine it. Then, he reconstructed the ruins, which was why he had his current achievements. With the cultivation of a seventh heavenly layer ancestor god, he forcibly petrified his two arms. From the ancestor god realm, he stepped into the broken Stoneman realm. Xianxia was very interested in that secret technique. He forcibly searched through his sea of consciousness and finally found it. There were indeed outstanding people among the otherworldly deities. In the past, someone used an unconventional secret technique to walk the stone golem road. He continuously collected the remains of the demon city and stone corpses, nearly taking the final step. This was a great inspiration to Xianxia. He skimmed through it. Although it was just a hypothetical great Tao with many flaws, it gave him boundless enlightenment. Currently, Xianxia was at the crossroads where he needed to make a choice. After reading this secret technique, he had a new idea. Perhaps the Stone Golem Road and the Supreme Ancestor God Road were not the only two paths. Starting from the stone corpses and the remains of the demon city was a very unconventional inspiration. Yes, that is, just at this moment, Xiaoqian's expression changed drastically. He found an infuriating memory in the Spirit Fox Killer's sea of consciousness. The snow-white little beast, Kiki, was enveloped in seven-colored light. It charged around desperately, its snow-white fur dyed red with blood. In the end, it forcibly charged onto the Charterer's warship. Unexpectedly, the deities used their full power. Before the warship could break through the barrier of the great world, the boundless divine laws struck it and broke off a section of the warship. Squeak, the unwilling and immature cry ended just like that. On the broken warship, a few bloody paw prints were very eye-catching. It made Xiaoqian extremely sad and angry. Kiki. Xiaoqian muttered softly. This pitiful little thing was Xiaoqian's reverse scale. After he searched through all the memories, he crushed the skull in front of him with a bang. After that, he mercilessly carried out the sacred sacrifice and collected all the life essence into the demon city in his hand. In the end, he refined the stone city and stored it away. Kiki is still in this world? 10x revealed a surprised, happy, and sorrowful expression. I don't know, I only found a fragmented scene. There was no ending. I was killed by so many divine laws, even Xiaoqian found it hard to believe that Kiki was still alive. But after all, there was still half of the warship that broke through the barrier of the great world. Perhaps there was still some hope. They left this place, but they had only flown for 10,000 miles when a bizarre fluctuation appeared in front of them again. Today is really strange. Could it be that another Stoneman has appeared? The Slaughter Vanquisher was bewildered and said, "Why are they all at the same time?" Just at this time, the distant mountain range collapsed soundlessly and vanished in a puff of smoke. It was very fast. The continuous mountain range in front of them collapsed like a sandstorm. A large area of land was turned into flat land. Countless mountains were turned into ashes. This was a terrifying scene. It was very shocking. A gray mist rolled over and over. It destroyed everything in its way and surged forward violently. The land of prophecy. Xiaoqian's eyes emitted two deep divine radiance. He knew what this mist represented because he had experienced it himself and almost lost his life. Death's celestial palace, mighty underworld king, we meet again. Xiaoqian was no longer afraid of this dangerous place. He protected the Slaughter Vanquisher and the Hydra and took the lead to fly forward. On the other hand, 10x and Babula didn't need his light barrier to protect them. This is the terrifying mist formed after the fall of the ancestral god. Babula knitted his brows. At this moment, Xiaoqian was advancing with a peculiar mood. He had always been suspicious about the Death's celestial palace. He always thought that the prophecy was full of mysteries. He felt that things might not be that simple. No matter what, he had to find out the truth this time. He wanted to see if Beyond Sky, Outsider, and Brave Bear had really fallen here or not. The gray mist was boundless. It formed its own space and would only appear once every few hundred years. There were many huge floating objects inside. Those were huge rocks that even the ancestral god's soul couldn't erase. They were high-quality refining materials. They were like floating islands. If one hadn't reached the ancestral god realm, they would need to rely on luck to enter the Death Celestial Palace even if they entered this mist. Back then, Xiaochen and the others had to float for many years before they landed on that huge palace. Xiaochen used his powerful divine sense to scan all directions. He found the correct direction in an instant and led everyone forward at lightning speed. After advancing for several hundred miles, a majestic palace slowly floated forward. It was bobbing up and down in the gray mist. What a magnificent palace! Babula gasped in admiration. We're rich. The Slaughter Vanquisher's eyes emitted green light as he rubbed his hands excitedly. Xiaochen and the others quickly approached and arrived in front of this boundless palace. That is, Xiaochen immediately revealed a startled expression. His eyes shone brightly as he saw half of the ancestral god's warship. It was anchored on the huge stone steps of the Death Celestial Palace. Kiki, 10x cried out in fear. It didn't see Kiki, but it saw the bloody paw print on half of the ancestral god's warship. You want to kill me? Following that, Great Might Underworld Monarch fell heavily to the ground, and a huge foot stepped on him. I read about my fate in the prophecy book. It recorded that I used the 6 souls as a guide. After I advanced to the ancestor realm, I would die for sure. I was not resigned to this and wanted to change my fate. Hence, I did not devour the 6 souls. If these 6 souls did not turn into ashes, it would be equivalent to changing history. My fate would change too. Is the so-called prophecy so hard to grasp? It was originally a memory, but it disappeared just like that. Indeed, there is someone here. Xiaochen immediately used his magic energy to extract a few weak lights. A few souls that were extremely weak and could turn into ashes at any moment were almost completely obliterated. Only a few drops of light remained. The blood of the ancestor realm monarchs was no longer on the ground. This place was dark. Xiaochen would never forget that there was a sovereign monarch sealed in every stone pillar. In the past, dozens of sovereign monarchs had fallen here, which made his hair stand on end. As Xiaochen looked at this Great Might Underworld monarch, who had refined sky outside and humans for decades, torturing him for a long time, Xiaochen slowly approached and said, I believe you know how to get along with me now, right? If you barge into my forbidden land, you must be prepared to bear the wrath of a supreme ancestor realm monarch, a world in a grain of sand, a heaven in a blade of grass. At this moment, the 5 drops of blood turned into 5 scarlet worlds, sealing everyone. The sound of water dripping resounded. Suddenly, 5 blood pearls appeared out of nowhere and shot towards Xiaochen and the others. You killed my master. I'll fight it out with you. I know where it is. Quickly, go and save it. It's sealed in. This was the aura of a supreme ancestor god or a supreme ancestor god's law. It was the attack of a peak character that shook the ancestor realm monarch warship and destroyed everyone inside. Most of the skeletons were covered in cracks. They had suffered unimaginable damage when they were alive. One could even vaguely feel the power of the law rippling in them. Bang, unexpectedly, what I changed was not my own fate. Dust filled the air. A large part of the Death Heavenly Palace was smashed. However, the shattered palace quickly reconstructed itself. What kind of power was there that could restore the palace? The millstone-sized palm slapped down again. Even though Great Might Netherworld King used both his hands to block, it was still difficult for him to resist. His body was sent flying again, and a string of blood spurted out from his mouth. Although Xiaochen's voice was very calm, he was worried in his heart. He could feel the remnant auras of those people. The expert hidden in the depths of the darkness had long since awakened from his slumber. At this moment, he could not maintain his calm and let out such a low voice. I really didn't expect that my benevolence back then would leave behind such a great disaster for myself. I really shouldn't have spared your life. After carefully inspecting the Sovereign King warship, there were quite a few black and red traces inside. Those were the traces left behind by dried blood, which was a bad sign. At this moment, Rizio transmitted a spiritual wave of extreme remorse. However, over 100,000 years had passed, and many of the white bones had already decayed. A light touch would cause them to turn into ashes, so it was impossible to tell who was who. the lifeless aura of the past had completely disappeared. At this moment, he was like a smiling Buddha holding flowers, with a transcendent charm. You are very unwise. How did you do it? What's the point of asking these questions? The Underworld King laughed hysterically. After painstakingly cultivating for more than 100,000 years, he had just made a great progress in his cultivation, yet he was ruthlessly slapped in the face by someone. This made him feel a sense of defeat. How is this possible? At this moment, a slender figure walked out from the darkness step by step, gradually revealing his true appearance. His face was snow-white, almost sickly, and his whole body was covered by a thick black underworld robe. The nine-headed snake sucked in a breath of cold air. With so many corpses, it was a ghastly sight. This was definitely a cultivator of the 9 prefectures. Even if they didn't want to escape here, they still couldn't avoid death. Great Might Underworld King stared at Xianxia with hatred. If he had known this would be the end, he would not have spared the soul fire of these 6 people. He couldn't change his own fate, but he successfully reversed the fate of the other 6 people. This made him feel very ridiculous. Everything was futile. He had made a wedding dress for others, and he had personally reversed their fate. I'll give you a chance. Tell me the whereabouts of Beyond Heaven, Outsider, and Xianxia. Although Great Might Underworld King was in a dangerous situation, he still appeared very elegant and refined. He used a snow-white handkerchief to wipe the blood at the corner of his mouth. Xianxia stared at this big shot of the past. His eyes flickered with anger. The other party obviously didn't treat him as an equal opponent. He was completely looking down on him, as if he was lecturing a child. Bang, tap, 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 who dares to barge into my heavenly palace? Just at this time, a sigh transmitted from the heavenly palace of death at the same time. It made everyone's hair stand on end. What a joke. I have already become the ancestor. Is there still a need to track down their whereabouts? He had unearthed a terrifying potential. In just over 100,000 years, he had achieved a huge leap and taken a huge step forward. After Xianxia finished speaking, he made his move again. It was still very simple. He swung his palm and slapped. Xianxia, 10x, the 9-headed snake, and the slaughter vanquisher wolf were both sad and hurt. They stood there quietly for a very long time. After passing through many dark halls, Xiaoqian's footsteps didn't change. It was very rhythmic, as if he was following some kind of rhythm. He used his powerful divine sense to lock onto that faintly discernible aura. You guys can rest in peace. Those slaughterers will not exist forever. I will sacrifice their lives. Sigh, mighty Underworld King, I haven't seen you for more than 100,000 years. You are getting more and more awe-inspiring. The voice from the heavenly palace of death rumbled like thunder. It gradually became louder and louder. It swept towards them like a violent wave. The mighty Underworld King tried his best to block it, but he was sent flying without any suspense. A lot of his long hair was snapped off, and his neat clothes were also in tatters. He cut a sorry figure. Another ice-cold sigh resounded in their ears. That gloomy aura seemed to have already touched their skin. It made their hair stand on end. However, when he saw the beginning of the story and wanted to take a deeper look, the prophecy imprint left in the Great Might Netherworld King's sea of memories disappeared into thin air. At this moment, the Great Might Netherworld King also became confused. Even someone as powerful as Xiaoqian and the Golem King at the side couldn't find any trace of it. Xiaoqian shouted, since you have such a method to erase the thing in the sea of memories of an ancestor, you must be very powerful and fearless. Come out and meet me. Who is it? Come out. The heavenly palace of death was like an ancient mountain range hanging in the grey fog. It looked hazy and pitch black, giving off a deep feeling. Xiaoqian and the others walked up the huge stone steps and sized up the half of the ancestors' warship. It was already in tatters, almost shattered. There were traces of destruction on it. Xiaoqian and the others stared at the small scarlet claw marks, feeling very worried. The sapphire eyes of the mighty Underworld King flashed with surprise. His red lips parted slightly as he said, so, it's you, Aunt, whoosh. However, coming here today was no longer the same as before, where every step was fraught with danger. What? What did you say? Where is Ko? However, when it reached Xiaochen, it all calmed down, and the energy disappeared. The Golem King disappeared. Xiaochen made a move personally, locking down the Golem King's spiritual sense. Then, his strong spiritual sense started to search the Golem King's sea of consciousness. The existence in the depths of the huge palace clearly sensed the strength of the enemy. Its tone was no longer as unyielding. However, this feeling did not last for long. A huge hand containing thousands of divine laws and thousands of Daos already reached over. He could not dodge it, and the hand firmly grabbed him. Only now did Xiaochen speak. The sky beyond heaven had just regained some consciousness, and it sent out such a soul fluctuation. Just at this moment, a weak soul fluctuation suddenly spread out. The rumbling sound echoed throughout the hall, but it soon stopped, because the 5 blood-red worlds had silently collapsed. 5 figures stood quietly in the hall, without the slightest change. Xiaochen put away the ancestors' warship. After that, the group walked up the stone steps and arrived before the huge palace. Dozens of huge stone pillars stood on both sides of the entrance of the huge central palace, supporting the first layer of the palace. Every one of them was like a pillar supporting the sky. Clear footsteps echoed as Xiaochen and the others walked forward. The sound of their footsteps on the stone slabs echoed in the spacious first layer of the palace. The great Might Underworld King mocked. His gloomy mood also became better because of this. He was a proud person, and he always looked down on others. The feelings from before made him feel very uncomfortable. It looked like a simple attack, but it represented a sublimation of Xiaochen's technique. He was startled and furious. He grabbed the 7th celestial layer Great Might Underworld King and shouted, "You really swallowed them." Great Might Underworld King's exquisite face was filled with shock. His transcendent temperament was nowhere to be seen. He was no longer as calm and confident as before. He said, "The ant that I trampled on in the past actually grew to this stage in just 100,000 years. He was not a woman, but he was even more beautiful than a woman. His soft black hair was curled like a boat, and his snow-like skin was delicate and tender. His slender body was slightly thin, and his black underworld clothes were fluttering in the wind." When Tenex, Babula, Slaughter Wolf, and Hydra heard this, they revealed a startled expression and prepared themselves for a great battle. What he couldn't stand the most was that this kind of aloof attitude was exactly what he had revealed in the past. He had once used this kind of method to humiliate the other party. Now, the other party was returning the favor. It was really a slap to his face. Xiaochen took a step forward. He no longer concealed his powerful divine sense. It burst out completely and sealed off the Death Palace. "Who are you people?" This time, Xiaochen directly opened the tightly shut door of the Death Palace with a finger. He took the lead and walked in with large strides. Now that he had reached the 9th celestial layer of Ancestor God Realm, he had nothing to fear. Xiaochen used all his strength to lift up a piece of the deck. After clearing away the debris of the ancestral warship, several hundred skeletons were revealed in front of everyone. This was a young and beautiful expert. She had a full forehead, dense and long eyelashes, a straight nose, moist red lips, and snow-white teeth. The only thing that was out of place was her pair of eyes. Sometimes they were like sapphire, and sometimes they were like a deathly gray. There was no luster at all. Haha, perhaps the skull that was pierced through was Lawrence, perhaps the upper half of the corpse that was shattered was Oxman, perhaps the corpse that was only left with a few ribs was Chenfeng. What are you laughing at? Bang! At this moment, Xiaochen was very surprised. He quickly searched through the Great Might Underworld King's memories, trying to find the complete prophecy. "Kill Vanquish Wolf!" immediately shouted. Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. He scanned the surroundings with his powerful divine sense. He was shocked to find that there seemed to be a mysterious aura around him. In an instant, he took out the Stoneman King puppet. At the same time, the divine diagram, ancient scroll, and the heavenly mark flew out at the same time. He was facing a great enemy. Quick! Quick! Save! Coup! This time, there was no rotting malevolent corpse sovereign king to launch a sneak attack. The dark hall was very quiet without a single sound. Bang! It was this beautiful and somewhat sickly young man who gave off a strong oppressive feeling. He was the former Great Might Underworld King. An old friend? You haven't located the location in front of you yet. After that, he devoured the corpse of the original Death Palace master. Then, he used Beyond Sky, Human Outsider, and Xianxia as bait to successfully transform. He even absorbed the soul power of dozens of sovereigns in the Death Palace. After more than 100,000 years of bitter cultivation, he finally took a huge step forward. This, Xiaochen quickly infused him with soul power. Soon, he found out that it was not a coincidence that the great Might Underworld King could achieve such a result. He had been suppressed in the Death Palace for 50 to 60 million years. Otherwise, he could have advanced to the Ancestor Realm with his own cultivation. What he got in response was a huge palm that was like a millstone. It smashed into his body and sent him flying on the spot. They could totally suppress their voices, but they didn't do so. They just saw the tragedy on the Ancestor warship and needed a place to vent. If the malevolent corpse came out to launch a sneak attack, they would be the perfect target. It was too terrifying. It was as if it was right in front of them. However, he was no longer a sovereign king of the ninth heaven. He had advanced to the seventh heaven Ancestor realm, he asked unwillingly. Every one of you was severely injured and died without treatment. The great Might Underworld King roared. He didn't want to endure this kind of humiliation. He wanted to detonate his primordial spirit to inflict serious damage to Xiaochen and the others. Master, Rumble, put away your sense of superiority. It's not that you didn't want to kill me back then. You were just too monstrous. You tortured us for decades and were stopped by the martial Ancestor. If a seventh-layered heavenly elder god were to self-destruct, the destructive power would be unimaginable. But at this moment, the Stoneman King puppet appeared. Its battle god domain locked down the area, causing Rizio's divine sense to freeze. He was unable to think, and it was as though time had stopped. This sovereign's forbidden land. Trespassers shall die. Xiaochen discovered a weak light in the great Might Underworld King Sea of Consciousness. It was actually the aura of Sky Beyond Sky and Outsider. It made one's scalp go numb and a chill run down their spine. There seemed to be great danger in the dark and gloomy Death Palace. After passing through the first Great Hall and entering the sinister second Great Hall, Xiaochen's eyes shot out two beams of resplendent light in the darkness. With a flash of light, a dazzling cloud flickered in the deepest Great Hall. Xiaochen and the others appeared here. Xiaochen did not say anything. He led the others and continued to approach the Death Heavenly Palace at a steady pace. Slowly, the entire Death Heavenly Palace trembled under his feet, pulsing in sync with him. After a careful inspection, he discovered that it was not corroded by the grey mist. Although the ancestral warship was in tatters, it could still resist the corrosion of the terrifying power contained in the mist. Killing Vanquisher already understood. With a sorrowful expression, he rushed over with large strides and beat Rizio up. The weak soul flames of Sky Beyond Sky, Outsider, and Xiong were almost extinguished. They couldn't maintain their stability after being stimulated by the gloomy aura. Xiaochen quickly withdrew them. Sigh, don't tell me you think you can leave this place alive? The pitiful underworld king of this generation. His strength was extraordinary, but he was suppressed by Xiaochen to the point where he couldn't move at all. He was beaten beyond recognition by killing Vanquisher. 10x came to this conclusion after a careful inspection. I won't let you die. It's impossible even if you want to die. Bang, finally, he saw a part of the content. Fate could be changed, no one could completely control it, explode. The corner of Xiaochen's mouth revealed a sneer. At this moment, Rizio's face was filled with astonishment. He never thought that the little ant that was tortured for dozens of years would grow to such a terrifying level. Xiaochen approached step by step and gazed at the great Might Underworld King calmly. The ice-cold sigh was very close, but he couldn't detect it. The gloomy and dark heavenly palace of death was abnormally eerie at this moment. The misty formation was suspended above Xiaochen's head. The three heavenly marks were also guarding it. The powerful stoneman puppet was flickering in the heavenly palace like a ghost. It shifted its position and left behind many afterimages. Under Xiaochen's control, it was currently searching for the person who let out the sigh in the dark. Being spied on without being able to detect it was a sign of extreme danger. Xiaochen couldn't help but change his expression and raise his guard. Boom, suddenly, the Stoneman King puppet made its move. That domineering fist smashed out, directly causing the heavenly palace to collapse, the mist to disperse, and the sky to split into pieces. Large black cracks appeared one after another. That is, Babula revealed a startled expression. He saw a blurry human face flash past in the cracked vault of heaven. 10x was also very shocked. It also saw that blurry human face in the gloomy sky. It was very strange, it carried an indescribable evilness. But it disappeared in just a flash. The stoneman puppet soared into the sky. It circled around the sky and sized it up unceasingly. In the end, it landed in the heavenly palace of death. What the hell is that? The few of them felt their hair stand on end. They couldn't catch the other party's aura at all. The heavenly palace of death regained its tranquility. It was pitch black, they couldn't even see their own fingers. The gray mist surged in the surroundings. Everything had calmed down. But just at this time, the vanquisher wolf screamed. Ah, a human face. In this extremely quiet and dark heavenly palace of death, the sudden shout was exceptionally ear-piercing. Xianxia enveloped it with the eightfold worlds, but he only felt a mysterious aura dissipating one after another. He didn't manage to capture anything else. Damn it. A deathly pale human face, was almost sticking to my face, it was only an inch away from me. The vanquisher wolf's complexion was very unsightly. His chest was heaving up and down unceasingly. It was very obvious that he had received a great shock just now. The enemy standing in front of them was not that scary. People would always feel fear due to the unknown. This prophecy was filled with too many evildoers. The seventh celestial layer ancestor's memory disappeared just like that. Everything related to the prophecy was completely gone. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had erased everything in the unseen world. Bang, 10x punched out and pierced through the void. You saw it too? Killing Vanquisher asked. I saw it. It was a deathly pale face that was stained with blood. It was almost stuck to my face. 10x replied calmly. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. 10x had already reached the seventh celestial layer of war ancestor, yet that deathly pale face still dared to face him. Just what kind of existence was this? At this moment, Great Might Underworld King, whose sea of consciousness was in chaos, suddenly let out a weak groan and opened his eyes. However, his eyes were scattered, and his essence, energy, and spirit were very weak. It's you? He suddenly cried out loudly, his expression sinister. Two suns rose, as if he saw the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the few of them simultaneously discovered that a deathly pale face had disappeared in front of Ricio, returning to the darkness. In the pitch-black and cold divine palace of death, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Babula lifted the Great Might Dark King and said, "That human face. Who is it?" It's him. Great Might Dark King Ricio was very frightened. He shouted unceasingly, "It's him, he's back, he's here to retrieve the soul." The underworld king of this generation was frightened to the extreme. His thoughts were in a mess, his eyes were slack, and he kept shouting and yelling as if he had gone crazy. Just at this moment, the Stoneman King sensed something and made another move. A dazzling divine radiance illuminated the palace hall in front. The majestic palace melted away like snowflakes. A deathly pale human face stained with a large amount of blood flashed and disappeared into the darkness in the distance. This time, the few of them saw that kind of strange and terrifying human face. They had an indescribable feeling, it was very strange. Soul Reaper, he's the Soul Reaper, he really came, the Great Might Dark King groaned in the darkness. It seemed like he was extremely frightened. He's the original master of this divine palace, right? Xiaoqian stared at the great accomplishment Underworld King and said calmly, "It's him who left behind the Book of Prophecy, right?" Soul Reaper, it's him. The dignified Great Might Dark King was actually trembling at this moment. Fear was written all over her pretty face as she said, "He's already dead." At this point, the few of them became even more cautious. This place was very strange. If it was really the original master of the divine palace, then things were not looking good for Ho Tuesday. You ate his corpse, he's here to take revenge. Xiaoqian stared at the Great Might Dark King. Xiaoqian stared at the Great Might Underworld King. These words were spoken very slowly, but they deeply provoked Ricio. Ricio's complexion became incomparably pale. Just at this moment, a corpse shadow suddenly appeared on the back of the great might dark king. A pale face stuck to the back of Ricio's head, as if an evil corpse was crawling on his body. This time, Xiaochen and the others saw it clearly. They immediately felt a chill down their spines. Even they didn't see how this person appeared. Ah, the great might dark king immediately screamed. His entire body trembled as he lay on the ground. The corpse shadow on his body disappeared again. Killing Wrath Wolf felt a chill on his neck. He subconsciously turned his head to take a look and immediately jumped up. This was because he saw the corpse shadow standing behind him, smiling bitterly. Ghost scare ghost to death. I have no enmity with you. Don't bother me. Go and look for that damned ladyboy Dark King. That corpse shadow disappeared without a trace. At this point, it was already very obvious that it was the original master of the Death Heavenly Palace. He seemed to be in a strange state. Even someone as powerful as Xiaochen and the Stone Golem King couldn't lock onto him. It seems like this person is not simple. Xiaochen recalled the various things in the past. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this person was not ordinary, even heaven-defying. Yes, now that he thought about it carefully, Xiaochen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The master of this heavenly palace seemed to be very heaven-defying. He was unimaginably powerful. One must know that back then, that person had once gathered all the oracle bones. He barged into a mysterious place in the deepest part of the death world and understood the future. This was not something an ordinary ancestor could do. Xiaochen clearly remembered the scene he had seen in the past. 3 swords stained with divine blood were broken here. Just what kind of power was needed to break the swords? No one knew better than Xiaochen how strong the swords with the formation diagram on them were. Yet, that person broke 3 of them. The person who killed him was indeed frightening, but the master of the Death Heavenly Palace was definitely a peak expert, not someone an ordinary ancestor could compare to. I got it. At this moment, Babula suddenly opened his mouth and said, "This is the energy of resentment. Something similar has happened in our world. The gray mist is the product of his soul dispersing. It's not extinguished even in death, and it nurtures a kind of resentment. That human face that we can't capture is formed from that resentment. Is this thing powerful?" Xiaochen asked with a frown. This is a special existence. It's hard to say whether it's powerful or not, but it's pervasive. Babula didn't really understand either. However, there was one thing Xiaochen was sure of. This thing was not easy to deal with. It could even erase the imprint in the great might underworld king's sea of consciousness. Just thinking about it was scary. If it weren't for the formation diagram and the heavenly mark, they would be in great danger. Is Kiki in this Death Heavenly Palace? Just at this moment, Xiaochen asked the sky beyond sky and the human outsider in the acupoint space. In the depths of the death world, their soul fires were still very weak and could be extinguished at any time. After getting this information, Xiaochen was very decisive. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He said, "Let's go, let's leave this place." The original master of the Death Heavenly Palace had turned into a strange existence. The power of that resentment was hard to fathom. Xiaochen didn't want to waste any more time. With the Stoneman King puppet opening the way, nothing could stop them. Smoke and dust filled the air. A passage was formed from the collapse of the Death Heavenly Palace. It pierced through the gray mist outside. They directly escaped from this area. When they appeared in the death world, they didn't even have time to heave a sigh of relief before they were startled again. The gray mist in the sky surged and followed them. At the same time, the great might underworld king in Xiaochen's hand was trembling. His sea of consciousness was collapsing. A mysterious power avoided Xiaochen and was eroding great might underworld king's consciousness. Kill him. Otherwise, this resentment will always be around us. Babula suggested. He is already done for. Xiaochen shivered inwardly. The 3 heavenly marks, the divine diagram and the ancient scroll respectively floated above Xiaochen, 10x, and the slaughter vanquisher wolf's head. It had only been a quarter of an hour, and the dignified great might underworld king's sea of consciousness was destroyed without any warning. The power of this resentment was really terrifying. Bang! Just at this time, the great might underworld king in Xiaochen's hand suddenly shook. It struggled free from his grasp and fell to the ground. A horrifying thing happened. His body split open, and a lifeless middle-aged man walked out from within. He carried an endless baleful aura. "This is the Slaughter Vanquisher Wolf," and the Hydra immediately opened their eyes wide. They were incomparably cautious. Xiaochen already saw that it was formed by the baleful aura. It wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. "After eating my flesh and giving birth to me for so long, you can rest in peace now," a cold voice resounded in the land of death. That middle-aged man, completely formed by the baleful aura, carried an overflowing deathly aura as he stared at the great might underworld king coldly. Then, he stared at Xiaochen and the rest. Above his head, a boundless grey mist was surging violently. This monster, 10x, sucked in a cold breath. Xiaochen was also gobsmacked. He finally understood why he couldn't sense the other party's existence. This person was not born in the grey mist like Babula said. He was born in the great might underworld king's body. The corpse of a supreme ancestor is not that easy to swallow. After hearing this, Xiaochen and the rest's expression changed. This person was a supreme ancestor. Moreover, he seemed to be much stronger than the otherworldly ancestor gods they had seen before. "What do you want?" the Hydra asked. "After being dead for so many years, I still have the chance to awaken. The heavens have treated me well," the middle-aged man replied. He swept his gaze across the few of them, and the deathly aura immediately spread out. He said, "That ant swallowed my corpse, and you guys actually want to take it away. I will devour all of you." Shameless boasting. Xiaochen didn't want to make a move himself, so he let the Golem King puppet go forward and block him. "What a powerful body. My body has perished, so it is the best cauldron for me to survive," the middle-aged man formed by the baleful aura said in a cold voice. "You sure talk big. You dare to snatch the Golem King's body," the Hydra said. He didn't believe that the other party could do it. "Although I am not as powerful as before, as an existence of resentment, I can penetrate through any hole. Snatching a body is nothing to me." Speaking until here, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Very good. The Golem King's body is comparable to the Heavenly Emperor who killed me in the past." "What?" Xiaochen and the rest were immediately shocked. The one who killed the Heavenly Palace's master was actually the Heavenly Emperor. This was really unexpected. The Heavenly Emperor is not dead yet? He created the most evil place in this world. I don't know if he is dead or not, but I know you are going to die soon. I can feel a trace of his aura on you guys. You should be from the same world. You have seen the future before. Do you know you can survive?" Xiaochen faced him with a cold face. At the same time, he took out the ancient scroll and the divine diagram. "The future I saw has already become history. Now, it has already walked out of its predetermined path." Speaking until here, he suddenly pounced forward and went straight for Xiaochen. Just at this time, the humanoid figure formed by the baleful aura suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. A palm-sized stone jar absorbed the baleful aura like a whale sucking in water. This result not only shocked Babula and the others, even Xiaochen himself didn't expect that the stone jar he kept on his body would actually fly out by itself. The patterns on the surface of the jar blossomed with rays of light and absorbed the baleful aura into it. Rumble! Just at this time, the grey mist in the sky rolled over and surged towards the stone jar. This was a bizarre scene. The size of the stone jar was not big, but it was able to absorb the terrifying mist as far as the eye could see. The sky regained its tranquility. Bang! In the end, the Death Celestial Palace fell to the ground. The dimensional space it was in had already collapsed. Xiaochen used the Divine City to refine the Celestial Palace and absorb it. Finally, he stared at the stone jar in his hand that had already calmed down. This was really a mysterious item. It was very hard to understand. Fortunately, it was absorbed by the stone jar. Otherwise, even if that person didn't have the absolute power, it would still be very troublesome. Babula said so. It was the Celestial Sovereign who killed him. It was the Celestial Sovereign who created the evilest land. Xiaochen muttered to himself. This information was very important. In the distant past, the ancestral gods of the Jiuzhou continent had already entered this world. Perhaps they had left behind some backup plans. The grey mist and the Death Celestial Palace disappeared from the world. It was impossible for them to appear again. The Great Might Underworld King's spiritual sense had already been erased, but his enormous soul power didn't disperse. His body was refined by Xiaochen again. After that, he infused the soul fire of Beyond Sky and Beyond Man into it. They had already fused with this body. Now, it was the same as obtaining a powerful body for free. However, they were merely war ancestors. They weren't the real ancestral gods. Even if they comprehended the boundless divine laws and origin in Risha's sea of consciousness, they didn't create it themselves. Soon after, they rushed towards the deepest part of the death world at top speed. Under the lead of Beyond Sky and Beyond Man, they rushed straight to a certain region. The depths of this death world was filled with too many secrets. They couldn't understand them. After spending more than a month and encountering many dangers along the way, they finally arrived at their destination. There were 7 ghost cities in front of them. They were arranged majestically in the shape of the Big Dipper, black clouds rolled over and over. The baleful aura soared to the sky. Every ghost city was surrounded by a ray of massacre light. Kiki is trapped here. Just at this time, Xiaochen's sharp senses detected something. He used the Eightfold World to lead the few of them to flee far away. The other worldly deities are actually still here. They didn't retreat. Xiaochen used the Panga stone medallion to hide their auras in the distant sky. His killing intent was revealed. However, it was very troublesome now. The other worldly deities were eyeing them covetously in the surroundings. Furthermore, there were 7 extremely strange immemorial demon cities here. It would be very difficult to deal with them. The deepest part of the world of death was filled with too many secrets. There were a lot of things that people couldn't understand. Without any sound, a figure appeared in front of the 7 immemorial demon cities. He looked around suspiciously, but he didn't find anything. Strange, the ancestor said that an expert had arrived. Why is there no aura left behind? Although he arrived in front of the 7 immemorial demon cities, he didn't dare to get too close. Looking at those massacre lights and the huge cities surging with demonic mist, he felt a burst of pressure in his heart. He was very afraid. With a flash of light, he soared into the sky and turned into a rainbow as he flew towards the distant sky. At the horizon, 10x and the others were floating quietly. The Panga stone token had concealed their figures and aura. Seeing that rainbow flying past quickly, Xiaochen suddenly opened up the Eightfold Worlds. 8 hazy worlds suddenly appeared and covered the figure that rushed past here in an instant. Who is it? That figure struggled fiercely in the Eightfold Worlds, but he couldn't rush out no matter what. It's just a half-ancestor, Babula knitted his brows. Xiaochen said, he is just a sacrificial bait. It seems like there is an expert overseeing this place. He wants to figure out our position. That half-ancestor who was trapped in the Eightfold Worlds had a gloomy expression after he heard these words. Crack, the vault of heaven cracked open. A withered palm suddenly pierced through the space. It contained boundless profound laws, as if it was formed by the origin of the world. It grabbed at the Eightfold Worlds. He really came. 10x furrowed its brows and said, this person is very powerful. It executed the 7 burst dragon steps and was about to make a move. Xiaochen was also very surprised. He didn't expect there was such a peak expert among the people chasing after Kiki. That withered arm was clearly made of stone. He stopped 10x, there was no need for it to take the risk. The deepest part of the world of death was filled with too many secrets. There were many things that people couldn't understand. In Xiaochen's palm, that strange stone jar blossomed with radiance. The powerful stoneman puppet appeared. Its powerful combat power immediately surged out like a monstrous wave. Bang, without any fancy moves, Xiaochen's fist smashed down to meet the withered stone palm, clashing fiercely with it. The Stoneman King puppet was extremely powerful. Its combat body represented the peak of the ultimate physique, which was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Its combat strength was like a surging river, unstoppable and unstoppable. Crack, even though the stone palm that had traveled through space contained the infinite God law and the aura of the origin of Tao, it still made cracking sounds at that moment. It was covered in cracks and trembled continuously before finally shattering in the air with a crash. The rubble turned into a dazzling beam of light that pierced through space and flew away. Beyond Heaven was shocked and said, 10,000 years ago, there wasn't such a strong person among those who chased after us. Could it be that some unforeseen event happened and such a strong person made a move? I wonder if more than 10,000 years had passed. It was too long, and no one could predict what would happen. That's right. Back then, they had already set their sights on these 7 ghost cities. With such a powerful character overseeing this place, could it be that they want to break through this huge city? This was Xiangxia's voice. At this moment, beyond mountain, beyond heaven, Xiang, and the others were all in the mighty underworld king's body. Their vitality was greatly injured, and this combat body was enough to compensate for it. Xiaochen didn't say anything. He just restrained the half-martial ancestor in front of him. Without asking any questions, his powerful divine sense suddenly entered the sea of consciousness and searched for everything he wanted to know. Immediately, images were imprinted in his mind. Some of the information was already known from beyond heaven and beyond heaven. More than 10,000 years ago, the otherworldly deities suddenly descended on the divine village in the world of death. Only a small number of people managed to escape by boarding the ancestral lord worship, but they attracted the endless pursuit of the otherworldly deities. The ancestral lord worship passed through the Great World Barrier and returned to the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds. However, it still couldn't shake off the otherworldly deities. They also had similar treasures and chased after them in the multiverse. Many people fell off the ancestral lord worship in the process of escaping. According to the speculations of beyond heaven and beyond heaven, perhaps only a small number of people really survived. After re-entering the world of death, Kiki also fell down when it was blocking the attacks of the otherworldly deities. However, the little critter was very unfortunate. The otherworldly deities tried their best to kill it and attracted the majority of their main forces. Beyond heaven and beyond heaven drove the ancestral lord worship to rescue Kiki. However, when they found this place, they found that the little critter was forced into the 7 demonic cities and was trapped here. Helpless, they managed to shake off the otherworldly deities' pursuit again and again. However, the ancestral lord worship that could pass through the Great World Barrier was unfortunately captured by the mighty underworld king. They want to kill Kiki and also set their sights on the 7 demonic cities. After searching through the sea of consciousness of the half-martial ancestor, Xiaochen's expression was very unsightly. He pointed his finger and the ancestral lord worship immediately turned into ashes. How is Kiki? Beyond heaven and beyond heaven asked hastily. 10x also revealed a nervous expression. I don't know, Xiaochen shook his head. His complexion was very unsightly as he said, for more than 10,000 years, the little critter had tried to break out 7 times. However, it returned with heavy injuries every time. It didn't succeed even once. When he was saying these words, Xiaochen's complexion turned cold. Those scenes made him very anxious. The little critter suffered heavy injuries many times and was on the verge of death several times. Even though it narrowly avoided death several times, it also paid a huge price. Those were very bloody scenes, it was too horrible to look at. After failing 7 times, Kiki never appeared again in the last few thousand years. It completely quieted down in the 7 demonic cities. It was as if it had vanished from the face of the earth. How could this be? Could it be that Kiki, 10x was very worried? The wolf killer and beyond heaven also wanted to say something but hesitated. Xiaochen's complexion became more and more unsightly. He said in a cold voice, if something unexpected happened to Kiki, even if they died 100 times, it would still be difficult to make up for it. His worry was not without reason. From the information obtained from the otherworldly half-ancestor, many of the otherworldly deities believed that Kiki had already died inside. The reason why they didn't retreat was mainly because they still had their eyes on the 7 demonic cities. Even the stonemen came to keep watch. Their purpose was very obvious. They were very ambitious. They wanted to seize the foundations of the 7 demonic cities. Let's go and take a look. Xiaochen used the Pangu stone token to conceal their aura. Then, he used Tianhen and the others to guard the surroundings. He believed that not many people would be able to discover their traces. After searching for a long time in the vicinity of the immemorial demonic city, they finally found the dimensional space created by the otherworldly deities. And just at this time, 7 figures walked out from the dimensional space. Not only was there a stoneman among them, there was also a supreme ancestral god. It was a very powerful force. The geniuses of our world are about to come to our aid. They are finally tempted to attack and occupy these 7 demonic cities. The supreme ancestral god in the middle looked around and continued, although that person just now was very powerful, he definitely couldn't be compared to the true Wood Saintess and the ancient King Mengdi gang. There's no need to worry. The depths of the world of death were filled with too many secrets. There were many things that people couldn't understand. Although the stoneman whose right palm was shattered didn't take the final step, his status was extraordinary. He stood with his hands behind his back and ignored the supreme ancestral god's words. He seemed to be thinking about something. That person is very scary. After a long time, the stoneman said this. He looked at his right palm. The cracks on it were very obvious. Although they had reconstructed, they couldn't heal completely. There's no need to worry. Our experts will be here soon. As the supreme ancestral god spoke, he took out a jade bottle and said, heal your hand first. The blood of the heaven-defying clan? The stoneman was stunned. That's right. That little beast's blood is very extraordinary. It helped me walk the path of the supreme ancestral god. It should not be any weaker than your stoneman's blood. It will definitely be useful to you. In the distance, Xiaochen saw the jade bottle in the hands of the supreme ancestor god, and he was instantly enraged. He could feel Ku's aura, and he recalled the bloody scenes in the images. Ku's body was destroyed several times, and she was almost torn into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Although she had narrowly escaped death, that kind of pain was infuriating. The supreme ancestral god was on Xiaochen's must-kill list. Xiaochen couldn't suppress his rage. He approached quickly and silently. Ku was his reverse scale. After seeing Ku's blood, he couldn't bear it. Oh no, be careful! The stoneman shouted. He was an extraordinary expert after all. His spiritual sense was much sharper than the experts who had just walked the path of the supreme ancestral god. Even with the Panga stone medallion, he could still sense the killing intent. He pulled the supreme ancestral god to the side and attacked the sky at the same time. Bang! The stoneman king puppet that attacked him sent the stoneman flying several hundred meters away. The stone palm shattered again, and the supreme ancestral god was covered by Xiaochen's divine diagram. PFFF, blood splattered everywhere. One of the supreme ancestor god's arms was chopped off, and fresh blood flowed out. However, even though he had just stepped onto the path of the supreme ancestor god, he was still an extremely powerful cultivator. He quickly broke free from the divine diagram. Not. The otherworldly deities roared at the same time and charged at Xiaochen. You are dead for sure. With the stone golem king puppet blocking the strongest stoneman, Xiaochen didn't have to worry about his life being threatened. With the divine diagram and ancient scroll, this expert who had just walked the path of the supreme ancestral god would probably not be able to do anything to him. Just at this moment, a weak fluctuation came from the 7 ancient palaces. A snow-white little thing looked out carefully. When it saw Xiaochen and the others, it was very excited. It immediately said in a childish voice, Xiaochen, be careful. It's a trap. The moment he heard this tender voice, Xiaochen immediately stiffened. Following that, boundless joy welled up in his heart. He sensed Keek's aura, and when he turned around, he just happened to see the little thing with her big eyes filled with anxiety. She was currently waving at him and shouting with her tender voice, be careful of the ambush, the stone woman and 2 stone men are in the dark. Too late. Just at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. True Wood Saintess suddenly appeared. When she faced Xiaochen, she revealed a boundless killing intent. The foundation of the stoneman was destroyed, so she hated Xiaochen to the core. The dimensional space collapsed, and a majestic city appeared. The ancient King Mengdi gang had also arrived. He had been hiding here all along. Xiaochen's 8-fold world trembled and instantly enveloped the one-armed supreme ancestral god. Then, he rushed toward Ku. The stone golem king puppet brought up the rear and blocked the attacks of the deities. Don't come over. They laid down a formation. You can only enter but not leave. Ku's long eyelashes fluttered. There was joy in its big eyes, but there was also worry. It wanted to stop Xiaochen from entering. However, Xiaochen couldn't just leave like this. Truewood Saintess and the ancient King Meng Di gang were here. The little thing's situation was very bad. He couldn't just abandon it. Swish, with a flash of light, Xiaochen rushed to the front of the 7 ancient demon cities and met up with the little thing. When Xiaochen saw this pitiful little thing again, his heart filled with guilt. This little thing had suffered too much. Just the bloody scenes he saw in that half-step martial ancestor's sea of consciousness made his heart ache. One could easily imagine how much suffering it had suffered in the past 10,000-odd years. Squeak, boo-hoo, you're still alive. I finally get to see you. The little thing's big eyes were bloodshot. Tears rolled down unceasingly. It looked incomparably wronged and pitiful. Although it was very happy, it couldn't help but shed tears. Don't cry. Those things will never happen again. Xiaochen sighed softly. Then, his expression turned serious. The supreme ancestral god in the eightfold world was trying his best to break through. However, this unparalleled divine ability had already reached the great success stage. It was hard for him to succeed because the 8 notes were still vibrating inside. This person actually took Ku's blood. Xiaochen couldn't let him go. He brought Ku into the eightfold world and said, I'll capture him and help you vent your anger. I'll do it myself. Although Ku's voice was very tender, it was filled with confidence. It wiped away its tears and waved its little claw lightly. Immediately, a few divine rainbows rushed over and sealed the one-armed supreme ancestral god. At this time, Xiaochen released 10x and the others from the acupoint space. Ku, they immediately cried out in fear. Babula revealed an astonished expression and muttered, the people of the heaven-defying clan actually walked the path of the supreme ancestral god. The one-armed supreme ancestral god was shaking violently, but the shackles were getting stronger and stronger. In the end, he turned into a statue and stopped moving. His divine power was completely sealed. Ku was panting with rage as it pounded on the statue unceasingly. Squeak. You guys have the advantage of numbers. Originally, I wasn't afraid of you at all. You laid down a formation to seal me. The little thing kept on listing the crimes of the supreme ancestral god. It was getting more and more furious. Finally, it let out a sigh and stopped pounding on the statue. After that, it ran towards 10x and the others. Although it was smiling innocently, its face was filled with tears. The tears were sparkling and translucent. They were flickering with radiance like pearls. Beyond Sky, Xianxia, and the others also flew out from the great might dark king's body and revealed their divine souls. When the little guy saw so many old friends, it immediately forgot about its troubles. It seemed like it had endless things to say. It babbled unceasingly and chatted with everyone. It had suffered too much in these 10,000 years. It was really suffocating on its own. I definitely won't let you get hurt again. Even Beyond Sky and Beyond Sky comforted it like this. Although their strength was already inferior to Ku's, they sincerely hoped that this little guy would be happy and safe. You've suffered, are you still injured? Everyone surrounded the little thing and asked with concern. I only suffered for 2 to 3 years. I didn't feel any pain for the rest of the time. Ku happily responded to everyone. Sparkling and translucent tears hung on its long eyelashes. Suffered for 2 to 3 years? Xiaochen was puzzled. Yeah, I couldn't sleep for those 2 to 3 years. After I endured it, I could force myself to fall into a deep sleep. Otherwise, it would really be very painful, the little thing said innocently. However, it made everyone feel even sadder. This little guy actually used this kind of method to endure the pain of serious injuries. Its innocent appearance really made people feel pity for it. At the same time, everyone also knew why the little guy didn't change even after 100,000 years. It was still so innocent. It turned out that it had always been in a deep sleep. Nothing had changed. I must make them pay the price. Xiaochen said calmly. At this moment, although Kiki didn't seem to care, everyone knew that he had suffered a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shed tears the moment he saw him. This cute little thing really touched everyone's emotions, and everyone was very angry. This time, it's time to put an end to this. We'll catch them all in one fell swoop and turn them into ashes. A cold voice reverberated like a curse. Truewood Saintus, known as the Saintus reborn from the primogenitor, floated in the void and stared coldly ahead like a demon statue. That member of the heaven-defying clan should stay. His blood has extraordinary power. At this moment, in the sky, a majestic and imposing voice rang out from a towering city that floated in the clouds. It was none other than the ancient monarch, Meng Digang. His majestic voice shook the land of death as he said, "Leave it alive. I want to study the potential of this clan." This man, whose might had shaken the ages, was like a huge primordial beast. Boundless killing intent surged up and down like an ocean, causing all the deities to involuntarily look up and tremble in fear. He was as famous as the Truewood Saintus. He was one of the most outstanding people under the primogenitor. His future was limitless, and he was publicly recognized as a powerhouse who could take the last step. These two peak powerhouses who could sweep through the world had come here in person. It could be said that they had a big plan. Killing Kiki was only a secondary matter. They wanted to take the 7 immemorial demon cities and forge an immortal monarch city. If the ancient King Meng Digang refined the 7 immemorial demon cities and took the last step, his battle prowess would be comparable to the Stoneman monarchs. If the ancient King Meng Digang refined the 7 immemorial demon cities, she would be able to walk the Stoneman road again. She would also have strength comparable to the old Stoneman monarchs. And if she walked the ancestral god road and refined the 7 immemorial demon cities into a single monarch city, it would be a supreme treasure. These two supreme experts were both partners and competitors, both of them wanting to monopolize the 7 cities. However, they had no choice but to cooperate now, because the 7 cities were not ancient cities that had been destroyed. It was impossible to take them down without paying a price. Behind these two powerhouses, there were more than a dozen figures with great battle prowess. Of the 2 golems that had yet to take the final step, one had its stone palm shattered by the golem king puppet, and the other was a female golem with a cold expression, like a wooden statue. Apart from that, there was a transcendent elder god who was definitely much more powerful than the person Ke had just imprisoned. He wasn't someone who could be compared to someone who had just started walking on this path. This was a true expert of the transcendent elder god path. Behind these apex figures were 5 transcendent elder gods, and behind them were 8 ordinary elder gods. It could be said that this lineup was extremely powerful, and it was more than enough to flatten several worlds. However, facing the 7 primordial demon cities in front of them, these people did not dare to be careless, and they even felt that their strength was somewhat insufficient. It was because the 7 cities were too strange. They were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, and they were so close to each other. No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't ordinary. There might be unimaginable power hidden within. Between the 7 primordial demon cities, Xianxia wanted to lead everyone to break out of the encirclement. However, with a loud boom, the entire sky seemed to have collapsed, and a huge light screen enveloped the sky. It was like a huge wok had been placed in the void, and it completely covered this place. It's useless. It's impossible for you to escape from this place. However, killing you is just a matter of convenience. After we destroy the 7 cities, it will be the time of your death. The transcendent elder god in the middle said unhurriedly, after more than 10,000 years of planning, we must obtain these 7 ghost cities. Outside, the ancient King Meng Digang and the Virgin Lady Sage took the lead, and they started to send out divine lights at the same time. The deities worked together to activate the Great Killing Formation, and they started to refine the 7 primordial demon cities. It could be said to be a shocking move. Wanting to refine 7 huge cities at the same time wasn't something an ordinary elder god could imagine. When the 7 primordial demon cities are completely refined, the people inside will be annihilated. The members of the heaven-defying clans won't be able to escape either. That little bastard's blood is really extraordinary. We can't waste it for nothing. We should capture it. The ordinary elder gods coveted Ke's blood. Although they spoke in a low voice, they were clearly reminding the Virginwood Sage. You are the bastards. Your entire family is the bastards. Killing destruction, Wolf shouted. This fellow never suffered a loss in a verbal battle. The few otherworldly elder gods outside shouted, "Release the experts of our world, and we can let you die a quick death. Otherwise, everyone will be suppressed in purgatory and suffer for eternity." Xiaochen looked at those people inside the 7 primordial demon cities and didn't say anything. He directly took out the experts sealed by Ku and performed the sacred sacrifice in front of them. A strong divine light immediately burst out, and divine energy surged. Although this person also walked the Supreme Ancestor God's path, he had only just discovered the door. He couldn't compare to a true Supreme Ancestor God. Hence, Xiaochen didn't have to spend much effort to sacrifice him. Rays of divine light rippled out like waves and rushed toward Ku. Squeak, Ku's entire body was as white as jade. Its big eyes were filled with curiosity. Being enveloped by the strong divine light, it felt warm all over. Its soul that was severely injured in the past was rapidly recovering. How ruthless! Xiaochen felt the changes in Ku during the sacred sacrifice. He was shocked to discover that the little critter had actually suffered unimaginable injuries. That was a kind of dark demonic energy. Although it was suppressed by Ku's strong divine energy, it still wasn't completely obliterated. The sacrificial Supreme Ancestor God let out a soul roar, but he couldn't do anything. At this moment, he was confined in the void. Neither his physical body nor his soul could move at all. The deities outside were furious. Their murderous aura soared into the sky, but none of them dared to enter the 7 primordial demon cities. The 7 primordial demon cities made their hearts palpitate. None of them were willing to enter that demonic nest-like region. What's wrong with us? We are going to sacrifice him. 10x's expression turned cold. Ku's severe injuries made it furious. If not for the Rockman overseeing this situation outside, it would have already made a move. That's right, we are going to sacrifice him. This is your Supreme Ancestor God, he is not that impressive. The sky beyond sky and the mortal outsiders had all turned into divine souls. They stood on the ground and spoke in a relaxed manner. This really made the deities furious. Just a few bugs, there's no need to pay attention to them. Continue refining these 7 primordial demon cities. Although the ancient King Meng Digang didn't show himself, the huge primordial demon cities floating in the sky were still very intimidating. The overflowing divine flame was as black as ink. It surged and poured into the great formation to refine the 7 primordial demon cities. But, Ancestor, our experts are in there, and they're being refined right now. Could it be that you want to enter the 7 primordial demon cities? Meng Digang's voice was very cold. Chi. Chi, chi. Just at this moment, the 7 rays of massacre light lingering around the 7 primordial demon cities emitted glaring rays of light. They soared into the sky and pierced through the dome of heaven. The otherworldly ancestor god who spoke immediately trembled and didn't dare to say another word. The 7 rays of dazzling light tore a corner of the great formation. The terrifying killing chi gathered together. It was comparable to 7 ancestor gods. It wanted to remove the seal covering the sky. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, slaughter to nothingness. Sage Shenmu executed her supreme divine incantation. She sent out a divine radiance with a wave of her hand. Immediately, a 7-colored glow enveloped the area. The 7 rays of massacre light were all suppressed. At the same time, the great formation started operating normally. Tens of thousands of divine laws turned into invisible divine energy and shot out at the same time. The 7 rays of massacre light dimmed and returned to the ground, lingering around the primordial demon cities. Now, Xiaochen's cultivation was no longer the same as it was in the past. When he executed the living sacrifice secret art, his speed became even faster. He continuously sent out the divine energy of the otherworldly expert. Ku calmly guided the divine energy into its body and quickly healed the damage to its soul. At the same time, its snow-white body shone with thousands of rays of light. Its flesh shell kept growing stronger and stronger. Xiaochen was rather astonished. Even though this little thing had suffered a lot in the past 10,000-odd years, its cultivation did not fall behind. It actually successfully walked the path of a supreme ancestor god. Its speed of improvement was astonishing. Boom, all of a sudden, 7 monstrous demonic flames shook the world of death. The 7 demon cities erupted with earth-shattering fluctuations of god force. Black nether flames soared into the sky and raised the light curtain several thousand meters high. The entire world of death shook. The 7 primordial demon cities were stirring, the auras they radiated shook the past and the future. All the realms in the universe were trembling. The 7 surging demonic flames covered the sky. It was like the galaxy was dyed black. They fell and surged and roared to their heart's content. Outside, all the deities were astonished. They secretly rejoiced that they had invited True Wood Sanctus and Meng Di Gang of the past. Otherwise, they would not be able to suppress the demonic flames. The majestic city descended from the sky above the light barrier. Meng Di Gang of the past made his move. The entire city emitted black streaks of light that looked like silk ribbons. In an instant, the light barrier below was dyed black. A boundless pressure shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if several worlds were suppressing them at the same time. The world of death shook violently. Millions of fire species prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling with fear as they cowed out in this direction. In the depths of the world of death, many powerful creatures were alarmed. At this moment, at least 7 or 8 powerful creatures opened their eyes at the same time. Their gazes pierced through the ages and the obstruction of time and space as they swept over. Meng Di Gang of the past. His demonic might was unparalleled. He wanted to suppress the 7 cities with a single strike. Thousands of illusions and scenes appeared at the same time. The power of several worlds pressed down. In an instant, all the deities understood. They were all drenched in cold sweat. Those were the real worlds. The worlds that had been destroyed in the past had all been refined. Meng Di Gang had actually controlled 3 of them. His power was boundless. He used the power of 3 worlds to suppress the 7 ancient demon cities. The 2 sides fought fiercely. Monarch of the past. As expected of an invincible character below the primogenitor. He can compete with the true stone golem king. This was the voice of the deities. In the 7 demon cities, the sacred sacrifice had reached its final stage. The flesh and divine soul of the otherworldly experts had been completely squeezed dry. All the divine power had been sacrificed. Ku's body emitted 9-colored divine light that constantly changed, giving off a dreamy feeling. Finally, the 9 colors fused back into one and returned to its original state. It became snow-white like jade again. Its large eyes were filled with spiritual chi and became increasingly pure. It could be said that at this moment, the little thing was extremely ethereal. It possessed the intelligence of the world and was even more lovable. "Yeah," it softly muttered. In the end, with a flash of light, all the divine light disappeared and entered Ku's body. The sacred sacrifice had ended. The little thing's wounded soul had been completely restored. Its divine sense was even more powerful. It had taken another solid step on the path of a supreme primogenitor. Moreover, its flesh was incomparably sturdy, comparable to a peak expert who had turned to cultivating the physique. Rumble, the sound of a magnificent army galloping suddenly rang out. At this moment, the 7 ancient demon cities suddenly had a close connection. A long black river appeared on the ground. It was completely condensed from divine power and linked the 7 demon cities together, forming a giant ladle-like diagram. The demon city in the shape of the Big Dipper finally revealed its mysterious side. The 7 giant cities were connected to each other, forming a huge array formation. Light rushed into the sky. The 7 giant cities turned into the shape of the Big Dipper and rose from the ground at the same time. They shattered the 3 worlds above and even wanted to open the ceiling light screen that enveloped the sky. It seems that magia is far more powerful than we imagined. The ancient monarch Meng Di Gang was not dejected. His voice was very calm. He shook the giant cities again and slowly pressed down. He still wanted to suppress the 7 cities with one strike. Even the powerful ancestor of the death world doesn't dare to take a step into this place. The ancient monarch in itself is enough to explain the problem. The reborn primogenitor finally made her move. She descended and stood above the light screen. Boundless divine power pressed down like the 9 heavens. The entire death continent trembled. Below, Xiaochen finally heaved a sigh of relief after checking Ku's condition. Everyone was very happy that Ku was fine and had advanced to the next level. Only the little thing blinked its big eyes and looked at everyone innocently. It then scratched its head and said, "It's even faster than my cultivation speed when I'm asleep." Everyone was speechless. "It's good that you're safe. The past is over." Sky beyond heaven, human outsider, and the others smiled and stroked its head. Their eyes were filled with doting expressions. Xiaochen gathered everyone together and took out the divine diagram, ancient scrolls, and the heavenly mark. He even let the powerful Golem King puppet stand in front of him to watch the fierce battle above. The two sides were in a life and death battle. What they needed to do was to wait for an opportunity. "That one, don't look away. I'm talking about you." Killing Vanquisher pointed at the golem whose palm was shattered by the Golem King puppet and said, "Don't doubt me. The one I'm talking about is you. I heard that for the past 18,000 years, you've been arrogant and arrogant. You've injured Ko more than once. Come over if you have the ability. This great grandpa wolf will teach you a lesson. I'll let you know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. I'll beat you until even your mother can't recognize you." The otherworldly ancestor gods looked at each other. It was rare to see someone who dared to speak to a golem like this. "You guys, right, I'm talking about you guys. Come over. The unparalleled God King killing Vanquisher Wolf is going to eliminate you guys. Come and kill me together. You're courting death." The otherworldly ancestor gods were seething with anger. They all revealed dense killing intent. However, the golem was as calm as an ancient well. He said, "Why are you angry at a bug? The most important thing right now is to help the two ancestors refine the 7 demon cities." Xiaochen asked the little thing, "Did those people make a move on you?" Ko nodded vigorously and didn't say anything. Xiaochen only saw a portion of the bloody scene from that half-ancestor sea of consciousness. However, those disjointed fragments were enough to make him furious. When he thought of those people in the divine village who died miserably, he immediately concealed his killing intent. It could be said that the people outside were the true executioners of that tragedy. He would never let them off. "If you want to kill us, you'll have to cultivate for several tens of thousands of years or reincarnate." The otherworldly ancestor gods outside sneered in disdain. "Is that so? I hope you can still say that when I trample you under my feet." 10X had also been suppressing its anger all along. Dong, at this moment, the great formation laid down by the otherworldly realm finally displayed its might. Under the leadership of the ancient King Meng Digang and the true Wood Saintess, the 7 ancient demon cities were suppressed and landed on the ground once again. However, at this very moment, the bodies of the ancient King Meng Digang and the true Wood Saintess stiffened. They slowly turned around. According to the Big Dipper constellation formed by the 7 demon cities, an aura that made people's heart palpitate surged over. Other than the 7 demon cities formed by the Big Dipper constellation, there is another Emperor city? Looks like we really underestimated this place. These 7 demon cities of the Big Dipper are not the main characters. They are actually guarding an Emperor city. At the same time, Xiaochen also felt a frightening aura. There seemed to be a huge creature watching them from a distant land of death. "Yeah," Ko could not help but shiver. She muttered, "What is that?" Meng Digang and Saintess. Truewood had never imagined that things would turn out like this. The faces of the other elder gods also changed. The situation seemed to be far more complicated and serious than they had imagined. It wasn't as simple as the 7 devil cities. Suddenly, that frightening aura receded like the tide and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was as if nothing had happened. However, no one dared to relax. It was like being stared at by a venomous snake. Everyone felt a chill. That feeling was unforgettable. Truewood Saintess and the ancient king, Meng Digang, moved away from 7 Demon City in an instant. Even the light screen that enveloped the sky dimmed significantly. Should they continue attacking or stop here? It was a difficult choice. That person just now was not simple. He simply possessed the might of a true stone golem king. Could it really be a king tier? If that's the case, we will have to pay a huge price if we act rashly. But I believe he won't have it easy either. He also has some misgivings. Otherwise, he would have charged over long ago instead of showing off his might. Truewood Saintess and Meng Digang quickly exchanged their views. At this moment, both of them could feel the fervor between each other. The two experts, who were originally as calm as an ancient well, were now filled with crazy thoughts. The Emperor City protected by the 7 demon cities is really exciting. If we can snatch it, we will definitely be able to break out of our cocoons and become a butterfly. Since ancient times, there had been very few things in the outside world that could make these two peak experts excited. But now, they were extremely tempted. Go and invite help. This was their final decision. They would not give up on this place. They would invite strong helpers to open 7 demon cities and obtain the mysterious Emperor City. Truewood Saintess looked behind her and sent a voice transmission. The supreme ancestor god behind her immediately understood and disappeared. Xiaochen felt a chill in his heart. The otherworldly deities were really strong. They did not want to give up on such an unfathomable 7 demon cities. It looked like a huge battle was going to happen. However, they were unable to rush out and could only wait passively. Moments after the supreme ancestor god disappeared, a terrifying pressure came from the distant land. In the direction of the imperial city, a suffocating aura appeared again. Clearly, the ancient King Meng Digang and the Truewood Saintess had not been forced to leave, which made him realize that danger was approaching. 7 beams of dazzling divine light streaked across the sky like 7 huge colorful phoenixes, traversing the firmament, swaying with beautiful splendor as they charged into the light screen that enveloped the sky. At the same time, the 7 demonic cities below once again soared into the sky, about to break through the restriction and crash heavily into the light barrier. Saintess Zhenmu and Meng Digang did their best to suppress it, and the gods followed suit. The 2 stone golems, in particular, had an aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Boundless divine power was added to the peerless formation. However, the 7 beams of light still rushed into the divine formation in the end and fused with the 7 demonic cities. At the same time, the 7 beams of slaughtering light that lingered outside the demonic cities also entered the cities. The 7 demonic cities seemed to have welcomed a vigorous life force, as if they had gained a second life. Their auras grew stronger and stronger. They formed the shape of the Big Dipper and spun in the sky. The huge handle was like an invincible sharp blade that could cut through the sky and cut through the myriad worlds. The formation that could seal the 7 giant cities let out a cracking sound in an instant, and a corner of it was torn open. Just like that, the battle suddenly erupted, the 7 demon cities shook heaven and earth. After the huge handle swept out of the formation, the 7 cities that rose from the ground were about to break through the sky. You've underestimated this formation. Unless a king descends, it will be almost impossible to break through the restriction. The ancient King Meng Digang's voice was very cold. The light screen in the sky quickly closed, about to cut off the handle of the Big Dipper and split it into 2. Bang, the handle spun and cut through the sky. One had to realize that although it looked like a long handle, it was actually connected to the 7 demonic cities. Everything in its path ceased to exist, and large swathes of the void turned into primal chaos. An otherworldly ancestral god was instantly struck, and blood sprayed everywhere. His body shattered, and then the bloody light disappeared. He was completely annihilated, and even his soul couldn't escape. Dong, the great formation shook violently. Just as the ancient King Meng Digang had said, the 7 demon cities couldn't charge out. The 3 cities that had been cut off had no choice but to rush back. This formation could only be entered, but not exited. The 7 demon cities landed on the ground once more, but they were even more connected to each other. I stand aloof from worldly affairs. Why are you disturbing my peace? At this moment, the 7 demon cities let out a rumbling sound, like the roar of a giant that had split the heavens and earth apart. The gods were horrified. The 7 demon cities let out the same sound at the same time, representing the same will. One could imagine that the 7 demon cities were one and belonged to one person. This was most likely the imperial city using this as a medium. I want to borrow your 7 demon cities. Truewood Saintess replied calmly. After a moment of silence, the 7 demon cities suddenly erupted with a soul-stirring aura, and a loud rumbling voice said, "Very well, I'll borrow all of your lives." Xiaochen felt a huge pressure. The people around him were all covered by the divine diagram. Furthermore, he used the heavenly mark to guard 3 directions. The ancient scroll also fluttered in Xiaochen's hand, trembling continuously. The stone golem king puppet stood in front of Xiaochen, blocking the pressure. A black light rushed out from each of the 7 demon cities, and 7 black figures appeared. The gods and the light of massacre merged, and each of them became a battle demon god. It's useless. If you don't show your true forms, you won't be able to do anything to the formation. Truewood Saintis directly sat cross-legged on the light screen, suppressing the formation together with Meng Di Gang. The 7 demon gods didn't say anything. They kept forming all kinds of seals, drawing upon the mighty power of the outside world, and shaking the sky above. Bang, 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 it was as if a world-splitting giant was swinging a sledgehammer, causing the entire world of death to tremble. In the depths of the distant continent, several tyrannical creatures woke up from their slumber, and all of them watched silently. Not a single bit of their powerful aura leaked out, and it was hidden extremely well. No one knew that they were paying attention. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them tenfold. At this moment, a loud voice cut through everyone's hearts like a sharp heavenly blade. Everyone felt their hearts tremble as if they were struck by lightning. The terrifying aura reappeared, and a huge wave of energy surged from the direction of the imperial city, sending several otherworldly ancestor gods flying. Everyone was shocked. This powerful creature hadn't even appeared, but its might had already forced the otherworldly experts to retreat. On the horizon, a figure that wasn't very tall gradually appeared. He walked over step by step. His steps weren't very big, and they were very slow. However, with every step, the entire continent of death shook. That figure slowly approached, and all the gods felt as if someone had grabbed their throats. The pressure was so great that they couldn't breathe, and they felt like they were suffocating. As he got closer, the pressure became even more majestic and boundless. It actually represented the pulse of this world. His steps were very oppressive, and every step he took seemed to be trampling on everyone's hearts, ruthlessly trampling on their divine senses. Pu, one of the otherworldly ancestor gods, spat out a mouthful of blood, and within it was half a shattered heart. After that, his entire body rapidly cracked. Thump, thump, thump. From afar, that figure walked over step by step, and the sound of his footsteps became even more rhythmic. Ah, a miserable scream rang out. That otherworldly ancestor god completely collapsed, and a mist of blood filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, his body had been destroyed, and all that was left was a heavily injured soul. Everyone's expressions changed, and they couldn't help but retreat to the back of Saintis Shenmue. That figure was so terrifying. He stood above the will of the heavens and the earth, controlling the myriad Daos of the heavens. At this moment, he looked down on the world with disdain. He came alone, and it was truly terrifying. Finally, that figure came close. It was a figure completely condensed from gentle light. Its appearance was blurry, but one could tell that it was a man. I've been asleep for tens of thousands of years, and you've woken me up today. Since you covet my 7 demon cities, then you can use your lives to exchange for them. When he spoke up to hear, he directly attacked. He stretched out his right palm, and then a world floated up into appearance between his fingers. There were countless rivers of stars and a boundless expanse of stars within it, and with a flip of his hand, the universe-enlightened ancestral god's soul that had lost its shell was restrained within his palm. The soul didn't even have the chance to let out a shrill cry before it was obliterated on the spot. Saintis Shenmue's expression instantly changed. Just now, she had failed to stop him. This caused her heart to sink. This person's strength was beyond her imagination. I see the desolate sky, I see the weeping souls, I see the withering flowers. Today, the earth is destined to be stained with blood. The hazy figure suddenly disappeared. Saintis Shenmue's expression changed. After that, she disappeared. Like a shadow, she transformed into the source of the great Tao and chased after the hazy figure. At the same time, the ancient King Meng Di Gang shook his giant city and enveloped the few ordinary ancestor gods, wanting to protect them within it. At the same time, the super ancestor god and the 2 incomplete stone golems also attacked at the same time. They attacked the unimaginably powerful figure based on their intuition. However, everyone's attacks missed. The blurry figure finally appeared above Meng Di Gang's enormous city. It gently streaked past, and between its palms and fingers, starlight sparkled. A real world revolved around its fingers, surrounding an ordinary ancestor god. He calmly stood in the void, facing Saint Shenmu and the ancient King Mengdi gang. He gently clenched his fist, and within the palm of the myriad Daos, countless stars were instantly destroyed. The ancestor god trapped in the palm was immediately turned into ashes. This method was extremely heaven-defying. Saint Shenmu's eyes shot out two sharp beams of golden light. She said, "He's very similar to someone from the past." Imperial City. Could it be that another celestial emperor will appear? The ancient King Mengdi gang also uttered a similar cold voice. The Big Dipper 7-demon city was protecting the Imperial City. Could it be that the Celestial City was like this back then? Could there be a connection between the two? Killing the two of you is difficult, but killing them will be as easy as plucking grass and splitting trees. The hazy figure said calmly. It's not certain who will kill who. The ancient King Mengdi gang let out a rumbling sound in the giant city. Bang, just at this moment, the giant divine formation was broken through. The hazy figure took a step inside, and the 7 demonic gods that were forming all kinds of hand seals rushed out at the same time and merged with him. My clone, return. I will start a massacre. After saying that, he streaked across the sky, as if he was tearing a window lattice, and rushed out of the formation in an instant. Saint Shenmu's eyes shot out 2 beams of cold lightning. The 2 stone golems beside her were also shocked. Mengdi gang's giant city shook and let out a loud voice. Looks like we will have to pay a certain price if we want to seize the 7-demon city and Imperial City. Bang, the vault of heaven shattered, and a man sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed slowly descended. He was not a stone golem, but a body of flesh and blood. This man was so beautiful that he was almost bewitching. The deities immediately revealed a joyful expression. This was a powerful ancestral god. He did not walk the path of the stone golems, but his magical abilities were boundless. He could stand on equal footing with Saint Shenmu and the ancient King Mengdi gang. He was the leader of the ancestral god's path. Good, with the 3 of us here, we should be able to seize the 7-demon city and Imperial City. Both Saint Shenmu and Mengdi gang relaxed. The hazy figure did not show any fear. He became calmer and calmer. He looked around and said indifferently, "If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed." The few figures retreated without a sound. However, a few other tyrannical creatures approached from the depths of the world of death. The hazy figure from the Imperial City was calm and at ease. He was like a ruler who looked down on all living things. Even though he was surrounded by powerful enemies, he did not waver in the slightest. He disappeared from where he was in an instant. He broke through the shackles of the divine laws of heaven and earth. Time and space could not stop him at all. Truewood Saintess' divine sense was as strong as the ocean and extremely sensitive. At this moment, her stone body felt a chill. She sensed that a world of destruction was approaching. She put her finger together like a blade and slashed to the left. Bang, in front of her, a starry sky appeared. There were countless stars twinkling there, embellishing the dark night like gems blooming with faint light. This was a real world, and it wanted to envelop her. Truewood Saintess' finger blade slashed in, and it was indestructible. It was like a heavenly punishment descending upon the world, and a large number of stars turned to dust. The dark world quickly dimmed. With a flip of her hand, she could summon clouds and rain. This was the terrifying power of Truewood Saintess. With a casual strike, she could make the endless stars in the world dim forever. However, in the dark cosmos, the hazy figure that came from Emperor City was like an immortal ruler. No matter how the heavens darkened, no matter how the stars were destroyed, no matter how much the world changed, he seemed to remain the same throughout time, unshakable. Crack, Truewood Saintess's stone fingers made an almost inaudible sound. Apart from herself, no one else noticed that a faintly discernible crack had appeared on them. It was as if she had been bitten by a snake or stung by a scorpion. Her body flew backwards gracefully, revealing a shocked expression. The hazy figure from the Imperial City was surrounded by specks of starlight. It was as if he was wearing a veil made of stars. He took a step forward, but he did not chase after Truewood Saintess. This time, he appeared in front of Mengdi Gang's giant city out of thin air. A huge palm stretched out, covering the sky. Everything in the world was under this grasp. The boundless giant hand had large clouds lingering around its palm and fingers, completely covering everything below it. Its momentum was vast and astonishing. The ground below rumbled and slowly crumbled. The immense pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. The giant hand slowly pressed down, containing boundless Taoist rhymes, wanting to grab the majestic city condensed by the ancient King Mengdi Gang. This was a shocking scene. Although the giant hand was pressing down slowly, it had blocked all paths of retreat. The originally majestic demon city seemed extremely small in the palm of that hand. Boom, in the distance, the endless Death Mountain range could not withstand the pressure. With a loud rumble, the desolate mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles collapsed and turned into ashes. Meanwhile, in the sky, Mengdi Gang's gigantic city was violently shaking. Only after the southern city gate fell into a pile of rubble did it break through. It was as if they were testing each other out. There was no group battle at the moment. The blurry figure from the imperial city attacked for the third time. He took a step into the sky and charged towards the supreme ancestor god that had just arrived. He waved his hand mercilessly, like a supreme king looking down on the world. The vast sky trembled, and a boundless sea of stars descended. Rivers of stars cascaded down like great waterfalls. Those were the condensation of real stars, and they connected the heavens and the earth. The supreme ancestor god was submerged within. However, no matter how many rivers of stars there were, they did not destroy the supreme ancestor god that was sitting cross-legged in the void. He formed seals with both hands and was as unmoving as a mountain as he sat steadily in the sky. This supreme ancestor god was the leader of the supreme ancestor gods. His appearance was truly outstanding. Even women would be jealous of him. His complexion was like jade, and his skin was snow white. It was like congealed fat, and it shone with a sparkling luster. The seals were dreamy and illusory. His 10 slender fingers were abnormally agile as they drew out mysterious trajectories. Amidst the swishing sounds, numerous blades of light that were tens of thousands of feet long struck down the endless rivers of stars. This supreme ancestor god's strength was unfathomable. From start to finish, his eyes were tightly shut, and he did not move. His eyelashes were long and curved, making him look like a sleeping mermaid. His natural blue hair cascaded down to his waist, as if it had been meticulously carved from sapphire. The brief probing was over. The blurry figure from the imperial city stood in the sky, looking down on the gods. Truewood Saintess, Mengdi Gang, and the others looked at each other in shock. They had all suffered a little just now. Only the supreme ancestor god's situation was unknown. Mengdi Gang and Truewood Saintess sandwiched Nanya Xiong's figure between them. "Blink, let's join forces and kill him," Truewood Saintess said to the beautiful man. "After we conquer 7 demon cities, there will be 2 of them for you to refine a supreme treasure that belongs to the supreme ancestor god." The supreme ancestor god sat quietly in the void and nodded silently. He formed seals with both hands like a Buddha that had the charm of pinching flowers. He was otherworldly, and his pure white robes fluttered gently, making him look otherworldly and elegant. At this point, the 3 peak existences finally joined forces. An intense battle suddenly erupted just like that. In the dark sky, the demonic clouds of death completely parted, revealing the resplendent starry sky. However, the boundless killing chi caused the starry rivers to surge and the stars to tremble. The supreme ancestor god Blink, Truewood Saintess, and Mengdi Gang attacked the blurry figure in a triangular fashion, causing the sky to collapse and the water to flow in reverse. Countless stars turned to dust and were reborn. It felt like billions of years had passed in the blink of an eye, experiencing an endless cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, all the powerful creatures in the depths of the death world were startled. Some people in the dark were ready to make a move as well. Xiaochen and the others were waiting for an opportunity. The more intense the battle, the better it would be for them. Just at this moment, the 2 incomplete stone golems from the other world soared into the sky and joined the battle. Although Blink and Mengdi Gang were not as strong as the 3 peak experts, they were still very strong. On the side, the deities attacked together. They did not dare to get close, but they could use divine incantations and laws. Thousands of divine lights and 10,000 rays of light swept forward. Although the figure from the Emperor City was unparalleled, it was impossible for him to gain the upper hand in the encirclement of the deities. It looked like he was about to be suppressed. At this moment, he let out a roar that shook the world of death. The 7 demon cities in the formation began to tremble violently. Rumble, 7 figures soared into the sky. The 7 incomplete stone golems rose from the ground and arrived in the sky. Their combined strength was earth-shattering, and they opened the light screen in the sky. Xianxia used the 8-fold worlds to bring the others and soared into the sky, breaking free from the ceiling formation. At this moment, the 7 stone golems all charged at True with Saintus and the others. The situation immediately became one-sided. One must know that these were 7 stone golems. Even if they were all failures who could not take the final step, when they worked together, it was still enough to defy the heavens. The moment the 7 stone golems appeared, the winds and clouds changed, and the world lost its color. Powerful divine power fluctuations shook the vast sky. Meteors continuously fell from the sky, smashing into the dead earth and causing it to shake violently. The deities of the otherworldly realm paled as they felt a great pressure. The 3 peak experts could no longer maintain their calm. At this moment, the beautiful and almost unreal Supreme Ancestor God finally spoke for the first time. 7 stone golems, where are your hearts? You have been refined by someone, yet you are still ignorant. Wake up. His voice was like the evening drum and morning bell, resounding between heaven and earth. 7 sound waves condensed into a tangible beam that charged at the 7 stone golems, trying to awaken their intelligence. The 7 stone golems shook violently as if they were really going to wake up. However, the hazy figure in the sky merely let out a cold snort, interrupting the Supreme Ancestor God Bo Linsu's roar. The 7 stone golems felt as if they were struck by lightning. I was the one who brought you back from the ancient battlefield, revived you, and granted you a second life. Now, I need you to fight. The moment the hazy figure from the imperial city finished speaking, the 7 stone golems no longer hesitated and attacked fiercely, temporarily trapping ancient King Meng Digang, True with Saintus, and Supreme Ancestor God Bo Linsu. The hazy figure used this opportunity to rush out and mercilessly kill the surrounding ancestor gods. Blood splattered as he quickly punched through one of them. His fist went straight through the body and caught the escaping divine soul in his palm. With a light grasp, he completely shattered it. This was a fierce battle of unequal levels. The hazy figure from the imperial city was undoubtedly powerful. Stone Golem King, he's a Stone Golem King. Truewood Saintus was shocked. Ancient King Meng Digang quickly transmitted his voice, all of you, retreat quickly. Things had exceeded their expectations. The figure from the imperial city seemed to have reached the Stone Golem King realm. How could he be so powerful? Could it be that the celestial the arch of the past has reappeared? At this moment, the silent and peerlessly beautiful Supreme Ancestor God Bo Linsu suddenly spoke. The gods were astonished. Bang! At this moment, the hazy figure comparable to a Stone Golem King mercilessly slammed his huge palm down by borrowing the path of the 2 otherworld stone golems that had yet to take the final step. In the intense confrontation, a crisp sound rang out. The stone golem whose palm had been shattered by the Stone Golem King puppet was now smashed into pieces by the powerful force. Dong, the other stone golem beside him also suffered a heavy blow. His chest was slashed by the palm and instantly collapsed. Dozens of terrifying cracks appeared on the upper half of his body. However, these 2 were still stone golems. Although they had taken the final step, they were still far stronger than ordinary ancestor gods. Although they had suffered serious injuries, they still managed to escape successfully. The eyes of the hazy figure that came from the imperial city shot out 2 piercingly cold beams of light that slapped towards the distant sky. The ancestral god that fell at the back seemed as if he'd been struck by an extremely heavy hammer, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed in the horizon. His soul was forcefully restrained before being crushed by a single claw. Xiao Chen, who was hidden in the dark, was shocked. This person was really too powerful. He was really comparable to a Stone Golem King. The hazy figure turned around and charged at the 3 peak experts. The moment he joined the fray, he immediately tore down one of the city gates of the ancient monarch Meng Digang. He was unstoppable. Swish, swish, swish. Just at this moment, a few figures quickly appeared in the sky. They suddenly launched a killing move to deal with the hazy figure from the imperial city. In Xiaochen's heart, these people were definitely not ordinary people. Otherwise, how could they dare to make a move against the powerful Emperor City Lord? A tyrannical creature from the depths of the world of death, Xiong muttered in a low voice because he saw a single-horned devil covered in dense silver scales. It belonged to the same great race as him. That was definitely a tyrannical devil at the Supreme Ancestor realm. Spectre, there's another spectre. The Slaughter Vanquisher wolf also sucked in a breath of cold air. That spectre didn't have the ordinary aura of death. On the contrary, it seemed incomparably divine. Its entire body was condensed with holy light. It was riding on the body of a demonic infernal dragon king. A spectre that had reached that level of strength was extremely terrifying. Its soul power surged, making people's hearts palpitate even from far away. There were also traces of stone golems among them. Several figures with extremely powerful strength immediately turned the situation around. The Emperor City Lord was exhausted from dealing with them. Clearly, these people were at the level of Stone Golem and Supreme Ancestor God. At this moment, Xiaochen didn't want to make a move. The people in the chaotic battle were all extremely dangerous people. He needed to wait for the end of the battle. He had already set his sights on the huge city of the ancient monarch Mengdi Gang. However, he was afraid that there wouldn't be any results in a short period of time. He didn't stop and quickly chased after the otherworldly deities. He wanted to use this time to eliminate some future enemies. Not long after Xiaochen left, another 3 experts arrived in front of the immemorial 7 demon cities. They rushed over from the depths of the world of death. These were 3 sneaky skeletons. They were very different from the ordinary creatures. Their eye sockets were brimming with divine aura, they were flickering with a crafty radiance. The 3 of them were acting sneakily. They were assessing the strength of several parties at a distant place. They seemed to be whispering something. Unfortunately, Xiaochen left this place for the time being. He didn't see these 3 strange skeletons. At this moment, Xiaochen was using the 8-fold worlds to fly. It could be said to be the fastest under the heavens. Traveling through the 8 worlds was much faster than simply passing through space. In the blink of an eye, he had already traveled more than 200,000 miles. When it saw a few figures from afar, Keek's big eyes immediately revealed an angry glint. It quickly rushed out of the 8-fold worlds and rushed out first to block the path of the few people. 10x was not at ease, it rushed over with a pitiful speed. The sky beyond sky and the outsiders were controlling the mighty underworld king's body. At this moment, they were equivalent to the powerful 6th celestial layer war ancestor. They naturally followed behind without any fear. With the stoneman whose right palm was once shattered by the stoneman king as the leader, there was also a super ancestral god and 2 ordinary gods. All the gods were fleeing in different directions. Many of them had already disappeared into the other regions. I thought it was that guy comparable to the celestial emperor chasing after us. So it was you guys. The blood of that little bastard from the heaven-defying clan is extraordinary. I had been looking forward to it for 10,000 years. Now, my wish can finally come true. This ordinary ancestral god had never seen through the true strength of the few people chasing after them. Moreover, he didn't see Xiaochen's shadow. With the stoneman on his side, he was fearless. Squeak, Kiki was furious. This little thing had suffered too much in the past. Now, it was even humiliated in front of its face. Even if it had a pure and innocent nature, it was still angry. The stoneman in the middle revealed a grave expression. He felt the pressure. Just at this time, the terrifying sound of footsteps transmitted from behind. The stoneman king puppet appeared and closed in step by step. Seeing the otherworldly expert speaking arrogantly and insulting Kiki, Xiaochen was enraged. He didn't say anything superfluous and immediately took out the stoneman king puppet and locked onto that stoneman. And he himself also materialized and closed in on the otherworldly ancestral god that spoke rudely in front of him. The stoneman in the middle immediately shivered. He had suffered at the hands of the stoneman king puppet before. Naturally, he knew how powerful it was. He knew that it was about to die. The complexion of the otherworldly ancestral god that insulted Kiki immediately turned pale. Sometimes, gods were not as good as mortals in the face of death. Perhaps because they had lived for too long and were far away from death, they could not experience that kind of anxiety. When they lost that kind of advantage one day, they would be even more unbearable. Xiaochen advanced step by step. That kind of rhythmic footstep seemed to be stepping on that ancestral god's heart with every step. It made him pale as he retreated unceasingly. Even though he'd faced countless challenges and experienced numerous dangers, he'd lived in peace for a very long time now. The fear of death caused that universe-enlightened ancestral god's body to tremble incessantly. In the past, he'd viewed all living beings as ants, and only when he was looked down upon by others one day did he truly understand how terrifying such pressure was. This was an unequal confrontation. It was impossible for him to contend against Xiaochen, who was at the 9th celestial layer. His powerful divine sense was shackled, and his flesh shell also lost its supreme divine power. At this moment, his divine body had turned into an ordinary body. If you call me a little bastard, then what are you? Xiaochen's powerful divine sense was like a sharp blade. It cut across his body and made his hair stand on end. An ominous glint flickered in the otherworldly ancestral god's eyes. He opened his mouth and wanted to roar, but the sound he made was very powerless. Bug, bug? Xiaochen took another big step. 9th celestial layer against 1st celestial layer, the absolute pressure immediately sent the otherworldly ancestral god flying. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion became even paler. He helplessly looked at the golem not far away, but that withered golem couldn't even protect itself. At this moment, the golem king puppet had already locked onto it. A great battle was about to break out. As for that super ancestral god and the other ordinary ancestral god, they were already held back by 10x and beyond Sky, who were controlling the great might Hades king. They also had no time to spare. Squeak, Kiki stepped forward and said with bloodshot eyes, he killed the Azure Dragon King. When he was chasing the ancestral god's warship, he cut the Azure Dragon King into 9 pieces. The Azure Dragon King was Lawrence's Dragon King. He came from the same dragon island as Kiki and 10x. Their friendship was naturally extraordinary. Swish, Kiki shot out a 9-colored divine radiance with bloodshot eyes and instantly shaved off 10% of this ancestral god's divine power. This kind of divine power was grasped by Kiki after he stepped onto the supreme ancestral god's path. You killed the Azure Dragon King. Xiaochen's words were extremely cold. Under the suppression of him and Cuckoo, this ancestral god could not move at all. I've killed too many people. It's just a worm. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to survive, the elder god slowly began to harden his resolve. Kiki was furious, it raised its snow-white little paw and wanted to shave off another 10% of his divine power. However, it was stopped by Xiaochen and said, don't waste this kind of resource, you can make good use of it. The alien ancestor god was shocked and enraged. But he soon regretted it. His consciousness and flesh shell had been sealed, making it impossible for him to commit suicide. Under the suppression of a 9th firmament ancestor god and a supreme ancestor god, he had no means of resisting. Let me take care of him. I can't let him die a glorious death. Kill Destruction Wolf walked over with an evil look on his face. He had an evil smile on his face. Xiaochen glanced at him and did not stop him. He only sealed all of that ancestral god's power. Kill Destruction Wolf flipped his shoulder-length hair coquettishly and rolled up the sleeves of his suit. He chuckled and said, this elder brother is here to talk about life ideals with you. I'll let you know why the sun is so bright, why the flowers are so fragrant, and why you are so king annoying. Bang, Kill Destruction Wolf came over and gave a heavy kick to the waist of this ancestral god. The ancestral god was sent flying 100 meters away and landed heavily on the ice-cold land of death. However, this ancestral god was suppressed by Xiaochen and Kiki. Even though his eyes were spewing fire, he had no choice but to passively endure such violence. Worm, you called me a worm? What are you getting stepped on by me? Kill Destruction Wolf did not get angry at all. He walked over lazily and stepped on that ancestral god's face in a very unsightly manner. Because he used too much force, the leather shoe on his foot immediately cracked. His big toe was exposed and stubbornly stuck out. It just so happened that it pressed against the nose of the ancestral god under his foot, causing him to almost faint on the spot. This pair of leather shoes is made of crocodile skin. I bought it from Yen Capital's Dongdan or Shidon. I spent more than 30,000 yuan on it. It's actually so weak. It must be a fake. Kill Destruction Wolf looked distressed. He bent his big toe in a very unsightly manner. Immediately, the nose of the ancestral god that was intimately connected to it turned red and swollen. You damned worm. The ancestral god smelled a strange smell and almost fainted from the smell. He was so shocked and angry that he could not be any more angry. I'm warning you, don't slander me. I sprinkle toilet water every day. I'm famous for being fragrant and handsome. If you don't believe me, you can smell it again. Kill Destruction Wolf was very shameless. The leather shoes on his feet were completely torn apart. His big foot was unscrupulously stuck to the mouth and nose of the ancestral god. His 5 toes were even bending and moving constantly. Ugh, the ancestral god was about to go mad from anger. He had encountered countless enemies in his life, but he had never encountered such an asshole. His stomach rumbled, and his organs were about to be vomited out from the smell. I hate people who ruin people's reputation the most. What's with your eyes, nose, and attitude? Kill Destruction Wolf made a false accusation and said, what's with that expression of yours? Is it very smelly? I'm walking with golden feet. Don't slander me. You damned worm, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The ancestral god's face had already turned green. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could bite that huge foot. Bang, Kill Destruction Wolf used a little force and his entire foot stepped on the head, sinking into the ground, leaving only the body of the ancestral god on the ground. I'm warning you, slander me again, and I'll kill you. Kill Destruction Wolf boasted shamelessly. He did not blush at all. I'm not fragrant and handsome. As Kill Destruction Wolf spoke, he fiercely stomped his foot on the ground. This was only because he was an ancestral god. Although his divine energy was sealed, his flesh shell was still very tough. Otherwise, he would have been stomped into meat paste long ago. I'm going to F***CKU. How can your skin be so thick? I can't even step on it. Even the bottom of my foot hurts. As Kill Destruction Wolf moved, he mocked, I've decided. I'm going to peel off your face and use it to make armor. It will be invulnerable. Encountering such a strange and evil character, the ancestor god of this universe even felt like dying. He had an urge to cry. His face was completely covered by a huge foot as it was ruthlessly trampled on. I'm going to F***CKU. You actually have a runny nose and stained the bottom of my foot. How disgusting. With a bang, the slaughter wolf sent the alien elder god flying with a kick. The ancestral god really wanted to smash his head into the ground and die. He also wanted to shout that those were F***king tears, not runny nose. Alright, stop wasting time, Xianxia urged. He was preparing to use the sacred sacrifice to kill this ancestral god. Ku, on the other hand, widened her eyes in curiosity. She blinked her eyes at everything that had happened just now, looking at them with great interest. Give me some more time. At the very least, I have to beat him until he is convinced and admire me. Slaughter Wolf lifted the alien elder god into the air. Admire my ass. This alien elder god truly wanted to drown Kilvenwolf in his spittle. He was utterly enraged, and his eyes were wide with rage as he glared at Kilvenwolf. Don't look at me like that. I'm not interested in you. My sexual orientation is normal. This bastard was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He said with a leisurely and narcissistic look, only the true wood saintess can match someone with my taste. Why don't you go and die? The ancestral god finally gritted his teeth and spat out these words with great difficulty. Army-breaking meteor fist. Kill Destruction Wolf swung his huge fist and hammered the ancestral god's face, sending him flying 3,000 meters into the sky. He followed closely behind and shouted again, Greedy Wolf's shadowless kick. Bang! That huge bare foot once again made intimate contact with the ancestral god's mouth and nose and kicked him down from the sky. 7 Slaughter Iron Buttocks Technique. Kill Destruction Wolf jumped down from 3,000 meters and sat down in a very exaggerated manner. His posture was as inelegant as one could imagine. His huge buttocks heavily pressed against the ancestral god's stomach. Ugh, even the powerful ancestral god was unable to resist after his divine power was sealed. He was angry, furious, and in pain. His eyes rolled back and his legs flailed wildly. Soon, he fainted. Bang, bang, dong, quang, Kill Destruction Wolf kept attacking while his mouth kept spitting out random words. He said, outshines others, blooming plum blossoms twice, third grade lotus platform, looking around, mixed feelings. Does it feel good? If not, I'll come again. I, the grand ancestral godly Wang, have actually fallen to such a state. This ancestral god's face was covered in tears. This was simply unimaginable. After beating up the ancestral god, Kill Destruction Wolf fought to his heart's content. Finally, he put on the appearance of a peerless expert and stepped on the body of the ancestral god. He looked up at the sky and sighed, who in the world can compete with me? Then, he lowered his head and looked at the ancestral god under his feet. Are you convinced? I am convinced. The ancestral god went against his conscience and said this. Then, he begged resolutely, hurry up and kill me. This was his heartfelt words. He is convinced. Kill Destruction Wolf beamed with joy and said to Xiaochen, even he thinks that I'm unrivaled. You are indeed unrivaled. Xiaochen sent him flying with a slap and started to perform the sacred sacrifice on this ancestral god. The ancestral god's actions were not worthy of sympathy. Being punished by an evil person like Kill Destruction Wolf was his just deserts. On the other side, that otherworldly stoneman had already been shattered by the Golem King puppet 3 times. It looked like it couldn't hold on any longer. Even if it was powerful, it couldn't do anything against the monarch Xiao. It was not a match for him at all. The battle between 10x and the super ancestral god was also coming to an end. It had completely suppressed its opponent. As for the great might infernal king, he was fighting against another ordinary ancestral god. He was on the verge of ending the battle with an overwhelming advantage. Just as the battle in this region was about to end, the battle situation in front of the immemorial 7 demon cities in the depths of the world of death had also changed. The demonic infernal dragon king's roar shook the sky. It waved its huge skeleton and carried that powerful specter across the horizon. Together with the demon covered in fine scales and the stoneman, they besieged the hazy figure from the imperial city at the same time. And it was also at this time that the 3 peak experts of the otherworldly realm who were besieged by the 7 stone men also launched a fierce counterattack. The divine city condensed by the ancient King Meng Digang shook even more violently. Soon after, a radiance as thick as a mountain connected the sky and the earth. An incomparably powerful aura burst out from the city. A stoneman that was about to take the final step rose from the ground and rushed out of this huge demonic city to participate in the battle. As soon as it appeared, the weather changed and the world lost its color. Just a powerful incarnation. Do you really think you can hide from me? The hazy figure from the imperial city let out such a cold voice. He blasted out a tyrannical punch and sent that powerful specter riding on the demonic infernal dragon king flying on the spot. The undead spell was broken. The sky was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. The summoned specter was instantly annihilated by the creature. Meng Digang knew that he could not hide from the master of the imperial city. His powerful incarnation used a secret technique to rush out of the encirclement of the 7 stone men and surrounded the hazy figure. He wanted to join forces with the others to carry out the decapitation operation. However, right at this moment, the hazy figure suddenly shone with a brilliant light. In the distance, a majestic pressure like an abyss surged over. In the distant horizon, a huge imperial city slowly rose from the ground. The boundless pressure shook the entire world of death. The huge city slowly approached. It was not fast, but the powerful pressure caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. This aura was too powerful, and it enveloped everyone. The huge city rose high into the sky and slowly descended. The light from the master of the imperial city became more and more resplendent. Gradually, a sturdy stoneman was revealed. The stoneman's physique condensed from light became more and more powerful as the imperial city descended. Everyone revealed grave expressions and began to attack frantically. The imperial city descended and was about to fuse with the primordial 7 devil cities. It was like a mountain, and the pressure was suffocating. Roar. The roar of the imperial city's master shook the heavens. The clouds in the surroundings were all scattered. Even the death clouds that were thousands and tens of thousands of miles away began to collapse. It was as though there was an endless river surging and roaring in the world. The aura was powerful and majestic to the extreme. Kill. He blocked everyone's attacks and focused on killing the powerful incarnation of the ancient King Mengdi gang. He wanted to defeat them one by one. This fist contained the essence of his great Tao. The entire continent of death fell silent, and the pulse of the world of death temporarily stopped. Boom. In the end, monstrous divine force surged out like a flood that broke a dam. It shook the heavens and the earth as it locked onto the ancient King Mengdi gang. This power was simply too enormous. The surging life essence was like a copper cauldron that was surrounded by the heavens and the earth, and it was emitting an unbearably violent heat. It was simply capable of instantly ripping apart an elder god. The enormous aura caused countless meteors to fall from the sky, causing the world to be filled with light and chaos. Bang! The powerful incarnation of the ancient King Mengdi gang was also unable to withstand this earth-shattering attack. It was smashed into pieces on the spot and fell toward the land of death. The giant city that was surrounded by the 7 stone golems also trembled. All the experts were extremely shocked. They rapidly increased their combat prowess and attacked the imperial city's master. Boom! The powerful stone body of the ancient King Mengdi gang was split into 5 pieces and smashed into the cold ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as he was about to gather the scattered rocks back together, 3 snow-white skeletons suddenly appeared in 3 different directions. The 3 of them moved abnormally quickly and wretchedly revealed treacherous skeletal smiles toward the ancient King Mengdi gang's head. 2 of them then grabbed a stone leg each, while the other grabbed the stone chest and turned to flee. The ancient king was dumbstruck. Soon after, he fumed with anger. These 3 crafty skeletons were too wretched. They actually stole someone else's stone body and fled. This was truly out of his expectations. Mengdi gang tried to reform his stone body several times, but it was to no avail. His expression immediately changed. These 3 skeletons were extremely strange. They severed the connection between his divine sense and the remains of his incarnation. The remaining remains of his body soared into the sky, but the 3 strange skeletons had already escaped without a trace. He couldn't find any clues even after searching with his powerful divine sense. This was simply too fast. It was even faster than the stone golems traversing through space. At yen%, Mengdi gang was infuriated to the point where 2 Buddhas ascended to the heavens after the birth of 1 Buddha. This matter truly drove him crazy. He was a magnificent king throughout the ages, yet his body was stolen by 3 crafty skeletons. This was simply unimaginable. He searched over several tens of thousands of miles and was only a meter away from the ground, but he still couldn't find any clues. In the outer region of the Death Continent, the battle was without any suspense. Under the might of the Golem King puppet, the otherworldly stoneman was finally smashed into pieces and could no longer reassemble. Xianxia quickly confined its shattered body. Kill Vanquish Wolf swaggered over and said, "Leave it to me. Let's beat it into submission first." Boom! It was unknown if the otherworldly stoneman heard Kill Vanquish Wolf's words, or if it had an unyielding character. It detonated its divine sense and left behind a stone body full of divine power. Bang, bang, just at this time, 10x and the Great Might Infernal King's bodies also ended their battle. They each suppressed their opponents and threw them to the center of the battlefield. Let me take care of these 2 as well. Boom, boom, the flesh of these 2 ancestral gods were preserved, but their divine sense also detonated at the first moment. It was obvious that they were scared out of their wits. The previous experience was still vivid in their minds. They didn't want the dignified ancestral gods to suffer that kind of crime. This made Xianxia a little dumbstruck. 10x, Sky Beyond Sky, and the others were also baffled. This is too tragic. Am I that scary? Kill Vanquish Wolf had a narcissistic look as he said, "There's nothing I can do about being invincible." You are indeed invincible. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and continued the sacred ritual. The stoneman contained boundless divine power. He was currently at a bottleneck, so it was useless to him. However, he could preserve all of it and put it to great use in the future. Countless rays of divine splendor and boundless life essence enveloped this place. Xiaochen absorbed the ancestral god's essence and the stoneman's essence unceasingly. Only after a long time did all of this stop. When Xiaochen finished the battle in the outer region and returned to the front of the 7 immemorial demon cities, he just happened to see the ancient King Meng Digang's half-incarnation. Without saying anything further, he soared into the sky and attacked. Not only did he use the divine diagram, ancient scroll, heavenly mark, and so on, he even took out the golem king puppet and asked Kiki to help him from the side. Bug. The ancient king was furious. Cripple. Xiaochen mocked, half of the stone body is missing. Don't tell me someone borrowed it? Why don't you lend me the remaining half? His unintentional words just happened to stab the ancient King Meng Digang, who was going crazy. He said in a cold voice, "You." However, if one looked carefully, they would find out that this was not a real body of flesh and blood, it was only formed by the condensation of divine essence. She nodded towards the 3 skeletons and collected the stone body of the ancient monarch. Soon after, she disappeared with a flash of radiance. Meng Digang's eyes were ice cold, he shifted his position and dodged to one side. He flicked his finger, 10-finger chi tore through the void like 10 sharp swords, and aimed to attack the divine diagram. Xiaochen condensed the divine power of the eightfold world and fused it with the powerful spear. He rushed through that ocean-like divine sense with one thrust. He not only wanted to kill Xiaochen with the divine sense, he also wanted to take over the Stoneman King's body. He had already noticed that this stone body was much stronger than his stone incarnation, it was the best cauldron. Xiaochen stared at him as if he was examining an object. He already had a rough idea of the power of this stone body, so he was not that worried. But just at this moment, the 8 worlds rotated, a Stoneman King's body suddenly appeared beside him and grabbed him with its big hand. They were very careful while advancing, it could be seen that they were very familiar with this path, they avoided all the dangerous areas. He was not afraid of Xiaochen, but this stone puppet was too much of a threat to him. With his current condition, he definitely could not resist it. Meng Digang retreated quickly, the broken arm glowed with radiance and condensed together in a split second. The upper half of Xiao's body was snatched away by the 3 skeletons just now, he did not dare to be careless anymore. If this upper half of his body was also snatched away by someone else, it would simply be a joke. An inexhaustible flame rushed out from the fire phase, it melted everything in the world, it burned fiercely and formed a vast sea of fire. It was boundless, the end couldn't be seen. The majestic mountains stretched on endlessly, each of them soared into the clouds, it was as if they came from the immemorial time and space. They appeared in the mountain phase and pressed down, the heaven and earth trembled, the scenery in front of him immediately changed. The ancient monarch Meng Digang's expression changed, he found out he had entered a bizarre world. The ancient monarch Meng Digang let out a miserable shriek, his enormous divine sense had thoroughly gone far away. In front of him, the stone body that had just condensed together had a face full of astonishment, it seemed like it did not expect this kind of result. His forehead was pierced by the stone spear, more than half of the spearhead was sticking out from the back of his head, this kind of method was unprecedented, each of the eightfold world was suppressed by a supreme treasure, it was extremely powerful. I won't let you off. After that, he put away the eightfold worlds and put down the stone body that was pierced through the stone spear. Without any delay, he began the sacred sacrifice on the spot. Even though his opponent was a cripple, he was still a king throughout the ages. Xiaochen displayed his strongest power. After the eightfold reincarnation, he followed up with the eightfold fusion. He intersected his hands together and formed a seal, about to shatter this eightfold world. Clang, eightfold extreme speed, number 1 in the world. Chi, after traveling for another hundreds of thousands of miles, they finally reached their destination. They cautiously entered a forest of death and stopped in a swamp. They waved their hands to get rid of the mud, and a huge stone platform appeared below them. There was an ancient summoning formation carved on it. The 3 fellows were rather comical. They carried the stone leg and the stone body respectively and sneakily looked back from time to time. He shook his damaged body and the stone body shone brightly. He broke free from the shackles and his battle body emitted a thunderous sound. He had to circulate his secret technique a few times to recover 10% of his divine power. This was a young girl. She could be said to be intelligent and ethereal. Her black eyebrows were full of charm, her eyes were limpid, her red lips were soft and charming, and her teeth were sparkling like jade. The young girl was otherworldly and otherworldly. An endless rain of sparkling flowers floated down from the surroundings. He ruthlessly stabbed the stone spear in his hand. The sturdy stone weapon drew a terrifying trajectory and pierced through the divine sense in front of him. Dong, at the same time, the eightfold worlds rotated. The divine diagram, ancient scroll, 3 heavenly marks, monarch city, the stoneman king puppet, and Xiaochen each occupied one and suppressed him at the same time. 8 worlds, 8 kinds of origin power, all transformed into forms and attacked. Then, with the help of all kinds of supreme treasures, the ancient king Meng Digang had the urge to vomit blood. His stone body was completely shattered. Xiaochen used the stone spear to carry half of Shi Xiu's body and shouted loudly, "I won't see you out, many thanks for this stone body. Immortal indestructible, stoneman rebirth." At this moment, Meng Digang shouted loudly. A powerful divine sense rushed out of the stone body without any reservation. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it pounced towards Xiaochen. After being hit by the stone spear, Meng Digang's body trembled. He felt the Tao of the consummate realm stoneman king. It gave him a strong impact and immediately made his divine sense unstable. As heavy as the ground, as lofty as the sky, as boundless as the sea, as lofty as the mountain. The eightfold worlds merged into one and condensed into a hazy primal chaos behind Xiaochen. The divine power was boundless and shook everything in all directions. Meng Digang shouted loudly again. Both of his hands formed a seal and fiercely attacked the sky. He wanted to find a way to break through from here. Xiaochen condensed the divine diagram on his body. His entire body was as thin as the edge of a blade. He slashed down diagonally. His entire body seemed to have turned into a blade of light, becoming an indestructible long sword. Meng Digang shouted loudly. He condensed his broken body and rushed towards the lake where Xiaochen was. He wanted to break through from here. If he couldn't break through now, he would really be in danger. Bang, however, in this eightfold worlds, it was useless no matter where he flew to. If he couldn't break through, he would always be in range of attack. The stoneman king puppet raised one hand to the sky. The blue dome of heaven cracked. It was invincible. As soon as it came into contact, Meng Digang's right arm was broken. Boom, Xiaochen used the stone spear to pick up Meng Digang's stone body and chased after him. During this process, the eightfold worlds merged into one. The stoneman king, the divine diagram, and the heavenly mark lined up beside him. They were almost fused with him and transmitted endless power. His stone body was snatched away twice. This was simply a huge joke. When the two sides separated, Meng Digang gazed at Xiaochen and Kiki. He was even more vigilant as he stared at the stoneman king puppet. Rumble, rumble, Meng Digang let out an extremely angry roar. He turned around and fled. He didn't have the courage to take on the combined attack of the stoneman king puppet and the divine diagram. Like a rainbow shining through the ages, like an auspicious rainbow piercing through the future, it enveloped Meng Digang in an instant. The ancient monarch Meng Digang suffered the attack of the stoneman king and the other eightfold worlds at the same time. His pair of stone arms shattered on the spot. His divine sense was also crushed as he was sent flying. Dong, this was Xiaochen's #1 divine ability in the past. Now, he had finally mastered it. Thousands of purple lightning bolts as thick as a mountain struck down from the lightning aspect. It was like a divine punishment from the 9th heaven, causing the sun, moon, and stars to lose their color. Meng Digang shouted loudly. He didn't dare to fight against the stoneman king puppet and retreated. Xiaochen opened the eightfold worlds and trapped this powerful enemy inside. The lightning aspect had thousands of purple lightning bolts, the earth aspect was thick and heavy, the fire aspect was overflowing with divine fire, the sky aspect was lofty and grand, the water aspect was boundless, the lake aspect was shrouded in dense fog, the wind aspect was fluttering violently, and the mountain aspect was majestic and imposing. The divine flame around Xiaochen soared to the sky. His aura shook the entire desolate land. The powerful aura scattered the dark clouds of death within 10,000 li. How dare you surround my stone body? I will shatter your world and destroy your soul. They activated their divine power at the same time and teleported towards the summoning formation. The divine formation immediately started operating. In the end, with a flash of light, a graceful figure appeared in front of him. The ancient monarch was very shocked at this moment. This aspect also condensed the power of the other 7 aspect worlds. This was the power of the so-called eightfold world. Attacking one aspect was useless because the 8 aspects were fused together. Xianxia stood upright and unafraid. The stone spear in his hand pierced through the void and tore apart the blue dome of heaven. It pierced into the broken stone body with unstoppable force. Behind him, within the hazy primal chaos, a huge stone hand stretched out to grab that boundless divine sense. The divine diagram, ancient scroll, and so on also spun and slashed over at the same time. Rumble. After hearing these words, Meng Digang's anger was about to burn the entire 9 celestial layers. However, he did not stop and rushed into the distant battlefield. He entered the huge city that was besieged by the 7 golems and returned to his land of nirvana. 9-colored radiance shone brilliantly, thousands of auspicious colors, auspicious radiance sprinkled everywhere. Kiki made her move. Even though the little critter looked immature, her divine ability was world-shaking. She grasped the opportunity to attack. The instant Meng Digang shifted his position, she used the divine ability she comprehended after walking on the unparalleled ancestral god's path. The ancient monarch Meng Digang was in a very miserable state. The lower half of his powerful stone body was snatched away by the 3 skeletons. And now, he was suffering the most ferocious attack. Break for me. I underestimated you guys, the space collapsed, the time was in chaos. It was as if this world was going to be destroyed. The ancient monarch Meng Digang screamed in pain unceasingly. His boundless divine sense suffered an extremely terrifying injury. Every avatar possessed all the power of the 8 avatars. The Golem King's iron fist, the huge monument transformed from the heavenly mark, the ancient scroll, the divine diagram, and so on, all of them merged together with the avatars to crush him at the same time. Affected by this, the golden light that was shooting towards the Golem King also suffered a heavy injury. It was almost scattered by the golden light that the Golem King spat out. The terrifying essence of the Golem King attacked the primordial spirit, the damage it caused was extremely huge. Meng Digang's stone body was already crippled, he was basically unable to bring out his true power. The only thing he had to worry about was his powerful divine sense. At this very moment, in the depths of the distant world of death, the 3 skeletons were running as fast as they could. Their speed was extremely fast. They already traveled several 100,000 miles and avoided the vicious land. The 8 avatars shook at the same time. The 8 worlds rotated and pressed towards him again. Bang, with a flash of light, Xianxia shook the ancient scroll and intercepted that golden light. That stone spear broke out of the scroll and blocked the golden light with a clang sound. That was a real stone spear. It was seized from the hands of Taoist Su Tian. It was originally a stone weapon that belonged to the 5 monarchs. Facing this immature little thing, the ancient monarch Meng Digang didn't pay much attention at first. However, the instant the 9-colored divine rainbow touched his body, his expression immediately changed. The 9 rays of light were like 9 ropes binding his body. His divine power was drained at a rapid speed. In merely a blink of an eye, 10% of his divine power was shaved off. Sure enough, Meng Digang used his terrifying divine sense at this moment. The 2 golden lights in his eyes were exceptionally intense. It was as if 2 golden divine flames were rushing out. One of them rushed towards Xianxia, while the other shot towards the Golem King. Swish, this was the fusion of the origin of the 8 avatars, the divine diagram, the ancient scroll, and the heavenly mark's divine power. The condensed power was as vast as the ocean. The stone spear pierced through Meng Digang's head. Meng Digang let out a loud cry. His damaged body was sent flying, and he wanted to retreat. I already told you, your stone body is already crippled anyway. Why don't you lend it to me? For the ancient monarch Meng Digang, this short experience was very unreal. It made him want to go crazy. 8 avatars unite. The divine diagram trembled. Xianxia shook his head, he felt the ancient monarch's absolute power. He turned into a hazy shadow and slashed. PFFF. The present was no longer the same as before. Xiaochen no longer needed to make any special adjustments. He could carry out the sacred sacrifice anytime and anywhere without worrying about any accidents. He could feel the extraordinariness of the ancient king's stone body. This time, he did not store the divine power in the diagram, but directly let it flow into his body. He wanted to see if it could break through the bottleneck. Kiki was also within the range. He knew the little critter's talent was extraordinary, so he wanted it to follow and obtain the stone man's life essence to see if it could make another breakthrough. The battle several tens of thousands of miles away was exceptionally intense. Xiaochen paid no heed to it and quickly absorbed the stone man's life essence. In a sense, the stone man's life essence was one level stronger than the ancestral god's life essence. Especially for an expert like the ancient king, who was almost invincible below the primogenitor, the stone body he condensed was even more extraordinary. The powerful divine power surged violently. This area was covered in dense light mist, it was completely shrouded by it. Kiki also became serious. The little critter sat there obediently and guided the stone man's life essence into its body. It operated the secret technique passed down in its family and tempered its body. It could be said that their race was unrivaled and unparalleled in the world. They possessed unparalleled talent. The only thing they lacked was the body technique. Xiaochen did this in order to strengthen his divine body and avoid the danger of being sealed in the future. Thousands of rays of divine light burst out from Xiaochen and Kiki's flesh shell. Especially Kiki, she was as resplendent as a small sun. Her flesh and meridians were constantly being cleansed by the stone man's life essence. They became even more sturdy and powerful. Even her snow-white hair was sparkling and translucent. Soon after, Xiaochen released 10x and the others from the acupoint space. He did not want to be biased and let everyone immerse themselves in the huge stone man's life essence. At the same time, he released the life essence of the otherworldly stoneman he killed not long ago from the divine diagram and wrapped everyone up. However, Babula did not join them. He walked to the side by himself. Xiaochen did not say anything after seeing this. Even with the stone man's life essence, it was impossible to increase everyone's strength. If they wanted to break through, the most important thing was to see how everyone comprehended the technique themselves. This was merely an opportunity. Finally, with a thought, he sent the martial ancestor's true scripture into Ku's sea of consciousness. The martial ancestor once said that he would find an opportunity to pass it on to Little Thing. Now that Little Thing had already reached the ancestor god realm, it was time for it to grasp this body tempering technique. Suddenly, Ku became extremely serious, even a little dignified charm. A pair of delicate little claws kept forming seals, showing its comprehension experience. It was quickly comprehending. Soon after, Xiaochen transmitted the ancestral martial scripture into 10x's mind. There was no one more suitable than 10x for this technique. 10x was originally a martial arts genius. After obtaining this great technique, Xiaochen believed it would be able to advance to the next level. Time flowed by. They sat cross-legged on the land of death, and they were completely enveloped by divine radiance, causing them to seem extremely divine and dignified. Without a doubt, the gains from killing the slaughter wolf and the nine-headed snake were limited. They were only half martial ancestors. It would be very difficult for them to refine a lot of stoneman essence G. 10x gained the most out of all of them. After verifying the martial ancestor's true scripture with the dragon's combat skill, it obtained a great benefit. It guided the stone man's life essence into its body and broke through from the 6th celestial layer to the 7th celestial layer of War Ancestor realm. Beyond Sky, Brave Bear, and the 3 Treant sovereigns all existed within the great Might Dark King's war body. They didn't want to reconstruct another body in a short period of time, because there was nothing more important than strength at this stage. They guided the stone man's life essence into their body together. Although they didn't make a breakthrough this time, they managed to stabilize this war body and made it truly belong to them. After that, Kiki opened its eyes. The little thing's big eyes were incomparably pure, its divine sense was even more condensed, and its physical body was even more terrifyingly sturdy. It believed that it would be a lot smoother on the path of the unparalleled ancestor god from now on. In the end, Xiaochen also opened his eyes. They emitted 2 faint golden rays of light, as if he had the characteristics of a stone man. At the same time, all the divinized acupoints in Xiaochen's body seemed to have split the heaven and earth apart. They were hazy and chaotic, especially the 365 main acupoints. They were ever-changing, and there were specks of stars twinkling amidst the chaos. Moreover, in the 365 main acupoints, there was a figure sitting cross-legged among the clouds of primal chaos. It seemed as if they were suppressing a large world. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from Xiaochen's body. It was the roar of the 365 deities in unison. At this moment, all of them opened their eyes. Xiaochen's body immediately emitted rays of golden light. Those were the eyes of the 365 deities. The world of death was shaken immediately. The terrifying aura caused millions of fire seed creatures to crawl on the ground. The experts who were fighting tens of thousands of miles away all paled. One after another, illusory figures appeared around Xiaochen. Some were forming hand seals, some were holding up the sky with one hand, and some were pondering with their heads lowered. They were either sitting cross-legged, sleeping, or standing majestically. Their postures were all different. There are so many deities in the wild. Capture them. The slaughter vanquisher wolf shouted loudly and heckled randomly. He didn't have the slightest bit of reverence in his heart. Even Kiki found it very strange. She was very curious about those indistinct figures. She waved her little paws, eager to give it a try. She wanted to lock onto one of them to take a look. With a flash of light, all the figures disappeared and entered Xiaochen's acupoint space. This time, Xiaochen finally broke through the shackles and reached the peak of the 9th celestial layer of Ancestor God. If he wanted to advance further, he had no choice but to make a decision as soon as possible. There was no longer any leeway, because he had already reached the pinnacle of an ordinary Ancestor God. In a sense, he had to cultivate the stoneman art or comprehend the supreme Ancestor God's art. And the stoneman art was the one he grasped the most. Xiaochen calmed down for a moment. He held back his impulse and didn't make a decision immediately. He took out the little sacred tree and returned it to Kiki. After that, he took out the nether iron armor he brought out from the heavenly palace of death more than 100,000 years ago and handed it over to Sky Beyond Sky and Xiong, who controlled the mighty nether king Xianxia. Finally, he handed the ancestral dragon drum he obtained from the otherworldly ancestor god Cho Tian more than 10,000 years ago to 10x. Let's go and clean up the mess now. I need to go into closed-door training soon. Not long after, Xiaochen and the others arrived at the battlefield again. The 7 stone men from the immemorial 7 demon cities were all heavily injured. Their battle prowess was sharply reduced. Truewood Saintus, unparalleled ancestor god Bo Linxiu, and Meng Digang joined hands with the tyrannical creatures from the depths of the undead world to besiege the master of the Emperor City and the 7 stone men. However, as time went by, they felt a deep sense of fear. The Emperor City floating in the sky as well as the 7 demon cities in the surroundings were supplying divine power to that hazy figure unceasingly. His power seemed to be inexhaustible, it could never be used up. He could display power comparable to the Stoneman King. It could be said that he was in an invincible position. Many people had already lost their confidence. The battle was nearing its end. When that powerful undead was the first to flee on the back of the demonic Dragon King, the other tyrannical creatures from the depths of the undead world also fled in defeat. The collapse happened so quickly, the reversal of the situation made people speechless. The 3 big shots of the otherworldly realm never thought it would end like this. They also started to flee. Lock onto her. The hazy figure from the Emperor City pointed at Truewood Saintus. The 7 stone men immediately understood and chased after her together. And he himself used his unparalleled magic power to intercept Meng Digang's huge city in an instant. He descended together with the Emperor City in the sky. Rumble, a huge stone palm slammed down. Smoke and dust immediately soared into the sky. The unparalleled ancestor god Meng Digang's huge city was smashed into half. The debris fell down from the sky like a waterfall. The land of death shook violently from the impact. And the hazy figure from the Emperor City didn't continue with the killing blow. He brought the Emperor City away from the dust, because there was no time to kill them. He chased after the unparalleled ancestor god Bo Linxiu. He felt that this person was the biggest threat, he didn't want to let him go. As for the so-called unparalleled ancestor god Meng Digang, he already destroyed his stoneman foundation. He might not be able to walk the stoneman path in this lifetime. When the battlefield quieted down, the three skeletons sneakily appeared again. The three of them worked together to lift up that half of the huge city. After that, they ran away with a whizzing sound. The unparalleled ancestor god Meng Digang who was in the sky was recuperating inside the huge city. After he sensed everything on the ground, he was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. He was seething with smoke from all 7 orifices. It's those 3 bastard skeletons again, they were still as brazen as the last time. They did this kind of shady business right under his nose. In that half of the stone city in the sky, Meng Digang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. And at this moment, Xiaochen who was in the dark was also dumbstruck. After that, he shouted loudly, Qing Wang Wang, Yan Lua Wang, Luan Hui Wang. At the same time, the unparalleled ancestor godly Digang also shouted loudly, where do you think you're going? The 3 snow-white skeletons stopped their sneaky movements. They turned their head around to look doubtfully. When they saw Xiaochen, they immediately threw down that half of the huge stone city and started to dance with joy. They revealed a skeleton-like laughter. Xiaochen absolutely didn't expect to meet the 3 skeletons here by chance. It had been more than 10,000 years since they met again, he was filled with endless emotions. Kiki was also very excited. It was so happy that it was jumping up and down. When they were on the Dragon Island, it got to know these 3 guys before Xiaochen. Qing Guang Wang opened his lower jaw and sent a divine sense to the unparalleled ancestor god Meng Digang, Mr. Stoneman, you don't have to be so polite. We only need half of the stone city. Of course, if you insist on giving us the other half, we will accept it without any hesitation. After they finished speaking, the 3 guys gestured towards Xiaochen behind them. That meant they were going to destroy this huge city and take down the unparalleled ancestor god Meng Digang. You bunch of bugs, Meng Digang's words were cold and indifferent. 2 groups of robbers appeared at the same time. Moreover, they were so arrogant, it filled his stomach with rage. Meeting the 3 kings unexpectedly made Xiaochen very happy. He let out a long laugh and said, Meng Digang, the good deed is done. The stone city is already destroyed, send the other half down as well. Of course, if you are willing, you can also leave your main body behind. We will be eternally grateful. At this moment, Meng Digang's main body rushed out of the stone city. The stoneman's foundation was already broken, it extinguished his hope. However, at the same time, he also severed the shackles that were binding him. This was a tall and mighty stoneman. His beard stood erect like the hard quills of a hedgehog. The long hair on his head was also very dense. At first glance, he even looked like a stone lion. Thinking back to those days, this king was also doing very well. I was awe-inspiring and domineering. It was not much different from you. Qing Guang Wang said as he flew up to the sky. The unparalleled ancestor's prestige was undoubtedly displayed. Thinking back to those extraordinary years, it really makes one lament about the wasted days and months. How nostalgic. I missed 2 big bowls of noodles. Yan Lua Wang shook his head and also arrived at the sky in a swaying manner. I asked the clear sky with a cup of wine. Alas, let's talk about the melancholy of the human world. Long-haired lion, are you willing to ride the wind and return with me? Transform into a wisp of cool breeze and become my mount? Luan Hui Wang had an infuriating appearance. Meng Digang sucked in a breath of cold air. He never thought these 3 bastard skeletons had already reached the unparalleled ancestor realm. If it was a normal day, he would naturally not be afraid. However, his incarnation was shattered first, and then the stoneman's foundation was severed. It could be said that his vitality was greatly injured. It was hard to say whether he could kill these people or not. Xiaochen, Kiki, and 10x also soared into the sky and surrounded the seriously injured King of Ages Meng Digang. There was no need to care about one-on-one when dealing with this otherworldly tycoon. You guys, King of Ages Meng Digang's heart sank. He was secretly evaluating the strength of both sides. The result was very tragic. Xiaochen immediately took out the stoneman monarch puppet. The divine diagram covered the sky, the ancient scrolls sealed the land, the 3 heavenly marks turned into a huge tablet, and there was even a monarch city in his palm. He looked at them covetously. Mengdi gang, let's make a deal. Just now, I only borrowed your upper body. Can you borrow the other half of your body and gift it to me? With such a powerful force here, Xiaochen and the others were very confident. They were not afraid of fighting head-on. Mother asterisk cur. Mengdi gang had the urge to curse. He had never felt so sullen in the countless years he had lived. The majestic king of ages Mengdi gang was unrivaled under the primogeniture. After his incarnation was snatched away, the stone city was snatched away by the same group of people. It was tantamount to suffering 2 consecutive setbacks in one place. At this moment, even his main body was threatened. This group of bastard bandits. Mengdi gang cursed inwardly. The Stoneman monarch puppet pressed forward step by step. This was a true king. Even if it did not have a soul, it was still incomparably terrifying. The powerful king's divine domain covered the sky and covered the earth. Mengdi gang immediately retreated in fright. He did not dare to step inside. Xiaochen waved his hand and summoned the monarch city to suppress Mengdi gang. A great battle suddenly broke out just like that. Mengdi gang's vitality was greatly injured. He could not display the strength of the king of ages Mengdi gang at all. At most, he could bring out 40% of it. All of a sudden, he felt one side of his body go numb. He immediately opened his eyes in anger and glared at the 3 skeletons that were gathering together and mumbling. He immediately realized that these 3 bastard skeletons were using the most mysterious and evil curse power. He was furious. He hated these 3 wretched skeletons to the extreme. Bang, the Stoneman monarch puppet threw a punch over. Mengdi gang quickly dodged to the side. Boom, in the sky, the huge monarch city descended and pressed down on him. Mengdi gang took a step and disappeared from his original spot. However, what awaited him was Keek's endless divine light. He faced it with a sinister expression. Boom, but just at this time, a stone spear pierced through. Xiaochen suddenly appeared. His powerful combat skill combined with Keek's divine ability immediately forced Mengdi gang to retreat. Swish, dozens of swords appeared in the surroundings of the divine diagram in the sky. They swept down millions upon millions of sword lights. The sonorous sound lingered on unceasingly. This was an invincible sword formation. Xiaochen rarely used it. Mengdi gang shouted loudly. He felt danger. 7 to 8 crisscrossed sword marks appeared on his body. Boom, 3 heavenly marks transformed into a heavenly steel to suppress him. Mengdi gang's expression turned gloomy. He was trapped here. If this goes on for a long time, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Of course, the biggest threat to him was still the Stoneman monarch puppet that was chasing him relentlessly. That overflowing battle power made his heart palpitate. At this moment, he decisively made up his mind. He couldn't hold on any longer. Escaping was the wisest choice. If his main body wanted to escape, even Xiaochen's 8-fold world wouldn't be able to stop him. Bang, Mengdi gang felt half of his body go numb again. Those 3 sneaky skeletons once again cast a curse on him. His complexion was gloomy and unsightly to the extreme. He felt that his movements had actually become sluggish. Fall, 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 the 3 sinister skeletons clapped their hands and shouted at the side. Just you wait, after saying this, he suddenly disappeared. He ignited the essence of the stoneman and executed a secret technique. He wanted to escape from this world. He can't escape. He has been hit by our curse. As long as he is still in the world of death, he will be locked down by me. King Taiguang muttered. He pinched his bony fingers and pointed to the east and west. Then he pointed to the depths of the world of death and said, he escaped in that direction. It happens to be in the same direction as us. After him. After retrieving the broken huge city, Xiaochen and the others quickly chased after him. Now, with such a powerful force, it was enough to kill Mengdi gang. This was a very good opportunity. Swish. 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 Everyone's speed reached the limit. Very soon, they entered the depths of the world of death. After moving stealthily for 100,000 li, they arrived at a deathly basin. Everyone used the Panga token to conceal their aura and approached this place silently. The 3 skeletons were about to make their move. Xiaochen stopped them and said, "Let me." This time, Xiaochen decided to go crazy. He opened the space in his acupoint and took out a stone tablet. It was less than 1 meter tall, simple and unadorned. It looked very ordinary. It was precisely the heavenly tablet he got from the auction house. This was not the heavenly scar, it was the real heavenly tablet. Xiaochen slowly infused all the divine power in his body. At the same time, he infused the divine diagram, ancient scroll, and the heavenly scar into his body. After that, he suddenly smashed the mountain-sized tablet. Boom, this was the real heavenly tablet. Its might was overflowing. It heavily pressed down on the valley. Its majestic aura startled the entire continent of death. Many powerful creatures looked towards this direction. The incomparably terrifying aura shook the entire world. In a split second, the blue dome of heaven shattered, the earth shattered, and the space-time shattered. The valley ceased to exist on the spot. A furious roar transmitted, Meng Digang's traces disappeared. In the end, he still managed to escape. The heavenly tablet fell down and turned back to 1 meter long. At the same time, a stoneman's arm fell to the ground. Xiaochen immediately fell limp on the ground. Just now, his divine power was completely drained. However, when he hugged the stoneman's arm, he started to laugh. The dignified eternal king even lost one of his stoneman's arm, he must be going crazy. "Are you guys together with Qing Qing?" Xiaochen turned around and asked the 3 skeletons. The dignified Meng Digang's incarnation was killed, his divine city was destroyed, he ran away with a severed arm, and was defeated in the depths of the world of death. Later generations wrote a limerick to comment on this. The Stone King's tears flowed down 1,000 lines, but he lost his home in a single day. Meng Digang had to endure the destruction of the world of death. At this moment, Meng Digang's nose was spewing fire. After escaping for 300,000 miles, he sat cross-legged in meditation and exhausted all his strength to finally expel the power of the curse. "I will not live under the same sky as you all." His 7 orifices were spewing out white smoke. This was not an exaggeration, he was really emitting smoke from all 7 orifices. He did not return to the other world just like that. At this moment, Xiaochen and the rest followed the 3 skeletons into the depths of the world of death. In front of them was a boundless swamp. The mist was hazy, a faint black mist lingered in the air. The smell of decay pervaded the air. White bones could be seen everywhere between the sludge and the swamp. There were even some rotten corpses. Those were the corpses of demons and ghouls. They were emitting a foul smell. In the depths of the swamp filled with black mist, there was a gloomy ancient castle towering majestically. It was lonely and indescribably creepy. Qing Guangwang opened his lower jaw and made a cracking sound as he introduced, "This area is the territory of that old undead riding the demonic infernal dragon king. Although we are not afraid of him, according to the law of survival in the depths of the world of death, it is very easy to get into a fight to the death if we rashly intrude on someone else's place of seclusion. At the same time, we will also be hated by other experts. We are not really intruding on him. We are just transmitting our voice here to inform him that we have an important matter to discuss with him." Xiaochen had a bold idea. The world of death was full of experts. If he could gather this group of experts together and pull them against the other world, it would be an unimaginable force. This old undead's desire for destruction and possessiveness is very strong. Qing Guangwang introduced the owner of this place to Xiaochen. "Who dares disturb my peaceful cultivation?" The old undead's voice transmitted from the ancient castle in the middle of the swamp. "We are not here for disputes, we are here for the common benefit." Xiaochen made things clear first to avoid the other party's misunderstanding. The old undead heaved a sigh of relief. He had just returned when he sensed such a group of powerhouses approaching, so he was somewhat nervous. Unless it was the Golem King, anyone else would be terrified in the face of such a powerful force. Clang! The gate of the ancient castle opened wide. Unexpectedly, what gushed out from inside was not the Ean mist, but a pure and holy radiance, dispersing the surrounding black mist. Xiaochen and the others smoothly arrived at the main hall. The old undead was sitting on the huge white bone platform, while the demonic infernal dragon king's huge body was lying in the spacious hall below. "What do you want? Please forgive me for my intrusion. May I know how I should address you?" My name is Demon Angel. Old Myriad Spirit replied. Xiaochen and the others sat down on the treasured white bone chairs in the great hall. Devil Angel, why did you attack the master of the Imperial City today? Hearing Xiaochen's question, the demonic angel's expression immediately changed. She stood up and said, Are you here to punish me on his behalf? Don't be impulsive. I don't want to make enemies. Xiaochen waved his hand and said, I just want to know the reason. Of course it's for the demon city's resources. The demonic angel clenched her teeth and said, One of the 7 demon cities originally belonged to me. Back then, he snatched it away from me, so I had no choice but to walk on another path of cultivation. Soon, Xiaochen found out that the powerful creatures that attacked the master of the Imperial City today all had their demon cities taken away. As for the 7 powerful stone men in the demon city, they were found by the master of the Imperial City from the immemorial battlefield in the deepest part of the world of death. He gave them a second life. One could imagine how powerful the master of the Imperial City was. Now that he is so powerful, I'm afraid it will be hard for you to take back the demon city. Xiaochen gazed at the demonic angel on the white bone platform and said, Actually, if you just want to increase your strength, I have a suggestion. What suggestion do you have? The corner of the demonic angel's mouth curled up into an indifferent sneer. He wouldn't believe that the other party came to give him a suggestion out of goodwill. There is no need to limit yourself to this world. You should look to the other worlds. I believe that with your cultivation and knowledge, you should know that there are other worlds outside of the world of death. Hearing Xiaochen say that, the demonic angel's expression immediately turned sluggish. She nodded and said, Of course I know. In fact, I know more than you do. However, it is very difficult to break through the great barrier of the world and go to other worlds. Xiaochen smiled and shook his head. He said, Going to other worlds is not as difficult as you imagine. The 3 giants that you met today, as well as us, do not belong to this world. However, aren't we still able to travel between worlds? Of course I can sense that you do not belong to this world. Speaking until here, the demonic angel raised her voice and said, However, I also know that there were people who tried to enter your world in the past. They never came back. Everything pointed to disaster. The past is different from the present. The passage that connects to other worlds is now completely open. There will no longer be any danger. You are so enthusiastic in inviting me to other worlds. What is your purpose? Naturally, the demonic angel did not believe that Xiaochen was giving her directions out of goodwill. Since it has come to this, there is no need to hide anything. At my level, if I use some tricks, I will become a laughingstock. I might as well tell you honestly. There is a race that claims to have destroyed many worlds. They have collected countless heaven-defying war treasures, stone cities, and other holy items. Xiaochen spoke for a full 7 minutes. The demonic angel listened quietly without saying a word. Only at the end did she reject him angrily, You just want me to be your hired thug. You are wrong. Although I want to borrow your strength, you can snatch the treasures that you need. Xiaochen continued, Furthermore, the most important thing is that I am not just inviting you. I want to invite all the powerful beings in the depths of the world of death. I want to invite them to that world as guests. How big of a wave can a single person make? If all the powerful beings gather together and open the legendary stone gate, then the number of heaven-defying war treasures and primordial stone cities will be innumerable. Only by participating personally will you be able to get a share of the spoils. What I want to do is not just to find a few powerful beings to be hired thugs to attack that world. What I want to do is to set up a banner and open the passage to that world. This way, all the powerful beings in the world of death can travel between the 2 worlds without any hindrance. After Xiaochen said all these, he said, If that is the case, what else do you have to worry about? All the powerful beings in the world of death will participate. This statement immediately made the demonic angel's heart tremble. This was a huge move. If the army of death charged into a world at the same time, there was nothing for him to worry about. He could take the opportunity to seize the treasures he needed. Xiaochen and the demonic angel talked for a long time. However, the demonic angel still refused in the end. It was impossible for him to be persuaded by such words. He also didn't believe that Xiaochen could connect the world of death to the world of death. Xiaochen was not very surprised. If he could really convince a powerful being to make a move with just a few words, then it would be very surprising. What he needed to do now was to blow a gust of wind and leave an impression on the other party. When this gust of wind spread throughout the entire world of death and became berserk, he believed that many people would definitely be unable to hold back when the connection between the world of death and the world of death was established. This was not a small matter. He needed to carefully manage it and push it into a huge storm. Only then would he have the possibility to achieve his goal. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, Xianxia would not suffer any losses. He really wanted to give it a try and see if he could make an enemy out of the world of death. One day, when the banner was truly set up, he hoped that a magnificent army would charge into the world of death. Perhaps it might not be possible in 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, but it would be enough as long as he tried his best. After bidding farewell and leaving the swamp, Xianxia said to the demonic angel, "I hope you can consider it and tell the other powerful beings about my idea." While walking towards the depths of the world of death, Xianxia continuously paid his respects to several powerful beings. It was impossible for him to win over any of the powerful beings right now. All he needed to do was to leave behind a thought in their hearts. In the end, they arrived at the forest of death. The ancient trees that were formed by absorbing yin energy were completely black. The leaves that grew on the trees carried the smell of rotting flesh. Kiki wrinkled her nose and squeaked a few times in dissatisfaction. "There's nothing we can do, the ancient teleportation circle is carved here, we also have no way to move it to another place," Qing Guangwang explained. Back then, they had undoubtedly discovered the divine formation here and stepped into an extremely mysterious region. In the depths of the forest of death, a stone platform appeared. There were many complicated patterns carved on it. Luanhui Wang called everyone to enter together. After that, he began to circulate his divine power. With a flash of light, everyone immediately felt the space-time became chaotic. The surrounding stars flickered and the primal chaos surged. They were traveling through the space-time at high speed. Not long after, a radiance flashed in front of them. A pure and holy aura assaulted their faces. Xianxia and the others arrived at a new world. This was a world brimming with light. The green grass covered the ground like a carpet of green agate. Dewdrops rolled down from the fresh flowers. The sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Not far away, the small river was gurgling, playing a cheerful tune. Compared to the gloomy death world, this place was simply a pure land. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. The spiritual essence of the world was very rich here. All kinds of plants and trees had the aura of immortals. It was very flourishing. The fruits borne by many fruit trees were flickering with splendor. That is, Xianxia gazed ahead. There was an immortal root there. It was rooted in the ruins of a ruined city. The huge ancient root was rooted in the rubble and absorbing the spiritual essence of the stone city in an unending stream. The vine was about 300 meters tall. The green leaves on it were flourishing. Some of the green leaves were in the shape of a crescent moon, some were in the shape of a heart. Every leaf was sparkling and translucent. Green multicolored light lingered around them. All of them were different. It was like the most exotic artwork. The entire huge plant was an immortal root. There was only one immortal flower. It was overflowing with 5-colored radiance and 10-colored radiance. All kinds of radiance were circulating around it. There were droplets of immortal dew rolling down from the sparkling and translucent petals. In the middle of this huge flower, a white-clothed girl had her eyes closed. She was lying there quietly like a sleeping beauty, sleeping soundly. "Ching Ching," Xianxia called out. After that, he rushed forward with large strides. "Ching Ching," Kiki also let out a tender voice. She turned into a ball of gentle light and rushed towards the sky. "Don't!" Qing Guangwang hurriedly shouted to stop them, "This flower is very special. You can't get close to it." It was really as he said. Xianxia and Kiki felt a strong resistance when they were 300 meters away from the immortal root. Fortunately, they stopped in time. Otherwise, they might have suffered an intense backlash. "Xianxia. Kiki." Just at this time, a voice that sounded like an albatross could be heard. The beautiful immortal root flickered with a sparkling and translucent radiance. The white-clothed girl was elegant and otherworldly. She was still lying motionlessly on the flower. However, a figure condensed on top of the immortal root. Her hair was like a waterfall. Her neck was delicate and slender. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her figure was graceful and extraordinary. She flew out gracefully. You guys came." It was obvious that the girl was very excited. Her beautiful face was filled with pleasant surprise. "Ching, this is," Xiaochen was excited and puzzled at the same time. "This is the flower of dreams. It grew after I planted a seed I found in the deepest battlefield of the death world. It is compatible with my body and can aid me in my training." Ching explained. Squeak, the little thing didn't care so much. It rushed over happily and hugged it in Ching's arms. Xiaochen was both happy and moved. At the same time, he noticed that this kind of immortal root looked very familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't there the mark of this immortal root on the ancestral dragon skin? Flower of dreams. Is there a need for this kind of flower to lead to that place? He muttered to himself. At the same time, he looked at the root of the flower. Other than the broken stone city, there were also a few broken stone bodies. He was secretly shocked. This immortal root was really too powerful. Xiaochen and Ching met again. There were thousands of words that they couldn't say. The scene was very quiet, but they could feel each other's concern. "It's good that we can meet again. Yeah, it's good as long as we are still alive." The two of them smiled in the end. After being separated for life and death, what could be more joyous than being able to meet again? Squeak. "I'm hungry." As if it felt neglected, Kiki mumbled unhappily. Its long eyelashes trembled. Ching was immediately amused. She carried it to Xiaochen's side. Then, the two of them walked forward side by side and entered the immortal fruit forest. The feeling of reunion did not mean words or tears. Sometimes, silence was better than words. They strolled quietly in the immortal garden like this. They didn't say anything, but they seemed to understand each other's feelings. During this time, only the little thing kept mumbling as if it had endless things to say. In the end, it hugged a pile of immortal fruits and started to eat them with relish. Occasionally, it even wanted to hand one to Xiaochen and Ching. Xiaochen had a lot of things to say and a lot of questions to ask. However, he didn't know where to start. "I didn't expect to be revived in the death world." Ching spoke slowly and said, "It was like a voice was guiding me to advance towards the depths of the death world unceasingly. I stayed with Luan Hui Wang and the others for many years. First, we went through the baptism of the source of life. After that, we went through the many forbidden lands of the gods and demons." Xiaochen listened quietly and understood Ching's experience. In these 10,000 years, Ching and the three skeletons' experience could be said to be hair-raising. There were too many secrets in the depths of the death world. The battlefield of the immemorial era, Xiaochen was very surprised when he heard until here. That's right. That is a forbidden land. Until now, very few people have been able to pass through it. We were also stopped here. Millions of years ago, the death world was the center of the myriad of worlds. Its history was even longer than the heaven realm. It could be said that the experts of the myriad of worlds came here to worship it. Even now, this place is still. The death world had too many secrets. Immemorial demon cities were definitely not rare in this world. Billions of years ago, this world was the center of the myriad of worlds. Its history was even longer than the heaven realm. It was said that all the experts of the myriad of worlds came to worship it. Most of the stone men and cultivators below the ancestral god realm didn't participate in the war. They lived in seclusion and had already condensed their own demon cities. This was the reason why the death world had so many immemorial demon cities. Many immemorial demon cities gathered the experts of the myriad of worlds. Even though the death world was on the verge of collapse in that war, it didn't mean that all the experts of the past had died in battle. As for the stone men and the ancestral god from billions of years ago, it was hard to estimate how many people survived after the world-shaking war. The Pure Land and the immemorial battlefield were only separated by a spatial barrier. After the dimensional barrier was cut open, demonic aura immediately surged in. The eerie aura of death filled the air. It was a huge contrast to the pure land that was full of vitality. The two were worlds apart. Is that the immemorial battlefield? Two faint golden lights shot out from Xiaoqian's eyes. Almost all the strongest experts of the past had fallen there. That's right. That's the ancient battlefield where the experts of the myriad of worlds fought their ultimate battles. Back then, who knows how many powerful figures had fallen there. Even though time has passed, everything of the past is still difficult to erase. Qingqing stood in front of the open spatial barrier with Kiki in her arms. She gazed at the boundless world of darkness. That was the last traces left behind by the battle of the deities in the past. Squeak, Kiki was very naughty. She struggled to enter that space to see what was going on, but Qingqing stopped her. Don't enter rashly. It's very dangerous inside. 10,000 years ago, Qingqing and the others were stopped by this immemorial battlefield and couldn't pass through. She might be able to give it a try now, but she was currently fused with the dream flower, so it was inconvenient for her to move. What kind of world was this? What was in front of the battlefield? Xiaoqian's heart was filled with many questions. Bang, this dimensional world shook, and the space barrier in front of them was broken. Outside, a vast army of skeletons surged over. Among them, a few skeletons were at the forefront. They took large strides and brandished their bone blades, looking around disdainfully. Who are they? Xiaoqian gazed at the boundless skeletal creatures. They are fire seeds summoned by a powerful existence. They often attack this place in order to seize the flower of dreams. King Qingguang walked forward and blocked the path of those people. At the same time, he explained to Xiaoqian. Can't we destroy them forever? We are unable to discover the mastermind behind this. There are thousands upon thousands of flames, and he can summon them at will. There is no end to them. Luanhui Wang also walked forward and said, according to my conjecture, that person might be a formidable vengeful spirit that came from the primeval battlefield, and it's extremely likely that he's the remnant soul of the flower of dreams that we obtained. That kind of old fogey is extremely crafty. Unless he's absolutely certain, he won't reveal himself. He's always sending people to disturb our cultivation. King Yanluo said as he attacked, as if he was already used to such things. This is not good. If they succeed, it will be too late for regrets. Xiaoqian frowned. We have the abyssal abyss, so we usually cover this place with it. While speaking, the three skeletons already made their move with all their might. They expelled all the skeletal creatures from this dimensional space and began their merciless massacre. Just at this time, the stone jar on Xiaoqian's body suddenly trembled lightly. After that, it flew out by itself and floated in this dimensional space. Kiki was like a curious baby, she wanted to grab it and play with it. However, she was stopped by Xiaoqian. He knew this stone jar was very strange and powerful, so he wanted to see how it would perform. Buzz, the stone jar shook violently in the air. Even though it was only as tall as a palm, it was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It caused the surrounding space to collapse. There were many ancient engravings on its surface. At this moment, it was emitting a bright radiance. After that, it began to absorb the surrounding space frantically like a whale sucking in water. One could clearly see with the naked eye, one after another black radiance soared into the sky from every corner of the space, and gathered on top of the stone jar. That is, powerful soul power. There is also the power of the curse. Just at this time, the three skeletons returned after defeating the enemies. They were very sensitive to the power of the curse. The stone jar was still trembling as it absorbed the surrounding black radiance unceasingly. No, just at this time a shriek transmitted over. The most powerful black radiance soared into the sky, it wanted to break through the space and escape. Keek's reaction was very fast, she opened up the lost paradise all of a sudden and enveloped that black radiance. Buzz, the stone jar trembled and completely absorbed that black radiance. I understand now, he was only trying to cover up his attack by harassing us. Every time, he would take advantage of the chaos to leave behind a portion of the power of the curse and a weak divine sense. He wanted to suddenly counterattack us one day in the future. After deducing this conclusion, the three skeletons were very furious. Even Qingqing's complexion changed. The power of the curse was the most mysterious. The three skeletons only managed to grasp it after they accidentally obtained some kind of inheritance in the ancient battlefield. Xianxia said, "It must be the resentment of the fallen experts during the final battle of the Death World. Legend has it that the power of the curse had been developed to the pinnacle during that period. Many powerful figures were proficient in it. However, after the Great War millions of years ago, the inheritance of the curse gradually declined. Just at this time, a world-shaking roar transmitted from the ancient battlefield through the torn space. Even someone as powerful as Xianxia and the others felt their heart palpitate. It really is the resentment from the ancient times." A divine radiance shot out from Yanluo Wang's eye sockets as he stared at the ancient battlefield and said, "What a pity, this time he tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it." The stone jar seemed to be especially sensitive to the power of the soul. In the past, it relied on this to repel the powerful divine sense of the true wood saintess. Today, it showed its might again, and it seemed to be able to restrain the power of the curse. Squeak! Just at this time, Kiki let out a cry of fear. The little thing was swaying left and right as it was sucked in by the stone jar. Xianxia was gobsmacked. He hastily stopped it and hugged it. The stone jar shook violently, the suction force became even stronger. Just at this time, a wisp of black gas floated out from Kiki's body. "That is the power of the curse." Luanhui Wang cried out in fear. It seemed like he was very shocked. Xianxia immediately understood. Kiki's family was once cursed and was on the verge of extinction. The so-called heaven-defying family only had 3 to 5 members. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this kind of curse was. Especially Kiki, it suffered from a double curse. Because its mother was the ancestral dragon, she also suffered from the curse. After knowing all this, Xianxia revealed a joyous expression. It seemed like the stone jar could break Kiki's curse. Squeak! However, Kiki let out a cry brimming with fear. At the same time, Xianxia discovered its soul was about to rush out of its body. And just at this time, the stone jar flew over on its own. After seeing this scene, Xianxia was terrified and hastily stopped it. Luanhui Wang shouted at Kiki, "Don't circulate your divine power." Even though the little thing was very flustered, it didn't lose its judgment. It immediately calmed down after hearing what was said. Speaking of which, that stone jar immediately stopped trembling. Xianxia hastily grabbed it and sealed it inside the ancient scroll. Only like this did everyone break free from their nervous state. The 3 skeletons understood the curse. They understood the reason behind it after a simple deduction. According to what they said, Kiki was cursed, and it was a curse that was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It seemed to be the strongest kind of curse from millions and millions of years ago. It could practically annihilate any of the golden clans that could move unhindered in the universe. Even if it was not the strongest curse in the past, it could still be ranked in the top 5. It was much more powerful than what the 3 skeletons were able to use at present. This kind of curse had already intertwined with Kiki's soul. It would fluctuate along with its soul. That was why when the stone jar was absorbing it, it almost swallowed its soul at the same time. Only when it calmed down, could the power of the curse fall asleep and avoid the stone jar's absorption. According to what they said, there was currently no one who could break this kind of powerful curse. No one could separate it from Kiki's soul. Perhaps only by reaching the level of the Golem King can he break this kind of curse by himself. Outsiders can't help him at all. After hearing what Luanhui Wang said, Kiki grumbled a few times while panting with rage. It clenched its little fist tightly. Xianxia held the stone jar in his palm again and observed it carefully. He didn't expect it to be this powerful and heaven-defying. It could restrain the curse and pure soul. It was indeed a precious treasure. Kiki still had a lingering fear. It became obedient and took a few steps back. Xianxia and Xianxia studied it for a long time and came to a conclusion. He said to the slightly scared Kiki, "It doesn't matter. Just now, the ancient curse triggered the power of the curse in your body, that's why the stone jar swallowed it. Under normal circumstances, the unforeseen event just now wouldn't happen." Hearing this, the gloomy expression of the little critter was immediately swept away. It became lively all of a sudden and snatched the stone jar away. It turned it around to look at it. "In case something unexpected happens, you should immediately prop up the lost paradise. It will definitely cut off the connection with the outside world in an instant." Xianxia rubbed the little critter's fluffy snow-white body. She possessed the Abyss Prison, that was the most precious space that coexisted with the Lost Paradise. After studying it for more than 100,000 years, she naturally had a deep understanding of it. Squeak, hearing such words, the little critter became even more confident. It began to play with the stone jar without a care in the world. But very soon, it revealed a strange expression. Its pair of big eyes brimming with intelligence were filled with suspicion. It stretched out a small claw and pressed it on the stone jar. Xiaochen and the others were also dumbstruck. There were many crisscrossing marks on the stone jar, and many of them overlapped with each other. At this moment, when the little critter's little claw pressed on the stone jar, it just so happened to overlap with a plum blossom mark that was very hard to distinguish. It was exactly the same as its chubby little claw. This, Mangchen was very surprised. Ever since he obtained the stone jar, he had studied it for such a long time, but he didn't make any discoveries. He didn't expect that the little critter would make a discovery from the chaotic overlapping marks as soon as it came into contact with it. This discovery was just like how an ordinary person would discover a regular pattern from a chaotic 3D map. Swish, the little claw that was hidden among the chaotic overlapping marks on the body of the jar suddenly shone brightly. The little critter was so frightened that it immediately threw the stone jar away with a tremble of its hand. At the same time, it took out the Lost Paradise and enveloped everyone inside. The little claw on the stone jar shot out a glaring ray of light and immediately pierced through the dimensional space outside. It took a long time before everything returned to normal. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. At the same time, their hearts palpitated. Squeak, I didn't do it on purpose. The little critter was like a child who made a mistake. It lowered its head in annoyance. That is the power of the curse. The three skeletons came to their senses in a flash. King Yanluo said, it is the same as the power of the curse on Keek's body. This is a demonic jar. Not only does it seal a powerful soul, it also contains all kinds of mysterious power of the curse. Just now, it seemed to have activated the most powerful power of the curse. If it was used on a person, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. This was the conclusion that Xiaochen and the others came to after carefully speculating. If it was used properly, this would be a powerful war treasure. However, if they were not careful, they might injure themselves. Because the method of activation was very strange, the little critter accidentally triggered one of the terrifying power within the jar. After that, Xiaochen and the others tried again and again, but they found out that it was very difficult to release the power of the curse. This kind of power was too powerful, an ordinary person would turn into ashes on the spot. Even for a heaven-defying family like Kiki, it was also because their ancestors had endured the majority of the power of the curse. After dozens of generations, the power of the curse on their body had already become a lot thinner than before. In the following few days, Xiaochen experimented again and again. He found out that this kind of power couldn't be controlled precisely. He concentrated on activating it for dozens of times, but he didn't necessarily succeed even once. At the same time, during this process, he tried to get rid of 10x's dragon curse. However, he found out that it was also a failure. The power of the curse on its body had also fused with its soul. Half a month later, apart from Qingqing, everyone else set off. They were going to enter the battlefield left behind by the ancient times. We will be back in less than a month. Xiaochen bid farewell to Qingqing. He wanted to try and see if he could obtain any fortune there. After returning, he planned to go into closed-door training. Kiki waved her hand reluctantly and said, we will be back very soon. This was a huge battlefield. It was impossible to see the end of it. Black mist lingered in the air, and the atmosphere was gloomy. There weren't a lot of corpses on the ground, it could even be said to be very rare. After all, the people who could stay in this ancient battlefield were all elites who came from all over the world millions of years ago. It was impossible for them to be seen everywhere like the common life forms. The master of the Emperor's city once found 7 stone men from this ancient battlefield. And Qingqing even obtained a seed of the dream flower from here. Perhaps we will also have a great harvest. That seed that was separated by millions of years was even rarer than the stone men. Xiaochen didn't hope to obtain the sacred object on the ancestral dragon's skin, but he felt that finding 1 or 2 stonemen's remains might not be a problem. Luan Hui Wang reminded, don't be careless, not many ancestor god-level experts are willing to enter this place. That is because it is really too dangerous. Just at this time, everyone discovered a speck of light ahead. Treasure! Kill Vanquish Wolf cried out excitedly. Kiki was also itching to give it a try, she wanted to rush over. However, the three skeletons' complexion immediately changed as they shouted loudly, run quickly. That speck of light became brighter and brighter. Everyone could already see it clearly, it was actually a ball of ghost fire. It looked especially scary in this desolate ancient battlefield. The abnormally terrifying aura covered the sky and covered the earth as it surged over. There was no need for Qingguang Wang to remind them again, Xiaochen and the rest already felt it. What the hell is that? That is the Stoneman King's ghost fire. While Yanluo Wang was flying, he explained with lingering fear, it is not much weaker than the real Stoneman King. If it touches your body, anyone will immediately turn into ashes. There is basically no hope of resurrection. If we refine it, wouldn't it be the same as controlling the Stoneman King's divine flame? Xiaochen said. You must not take the risk, it is basically impossible to refine it. No one has ever succeeded before. Luan Hui Wang reminded. Fortunately, Xiaochen's octatic extreme speed was fast enough. After an hour, they finally broke away from the Stoneman King's ghost fire. They stopped in front of a huge ruin. The black fog was even heavier here, it was so heavy that they couldn't breathe. Don't tell me there are some precious treasures here? Kill Vanquish Wolf had a miserly look on his face. If there were precious treasures everywhere, would it be your turn to pick them up? Yanluo Wang glared at him. Just at this time, Xiaochen's expression became serious as he said, I feel a special aura. When everyone heard this, they all became nervous. The Heavenly Monument. It's the Heavenly Monument. Xiaochen felt very shocked. He actually discovered the aura of the Heavenly Monument in the deepest part of the world of death. Is it under these ruins? 10x asked. It's very far away, very far away. Xiaochen gazed ahead. That direction is the forbidden area of the primordial battlefield. Rumor has it that only a few people have succeeded since ancient times. Qingguang Wang revealed a grave expression. This primordial battlefield was very gloomy. Black mist lingered around, it was like a demonic land. It was brimming with a frightening coldness. Snap, just in front of them, the sound of a dead tree snapping suddenly transmitted from the huge ruins. It immediately made everyone's heartstrings taut. Everyone, be careful. Any place in this battlefield might be hiding great dangers. Luan Hui Wang reminded everyone. The broken walls and ruins in front of them were extremely messy. God knows how many tens of thousands of years had passed, but the ruin still hadn't completely decayed. It was imaginable how glorious it was in the past. It must have been reinforced by someone with supreme magic power. The sound of the rubble being moved transmitted. It sounded like someone was struggling in the ruins with great difficulty. This made everyone even more nervous. Crash, a chubby little claw stretched out from the ruins and pushed away the rocks with great difficulty. A tiny figure struggled to crawl out. Squeak, Kiki was startled. That tiny figure was very similar to it. It was definitely a member of the Heaven-defying clan. Even Xiaochen and the others were dumbstruck. They found it hard to believe. How could they find a member of the Heaven-defying clan in the primordial battlefield? That was a petrified little critter. It was less than a foot tall and looked very obedient. After struggling out of the rubble in a daze, it used its little claw to caress its broken arm unceasingly. That's right, it was missing an arm. Its eyes were lifeless, it immediately made people feel pity for it. Keek's big eyes immediately turned red, tears welled up in its eyes. It was about to rush over, but Xiaochen pulled it back. This kind of thing happening in this demonic primordial battlefield, it was hard to avoid suspicion. How could this be? 10x also had doubts in its heart. Is that Keek's ancestor? Slaughter Vanquish Wolf's eyes were perfectly round as it revealed an incredulous expression. The three skeletons were very cautious. They constantly swept their eyes over that petrified little critter in front of them. The Death World was once the center of the myriad worlds. All the experts came to worship it. That great war happened countless years ago. It was even earlier than the war between the different realms and the chaotic lands. Could it be that Keek's clan was already cursed during that period? This was Xiaochen's question. He was filled with doubt. After a careful observation, he discovered that the little critter was not an illusion, it was indeed a real stone body. The petrified little critter looked over in a daze. It was as if it had lost its 3 souls and 7 spirits. It did not have any spiritual energy at all. It kept rubbing its broken arm foolishly. Yeah, Kiki was very sad. It stretched out its little paw, as if it wanted to comfort this petrified little critter. Xiaochen led Kiki forward. He had no choice but to be careful in this ancient battlefield. He didn't want the little thing to meet with any mishaps. Luanhui Wang, Qing Wang Wang, and 10x followed closely behind. They arrived at this ruin and looked at that petrified little critter quietly. Like a pitiful little thing, it looked at the crowd blankly, as if it had lost its soul. Xiaochen frowned and sent out his spiritual sense. After a close inspection, he confirmed that this was indeed a true stone body and not an exquisite illusion. His big eyes were filled with tears as she walked forward. Bang bang, the stone jar on Xiaochen's body shook violently, his expression immediately changed. He took out the Golem King puppet at the first possible moment. At the same time, the jar also flew out on its own. Kiki had experienced a lot of things, it was very vigilant. Before Xiaochen grabbed it, it had already enveloped the lost paradise. Everyone at the back was on high alert, but the strange thing was, that petrified little critter was sucked into the lost paradise without a hitch. It didn't resist at all, and as if its last bit of life was sucked out, it completely petrified and couldn't move anymore. Not good, it's that immemorial resentment spirit. He purposely led us here and laid down an absolute formation. The power of the curse is soaring. Luanhui Wang was very shocked as he bellowed. The 3 skeletons were very sensitive to the curse, they were all terrified at this moment. The terrifying aura pervaded the surroundings. The slaughter wolf and the 9-headed snake reacted very quickly, they rushed into Keek's lost paradise with a swish. Xiaochen took out the divine diagram and the ancient scroll as fast as possible and lined them up in all 4 directions. Roar, a world-shaking roar resounded from the ruins. A sinister demonic figure was swaying in the black fog at a distant place. Along with his roar, one after another demonic radiance immediately soared into the sky around Xiaochen and the rest. The forbidden cursed land, Yanlua Wang was very angry. The seed of the dream flower is my hope of rebirth, but it was taken by you guys first. All of you must die. It was like the mournful cry of an owl, but also like the curse of an evil spirit. That kind of bone-chilling voice was filled with extreme resentment, it made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice house. It was as if there were sword chi surging in the surroundings, the bone-chilling cold made everyone feel as if they were very close to death. That was the power of the curse. It was supposed to be a formless and intangible curse, but it actually had such a tangible power. One could well imagine how powerful its aura was. Xiaochen and the rest didn't feel anything, but Qingguang Wang and Yanlua Wang were extremely frightened. In their eyes, the power of the curse was like a raging sea as it engulfed the entire world. Compared to the formless curse that they were familiar with, this was practically the end of the world. It was beyond their understanding. It's too majestic, no expert would be able to escape unscathed. Even if the Golem King were to come, I'm afraid he would also die. Luanhui Wang said with incomparable horror. All kinds of curses interweaved together, there were at least several hundred of them. They formed a tornado that overflowed the sky and submerged the ruins. The 3 skeletons were in despair, no one understood what this meant more than them. However, even after a long time had passed, they still didn't see the terrifying curse on their bodies. No one died. Could it be that the stone jar can really suppress all kinds of curses? Everyone almost didn't dare to believe it. The power of the raging waves curse didn't approach them, it only revolved in the surroundings and surged around them unceasingly. The stone jar that was quietly suspended in the air emitted a gentle radiance. It was as if it was the divine needle that stabilized the sea. Roar, not far away, that terrifying demonic figure in the black fog let out a deafening roar and said, "How could this be? Could it be that it's the legendary source of all evil?" The originally quiet and motionless stone jar flourished with radiance, all of the seals on it became glaring. The power of the curse in the surroundings surged frantically and converged towards the stone jar. That is, soul-devouring curse. Soul-exterminating curse. The three skeletons exclaimed in surprise unceasingly. They discovered a lot of lost curses, but all of them were absorbed by the stone jar. It was like 10,000 streams returning to their origin, they surged into the sea. In the boundless heaven and earth, the monstrous power of the curse surged unceasingly. After that, it converged towards the stone jar from all directions. The stone jar was like a small sun, it illuminated this ancient battlefield. It was incomparably resplendent, all of the seals on it seemed like they were alive, they seemed to be trembling and wriggling lightly. No, is it really the source of all evil? That demonic figure not far away roared loudly. His figure was fading away quickly, like a cloud of smoke that was about to dissipate. Oh my God! The three skeletons were astonished. He was condensed from hundreds and thousands of kinds of curse power. He used the curse power that was drifting in the ancient battlefield to reconstruct his soul. The stone jar was able to restrain the power of the curse, one could well imagine the fate of that demonic figure. Half an hour later, this ruin was completely silent, the stone jar had absorbed all the raging curse power. That demonic figure also entered the stone jar and returned to deathly stillness from then on. The source of all evil, Xianxia knitted his brows, he looked at the stone jar in his palm and revealed a pensive expression. At this moment, the stone jar already restrained its radiance, it became simple and unadorned, it looked very ordinary. Squeak, Kiki shook that petrified little critter in the lost paradise doubtfully, it had a puzzled expression on its face. It's fake, it was molded from the remains of the stoneman. When he touched this petrified little critter with his own hands, the divine power rushed into the little critter's body, Xianxia immediately saw the flaw. However, this was still a treasure, even though the essence of the stoneman inside was almost depleted, there was still a certain value in smelting it. This time, they accidentally eliminated the resentful spirit, the three skeletons heaved a sigh of relief, they finally got rid of this 10,000 years old calamity. Kiki found half a withered root at the place where the demonic figure was hiding, it brought it back and showed it to Xiaochen. The withered root was only 1 qi long, it was dry without any moisture, it was almost rotten, it seemed like it would break at the slightest touch. However, Xiaochen and Kiki tried a few times, they didn't damage the withered root in the slightest. This is the resentful spirit's thing, Luanhui Wang knitted his brows and said, it doesn't have any vitality, but it gives off a familiar feeling. That's right, there is indeed a strange feeling. Yanlua Wang also nodded and said. It is very similar to the rhizome of the flower of dreams. Kiki let out such a tender voice. Everyone observed carefully, even though the rhizome was withered, it was very similar to the root of the flower of dreams. With regards to the little critter's keen intuition, everyone was not surprised. It really is the root of the flower of dreams, no wonder that resentful spirit had been pestering us for more than 10,000 years, perhaps that seed was really lost in the ancient battlefield. Qingguang Wang sighed, then he was somewhat puzzled and asked, what is the use of a withered root, why didn't he throw it away? Xiaochen felt that this kind of sacred object drawn on the ancestral dragon's skin was certainly not ordinary, so he said, Kiki, try planting it in your lost paradise. It has already withered for many years, what is the use of planting it? The little critter mumbled unwillingly, but it still planted it in the end. In an instant, everyone felt a peculiar aura, a large amount of life essence was circulating at high speed. Everyone was astonished. Is it really going to revive? Kiki stared at the withered rhizome curiously. In the next quarter of an hour, the flow of life essence in the lost paradise became even more intense, they could clearly see a multicolored light converging towards the withered rhizome. Squeak, not good. Kiki immediately shouted, my orchard. Not far away, the deity tree, peach tree, amethyst tree, and so on were all losing their essence, they were being condensed by the withered rhizome. The little critter was very anxious, it wanted to stop it. No harm, let's take a look first. Xiaochen stopped it. Only after 2 hours did the flow of life essence stop. All the divine tree's branches drooped down listlessly, it was as if they had experienced a drought that was hard to come by in 100 years, their leaves were all shriveled up. Although the withered rhizome had absorbed a large amount of life essence, there was no change. It was still as dry as before, there was no sign of life at all. Damn it! Kiki was very vexed, it was panting with rage, it really wanted to pull out the withered rhizome, but it endured in the end. Let's wait patiently, maybe one day, it will sprout new leaves. It is very obvious that it is not completely dead yet. At that time it might even grow a few fruits, I guarantee you will be drooling. Kiki wrinkled its nose, it no longer murmured. After searching the ruins for half an hour, they didn't find anything else, so they continued on their journey. Are we really going in that direction? It is really dangerous. The three skeletons reminded Xiaochen. At this moment, Xiaochen was following his intuition, heading towards the depths of the primordial battlefield where the aura of the heavenly steel was coming from. After advancing for only 100 miles, they already felt that kind of terrifying fluctuation. In the gloomy sky, the demonic fog rolled over and over. Kacha! A loud sound was heard, it was enough to make people's eardrums split. One after another, blood-colored lightning streaked across the pitch-black sky, it was like a river of blood was surging, it was very scary. The loud thunder shook the earth, there was even an indescribable ghostly wail resounding in the primordial battlefield. As long as someone gets close to the forbidden grounds in the deepest part, a strange phenomenon will occur. Each phenomenon is different, but it is very dangerous. Back then, we stopped here, we didn't dare to advance rashly. King Yanluo gazed ahead, it seemed like he was recalling something from the past, his heart still had lingering fear. Walking to this point, the aura of the heavenly monument became more and more obvious. Furthermore, Xiaochen had a feeling that this heavenly monument seemed to be even more imposing, it was much more powerful than what he had seen before. Could it be the legendary 8th or 9th heavenly monument? He had already seen the traces of the first 7 heavenly monuments, only the last 2 were completely unknown to him. The reason why he knew about their existence was from the ancestral dragon's skin. Kacha! The loud thunder shook the heaven and earth, a blood-colored lightning was as wide as half a mile and as long as several thousand miles. It seemed like it split the gloomy sky all of a sudden and extended all the way to the top of everyone's head. It was as if they were facing the abyss, as if they had entered the cycle of reincarnation. That kind of terrifying pressure made everyone's face change color. Their hair stood on end, they got goosebumps all over their body, and a chill rose from the bottom of their heart. Boom, the primordial battlefield shook. Fortunately, that huge blood-colored lightning didn't really strike down. It streaked across the horizon in the blink of an eye. The glaring blood-red color made people think of fresh blood at the first moment. This kind of terrifying and demonic lightning really made people's heart palpitate. You guys don't need to follow me, I will walk a certain distance by myself to see what's so strange about it. Xiaochen didn't want everyone to take the risk, he wanted to explore by himself. Squeak, Kiki immediately expressed her objection, she wanted to go along with him no matter what. 10x and the 3 skeletons also stepped forward, they also wanted to follow Xiaochen. In the end, everyone wanted to follow him, but he couldn't convince anyone. This made Xiaochen feel very awkward, he didn't want everyone to take the risk because of him. Don't worry, we will hide in the lost paradise, there shouldn't be any danger. The slaughter wolf and the hydra were very self-aware, they directly entered Kiki's lost paradise. Alright, let's be a bit more careful, and be prepared to retreat at any time. After advancing for more than 10 miles, just at this time a few loud rumbles resounded. 5 huge blood-colored lightning struck down from the dark sky in succession, and at the same time a rain of blood sprinkled down. It really is a rain of blood, Xiaochen stared at the bright red blood in his hand and revealed a grave expression. Crack! 2 lightning streaked past Xiaochen's side in succession, countless corpses of gods and demons broke through the sky along with them. That is, 10x and Kiki opened their eyes wide in shock. Legend has it that the deeper you go, the more terrifying it gets. Since ancient times, not many people have been able to make it to the deepest part. Yanluo's eye sockets flickered with vigilance. Boom, a huge blood-colored fireball exploded in the sky, making this primordial battlefield as bright as day for a short period of time. After that, countless corpses of gods and demons fell from the sky. Only when the bloody light disappeared did the corpses disappear together with them. What the hell is this place? Kill Vanquish Wolf was speechless in the lost paradise. He felt a chill running down his spine. After advancing for another 10 miles, a loud dong sound resounded. It was as if the heavenly drum from the ninth heaven was beating. It shook the primordial battlefield, as if it was going to flip over. That is, just at this moment, Xiaoqian's eyes emitted two terrifying rays of light. When the blood-colored lightning streaked across the sky again, he saw an endless majestic shadow enveloping the blue dome of heaven with the help of the bloody light. The 99-layered stone steps streaked across the sky. Is this an illusion or the reappearance of the past? This can't be real. Xiaoqian's eyes emitted two resplendent divine radiance as he looked up at the sky. As the radiance faded away, the 99-layered stone steps completely disappeared. Boom, another loud sound resounded. The 10,000 miles long blood-colored lightning tore apart the dark sky, and several huge heavenly monuments streaked across the sky. How could this be? Xiaoqian's pupils rapidly contracted. He was extremely shocked. Why did he see this kind of scene? Squeak, Kiki also had a lingering fear as she mumbled in a low voice. Everyone was very shocked, they felt a chill from the bottom of their soul. End of chapter 622. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.